Welcome to Marshall LMS, a complete feature-rich learning management system built entirely from the ground up. This isn't just some basic platform. No, this is a full-blown system where you can create, manage and sell your own online courses with a seamless experience for both you and your students. Sounds ambitious? Well, we are making it happen from scratch. Let's start with the basics. A beautiful public-facing landing page and a course catalog designed to engage students right away. They can browse individual courses, explore detailed overviews, see the full curriculum, and thanks to a seamless Stripe integration, purchase access instantly. But before anything can be bought, users need to authenticate. Whether you are a creator or a customer, logging in is simple. Choose GitHub OAuth or go with your email. If you log in with your email, we will send a one-time passcode OTP to verify your identity. Fast and secure. Just copy-paste it and you are authenticated. And that's just the beginning. As a creator, you get access to a powerful admin dashboard with beautiful analytics to help you track your success. You will have a fully custom course creation and editing suite complete with a slick, modern, rich text editor built from complete scratch. Uploading files? Well, we've built a custom drag and drop zone to make it effortless. Behind the scenes, uploads are handled securely using pre-signed URLs and stored in a S3 bucket. Production grade, scalable, and fast. And when it's time to edit a course, you have two powerful tabs. One to update your basic course info and another one to manage the course structure. The course structure page unlocks a whole new level of control. Using an intuitive drag and drop interface, you can reorder chapters and lessons with ease. Just drag and drop them into place. It's seamless. Oh, and of course we take security seriously. With Arcjet, our platform is protected against bots, XSS, SQL injection, and other common attacks. We also implemented rate limits and bot detection so that our app stays fast and secure. Now let's flip to the student experience. Once enrolled, students get a personalized dashboard showing the enrolled courses and the individual progress on each course. But the real magic happens in the course player page. A clean two-panel layout with a sidebar for navigating chapters and lessons, a main area with a beautiful video player and all lesson content, and of course a completion button that lets users track their journey through your course. Alright everyone, welcome back to part 2, and with that the final part of this tutorial series. With this you now almost get 24 hours of banger content for completely free. Yes, you heard right, part 1 was almost 12 hours long, part 2 is another 12 hours long, and as you all know, 12 plus 12 equals 24. Quick maths. And now, before we dive in, I just want to thank you all for your continued support. It truly means a lot to me and I feel blessed to see so many people enjoy all of my videos. Also, huge shout out to everyone who bought access to the GitHub repo. Your trust and support means the world to me, so thank you. And don't forget to grab some water, stay hydrated, and now it's time to finish off this masterpiece. Let's go! So friends, I'm back and it's time to continue with part 2. So we pushed our code to the remote repo which we created in GitHub, and it's finally time to continue with our course structure. So here's the thing, the UI is finished and I don't think there's anything that we have to update regarding the UI. But it does not really work. What I mean by that is, if I take this lesson and if I try to drag it, it's kinda weird. Again, yeah, I don't think so. If I take the chapter, yeah, it works better. But the lesson, yeah, I think it's broken. What's the problem? Well, how do we listen for this event? Well, we created this function, handle drag end. And this function triggers, or it's triggered whenever a user, in this case, whenever we finish dragging an item. So for example, if I go back and take this chapter and just drop it, then this function will just trigger. It will trigger and say, hey, Jan, this user just dropped this chapter. Let's reorder our state. But the thing is, this function currently treats our items as a singular piece, if this makes sense. So what I mean by that is we have two things. We can drag and drop a chapter, but we can also drag and drop a lesson. This means our function thinks that we only have one item, but in reality we can drag two items. This means we have to update our function because this creates the current bug which we have. First of all, we can delete the if statement. We don't need it anymore, but I want to leave this constant, active and over equals to event. Underneath this, we can create an if statement, and we want to say if there's no over object or two vertical lines, or if the active.id is equal to the over.id, then we will just create an empty return. What did we just do? Well, first of all, we created this constant active over equals to event. What is this? Well, this event destructures two objects. Again, active and over. Active, this is the item which is currently being dragged. So if I go back and drag this item, then this is currently active. If this makes sense. And then we also have over, and this is the drop target. So when we drop something, then this will be the target. Then we have this if statement. What is this if statement? Well, we want to exit this whole function early if the position does not change. This means if I take this item and if I don't move it, so this already is kind of moved, but if I drop it here, then the active ID will be equal to the over ID because I dropped the target, this lesson, into the same item, into the same droppable. This means the position did not change, which also means we don't want to update our state because the ID is the same, if this makes sense. So this is finished, our early exit. And now we can continue because the next step is to get data. We want to get the active ID, the over ID, like the type, is this a chapter or is this a lesson which we are trying to drag and stuff like that. Let's first of all get the data and then I will explain everything. So we can create a constant active ID and then this will be equal to active.id. Then we want to also get the over ID, so constant over ID will be equal to over.id. Then we can get the active type. This will be a constant active type, which will be equal to active.data.current.type. Where do we get this data from? Good question. Well, again, if we scroll a bit to the top, we created this interface. And as you see, we get a data object, and this data object gets a type, which could be chapter or lesson. This means I can just copy this name, type, then we can again go back to our function. Where was it? It was here. So active.data.current.type. And if you hover over active type, it will say type any. This is of course not true because again, it can only be a chapter or a lesson. This means I can just copy this chapter or lesson. I can again go back and then I want to paste it here. So as chapter or lesson. Then we want to also get the over type. This will also be pretty much the same. So constant over type equals to over.data.current type, of course, and then again as chapter or lesson. And then we want to also get the course ID, and we will get it from our data because again we pass data and this data has an ID. This means inside of here we can say constant course ID equals to data.id. So why do we need these items, or what are these items? So first of all, we get the active ID and the over ID. So these are the unique IDs of the dragged item and then the dropped target. Then we also get the active type and the over type. So this is the type of the item. This could either be a chapter or a lesson. And this then determines the logic because again, a user can either drag and drop a lesson or a chapter. And we have to then dynamically check, hey, is the type a chapter or is the type a lesson? If it's a lesson, then we want to update this state. If it's a chapter, then we want to update this state. And then we also get the course ID. And this this is the ID of the course being edited. In general, we will need it to then later on update our database, our table, our row in this case. Also, here's the thing, active.data.current. The thing is, this could be undefined. This means in front of this type, we can add a question mark. The same thing also for the over type. We can add a question mark, and this should already be it. This means underneath all of this data extraction, we can create an if statement and check, is this active type now a chapter or is it a lesson? This means let's create an if statement and let's say if the active type is equal to chapter, then we want to first of all reorder our chapter state. So we can open this, and inside of here we have to get the target chapter ID. So here's for example this little diagram. This is exactly the same thing as we have in our UI. We have this general card, and then in the card we render all of our chapters with the individual lessons. So as you see, I have 2 chapters. If I take this chapter and reorder it here, then we have a new target chapter. This means I want to get the ID from this chapter 1, or you could say the position ID, because I want to reorder chapter 2 into this position of chapter 1. That's why we need the target chapter ID. This means we can create a constant chapter or target chapter ID, and then this will be equal to null because initially we don't have any ID. We will get it as a next step with a few if statements. So here's the thing, how will we get the target chapter ID? This is a very interesting question because you might say, hey Jan, it's very easy. Our target chapter ID will be equal to the over type. So over type, this one right here, or not over type, I'm sorry, the over ID. It's very simple, and this is now defined. Yes, it is, but here's the thing. Again, you have to think in 2 ways because we have lessons and we have chapters. What is if the user, for example, instead of directly taking the chapter and putting it into the chapter, into this chapter, what is if the user just drops it right here into the lesson? This should also work because this still means that the user wants to reorder the chapter, but he just dropped it here instead of really dropping it into the chapter itself. Then we have to get the ID of this target chapter. That's why we have to create this if statement. If this still confuses you, don't worry. Let's first of all create the if statement, then it will make a bit more sense. So if the over type is equal to chapter, then we want to set our target chapter ID equal to our over ID, because this is all fine. This was dropped correctly. But if this is not true, then we can create an else if statement and say if the over type is equal to lesson, then this means that we have to get the parent ID. So let's first of all say if this is true, then we want to set our target chapter ID, and then this will be equal. Also here, this shouldn't be this comparison, but only one equal sign, and here then this should be equal to our over.data.current. This could be not defined. This means question mark dot chapter ID. And if this is not defined, because again, this is optional, then we can use nullish colon listen and just return null. So what did I just do? This kinda looks a bit confusing. So again, here we try to get our ID, our target chapter ID. If the user drops the chapter into the chapter itself, into the another chapter, then the target is clear. Then we have our over ID and everything is fine. If a user drops a chapter into a lesson, then the function has to identify the parent chapter ID. And that's why we do this over.data.current.chapter ID. If this is not defined, we return null, and then we will also in a second create an if statement. So again, if we drag the chapter into the real chapter itself, then we just get the chapter ID from our over.id, from this object. But if the user drops the chapter into a lesson, then we have to get the parent chapter ID, and that's what we exactly do right here with this if statement. Now, as you see, this target chapter ID could be null. This means we want to create another if statement, and we want to check if the target chapter ID is null or if it's not defined. So if there's no target chapter ID, you do that with the exclamation mark, then we can just return a toast. Let's import it from sonar.error, and for the message, could not determine the chapter for reordering. And of course, we want to also return this if statement. We don't want to continue any further. But we still get an error. What's the problem? So if I hover over target chapter ID, it says could not assign to target chapter ID because it's a constant. Well, this is basic JavaScript, guys. You cannot reassign values if you have a constant. You want to use let. And with that, this error will go away. So what's the next step? Well, the next step is to get our items and then reorder our state with the new indexes. So what do I mean by that? Well, we have to get, first of all, the old index. We have to get the new index, and then we have to update our state. So you know what? Let's again, first of all, write the code. And once we have finished with the code, I will explain everything. So underneath this if statement, we can create a new constant. This will be called old index, and this will be equal to items.findIndex, items.findIndex, my god, and then this will be an inline callback function. As a param, we can get the individual item, and then we want to return the item.id, which should be equal to the active ID. And then we want to also get the new index. This means constant new index, and this will be equal to items.findIndex. We can invoke it as a param, so we want to create an internal callback function. We want to get the item as a param, and then we want to return item.id, and this should be equal to the target chapter ID. Old index, new index, find index. This looks confusing. What did we just do? So the old index finds the original position. So for example, if this chapter 2 will be reordered to the top one, then this index for now is 2. And this one is 1, right? And if I reorder it, then the old index will be still 2 and the new index will be 1. We reordered it. And that's why we create this, or why that's the reason why we use the find index method. I want to specifically find the index. If this is true, then we found the old index. If this is true, we found the new index. And then we want to also create an if statement, because here's the thing. This find index method returns -1 if it cannot find the item. So if this item is not found, old index will be -1. If it can't find the new index, it will equal to -1. This means we want to create an if statement and check. If this is not equal to -1, then everything is fine. But if it's equal to -1, then there's some sort of error, and then we want to, of course, return a toast. So we can create an if statement and say if the old index is equal to -1, or again 2 vertical lines, if the new index is equal to -1, then we can return a toast.error. For the error message, you can say honestly anything. I don't really care, but I will say could not find chapter old/new index for reordering, something like that. And then of course we want to also return this because we don't want to continue with our function. So we got our old index, we got our new index, and we want to create our new array with all of our items. So we want to go, this means we want to go underneath the if statement. We can create a new constant. This will be called reordered local chapters, and then this will be equal to the array move function. So the array move function is already imported, and this moves an array item to a different position. It returns a new array with the item moved to the new position, because we just moved this item to a new position. This means we have to get a new array with the new, you could say, order, or with the new structure. This means we will use this array move function. And also, where do we get the array move function from? Well, array move is imported from dndkit sortable. So this is a function directly provided by them. So this will be equal to array move. We want to invoke it, and we have to provide 3 arguments. First of all, the array itself, our items. This means we can pass our items, the state. Then we have to also pass our old index and then our new index. This means old index and then new index. And this is already it. This is our new array. So here's one thing. This reordered local chapter constant will give us an array. In this array, we will then have all of our objects. We will have all of our chapter info, but then we will also have the order item. This is like our index. The thing is, JavaScript is 0 index. This means it will start with 0, then the second order object will be 1, 2, blah, blah, blah. It will then go up. The thing is, we want to start with 1. We don't want to start with 0, we want to start with 1. This means we have to create a new constant. So constant updated chapters for state, and this will be equal to reordered local chapter, or should we call it chapters? Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's not a singular chapter, but chapters. And then we want to use the map method, and we can then map over our items. This means we can get the chapter and also the index. Then we want to just return this and open an object. Inside of here, we can first of all spread our chapter itself, and we spread the items because we don't want to update everything. The ID is fine, the title is fine, the isOpen boolean is fine. We want to only update the order, and the order will be equal to the index plus 1. So we will convert, for example, the index 0 to 1, the index 2 to 3, so plus 1. I think this makes sense. And then we can go underneath this updated chapter for state, and then inside of here or underneath it, we can create a constant previous items, and this will be equal to an array, and inside of here we can spread our items. And then we want to set our new state. This means we can say set items, and this will be equal to updated chapters for state. And also, why did I just create this previous items? I mean, the set items makes sense. We just update our state with this new constant, but previous items, why is this needed? Good question, very good question. So before we change the UI here with the set items, we first of all create like a little backup. This is our local backup of our state. Because here's the thing, this is very crucial because in the next step we will make an API request. And if it fails for some weird reason, because the network is broken, your Wi-Fi is broken, because you didn't pay your bill or whatever, then we want to, how would you say, roll back to our old state, to our old index, because again, our update failed. This also means we don't want to display the new array structure anymore. We want to again display our old structure, and that's why we created this previous items. Later on, we will create a mutation. We will have this error event, and if if this error event fires, then we will roll back to this old previous items. That's why we created it here. Right now, we won't use it. We will use it a bit later on once we create our real mutation, our real API call. So this is finished, but if I go back and again drag my chapter, nothing really happens. There's no difference. Everything is still the same. So here's what we will do. We will create a new chapter. For that, we can open a new tab right here, and we want to open Prisma Studio. This means pnpm tlx Prisma Studio. Then inside of here, we want to create a new chapter. This means we can go into the chapter model. First of all, I can also zoom in a bit, and then we want to create a new record, a new chapter. For the title, this will be chapter number 2. Then for the position, this will be 2. Then for the created at timestamp, it will auto-generate. For the course, we want to link it to our only course. We only created one, and then we can also save this. This chapter, should we add a new lesson for the chapter? I mean, sure, why not? Who cares, to be honest with you? So we can go to the lesson model. I think I have to zoom in even more. So in the lesson, we can create a new record. For the title, this will be also lesson number 1, because this is the lesson for the second chapter. For the description, just some gibberish. And then we can go a bit further. For the position, this will be 1. For the created at timestamp, it will auto-generate. And then for the chapter, we want to link it to chapter number 2, this one. We can then save the change, and this should already be it. This means if we go back and do a hard refresh, we should see chapter number 1, chapter number 2. So if we go back to our course structure, we can also console log our items. This means we can just scroll to the top. Here we have our export function, course structure. Here we have our state, and then we can just console log our items itself. This means if we go back and open the inspector, I can also collapse the sidebar, we won't need it. And then if we open the inspector, go to the console, we will see one array. In the array, we have 2 objects. First of all, chapter number 1, as you see, order 1, title chapter number 1. And then we have the second object, again, order number 2, title chapter number 2. This seems right. So if I take chapter number 1 and drag it over or under chapter number 2, you see the order changes. But does our array also update? This is a very good question. I don't know. So if I open my term, or if I open the console, if I expand this console log, we again get two objects. The first one, order 1, title chapter number 2. Oh my god, this worked. And this one should have an order of 2, and oh my god, this worked. We can reorder chapters. So as you see, this is chapter number 2. In theory, the initial state was order number 2. But since we updated our state, since we created this old index, new index, and then since we used this array move function, and since we updated our state itself, it also reordered everything. So this has an order of 1 and this has an order of 2. If we again reorder it, it should also restructure everything, reorder everything. So object number 1, order 1. Object number 2, order 2. Wow, I'm so proud of you guys. This works. This is so cool. So we're finished with the chapter dragging, but we're not finished with the lesson dragging. I mean, we haven't even started with it. And we will also create this mutation itself a bit later on. This means we can first of all collapse this if statement with active type chapter, and then we want to create another if statement, and this time for our lesson. This means we can right here create another if statement. If the active type itself is equal to the lesson, then that's already a good sign. And we can use these double and signs. And if the overtype is also equal to lesson, well, then we can write a lot of cool code. So what do we need to get from, or in this function, in this if statement? We want to first of all get the chapter ID, and we want to get the over chapter ID. This means we can create a constant, and again, I will explain everything in a second. So constant chapter ID, and then this will be equal to active.data.current. This could be optional, so question mark dot chapter ID. And then we want to also get the over chapter ID. This means constant over chapter ID, and this will be equal to over.data.current. This can be optional .chapter ID. Please make sure that you spell everything correctly. Again, if you have access to the GitHub repo, you can just do a bit of copy pasting and double check everything from there. But if you follow this video, then please, please, please make sure that you spell everything correctly. And then we want to also create an if statement, and we want to check if there's no chapter ID, or we want to return an error message if there's no chapter ID, or if the chapter ID does not match or does not equal to the over chapter ID. So if there's no chapter ID, again, we use the exclamation mark for that. Or, again, two vertical lines, if the chapter ID is not equal, so exclamation mark, two equal signs, to the over chapter ID, then we can just return a toast.error, and for the message, lesson move between different chapters or invalid chapter ID is not allowed. And of course, we want to also return or create an empty return because we don't want to continue with this function with the code itself. And of course, what do I really mean by that? Well, we just stop the execution. This return statement stops the code from executing any further. This is just like a natural stop sign or abort sign, if this makes sense. So what do we really do inside of here? Well, first of all, we have an if statement. We check that the type is lesson, and also that wherever we try to drag our lesson into is also of type lesson. This is nice. But then we also get our chapter ID, our over chapter ID, nothing groundbreaking. But what is this if statement? If we don't have a chapter ID, we return an error message. That's okay, we understand that. But if chapter ID does not equal over chapter ID, we also return an error message. What does this mean? This is relatively interesting because here we ensure that a user can only reorder lessons from their parent chapter and cannot drag and drop lessons into different chapters. So if I again go back to my beautiful diagram, then we can first of all again start off fresh. Here I have lessons 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. These are all of the lessons for chapter 1. These are all of the lessons for chapter 2. If a user tries to drag this lesson 1 into our chapter 1, then we won't allow it. Because again, here we have this if statement. And if the chapter ID does not match the over chapter ID, then this means that the user is currently trying to drag a lesson into a different chapter, and we don't want that. We want to allow the user to only reorder lessons within one parent chapter. So this is finished, which means we can go underneath our if statement, and then we want to first of all get the chapter index. So we can say constant chapter index, and then this will be equal to items.findIndex. Again, we want to create an inline callback function. As a param, we can get the chapter itself, and then we want to get the chapter.id, and it should be equal to the chapter ID. Again, we get our chapter ID right here, chapter ID over chapter ID, but we need the chapter ID itself. And then we can also create an if statement, because again, if this index is not found, then this constant will be equal to -1. And of course, -1 would mean that we have an error, which means we want to return a toast, correct? So we can create an if statement and say if the chapter index is equal to -1, then we can just return again a toast.error. For the message, this would be could not find chapter for lesson. Yeah, for lesson recording, no, for lesson I think is fine enough. And then we want to also return this to stop the execution. And also then underneath this if statement, we can then also create a new constant. This will be chapter to update, and this will be equal to items. And then we want to pass an array symbol and then pass our chapter index. So this code looks a bit confusing. We get some sort of chapter index, we create this if statement, this is fine, and then we create this chapter to update. What does this code do? So with this code, constant chapter index, we want to first of all find the correct index of our chapter, because we pass our chapter ID, or our chapter ID, the iterator, has to match our chapter ID. If it matches, or in other words, if it does not match, we throw an error. But if it matches, then we have this items and we pass this array symbol chapter index. This means we want to find, so this code will only work if we have our chapter index. So let's imagine the chapter index is 1. So we found the object and the index is 1 or 2 or 3. It does not really matter. But for now, let's say 1. We then just use the simple array access, that's how you call this, to retrieve the full chapter object from the position which we passed right here. Because again, our items, this is an array. This chapter index is just a number. This is not an object. This chapter index gives us the number. It gives us the index of this object in the array. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever. We then just pass it here to then find the actual object. We want to get all of the info. Then we get it. This is now an object, chapter to update, and then we can use it in a second. We will do it. But for now, we need to find the old index and the new lesson index to, of course, then use the array move function to update our state. This means we can go underneath this constant chapter to update. And first of all, we want to get the old index. This means constant old lesson index. And then this will be equal to chapter to update. This is our individual object. Then we want to get the lessons, because again, a lesson is bound, or lessons in general are bound to a chapter.find index. Then we can invoke it. Again, we want to create an inline callback function. As a param, we will get a lesson, and then we can return the lesson.id, and it should be equal to the active.id. So this will give us our old index, pretty much the old position, but we want to also find our new position, our new index. This means constant new lesson index, and then this will be equal to chapter to update, again, our object.lessons.find index. Then we want to invoke it as a param. We can get the lesson. And again, this is of course an inline callback function. And then our lesson.id should be equal to the over ID. And that's already it, or in theory, this should already be it. So we get our old lesson index, our new lesson index, which means we can create, first of all, again, another if check. Because if we don't get an index, this means our index will return -1. This means underneath the new lesson index, we can create an if statement, and then we can say if the old lesson index is equal to -1, or again 2 vertical lines. If the new lesson index is equal to -1, then we can just return a toast. This means toast.error, and for the message this will be could not find lesson for reordering. And of course, we want to also stop the execution. This means we will pass an empty return. So this is it. We get our new lesson, our old lesson index, which means we can also reorder our state. So we can go underneath the if statement. We will create a new constant, reordered lessons. And I know I made a few spelling mistakes. I will fix it in a second. And then this will be equal to the array move function. And as you all know, we have to provide 3 arguments. The array itself, then the old index and the new index. So what is our array? How do we get it? Well, we get our chapter to update. This is what we want to update, but we don't want to update the chapter. We want to update the lessons array. This means we can get the lessons, then we want to pass the old lesson index and the new lesson index. And this should also already be it. So we get our reordered lessons. And of course, we want to also again map over them. We want to do the same thing as we did in our chapter. This means I want to map over them and pass for the order index +1. Because again, JavaScript is 0 indexed, and currently our first index would be 0, but it should be 1. This means we can go underneath the constant and create a new constant, updated lesson for state. And then this will be equal to reordered lessons.map. As a param, we can get the lesson and index, and then we want to just return this and of course open an object. We want to spread our lesson itself, all of the properties, but of course we want to also update the order, and this will be index +1. This means if the index is 0, it will be 1. If it's 2, it will be 3, and so on and so on. And then the next step is to update our state itself. This means we can go underneath the constant and we want to pass this constant, this new array pretty much, into our state. This means we can first of all create a constant, a new constant. This will be called new items, and this will be equal to an empty array, and then we want to spread our items inside of there. Then underneath this constant, we want to get our new items, which we just spread this constant. We can again open an array, and inside of here, we want to pass our chapter index. This will then be equal to an object. Don't worry, I will explain the code in a second. Inside of here, we can spread our chapter to update, and then we want to also pass our lessons. And this will be equal to our update lesson for state, so or updated lesson for state. So this code is kind of hard to understand or kind of complicated because we're trying to update a nested data structure. Because again, lessons, this is an array inside of our object or inside of our chapters array. This means we have a nested data structure, and that's also why we have to create this kind of annoying code. So first of all, we create this constant new items. This is equal to an empty array, or not, it's not an empty array, it's equal to an array. And inside of here, we spread our items. So what does it exactly do? Well, we create a new array with this new name, new items. And this is a copy of the original items state array. And why do we do this right here? Again, a good question. So in React, you want to never modify state directly, because this would then create bugs and also prevent React from re-rendering correctly. So that's why we create this safety, you could say, constant. It's just a copy of our already existing state. And then we have this new items array brackets chapter index equals to an object. So this line targets the specific chapter that needs to be changed, and that's why we pass the chapter index. Again, we get our new items. This is an array, but we have to, or we want to find a specific chapter. We want to only update one specific chapter, not multiple ones. That's why we pass the index here. So then we places the old chapter object with a brand new one. That's why we open this object. So we pass all of the old properties, and then we specifically update our lessons with the new updated lessons. Again, this seems kind of complicated, but it's not that complicated. We just create a copy, we then find our specific object, which we want to update, the specific chapter. We pass all of our properties, but we update one specific one, which is the lessons property, with our new updated lesson lesson for state, and this should be lessons. Again, I will correct all of my spelling mistakes in a second. So what's the last step? Well, the last step is to update our state. This means we want to first of all create our little fallback. This is our previous items. This means constant previous items, and this will be equal to an array, and inside of here we will spread our items. And then underneath this constant we can get our setter, set items, and as an argument we want to pass our new items. So in theory this should already be it. And you know what? Let's test it out. Nothing should change for now. This means if I take this lesson and drag it, it does not work. But that's because I'm trying to drag it into a new chapter. So here's what we will do. We want to again open Prisma Studio, and we will create a few more lessons because currently there's only one lesson and this is not enough to test everything out. So here we have our lessons. We can add a new lesson. For the title, this will be lesson number 2. Then for the description, some gibberish. And of course, we can go further. This is all fine. For the position, this will be 2. Then this is also all fine. And then for the chapter, which one should we take? Honestly, let's take chapter 1. It does not matter. We can save this change. Then I want to create another lesson. For the title, this will be lesson number 3. Then for the description, some gibberish again, as always. For the position, this will be number 3 again. And then for the chapter, this has to be again the same chapter as the one for our second lesson. So lesson number 2. And what chapter was it connected to? I already forgot, to be honest with you. It was connected to chapter number 1, which means this lesson number 3 should also be connected to chapter number 1. We can then save this one change, and if we again go back and do a hard refresh, we should see already a few more lessons. Yes, lesson 1, lesson 2, and lesson number 3. If I drag and drop lesson 1 into lesson 2, it works. If I take lesson number 1 and drag it into lesson number 3, it also works. And again, we can open our console. So inspector, console, and here we get our console log. We can expand this. What was this? This was chapter number 1. We want to expand the lessons. And here you see lesson number 2 has an order of 1. Lesson number 3 has an order of 2. And then lesson number 1, my God, has an order of 3. If I reorder lesson number 2 and take it to the bottom, so lesson 3, lesson 1, lesson 2, and again open my console, this should also again display here. So if I expand the lessons, we have first of all lesson number 3, order number 1. Then we have lesson number 1, order number 2. And then we also have lesson number 2, order number 3. So this worked beautifully. Oh my God, this is so cool. But we have one problem. You see here, there's no padding or there's no gap. Kinda annoying, I know. This means we can go back. Let's analyze our code. What wraps all of the UI? So we first of all have the sortable context, okay, card content. The card content, this wraps everything. So we can give it a class name, and this will be space y of 8. If we again go back, we already have some padding. So let's again test everything out. We can reorder chapters as you see. We can reorder lessons. If I take a lesson and try to pretty much drag it into a new chapter, it does not work. But we also don't want to allow the user to do something like that. So we are now finished with the optimistic part. What do I mean by that? Currently, if a user updates his lesson, or if a user moves his lesson, then we update our state. This is the optimistic part. But now we have to also tell our server, our database, that something has changed. This means we first of all can create a new if statement. Underneath the set items, I will create an if statement. And first of all, I want to check if we even have a course ID. This is a simple check and we will need it to later on update our cache. So we will use the revalidate path function to update our cache. For now, this is not that important. Just create the if statement. You will see the reason later on for that. So inside of here, we can first of all create a new constant, lessons to update. And then this will be equal to updated lessons for state .map as a param, we can get the lesson itself, the iterator, and then we want to return this and open an object. Inside of here, we can pass first of all an ID, and this will be equal to lesson.id, and we want to also pass the position. So the position, and this will be equal to lesson.order. So we create this constant lessons to update to just make everything a bit simpler, because updated lesson for state lessons in theory also has the title. We don't really need the title, so we just right here create a new array, and instead of passing also the title, we just create the ID and the position. That's it, and that's what we will use in our server environment, so later on in our server action, to create the mutation itself. So the next step is to create a server action. This means we can open our Explorer. Then here we have our components, we don't need them, and then we also have this actions file. Inside of here we currently only have one server action, and that's to edit in course. But we want to create another server action, and this will be there to reorder our lessons. This means we can go underneath this constant or this function, and we will create a new export async function. This will be called reorder lessons. In this function, I want to get three things. First of all, the chapter ID, then the lessons array. The lessons array is literally just this lessons to update, which we just created, which stores the ID and position. And then we want to also get the course ID, because this will be needed for the revalidation part of this video. This means, first of all, we can get the chapter ID. This will be of type string. Then we want to also get the lessons. And again, this is an array. This means we can first of all open an object inside of here. As you all know, we get two things: an ID, which is of type string, and a position, which is of type number. This means we can copy this and paste it inside of here. And since this is an array, we want to also append the array symbols at the end. And then I want to also get the course ID, and the course ID will be of type string. And that's already it. So we get all of our data. Of course, we currently don't pass it, but we also don't call the server action, so it does not really matter. And inside of here, we can first of all create a try catch statement for error handling. As you all know, we want to also always return an object. And as you also all know, we already created a type for that, because in the edit course function, we right here created this return type parameter, which is called API response. And with that, we have to always return an object with a status and message. This means we can go right here into our reorder lessons function, and then we can add a return type parameter. This will be promise, and we can add a generic, and then inside of here we can pass our API response type. So for the catch statement, we can instantly return an object, and we will just pass the status, which will say error. This is the status. And for the message, I will say failed to reorder lessons. I think this is fine enough, to be honest with you. And now we can continue with our try statement. And inside of here, I want to check for two things. First of all, that we get lessons, and also that these lessons have items, or I mean, this is an array, right? So we want to check that our array is first of all defined, and also that we have at least one object in the array. This means we can create an if statement, and if there's no lessons, or two vertical lines, if the lessons.length is equal to 0, then this means that this is empty, which means we can also open this and then return an error message or an error object. In this case, for the status, this will be error, and then for the message, this will just be no lessons provided for reordering. So since we now make sure that we have a lessons array, so that we have data, this also means that we can use Prisma to update our database. So what we have to first of all do now is map over our lessons and get all of the separate lessons itself, because again, this is an array with multiple lessons, and we want to get all of the individual objects in this array. So let's again write the code, and then I will explain it. So we can create a constant updates, and this will be equal to lessons.map. As a param, we can get a lesson, and then this is an inline callback function, and inside of here we can use Prisma. Prisma is already imported, .lesson.update, because we want to update a lesson. And what do we want to update? we want to update the position. Invoke this, then open an object, and inside of here we can get the where statement. And I want to update a lesson where the ID matches the lesson.id and also where the chapter ID matches the chapter ID which we provide. If this is true, then we can also update our data. And what do we want to update? We want to update the position, and the position will be equal to our lesson dot position. Yes, that's it. And then after this constant updates, we can then also, of course, update everything using Prisma. What do I mean by that? Well, we want to create a transaction. So we can say await Prisma dot $transaction, and then we want to pass as an argument our updates. So what did we just do? We mapped over our lessons, we found the lesson we want to update, we updated our data, then we used this transaction. Jan, come on, don't make it so complicated. Okay, it's not that complicated. I will explain it to you guys. So the goal right here is to create a list of all of the individual database update commands that need to be run. So currently we map over our lessons. Let's say our lessons array has 50 objects. This means 50 lessons we want to update. We map over all of these lessons, and then we create a separate update command, if this makes sense, for each lesson. So now we have 50 lessons with 50 new update commands with Prisma. We want to update 50 lessons. Now we could of course do it step by step. This means we update the first lesson, then the second lesson, then the third lesson. This means everything could in theory run successively. But if we have 50 lessons, then it will take forever for everything to update. We want to update everything right away. This means in one step. And that's the reason why I use this transaction here, because it allows us to run all of these update commands in one single atomic operation. So we won't create 50 database calls, but instead we will create one database call, and it will then update our database. So this is a nice optimization. And then as a last step, we can of course return our object, our success object. Then for the status, this will be error. No, of course not. This will be success. And then for the message, we can just say something like lessons reordered successfully. And then there's only one more thing which I want to do, and that's that I want to revalidate my path. So here's the thing, underneath this transaction, but above the return statement, we can get the revalidate path function from next/cache, and then as an argument, we have to provide first of all these upticks, because we have to pass the course ID. This means what route do we want to revalidate? We want to revalidate the path where the course structure is rendered, and this will be /admin/courses/ the course ID itself, and then /edit. This is the route. Again, if we go back to our URL, /admin/courses/ the ID /edit. But what is this revalidate path function? Well, this function allows us to purge cache data on demand for a specific path. So here's the thing, Next.js caches your data. So here, once we reorder a lesson, we will update our database. This means we want to also update our UI with new data, because here we updated currently our database. We want to get new data for our course structure. But since Next.js is very heavily optimized, it caches this data. And we have to tell Next.js specifically, hey Next.js, we just updated our database, which is great. Please also refetch our data. Please get the new live data from the database. That's it. That's what this revalidate path function does. It tells Next.js that we have new data, or we updated our database, and that it should just refetch the data or the new data. That's it. Nothing groundbreaking. It's super cool. It's a great function. And also the nice thing is, as you all know, we use this use transition hook. So again, if I go to any function, so use transition, we for example use this use transition hook in the login form. And I told you that it has a few key benefits over, for example, the standard use state hook. And one key benefit is this revalidate path function, because this use transition hook takes the revalidate path function into account. Use state will just skip this function. So yeah, we can go back to our core structure, and inside of here we want to call our new server action. So we can copy the name we order lessons, we can go right here. We want to go underneath the constant lessons to update. And inside of here, I want to do something interesting. So we can go to the Sonar website. So this is the website sonar.emil something.ski. And then if we scroll a bit to the bottom, you will find a section which is called promise, or here types. And then one type is promise. This means if I click on promise, you see we have this pending, this loading state, and then the success state. And that's what I want to do, because we will call our server action. Then I want to showcase a loading state. And then once we get a success message, so if we then return the status with success, I will want to then showcase a success toast. If it was a failure, if something catched, then we will showcase an error toast. This means we can go back to our core structure. And how do you use this promise type? Good question. If you go to the documentation, then you will see this example here. So what we have to do is something quite simple. We can go underneath the lessons to update. We can create a new constant. This will be called reorder lessons promise, because it needs the promise to function. And then this will be equal to an arrow function, an inline callback function. And this then will be equal to the reorder lessons server action. And as you all know, we have to provide 3 arguments: the chapter ID, the lessons itself, the array, and the course ID. This means first of all our chapter ID, then the lessons to update constant, which we just created, and the course ID itself. And that's already it. This means we can say toast.promise, this is the method, and as an argument we want to provide the reorder lessons promise. Then we can invoke this, and then we can add a comma, open an object, and inside of here you get 3 properties, or 3 key properties. First of all, the loading property, and inside of here we can pass the message for the loading state. Our message will be quite simple, and we will say reordering lessons ... Then we can also listen for the success event, so success, and this will be equal to a standard arrow function. As a param, we can also get the result. And then inside of here, we can first of all create an if statement. This means if the result.status is equal to success, then we can just return the result.message, which we provide in our server action. So as an example, lessons reordered successfully. And if this is not true, then we can just throw a new error. And for the message, this will be our result.message. Then we can also listen for the error event. This means we can get error, and again this will be an inline, or this will be an arrow function. As a param, we can get the error, but we don't really need it. And inside of here we can set our items. What should we add right here? If we scroll to the top, previous items, wasn't this our fallback? Yes, again, we created this constant in case our whole promise fails. And if it fails, then we want to update our state back to our initial state. This means we can copy previous items and just paste it as an argument. Correct. Of course, we still get an error. What's the problem? Well, we have to also return something. This means underneath set items, we can just create a return. And then for the error message, this will be failed to reorder lessons. And you know what? We are almost finished. There's only one more thing which I want to do, and that's that I want to go underneath this if course ID and just add again this return, this empty return, to not continue any further. And to be honest with you, I think that's already it. I think we can test it out. So if we save this and again go back and do a hard refresh, we should see lesson number 1, lesson number 2, and lesson number 3. Let's also open our Prisma Studio in parallel. So here we should see our lessons first of all again. And as you see, lesson number 3, lesson number 2, lesson number 1. And we also see the order. Again, lesson number 1 has a position of 1. Lesson number 2 has a position of 2. And lesson number 3 has a position of 3. This means in theory, if I for example switch lesson number 1 with lesson number 2, lesson number 2 should have the position 1 and lesson number 1 should have the position number 2. Let's do it. Okay, reordering lessons, successful, okay. If I go back and do a hard refresh, wow, I'm so stoked. What will be the result? Lesson number 3, lesson number 2, lesson number 1. And again, lesson number 1 should have a position of 2. Oh my god, it has a position of 2. And then lesson number 2 should have a position of 1. So this worked exactly as expected. Our database got updated and that's what we wanted, right? And if we do a hard refresh, does everything still work? Lesson number 2, lesson number 1. If we update this, lesson number 2, lesson number 3, lesson number 1. Then lesson number 3, lesson number 2, lesson number 1. So this works very nicely. If we reorder our lesson, we get this nice toast, we have this nice loading a message, and then also the success toast. Maybe we should also change the position because currently it's positioned to the bottom right corner, but I would like to position it to the bottom center. This means we can just go back, we can open our root layout, and then for the toaster, we can first of all add the close button property. This will just create a close button, and then for the position, this will be bottom center. This means if we save this and again go back and just reorder some basic lesson, then you will see that this is positioned right here on the bottom, and also we have this close button, and if I click on it, it will close the toast. Wow, beautiful. But if we reorder our chapter and do a hard refresh, it won't persist anything, because if we go back, we again have chapter number 1 and chapter number 2. What's the problem? Well, we did not create the server action for reordering chapters, and that's the next step, and that's what we will do right now. So to reorder our chapters, we want to first of all again create a new server action. So we can go back to our actions file. We can first of all collapse this reorder lessons server action, because we don't want to reorder lessons. No, we want to now reorder chapters. This means we can create an export async function. This will be called reorder chapters, and then we want to just open this function. Inside of here, or to be specific, in the params, I want to get 2 properties. First of all, the course ID to again use it in my revalidate path function, and also the chapters itself, the array. This means we can first of all get the course ID. This will be of type string, and then we will get chapters. This will be of type, or this will be an object, and inside of here we will get an ID, which will be of type string, and a position, which will be of type number. And then of course this is an array, which means we want to append these array symbols. So again, course ID and then chapters with an object ID position, which is an array. Then we can go into the function, and the first step is to create a try catch statement. And as you all know, we want to return an object, so an success object and an error object. If I currently create and return, I don't get any types. Why is that? Well, that's because we are missing the return type parameter. So this will be a promise, and then as a generic, we can pass the API response. So for the catch statement, again, for the status, this will just be error. And then for the message, this will be something like failed to reorder chapters. Then we can continue with the try statement, and in the try statement we want to first of all check that our array is populated. This means that we first of all have an array, and also that we have a few objects, a few chapters. This means in the try statement we can create an if statement and say if there's no chapters, or again 2 vertical lines, if the chapters.length is equal to 0, then we will return an error message. This means we can create an object, return object, then for the status this will be error, and for the message this will be no chapters provided for reordering. So this is now finished. We make sure that the array is populated, which also means that we can create our mutation. So the code will be literally the same if you compare it to the reorder lessons server action. This means again we will map over our data, we will create this update command, this update statement, so multiple update statements, and then we will use a transaction to bundle it into one database call. This means we can again scroll to the bottom, and inside of here we can create a constant updates, and this will be equal to chapters.map. As a param, we can get a chapter. This is an inline callback function, and then we want to create the update statement. This means prisma.chapter.update. Then we can just invoke it, open it, and as you all know, we don't want to update any chapter. We want to update a specific chapter. This means we want to use the where statement, and we want to update a chapter where the ID matches and where the course ID matches. This means the ID should match the chapter.length. .id, and also the course ID should match the course ID which we provide through the params. And then also we want to update data. This means we can get the data prop, and then we want to specifically update the position, and this will be the chapter.position. So we now mapped over our data. We created 50 updates, so 50 update commands. Of course, I don't really know how long the array is, but for now, let's just say we have 50 chapters. This means we created 50 also update commands. But as you all know, we don't want to run it step by step. This means successively. Instead, we want to create one database call. And that's why we will create a transaction. This means underneath this constant updates, we can say await prisma.$transaction. And then as an argument, we can provide the updates, the constant, the array. And then we want to, of course, also revalidate our path. Again, we want to revalidate or purge the cache. This means we can get the revalidate path function. And then inside of here, as you all know, we have to provide the path which we want to revalidate, or in other words, where we want to purge the cached data. And then this will be /admin. And you know what? We can just copy paste it. It's the same path. So I will copy this revalidate path function and paste it inside of here. Of course, we are still missing one thing, because as you see, we get an error, and that's because we are missing the return object. This means we can create a return object. For the status, this will be success. And then for the message, this will be chapters reordered successfully. So this is finished, the server action, and in general these two server actions are finished. We order lessons and we order chapters. But if I look at the server action code, there's one mistake. You see, literally anybody can call this function, the server action. Again, server actions are public endpoints, and we want to authorize these endpoints. This means only authorized users should be able to call this specific endpoint, this server action. And since we want to only allow admins to hit this endpoint or these endpoints, we have to also make sure that the user is an admin. This means above the try statement, we can say await require admin. This is already imported, and we want to do the same thing also for the reorder chapters function. This means above the try statement, we want to call require admin. And again, you want to do it above the try statement because the require admin function has this redirect, and the redirect only works outside of try and catch statements. So that's why we created, or that's why we call require admin above the try statement. And also this currently creates a small problem, a small performance problem, but I will come to that a bit later on. For now, we can just leave it as is because it will still work. We can then go back to our course structure. We want to go to our if statement with this active type chapter, and then we can go underneath our set items, because inside of here, or underneath the set items, we want to call our server action. So this code will be exactly the same as the one which we created in the lesson type itself, which means I will just go through it a bit faster. This means inside of here, we want to create an if statement. We want to check that we have a course ID. If so, we can open this. And inside of here, we want to first of all, again, update our updated chapter for state. What do I mean by that? If you hover over this updated chapter for state, you see we get the order, the ID, the title, the is open boolean, the lessons. I don't need that. Again, if we go to our actions file, we literally only need two things. As you see, we only need the ID. So if I hover over it, we need the ID and we need the position. That's it. We don't need anything else. We don't need the is open boolean, the lessons or stuff like that. That's why we will create a new array. So we can say constant chapters to update, and this will be equal to updated chapters for state. And again, this should be updated chapters for state, not updated chapter for state. I will fix the spelling mistakes after we are finished with this mutation. Then we want to map over this array. As a param, we can get the chapter itself, the singular one, and then we can return this and open an object. Inside of here, as mentioned, we want to pass two things.
the ID. We can also hover over it. We want to get the ID and the position. This means for the ID, this will be equal to the chapter.id, and then we want to also pass the position. I can just copy paste the position just to not misspell anything, and then this will be equal to the chapter.order. And then underneath this chapters to update, we can call, or we can again use this promise and then also Sonar to show this loading state and then the success toast after the loading state. This means we want to first of all create the promise function. So constant reorder promise, and then this will be equal to an inline callback function, and then we want to just get our reorder chapters server action. And again, not reorder chapter, but reorder chapters. Then we can go back and also import the correct server action. And of course, we have to provide a few arguments. What arguments do we have to provide? Well, first of all, the course ID and the chapters. This means we can pass the course ID and then also our chapters to update. This is this array which we just created. And then we can use this reorder promise and pass it into Sonar. This means we can go underneath the constant. We can use the toast function itself provided by Sonar. Then we can use the promise method, and inside of here as an argument we have to provide the reorder promise function. So I will copy it, paste it, and we want to invoke it. Then we can also add a comma, open an object, and inside of here we want to again get 3 key properties. First of all, the loading property, and this will be equal to reordering chapters ... Then we also want to get the success event. This will be equal to a standard arrow function. And then in the params, we can get the result because again, the result could either be successful, so the status could either be error or it could be success. This means we can go back and inside of here, we will create an if statement. If the result.status is equal to success, then everything is great. We can just return the result.message. But if this is not true, then we can throw a new error, and then as an argument we can provide the result.message. And since we throw a new error, we have to also catch the error in the error property or in this error event, and this will be equal to a standard arrow function. We can get the result in the params, but we don't really need to. And then inside of here we want to first of all update our state again, so set items. And what should we pass inside of here? Good question. Again, we created the previous items, our natural fallback. This means we can just copy this constant, which is an array, and paste it inside of here. And then we have to also provide an error message. This means we can say return, and for the message, this will be failed to reorder chapters. So this is already it. There's only one more thing missing, and that's that we want to create the return statement underneath this if statement active type chapters. So we can just create a return. So before we test it out, there's only one thing which annoys me quite a bit. So you see this error throws an error, or this error throws an error. What the hell am I talking about? So the function handle drag and gets a param, the event. But the thing is, this event currently is of type any. That's not good. This means we can just pass the type. And the type is called drag and event, imported from D&D Kit core. So as you see, I don't get any errors anymore, and this also means we can test it out. So we want to first of all again open Prisma Studio, and then we can go into our chapter model again, and as you see, chapter 2 has a position of 2 and chapter number 1 has a position of 1. This is correct. This means if we go back and do a hard refresh, we also see it right here, chapter number 1, chapter number 2, and then let's just reorder everything. So chapter number 2 should have a position of 1 and chapter number 1 should have a position of 2. And if we go back and do a hard refresh, you will see chapter number 2 has a position of 1. Chapter number 1 has a position of 2. Let's create another chapter. So this will be chapter number 3. Then for the position, this will be 3. What else do we have to pass here? Well, the course itself. I have only one course. This means I will also relate it to this one singular course, and then we can save the changes. So if I again go back and do a hard refresh, I should see inside of here chapter number 2, chapter number 1, chapter number 3. And if I reorder chapter number 1 and chapter number 3, so let's do this. So as you see, chapter number 2, chapter number 3, chapter number 1. If we go back and again do a hard refresh, we should also see the correct position here. So again, I'm in the chapter model. As you see, chapter number 2 has the position number 1. Is this correct? Yes, it's correct. And chapter number 3 should have the position number 2. It also worked. And the same thing is also true for chapter number 1. It has the position number 3. But you know what? We still have one problem. What's the problem? I mean, we reorder everything on the client side. Everything is also saved to our state. And then we also update our database on the server side with the server action. Everything works. What problems should we have? Well, there's a very core problem. So here's the thing. First of all, we have our state here, right? We have our initial items and we check if we have data. If we have data, then we pass the data to our state. If there's no data, this means if we haven't created any chapters or lessons yet, then this will just be an empty array. This is good and this is what we want. So this works perfectly fine for the first render. So this means if I go back and do a hard refresh, I will always get my fresh data. But now let's imagine the following. A user reorders a lesson and the server is updated and Next.js also automatically refetches the data because again, we use the revalidate pair function. This means it revalidates, it purges this cache, which also means this data gets loaded freshly again. We get new data. But here's the thing, this data prop is passed into the course structure as you see here and it has new data. I already mentioned that. But now we have stale data. What do I mean by that? Our state is unaware of our new data. It still thinks that we have old data. This new data is not updated. It still holds the old data from when we had our first render. This means we have to create a use effect hook to resync our state because our client-side state and server-side state will be completely out of sync. This means what we can do is just go right here above this function or above the sortable item, and then above here we can first of all get our use effect hook. This is imported from React. Then inside of here, as you all know, we want to invoke it, and then inside of there we can create a standard arrow function, and inside of here we want to update our state. So here's the thing, let's for now write the code and then I will again explain it. So we want to get our setter, set items, then we want to invoke it, we want to get our previous items, and then this is just equal to a standard arrow function. And inside of here we can create a constant updated items, and then this will be equal to our data.chapter.map. As a param, we can get the chapter, and then we want to just return it and open an object. So inside of here, we want to again propagate all of our data. We already did it with our initial items. This means I can literally just copy everything inside of here and paste it into our new mapping. We have to only update this is open boolean because we want to preserve our existing open state. This means if the chapter is already open, we want to also leave it open. This means for is open, instead of setting it to true as a default, we can get our previous items. Then we want to use the find method. As a param, we can get the item, and then we want to create an inline callback function. And here we want to find the item which matches our chapter ID. This means the item.id should be equal to the chapter.id. And then if this is true, if we find this item, this could be optional, and then we want to get the is open boolean. If this returns null, then we can just use nullish coalescence and set true as a default. If this code confuses you right now, don't worry, I will explain it right now. So the main goal here is to decide if a chapter should be set to open, so if the is open boolean should be set to true, or if it should be set to false after the component receives new data from our prop, from our parent in this case. And here we ensure that if a user has manually closed a chapter, that it also stays closed even if we update our state. So first of all, we have this previous items.find, and here we search through the previous items array, and the previous items is literally just our items itself. So here items, this is previous items. We search through them, and we are looking for a chapter in the old state that has the same ID as our current chapter. That's it. And if we find it, then we just use its open Boolean state. If it's true, it will be true. If it's false, it will be false. And if we don't find anything, so as you see, we have this nullish collision, then we just set it to true, because again, this is like our fallback value. If here nothing is found, then let's just set it to true. You could also set it to false. It does not really make a difference, but in this case, true just makes a bit more sense. And then, of course, this could also be not defined, so we want to do the same thing as with our initial items. So we can use the or sign and then use the empty array brackets. And then we have to also return our updated items. So as you see, we get an error, it's declared, so the value updated items, but it's never used. This means we can go underneath this constant and then just return updated items. And that's already it. Nevertheless, we still get an error, and that's for the useEffect hook itself. So React hook useEffect contains a call to set items. Without a list of dependencies, this can lead to an infinite chain of updates. And here's the thing, this useEffect should only run if our data itself updates. This means we can add a dependency array at the end, so comma, dependency array, and then inside of here, we want to pass our data. So again, this useEffect hook will only run if this data updates. If the data does not update, then this useEffect hook will also not run. So again, to summarize it, we first of all update our state on the client side. If I take this lesson and drag it here, then we updated everything on the client side. Then we also call a server action, which means we update our state on the server side. But if we don't have this useEffect hook, then our whole state will be not synced anymore, because this data won't reset. I hope this makes sense, because this data will be stale. It won't re-update our state. It will just be here and it will be stale. This is the reason why we created the useEffect hook. We want to repopulate our state with the new data to keep our client-side state in sync with our server-side state. This is super important, and most people don't do it, and then they wonder why their application is full of bugs. So as a next step, I want to push all of these changes into our remote repo. This means we can go back, open our terminal, we can stop Prisma Studio, we won't need it anymore, and then here in our main terminal, we can stop our dev server and then say git add everything with a dot. Then as a next step, we want to commit our files and create the commit message. This means git commit -m, and then for the message, this will just be v2, and then I want to also say DND finished. So this should already be it. We can click on enter, and then we want to also push our code. This means git push. As you see, this should in theory have worked, which means if we again go back and do a hard refresh, you will see right here v2 DND finished. So the next step is to allow a user to create a new chapter. So here's the thing, here on the right side, I want to render a button which will say something like new chapter. And then if the user clicks on the button, we will display a modal, a dialog, and then inside of there, the user can enter the chapter name. And then if the user clicks on save, we will then of course save the chapter in our database and display it inside of here. This means we can go back, close the env file. I will close everything, and then we want to first of all go into our app folder, admin folder, courses folder, course ID folder, edit folder, components folder. My god, so many folders. And then in the components folder, _components folder, we can create a new file. This will be the new chapter modal.tsx file, and inside of here we will create our modal. Again, I will interchange the word modal, dialog. They are the same words, they do the same thing, but Shadcn UI calls them dialogs, I call them modals. It does not really matter. But inside of here, we want to first of all create an export function. This will be the new chapter modal, and then we want to just open it. Inside of here, let's get started right away with a return statement. As mentioned, I want to use the dialog component provided by the components itself. And here's the thing, I want to control this dialog. This means I want to provide this open boolean, so if it's open or closed, and then I want to also listen for this on-open change event. This means above the return statement, we can create first of all state with the useState hook. This means this will be equal to useState imported from React. The initial value will be false. This means the dialog will be closed. And then we want to get a getter and setter. This means is open and then set is open. This means we can go into our dialog and we can get two properties. First of all, open, and open will be equal to is open. And then we can also get the onOpen change property. And this will fire whenever the dialog closes, or in other words, opens again. And this will be equal to a function. This means we can go above the return statement and we will create a function. How should we name it? Maybe handle open change, and then we can just open it. In the params, we can get the open property, and this will be a boolean. This means either our dialog will be open or closed. And inside of here, we can say set is open, and as an argument, we will provide open. And then the onOpen change function will be equal to handle open change. Now you might ask me, hey Jan, why did we create a separate function for this very, very simple code? We could also just say it inside of here or create this code inside of here. Yes, that's true. But later on, I want to do a bit more things inside of this function, and that's why we created a separate function. Then in the dialog itself, we can get the dialog trigger. This is imported from the components, and inside of there, we can render a button component. The button is imported from the components, and since this is a component in a component, we have to pass the asChild property for the dialog trigger. Then in the button, I want to just say new chapter. So first of all, I can get the plus icon from Lucid React. Then we can give it a class name, and this will be size 4. And then after the icon, I want to say new chapter. Then for the button, we can first of all give it a variant, and this will be outline, and of course also a size, and this will be SM, because the button should be a bit smaller. Then we can also give it a class name, which will be gap2, to give it a bit of spacing between the icon and then this new chapter text. If I save this and go back, you won't see anything, and that's because first of all, the dev server is not running. This means we can restart it again with pnpm run dev, but we still won't see this button anywhere. And that's because this component is currently not rendered in our course structure component, and we want to change that. So let's go to our return statement. Here we have our card and then our card header. As mentioned, on the left side, I want to display the card title. This is chapters. And on the right side, I want to render this modal, or in other words, this button. This means we can go into the card header underneath the card title, and we can get the new chapter modal. This is self-closing, and if we again go back, then you will see this button. But if I click on it, nothing happens. And that's because we are missing the dialog content. This means we can go back underneath the dialog trigger, we can get the dialog content component, this dialog content, or we can also style it, so we can give it like a maximum width. This means this will be SM or bigger, and then the maximum width will be a custom value, which will be 425 pixels. So if our screen is bigger than SM, this means 640 pixels, then we will have a maximum width. And then in the dialog content, we can get dialog or the dialog header component, and inside of here we can also get the dialog title. This is also imported from the components, and then for the dialog title, this will be create new chapter. And then we can also get the dialog description component, and here we will say, what would you like to name your chapter? Then underneath our dialog header, we can get started with our form, and I want to again use our form library. This means I want to use React hook form for form validation. This means we have to first of all set up React hook form. So here's the thing, we can open our creation route, because in the creation route, we already set up the use form hook. I will just copy this constant form, go back and paste it right here underneath this use state. So constant form equals to use form. We want to import use form from React hook form. Then for the type, this shouldn't be course schema type. No, instead this should be the chapter schema type. So if we open our sort schema, we currently have a sort schema for the course, and that's already it. But we also, of course, need a sort schema for our chapter and then also later on for our lesson. This means we can go underneath the course schema and we can create a new schema. So this will be export constant, or we want to export a new constant. This will be called chapter schema, and then this will be equal to z.object. We can invoke it, open an object, and inside of here we will have two properties. First of all, the name of the chapter. What type will this be? This will be of type z.string, and then also further validation .minimum3. We can also add a error message, a custom one, and then for the message this will be name must be at least 3 characters long. So we are finished with the name, but our chapter schema will also need the course ID itself to then create the relation. So whenever we then mutate our database, this means we want to get the course ID, and this will be also of type z.string. And here's the thing, we don't want to say .minimum3 or something like that, because the course ID isn't just a normal string. No, it's a UUID. This means we can say .UUID. So again, this won't just be here some gibberish. No, it has to follow a specific schema, the UUID schema. This means we can again invoke it, the structured, and we want to provide a message, and this will just be invalid course ID. Then we can also again export the type. This means underneath the course schema type, we can create an export type. This will be called chapter schema type, and this will be equal to z.infer. Then we can pass a generic, and this will be type of, and again chapter schema. So this should be finished. We can copy the name chapter schema type, and then we can paste it here instead of the course schema type. We can import it from our sort schemas file. We want to also import the sort resolver. This means I can just go to the creation route, search for the sort resolver, and then I want to import it from the hook form, or from hook form resolver's sort. We can then paste it again above, and instead of passing the course schema as an argument, we want to again pass our chapter schema. This means chapter schema imported from our sort schemas file. As you see, we get a few errors. What's the problem? Well, our default values are not correct. We don't have a price, we don't have a duration, level, and stuff like that. This means we can delete everything in the default values, and we want to get the name, and then this will be equal to an empty string because we currently don't have a name, and also we have to provide or propagate this course ID. But here's the thing, we don't get the course ID, but we can get it through our params. So we can destructure our params. I want to get a course ID, and what type will course ID have? It will be of type string. This means if we go back to our course structure, we will get an error, and that's because we are missing one property. This is the course ID. And where do we get our course ID from? Well, from our data. This means we can just pass our data.id. This is finished. We can again close this, and then the course ID will be equal to the course ID, which we get from our params. So this in theory should already be it. Of course, we also need the onSubmit function, but you know what? Let's implement it in a second. Let's for now render the UI. This means we can go underneath the dialog header, but still in the dialog content. We want to get the form component from the components. For the form, we have to spread our form itself. This means ... form. And then inside of here, we want to render a real form element. We can delete the action for now. We don't really have one. And we can also give it a class name, which will be space y of 8 to have some spacing in between. And then inside of here, we can get the form field component. This is self-closing. And inside of here, we have to first of all pass the control property. This will be equal to form.control. Then also the name. This will just be our name, because here we want to allow the user to input the title. So chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter XYZ, whatever. I don't really care. Then we want to also get the render prop function, and inside of here we will render our actual UI. Then in the params I can also the structured and get the field, and then we can first of all get the form item component from the components, and in the form item component we can get the form label. For the form label, this will just be name. Again, this is the basic label, and then underneath the form label we can get the form control. in the form control, I want to get the input component, and this input will have a placeholder which will say chapter name. Of course, we want to connect our input to our state management. This means to our form library, React hook form, which means we can spread our field inside of here. And again, the field has all of these cool things like this ref and on change and blah, 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 because React hook form works with controlled inputs, and using this field, we will control the input because again, it exposes a ref, a value, on value change and stuff like that. Then I want to also display the form message. This means an error message if we get one. This means we can go underneath the form control and get the form message component. So the UI should already be finished. This means if we go back and click on new chapter, then you will see this modal. If I click on X, it should close, and it also closes. Then we want to also display a dialog footer with this button to then submit the form or to save the change. This means we can go underneath this form field component, but we want to stay in the form itself. And then we want to get a dialog footer from the components, and inside of here we can just render a standard button component. For the, would you say, value, or for the content, we will just say save change, and of course we want to also provide a type, and this will be submit. This means if we again go back and click on new chapter, we get our title, card description, label, the input itself, and then the save change button. But the thing is, this button currently won't work. So as you see, we do a hard refresh. Why did we just do a hard refresh? Well, that's because our form does not have an action. And if our form does not have an action, it will just create a GET request as a default. But we don't want to create a GET request. No, we want to create a POST request. This means underneath our form, but above this handle open change function, we can create a new async function. This will be called onSubmit. We can then also open it. Of course, in the params, we can get our values, and this will be of type chapter schema type. And inside of here, we can then first of all start our transition. This means we can go underneath our open state for our dialog, and then we can again create a constant, and this will be equal to use transition. Use transition is imported from React, and then for the getter, this will be pending, and for the setter, this will be start transition. This means we can copy the name start transition and then paste it in our onSubmit function. Again, we want to invoke it, and then inside of here, we want to create an async arrow function. So I can just open it, and then inside of here, we want to call our server action. But here's the thing, we don't have any server action. What does this mean? We want to create a new one. So we can open our Explorer, then we want to go into our actions file, and here we will create a new server action, and this will be the create chapter server action. This means export async function, then the name will be create chapter. We can invoke it and open it. Inside of here, we can create a try and catch statement, and as you all know, we want to return an object. This means we can pass a return type parameter. So this will be a promise, and as a generic, we can pass our API response. Then for the catch statement, we can create or we can return an object. For the status, this will be error, and then for the message, this will be failed to create chapter. And then we can continue with our try statement. So I want to get started with server-side validation, which means we have to get our values. So in the params, we can get values, and what type is values? Well, it's of type chapter schema type. We can import it from the .schemas file, and then we can do server-side validation. This means in the try statement, we can say constant result, and this will be equal to chapter schema imported from the .schemas file, .save pass, and as an argument, we want to provide our values. As you all know, our validation could be successful or it could fail. If it fails, we want to return an error message. This means if the result is not successful, so if result is not success, then we can open this and we want to return an object. For the status, this will be error. And then for the message, this will be invalid data. So now we make sure that our data is safe to use, which also means we can continue by updating our database. So before we can create our mutation, we have to think through the logic a bit. So if we open our sort schemas or our schema file, our standard Prisma schema, then you will see that our chapter has a position. Now we can't just add some sort of random position. If we add 1, so for example I would say position 1 for chapter XYZ, then it would be in conflict with this chapter because this has also the position 1. So I can't just add some sort of weird position, some random position. No, it has to be the highest one. What do I mean by that? This has the position 1, this has the position 2, this has the position 3. This means the next chapter should have the position 4, and then the chapter after that should have the position 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we want to always create the highest position, if this makes sense. You could also say, hey, the newest chapter should always have position 1 and then this 2, 3, 4, blah, blah. This also works, but it's a bit harder to implement. It's easier to just get the highest position and then calculate +1. So if we have 3 chapters here, then the next chapter should have the position 4. So the first step will be to first of all find the position number of the last chapter, and then the second step will be to create a new chapter with a position number that is 1 greater. So if it's 3, it will be 4. So you know what, we will again first of all write the code and then I will explain it. So we want to say await Prisma dot transaction, and then we want to inside of here create an async arrow function, and as a param we can get a tx. This is like the transaction, and inside of here we can create a constant max position, and this will be equal to await tx. Tx is like Prisma, to be honest with you, it's like a Prisma instance, and inside of here we can say chapter dot find first, and then we want to just open it, and inside of here we don't want to find any chapter, we want to find a specific chapter. This means we have to get the where statement, and I want to find a chapter where the course ID matches our result.data.course ID. This means our server-side validation. So this result is what we get from our server-side validation, and this also houses all of our data, as you see. So here's the thing, we now get our chapter. So in this case this would be chapter number 1, but this would get us everything, the lessons, the title, everything. We don't need it, we only need the position. This means we can get a select statement, and we want to select only the position. This means this will be set to true, and then we want to also get a specific order. I don't want to have some random order, I want to get the highest position. This means we can also order the whole result, and this should be ordered by the position, and this means descending. This means we will get the highest number at the top. So this is step number 1. We get our max position, and the next step is to then create our new chapter. This means underneath the max position we can say await tx.chapter.create. We want to open it, and then we have to pass data. So what do we have to pass? Well, first of all the title. This will be equal to our result.data.name. Then we want to pass the course ID because we have to create the relationship, and this will be equal to result.data.course ID, and then we have to also pass the position. Again, we already get the max position here, and the max position now would be 3, but we don't want to pass 3 for the position, but instead 4. And then we want to say max position dot position +1. But here's one problem. You see, it gives us an error and it says max position is possibly undefined. What does this mean? Well, if we don't have any chapters, then our array is empty, which also means we don't have any position. So what we want to do is create like a ternary. If we don't have any position, which means if we don't have any chapters, then the position should be 0. If we already have a position, then let's say +1. This means we can just delete everything inside of here again and use parentheses and then say max position dot position. If it's not defined, we can use nullish coalescence and just pass 1, and if it is defined, then we can just say +1. So again, if max position is defined, then we will say +1, so in this case 4, but if it's not defined, then we will just render 1. And also, you know, I just made a huge mistake, because what do do we do here? We calculate +1. If I pass 1 here, then we will get 2. But we want to get 1. So this shouldn't be 1, but instead 0, because we will take the 0 and calculate +1. And then the last step is to also revalidate our cache again. So we validate path. And then for the URL or for the path, this will be /admin/courses/ the course ID. This means result.data.courseid/edit. And this is finished. But now you might ask me, hey Jan, I don't really understand this code. Yeah, it makes sense. We get the highest position. We then just calculate +1. But why do we use this transaction? So here's the thing. Using a transaction is very, very critical right here because it locks the database operations. It ensures that if two users try to add a chapter at the exact same time, they don't both get the same position number. So it's super important that you use the transaction because again, this creates a single operation which is atomic. And then the last step is to of course also return a success object. This means return, and then for the status this will be success, and also for the message this will just be chapter created successfully. So if we go back to our new chapter modal, we can also use the server action. This means in the start transition function, we can say constant, we can destructure it, and this will be equal to await try catch. I want to use the try catch helper function, and then if we invoke it, we have to pass one argument, and this is our create chapter server action. This is imported from the actions, and as an argument, we want to provide our values. Then where we destructure it, we can get two things, or we will get two things. First of all, the data and then the error. Again, data is a bit of a weird name, so we can just rename it to result. So this result is what we will get from the server side. Again, this could either be success or error. And this error is what we will get on the client side try catch. So we can first of all listen for the client side error. So if error, then we can just say toast.error. And also we have to import toast from Sonar. And then for the message, this will just be an unexpected error occurred. Please try again. And of course, we want to also stop the further execution, which means we can add a return statement. And if this is not true, this if statement, then we can listen for the result. This means if the result.status is equal to success, then we can open this and we want to return a toast.success, and the message will be result.message. And then also inside of here, I want to reset my form. This means we can say form.reset. We want to then invoke it, and also we want to close our modal. This means set is open will be false. And if this is not true, if we get an error, then we can say else if. And again, we want to check is the result.status equal to error. If so, we can return a toast.error, and for the message, this will be result.message. So our onSubmit function is finished, but as you see, it's not called anywhere. This means we can copy the name onSubmit, we can go back to our form, here we have it, and then we can add the onSubmit handler. And this onSubmit will be equal to form, so I can say form.handleSubmit, and then as an argument, we want to pass onSubmit. And again, on and then uppercase submit. So this is finished. Nevertheless, we still get one error. What's the problem? Well, pending is not used. It's declared, but never used. Where can we use it? We can use it for our button. So our button should be disabled if pending is true. So disabled will be equal to pending. And also, instead of just rendering save change, we can render it dynamically depending on the pending boolean. This means if pending is true, we can use the question mark, then we will say saving ... and if it's not true, we can use the colon and we will just render save change. And you know what? Before we test it out, there's one mistake which I made. My God, what's the problem? Well, again, look at the actions file. The actions file has server actions. Server actions are public endpoints. This means anyone can hit the server action. What does this mean? Well, we want to make sure that the user is authorized to create a new chapter, to create a mutation. This means above the try statement, we can say await require admin. We want to invoke it, go back, and you know what? It's time to test it out, and I'm super hyped to test it out. So if I click on new chapter, we get our modal. It looks beautiful. Then for the name, we can say this is a small test. And then how about we save the change? Pending state, and will it close? Yes, it closed. And at the bottom, I see this is a small test. But is our position correct? Good question. I'm not sure. So what we can do is open our terminal, and we want to again open Prisma Studio. Then Prisma opened in a new tab for me, so I will open it right here. And then you see chapter 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's create another chapter just to make sure that everything is correct. So this will be another chapter. If I click on Save Change, I should still see all of my data. Chapter number 2, chapter number 3, chapter number 1. This is a small test, another chapter. Oh my god, it works! Isn't this cool? This is so fancy. And as you see, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5. So this is finished, our chapter creation modal thingy dingy lingy. What am I talking about? So what's the next step? The next step is to allow the user to create a new lesson. We can first of all open our Explorer. Then in the underscore components folder, we can create a new file. And this will be new lesson modal.tsx. And you know what? We can literally just go to our new chapter modal, copy everything and paste it inside of here. And we are finished. No, we are not finished. So first of all, we can rename our whole function. So instead of new chapter modal, this will be new lesson modal. Then instead of only getting the course ID, I want you also get the chapter ID because we have to create a relationship. This means chapter ID. And what type will chapter ID have? Well, chapter ID will be of type string. Then for the form, we currently pass the chapter schema type, but this is incorrect. This should be the lesson schema type. This means we can open our .schemas file and we want to create a new schema. So underneath the chapter schema, I will just create an export constant. This will be the lesson schema and this will be equal to z.object, and then we can just invoke it and open an object inside of there. So what properties will we have? Well, first of all, the name. This means we can just copy the name from our chapter schema and paste it inside of here. Then we will also get the course ID. Again, I can just copy it and paste it inside of here. Then we will also get the chapter ID. I can copy it, paste it down below and rename it to chapter ID. Then for the message, this is fine, invalid course ID, or no, it's not fine. It shouldn't be invalid course ID, but instead invalid chapter ID. And then there are two more or a few more properties which we need, because again, if we open our schema itself, we also have the description, the thumbnail key, the video key, and the position. And inside of here, we can first of all get the description, so description, and this will be of type z.string, and we want to add further validation. This means .minimum 3. For the error message, you know what, I can just copy this message from our name, paste it inside of here, and instead of saying name must be at least 3 characters long, this will be description must be at least 3 characters long. And here's an interesting thing. If we go to the schema, you will see the description is optional. This also means that inside of here, we can just say .optional. Then what else do we have? We also have the thumbnail key and video key. So I will copy the name thumbnail key. I can paste it here. And then this will be of type z.string. And again, this will be optional. This means we can chain the optional method. And then we can copy paste this again. This will be for the video key. We can just copy paste the name. And this will be also of type z.string .optional. We don't have to add the position here for now. Maybe we will add it later on. Maybe we will need it later on. But honestly, I don't think so. So since this is finished, we want to then also, of course, export the type. This means underneath the chapter schema, we can say export type. This will be lesson schema type, and this will be equal to z.infer. We want to pass a generic, and this will be type of lesson schema. So this is finished. We can go back to our new lesson modal, not model. And then inside of here, instead of passing the chapter schema type, we can get the lesson schema type. And then for the resolver, this will be the lesson schema. And then for the default values, the name is fine, the course ID is fine. Then we want to, of course, also pass the chapter ID. ID. This will be equal to our, what was it? Correct, the chapter ID. And that's already it. Because again, if you click on Control Spacebar, the description, thumbnail key, and video key, all of them are optional, which means we don't have to pass these properties. So we can save this. This is finished. Then for the async function, for the values, this won't be the chapter schema, but instead the lesson schema type. Then we can also continue with our return statement. So for the button, we say new chapter, but this should rather say lesson, so new lesson. Then for the dialog content, this is fine. For the dialog title, we don't want to say create new chapter, but instead create new lesson. And for the dialog description, this should be what would you like to name your lesson. Then for the form itself, this looks fine. This also looks fine. The name is fine. For the placeholder, this should be lesson name, and for the form label you could say lesson name, but we can also say name, it does not really matter. And then for the dialog footer, saving, save change, yeah, this is fine. So I would say that we are relatively finished with everything. Nevertheless, we still have one problem, and that's that we are currently calling this create chapter server action. But instead, we want to create a new server action to create a new, come on, new lesson. We can open the Explorer again, then we want to go into the actions file. We can collapse this, or you know what? We can copy paste this export async function, create chapter. We can paste it down below one more time and we can rename it. So instead of create chapter, this will be create lesson, and this is already finished. No, it's not quite finished. So as you see right here, we have server-side validation, but we validate the chapter schema, or we compare our form data against the chapter schema. Instead of using the chapter schema, we want to get the lesson schema from the sort schemas file. Then for the error message, invalid data, that's fine. And then we want to update our transaction, because currently we find the highest position in our chapter, but we want to find the highest position of our lesson. This means await tx.lesson.find first. Then for the where statement, we don't want to use the course ID, but instead the chapter ID, and this will be equal to result.data.chapter ID. Then for the select statement, we want to get the position, and for the order by statement, again, we want to order the whole result based on the position, and then of course descending. We want to get the highest position at first. And then the next step is to create a new chapter. No, it's to create a new lesson. This means await tx.lesson.create, and then for the data, we can pass first of all our title. Then we want to also pass our description. This will just be equal to result.data.description. We want to also pass our video key, and then this will be equal to our result.data.video key. Then what else do we have? We also have the thumbnail key. This will be equal to the result.data.thumbnail key, and then we also have the chapter ID, and then this will be equal to the result.data.chapter ID. And the position is already defined, so again we get the maximum position. If it's for example 3, then we just add a 1, this means 4, and if we don't have anything, then the position will be 1. So this is finished. Then for the revalidate path, we validate our path, who would have thought. Then for the return statement, instead of saying chapter created successfully, we want to say lesson created successfully. And then for the catch statement, instead of saying failed to create chapter, we will say failed to create lesson. And then we can copy the name again, create lesson, so the server action name. And then in the new lesson module, we can update our try catch. So instead of calling create chapter, we want to call create lesson, which is imported from the actions file. Also for the toast.error message, this is fine, an unexpected error occurred. And as you see, I get one error. That's for this import statement, create chapter. I don't need it. And you know what? I think we are finished. We can go back to our course structure. And if we scroll a bit to the bottom, you will find this button, create new lesson. We can delete the button itself. We don't need it anymore. And instead, we will use the new lesson modal component. As you see, we get one error, and that's because we are missing two properties. First of all, the chapter ID. This will be equal to our item.id, so our iterator. And then also we have the course ID, and this will be equal to our data.id. Again, we get our data right here through the params. This means this is our general course ID. ID, and then we also have the chapter ID. So here we map over our items, and this item is the individual chapter. So this should already work in theory, which means if we go back, we have this. But you know what? This UI looks kinda ugly. Yeah, this button should take the whole width. I don't know, man, I made some mistake. So if we go back to the new lesson modal, we did not update our button. Sure, we said new lesson, but the styling hasn't been updated because this should take the whole width. This means we can delete the size and also this class name. We will only have the variant, and then for the class name, this will be width full, justify, which will be center, and also gap 1. This means if we save this and again go back, we finally have a normal button. So what do you think? Should we test it out? I think so. So if I go back, I can click on create new lesson and we get this modal. Create new lesson. What would you like to name your lesson? In this case, this will be lesson XYZ. And if I click on save change, we have a pending state, and I should see right here lesson XYZ. Then we can also create a lesson for chapter number 3. So this will be lesson number 1, save change. As you see, we have a pending state, and then we get a lesson here. We can create another one. This will be lesson number 2, save change, and we should get it right here, lesson number 2. And if we open Prisma Studio, you will also see right here all of the positions, and this also all looks correct. So we are finished. Again, if we do a hard refresh, we get all of our data. As you see here, we can reorder our lessons. We get our beautiful toasts at the bottom. We can create chapters. We can also create lessons. But there's only one more thing missing, and that's the ability to delete chapters and also to delete lessons. And that's the next step. And that's what we will do right now. So to give the user the ability to delete a lesson, we have to first of all create the UI. This means we want to again create a dialog. This means we can go back, we can open our Explorer, and then in the underscore components folder, we want to create a new file, which will be delete lessons.ts. Delete lessons? No, delete lesson, my god. We will only allow the user to delete one lesson at a time. Then inside of here, since this is a function, we can create an export function. This will be called delete lesson, and then we can just open this. And also this should be a TSX file and not a TS file. What is wrong with me today? So again, TSX, and then inside of here, we can get the alert dialog component. So alert dialog, this is imported from the components. And now you might ask me, hey Jan, why do we use the alert dialog component? Why don't we just use the dialog component which we just used a moment ago? So here's the thing, we can head over to the Shadcn website, and here we can search for the alert dialog. What's the difference? Because when we open it, it literally looks the same. Well, the thing is, if we click outside of the dialog, it does not close automatically. So here they say a modal dialog that interrupts the user with important content and expects a response. So I can't just click out of it. No, I have to either click on cancel or continue. In our case, this will be either, hey, do you want to delete this lesson, or do you want to just cancel everything and go back again? So that's why we use the alert dialog component. And whenever you have something which deals with deletion, it always makes sense, a lot of sense, to use the alert dialog component. Again, we want to control this component. This means we want to create the open state. So we can create a constant. This will be equal to use state. Use state is imported from React, and then the initial state will be false. As you all know, we want to get a getter and setter. This will be open and then also set open. And then the alert dialog will get two properties. First of all, open. Open will be equal to open, and then on open change will be equal to set open. And then we can go into our alert dialog and get the alert dialog trigger component. This is imported from the components, and inside of here we want to render the button component. Now here's the thing. We currently render a component in a component. This means we have to pass the asChild property for the alert dialog trigger. Then in the button, we want to render the trash2 icon imported from Lucid React. And we can also give it a class name, which will be size4. We want to then also style the button itself. So we can give it a variant. This will be ghost. And then also a size, which will be icon. And if we again go back and do a hard refresh, we won't see anything. What's the problem? Well, we currently don't render this component. This means we can go back to our course structure. And again, we want to render the delete lesson component. If we scroll a bit to the bottom, I can also zoom out a bit. So here we map over our chapters. That's fine. We render this button, that's all fine. And then we render or we map over our lessons. And here we have this button. This is the drag button. And then we have this deletion button. We can just delete it, and instead we will get the delete lesson component. This is self-closing. I can again zoom in, and as you see, this is our button here. But this button currently does not work, because if I click on it, nothing happens. What's the reason for that? Well, the reason is quite simple. We don't have any alert content, so there's no content currently. We can go underneath the alert dialog trigger, and we can get the alert dialog component content. Then inside of here we can get the alert dialog header, and inside of here we want to get the alert dialog title. So for the title we will just say, are you absolutely sure? And then we can also get the alert dialog description. Inside of here we can say this action cannot be undone. This will permanently delete this lesson. So this is finished, and then the next step is to continue with the content itself, or in other words with the footer, because we want to render two buttons. One button to just cancel everything and again go back, and then one button to delete this lesson. This means we want to go underneath the alert dialog header, but we want to stay in the alert dialog content, and here we can get the alert dialog footer. And then inside of here we can just say cancel, and that's already it. So if we save this and again go back, and if I click on this button, we already see our content. If I click on cancel, it also closes our dialog. So we can continue. I get one import error. I'm not sure why I imported the link. And then we can render the second button, and the second button will be there to trigger our mutation. Underneath the alert dialog cancel component, but still in the alert dialog footer, we can just get a standard button, and inside of here for now we will say continue or delete. Yeah, I think delete will be a bit better. And this is already finished, which means if we go back, we have this cancel button and then also this deletion button. But the thing is, this deletion button currently does not work because there's no server action which we can call. So we can open our actions file again. I want to go underneath this create lesson server action, and we want to create a new one. So a new function. In this case, export async function, and this will be called delete lesson. We can then just open this function, and inside of here we can create a try and then also catch statement. As you all know, we want to also add a return type parameter. This will be a promise, uppercase promise, and then for the generic we can pass our API response. So we want to create a generic and then pass the API response. In the catch statement we can return an error object, and then for the status this will be who would have thought error, and then for the message we can just say failed to delete lesson. So then we can continue with our try statement. And you know what, before we continue with our try statement, let's also make sure that the user is an admin. Above the try statement we will say await require admin. We want to call the function, and with that we will make sure that the user is an admin. And now we can get started with our mutation. So here's the thing, we want to now, let's maybe think through the logic again, because this is a bit not complicated, but you have to understand it. So here's the thing, if we delete a lesson, so let's imagine we delete this lesson here, lesson number 2. If we delete it, we have to also reorder our structure, because this would have a position of 1, it would just stay as is, but this here wouldn't stay position number 3. This would now move up one row, if you want to call it like that, and it would have the position number 2. This means we can't just delete a lesson. No, we have to get our lessons, we have to check the order, we have to then reorder everything and then delete our lesson. So in the try statement, we want to first of all get all of our lessons, because again, we want to get all of the positions. So we can create a constant, we will call it chapter with lessons, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is already imported, and I also misspelled this, and then we want to get the chapter model and dot find unique, since we want to find a unique chapter, and with that all of the lessons which relate to this one chapter. Then we can use the where statement, because again we don't want to find any chapter but a specific one. And what's a unique identifier? Well, the ID, but we don't get the chapter ID. This means in our params, we can destructure them, and I want to get the chapter ID first of all, then I want to also get the course ID, and I want to also get the lesson ID. This is the one which we then want to delete later on. Of course, we have to also provide all of the types. For example, the chapter ID, I will just copy paste it. The chapter ID will be of type string. Then we also have the course ID. We can just copy paste it. This will be of type string. And of course, we also have the lesson ID, and this will be of type number. No, of course not, of type string. So this is finished, which means the ID should be equal to the chapter ID because we want to find a specific chapter, not a course, but a chapter. Then we want to also create a select statement because we don't want to get everything. We want to only get specific things. First of all, we want to get the lessons, and we can also order them. So we can use the order by prop, and we want to order our result using the position, and we want to get the oldest or the smallest number at first. This means this will be ascending. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. Not 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. It's ascending, not descending. So we get our lessons, and then we want to also select a few things from the lessons. We can add another select statement, and we want to get the ID, and then of course also the position. And of course this could be not defined, because if the chapter ID is not correct because, I don't know, some weird reason, then this whole statement, this whole return, or this chapter with lessons will then be not defined, so it will be null. This means we want to create an if statement, and we want to check that if we don't get any data, then we want to return an error message and say chapter not found, data not found, whatever. This means we can create an if statement, and if there's no chapter with lessons, then we can just create a return object. For the status, this will be error, and then for the message, this will just be chapter not found. So we got our data, so we now make sure that we actually have our data. So we can create a new constant just to get our lessons. So constant lessons, and this will be equal to chapter with lessons.lessons. So we did not fetch anything, we just currently pretty much get our data from this query. So we get our lessons, and here's the thing, we want to find the specific lesson which we want to delete, because lessons is an array, but we don't want to delete all lessons. No, we want to delete a specific lesson. This means we can create a new constant, lesson to delete, and this will be equal to lessons, not lesson ID, but lessons dot find, and we want to find a specific lesson. As a param, this is the iterator, we can get a lesson, and then we want to find a lesson where the lesson ID matches the lesson ID which we provide. Again, we get the lesson ID through the params. Here we will tell our server action which lesson we want to delete, and then in our find method, we try to find the specific lesson where the lesson ID matches the lesson ID which we provide. Then we can again create an if statement, because it could be that we don't find a lesson. If there's no lesson to delete, then we can just open this and again return an object. So for the status, this will be error, and then for the message, this will be lesson not found in the chapter. So the next step is to prepare our update. We want to create it's not on the client side, but we want to create our in-memory state right now. So underneath this if statement, we can create a constant, and this will be called remaining lessons. And here we will generate the new array, because we want to have a new array with all of the new positions. With this constant, we first of all just get all of the remaining lessons, and then as a next step, we will reorder the positions. But for now, we will just find the items, or we want to just find the items which will stay, which we won't delete. This will be equal to our lessons.filter. We want to use the filter method. Then as a param, we can get the lesson, and we want to filter all of the lessons where the lesson ID does not match the lesson ID which we provide. So again, lesson.id should not match the lesson ID which we provide through the params. So this remaining lessons will just create a new array, and this new array will contain all of the lessons except the one which we want to delete. So in this case, this lesson ID. And then underneath the remaining lessons, we can reorder all of the positions. We can create a constant updates, and this will be equal to remaining lessons .map as a param, we can get a lesson and index, so params, and then we can open a standard arrow function. Inside of here, we can create a return statement, and we want to create update statements with Prisma. Return prisma.lesson.update. We want to then just open it, and inside of here, we have to provide a where statement. We don't want to update any lesson. We want to update a specific lesson where the ID matches the lesson.id. And then we have to also provide data. And what do we want to update? We want to update the position. We can use our index, but here's the thing. The index is 0 or JavaScript is 0 indexed. This means our array, if it has 5 items, it will start with 0. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's it. But we want to use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We don't want to start with 0. We have to say index plus 1. So it will start with 1. And if we have 5 items, it will end with 5 and not with 4. So we now reordered our positions. And the next step is to also perform our mutation. We want to perform the deletion and then in this case also the updates in one singular transaction. So underneath the constant updates, we can just say await prisma.$transaction, and then we want to just invoke it and we want to open an array inside of here. And then we can first of all spread our updates, and don't worry, I will explain everything in a second. Then we can add a comma and we want to also then update or delete the lesson. This means prisma.lesson.delete. We want to invoke it, open it, we want to add a where statement, and I want to delete a lesson where the ID matches the lesson ID and also where the chapter ID matches the chapter ID. So with this we ensure that the lesson corresponds to the correct chapter. So what did we just do right here? Well, first of all, with the remaining lessons, we filter out or we create a new array that contains all of the lessons except the one which we want to delete. So now we have all of our items, but the position currently is incorrect. So it could be 1, 2, and then 4, 5 because we deleted the third lesson or the lesson with the position number 3. This is of course not correct. This means we have to also, you could say, update everything. So that's why we map over our data again and then pass a new position. So here we iterate over all of our lessons and then we create a new Prisma lesson.update. So we create a new update command, and this sets the position of the lessons index in the new array. So index plus 1. Effectively, this just renumbers everything. 0 will be 1, 1 will be 2, 3 will be 4, and so on. And also you might ask me, hey Jan, but right here we already update our database, right? Prisma.lesson.update. No, currently nothing is executed. We don't create any mutations. These statements are currently just prepared and we execute them right here in the next step. So here we execute the deletion of our lesson, but also we execute all of our updates. That's why we spread them. And now you might also ask me again, hey Jan, why is this transaction needed? Why do we use it? Well, it's very, very critical because a database transaction is a sequence of operations that are performed as a single and atomic unit of work. This means if one of these update commands fails, then this whole transaction will fail. If this deletion fails, then the whole update or the whole transaction fails. So, because if we wouldn't use a transaction, it could be that, for example, one update command fails, but we still delete the lesson. This shouldn't happen. Everything should run like a single atomic statement. If one fails, then everything fails. If everything is successful, then everything is also successful here. That's why we use the transaction. And also, I think I mentioned at the start, I'm not sure that this then runs in parallel. No, this is not correct. Promise.all, this then runs in parallel. And then the next step is to, of course, also revalidate our path. We can just go to our create lesson function. We can copy the revalidate path function and then just literally paste it right here underneath. This means we will just revalidate our cache again. But as you see, we get one error, and that's because we don't have any server-side validation. We don't have this result.data.course ID. We just get our course ID through the params. So we can pass it literally like that. And of course, we want to also return an object. And then for the status, this will be success. And then we can also add a message. And for the message, this will be lesson deleted and positions reordered successfully. So we can then use the server action. We can go back to our delete lesson server, or not server action, but to our UI modal alert dialog. And then inside of here, we can first of all create the onSubmit function. Above the return statement, we can say async function onSubmit, and then we can just open it. Inside of here, I want to again start a transition. Underneath our state, we can say constant. We want to get a getter and setter. This will be pending, and then also start transition, and then this will be equal to use transition imported from React. And then we can use our start transition in our onSubmit function. Start transition, we can invoke it again inside of here. We will have an async arrow function, and then we can just open it. Inside of here, we want to again use our try-catch helper. We can say constant, we can destructure it, and then this will be equal to await try-catch. Try-catch is imported from our hooks folder, and then we want to invoke it. Inside of here, we have to pass our server action. How was our server action called? Well, it was called delete lesson. We can paste it inside of here, and of course also import it. And as you all know, we have to provide 3 arguments. So the chapter ID, the course ID, and the lesson ID. But here's the thing, we don't get a chapter ID, we don't get a course ID, and we also don't get a lesson ID. But we want to get it through our params, because here we can just pass it as props in our course structure. So we can literally just go to our actions file. Here we already destructure everything. I can just copy it and paste it right here into the delete lesson. So we want to get a chapter ID, a course ID, and a lesson ID. If I go back to my course structure, I instantly get an error, and that's because we have to pass all of these properties. So the chapter ID will be equal to our item.id. This is the iterator. Then the course ID will be equal to our data.id. And then we also have our lesson ID, and this will be equal to our lesson.id. Because again, we iterate over our lessons, item.lessons.map, and as a param, as the iterator itself, we get the lesson. And that's why we get the lesson.id. And then for the delete lesson, or in the delete lesson file, we can then provide all of our arguments. This means the chapter ID, the course ID, and also the lesson ID. So this is finished. We now call our server action, and as you all know, as a result, we get our data and also the error itself. We can also rename our data, and this will be called result. Then we can first of all create an if statement for our error. And you know what? To save some time, we can literally just open the new chapter modal and then just copy this whole if statement. So if there's an error, we will return a toast. If the result is successful, we will return this, and so on and so on. I will literally just copy it and paste it inside of here. So again, if there is an error, then we will return a toast, and we will say an unexpected error occurred. Please try again. If the result is successful, then we will return a new toast.success with the message. We can delete the form.reset because we don't have any form, and then we can also set open to false because we want to close the modal. And then if this is not successful, then we just return the toast.error with the result message. So this should already be it. We can copy the name on submit, and then we want to update our button, the deletion button. So this button will have an on-click handler, which will be equal to on submit, and then we can also add a disabled state, and this button will be disabled if pending is true. Also, instead of just saying delete, we can of course make it dynamic. So if pending is true, we can use the question mark, then we want to, or I want to return deleting ... If this is not true, I will use a colon and I will just return continue. Or delete, yeah, delete was a bit better. If we go back and do a hard refresh, nothing should really change. All of the icons are still displayed here. But if I click on one, so we have lesson number 1, lesson number 2, lesson number 3. This should now reorder. This means if I click on lesson number 2 and delete it, we have a pending state. And then we should see lesson number 1, lesson number 3. Very nice. And then also here, we don't see anything, that's fine. We can also delete, for example, lesson XYZ, or you know what, we will reorder lesson XYZ. So this means this has an order of 1, a position of 1, and this has a position of 2. If I delete lesson number 1, then this should have a new position, which should be 1, correct? So we can also double check it. Let's open Prisma Studio and let's see if it really worked, because I'm not sure, to be honest with you. So lesson XYZ, and what's the position? 1. So it worked exactly as wanted. So the next step is to also allow the user to delete a chapter. So we can again open our Explorer. We want to go into the underscore components folder and we want to create a new file which will be called delete chapter.tsx. So here's the thing, the UI will be literally the same, which means we can go into the delete lesson file and we can again just copy everything and paste it inside of here. Of course, we want to rename the function. So instead of saying delete lesson, this will be delete chapter. Then what else can we change? For the params, this is fine enough for now. The server action, yeah, this is incorrect. We will update it. Then for the UI itself, the button for now is fine enough. Then the title, are you absolutely sure? This is also okay. For the description, this action cannot be undone. This will permanently delete this lesson. No, this should be chapter. And then for the button, deleting, delete, this is also fine enough. We can use this delete chapter in our course structure. So where do we have this button? Again, I will zoom out a bit. Here we first of all map over our chapters. That's what we want to have. Then we have the grip vertical. And then we should also see somewhere the button, the trash button. Here we have it. We can just delete it and instead get the delete chapter component. And currently we also get an error because we are missing a few properties which we have to pass, but we will do that in a second. For now, I want you first of all create the server action because currently we call the delete lesson server action, but we want to of course delete a chapter and not a lesson. So what we can do is just copy this export async function, delete lesson, and paste it down below because the logic is literally the same again. So the function will be called delete chapter. Then we can also update our params. So I want to get the chapter ID and the course ID. I don't need the lesson ID. I mean, I don't want to delete a lesson, so why would I need a lesson ID, right? So we get the chapter ID, we get the course ID. Then we check that the user is an admin. This is also correct. But here we get our chapter with lessons. Do we need a chapter with lessons? No, we need a course with chapters. We will rename this. This will be course with chapters. And then this will be equal to await prisma.chapter. No, this is incorrect. This will be await prisma.course.findUnique. And then for the where statement, we don't want to pass the chapter ID. Instead, we want to pass the course ID. And then we can also update the select statement fundamentally. So I will literally delete everything in the select statement. And we want to get the chapter itself. And we want to order the result based on the position. We can get the order by prop and this will be equal, or inside of here we can get the position and this will be ascending. This means we will get the lowest number first. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we can also create a select statement and we want to get the ID and then of course also the position. We can then continue, we can copy the name. Here we have an if statement. We want to rename this, so we want to check if course with chapters does not exist. And instead of saying chapter not found, we will say course not found. Then here we get our lessons. We don't need the lessons, we want to get the chapters. And then we don't want to use this chapter with lessons, but instead course with chapters. And then we don't want to get the lessons, but instead the chapter. Here we then create this constant lesson to delete. We don't want to delete a lesson. Instead, we want to delete a chapter. This will be called chapter to delete. Then we don't want to find something using the lessons, but instead our chapters. As a param, we can get the chapter itself. And you know what? We can just say chap. It's faster to write. And then the chap ID has to be equal to the chapter ID, which we provide right here in our params, chapter ID. Then we get our chapter to delete. But as you all know, this could be undefined because it could be that we don't find the correct chapter. That's why we have this if statement. So if there's no chapter to delete, then we will return an error which will say lesson not found. Do we want to say lesson not found? No, we want to say chapter, so chapter not found in the chapter? No, in the course. So this is also finished. Then we can continue with our remaining lessons. Remaining lessons? No, we want to continue with our remaining chapters. We can just rename this, remaining chapters. Then we don't want to filter our lessons, but instead our chapters. As a param, we can get the chap itself. We want to check that the chap chapter.id is not equal to the chapter ID, which we provide in our params. So we now get our remaining chapters, which means we want to also reorder them. So we can copy the name remaining chapters, we can paste it here, we will map over them. Instead of getting a lesson, we will get a chap, and then we want to find a lesson, or we want to update a lesson where the ID matches our chap ID. For the data, we pass our position, and this will be equal to the index plus 1. This is fine, this is correct, I already explained it. JavaScript is 0 indexed, we have to always calculate plus 1. And then we can continue with our transactions. So we want to spread our updates, and then we don't want to delete a lesson, but instead a chapter. And then for the ID, or for the where statement, the ID will be equal to our chapter ID. And we don't have to pass this chapter ID, we can literally just delete it. So this means we want to then execute all of these updates and also delete the individual chapter which the user wanted to delete. Then for the revalidate path function, this is all fine. And then for the return toast, or for the return object, success is fine. Instead of saying lesson deleted, we want to say chapter deleted and positions reordered successfully. And then for the error message, instead of saying failed to delete lesson, we will say failed to delete chapter. We can go back to our delete chapter file, to our UI itself, and then we want to update our onSubmit function, because currently it calls delete lesson, but instead we want to use or call the delete chapter server action. And we don't want to pass the lesson ID as an argument, so we can just delete it. We want to only pass the chapter ID and course ID, which also means we can update our params. I don't need the lesson ID, I can just delete it. We can again go back to our course structure, and then we have to provide two properties. First of all, the chapter ID, which will be equal to our item.id. This is the iterator. And then we want to also provide our course ID, which will be equal to our data.id. So here we shouldn't get any errors anymore, but we still get one. This is probably an unused import. Yes, I can just delete it. So if we again go back and do a hard refresh, everything should still work. And you know what? Let's delete this chapter, another chapter. Or no, you know what? We want to delete this is a small test, because again, this position, chapter number 2, has a position of 1. This is the position number 2, this is the position number 3, this is the position number 4, and this is position number 5. If I delete this is a small tag, then this another chapter should have a new position, which should be 4. I can click on delete here, then delete, we have a pending state, and failed to delete chapter. What's the problem? Well, let's go back to our server action, because the error message was right here, failed to delete chapter. This means our catch statement got triggered. So let's start from the top. Require admin, this is fine. Await prisma.course.find unique, where ID, course ID. We select everything. This shouldn't be the error. Then this if statement did not get triggered, so that's also not a problem. Chapters, course with chapters.chapter, this is fine. Chapter to delete, chapters.find, this is also fine. This if statement did not get triggered, so everything up or until here was successful. Then remaining chapters, here chapters.filter, this is also fine. I don't see the problem here. Constant updates, remaining chapters.map, chap index. Oh my god, this error is here. You see, we currently try to update a lesson, but do we want to update a lesson? No, we want to update the chapter. This means we can just add our chapter here again, not the lesson. And you see what? This here is a huge benefit, or that's the reason why we use the transaction. So as you see, this updates command, or these update commands, failed, or at least, yeah, they failed. All of them failed. But this chapter delete, in theory, did not fail. This means if I wouldn't have used the transaction, then this deletion would have been successful, but our reordering would have not been successful. This means we would have a side effect. And that's why we use the transaction. This failed, which means everything failed. So if we go back, we can again do a hard refresh. Everything will still have the same state as you see, and we want to again delete this is a small test. We can click on delete, we have a pending state, and it should be successful. As you see, yes, it was successful. And then we can also again open Prisma Studio, and this chapter, how was it again called? It was called another chapter. It should have the index for or the position. So we are finished with creating lessons, deleting lessons, creating chapters, deleting chapters. This all works, which means we can create another commit. So we can again open our terminal, and then inside of here, we will just say git add everything with a dot. And you know what? No, before I do that, there's one problem. So if we open, for example, what was it? Create modal, or no, create lesson or new lesson. That's how it's called. This is our modal. And here we have this function handle open change. If I, for example, add a new lesson, pass some gibberish, and I just click out of it, nothing is deleted, because if I again click on new lesson, you see it's still inside of here. So our form does not reset. This is of course not quite what we want. This means if the user closes the modal, we want to then also reset our form. We can create an if statement, and we want to say if open is not true, this means if the dialog is closed, then we want to say form.reset. We want to reset the form. We can then invoke it, and we want to also do the same thing for new chapter modal, because right here we also have this function. We can create an if statement, and if open is not true, then we will again say form.reset, and we can invoke it. If we again go back and do a hard refresh, nothing works. That's because I stopped my dev server, so I will again restart it. And if I now click on new lesson, pass some gibberish and close it again, and again click on new lesson, you see we again get the initial state. And that's because we reset the form. And now we can also push these changes right into our repo. We can stop the dev server, and then inside of here, we can say git add everything with a dot. This will add all of the files. Then git commit -m, and then of course we want to provide a message, and this will be v3, and then D&D operations finished, I think so, and then we can click on enter, and of course push everything. This means git push. So this will push all of the code into the GitHub repo, which means if I head over to GitHub, then you will see right here, where do we have it? v3, D&D operations finished. So we can again close GitHub. So now you might say, hey Jan, we are finally finished with our course structure D&D section, and we can finally continue with the customer dashboard, for example. Yeah, I wish. We are not quite finished, because here's the thing. Here we have our lesson, and if a user clicks on the lesson, he gets a 4 not found page. What's the problem? Well, we want to also create a edit form for the lesson, because a user should be able to update the title, add a description, upload a thumbnail, and of course also upload the actual video. So that's the reason why we get this 4 not found, because we currently don't have the route for this page. And if we look at the route structure itself, it's relatively interesting. So we have /admin, /courses, /the course ID itself, then /the chapter ID, and then /the lesson ID. And currently, if we go back to our Explorer, you will see that we only have the course ID. This means we have to create another child route, and this will be the chapter ID route, or yeah, the chapter ID route. And this chapter ID route will have another child route, which will be the lesson ID. And then inside of there, we will create the form. So we can then go into our course ID folder. Please don't go into the edit folder. This has to be specifically the course ID folder. Inside of here, we can create a new folder. Again, this will be a dynamic route for the chapter ID. This means we can use dynamic, or we can use these array brackets, and then inside of here, we will say chapter ID. Again, this will create a dynamic route segment. And then we want to also create a lesson ID route. So we can create another child folder in the chapter ID folder. Again, this will be a dynamic route segment. This means we want to get array brackets, and then we will get the lesson ID inside of here. Of course, we want to create a route. This means in the lesson ID folder, we can create a page.tsx. And since you all know, since this is a route, we have to also create an export default function. So export default function, the name will be lesson ID page, and then we can just open it. And then inside of here, I want to create my lesson form. But before we can even render anything, we have to of course get our data. So we can open our Explorer first of all, then we want to go into our data access layer, in this case our data folder, and then we want to get our admin, or we will call it like get lesson. This will be the name of our file. So in the admin folder, we can create a new file, and this will be admin-get-lesson.ts, because we want to get data for a singular lesson. Then inside of here, we can create an export async function. This will be called admin get lesson, and then we can just open it. So inside of here, we want to make sure that the user is first of all an admin. So we can call the require admin function, so await require admin, and then underneath this require admin, we can query our data. So constant data is equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the lib folder .lesson.find unique, and we want to find a specific lesson, which means we want to use a where statement. And what's a unique identifier? Well, the ID is a unique identifier. So how can we get the ID? Well, we can get it through the params. So here we can get an ID, and this will be of type string, and then we can pass our ID for the ID. So then we want to also select some data. We don't want to get everything from the lesson. So we need a title, then we need also the video key itself, then we can also get the thumbnail key, we can also get the description itself, we want to get the ID, and then also the position. And then as a next step, we want to also check if we get data, because again, if this ID is not the correct ID, then this data will just be undefined or null, as you see. We can create an if statement and check. If we don't get any data, then we can return not found. Not found is imported from Next/navigation, and again, this will then redirect the user to a or it will render a for not found page. And then we can also return our data at the end. So we can again close this file, we don't need it anymore. And then inside of here, we can get our data. So this will be then a constant lesson, and this will be equal to await admin get lesson. We can invoke it, and as you see, we get two errors. First of all, this function should be an async function. And again, this is safe to do so because this is a server component. Everything runs on the server side. And then our admin get lesson function expects one argument, the ID. But how can we get our ID? Well, we can get it through the params. And I don't want to only get one thing through the params. I want to also get the course ID and then also the chapter ID. Because again, all of these routes are dynamic. So we have dynamic route segments. We can get the course ID, we can get the chapter ID, and we can get the lesson ID. So we can create an interface at the top. This will be called params, uppercase, then this will be equal to a promise, and then we want to pass a generic. And also, this shouldn't be an interface, but instead a type. A silly mistake from me. And then inside of the generic, we can open an object. And again, what do we want to get? We want to get the course ID, chapter ID, and lesson ID. Please make sure that what I say or what you write right here corresponds or has the same spelling as the folder name. So here I'm trying to get the course ID, and my folder is also called course ID. If this folder would be called hello, then you want to also get hello here. If this would be called yo, then you would want to also get yo here. But in this case, since my folder is called course ID, I want to also get the course ID. This will be of type string. Then we want to get the chapter ID. Again, make sure that you spell it correctly. This will be also of type string. And then we want to get the lesson ID, and this will be of type string. And also you might ask me, maybe you already forgot it, I'm not sure, hey Jan, why did we add this promise here? Well, again, in Next.js 15, your params are asynchronous. You have to await them. So that's the reason why we add a promise right here, because we have to then await this promise. So in the params, we can first of all destructure them, and then we want to get params, which will be of type uppercase params, the type which we just created. And then where we destructured, we can get our params. As mentioned, we want to await them. So in this case, this will be a constant. We can destructure it, and then this will be equal to await params. Then where we destructured, we can click on Control spacebar, and we can get the chapter ID, the course ID, and also the lesson ID. As mentioned, we want to pass as an argument our lesson ID, so we can just pass it. So we get our data, as you see here. If I hover over my lesson, I get all of my data, all of my properties, and then as a next step, we can create our form. Now here's the thing. Our form needs interactivity, right? Or it creates interactivity. We will set up React hook form. We will have client-side state and stuff like that, which means we have to create a separate component, a component which we can mark with the use client directive, because this is a server component, which means it can't have any interactivity. So we can open our Explorer again. Then in the lesson ID folder, we can create a new folder, and this will be the underscore components folder. And inside of here, we can create a new file called lessonform.tsx. So this will be our form itself. As mentioned, inside of here, we will have interactivity, which means we can mark this with the use client directive. Again, this means we will get a JavaScript bundle. And then inside of here, we can first of all get our data. So here's the thing, as you all know, we can get the type right through our query. So if we go into our data access layer and into our admin get lesson file, we can get our type or our type or our types in this case right from our query. We can literally just open any other file, so the admin get courses file. We can copy this export type and paste it into our admin get lesson file. Let's paste it here. We can rename it, so this will be admin lesson type. We want to await it, and this will be type of admin get lesson, so the function name. And then we can delete these array brackets because this isn't an array, but instead just an object. So we can copy the name admin lesson type. We can go back to our lesson form, and then inside of here, we can already create an interface. Why not? So this will be called iappprops, and inside of here, I want to get my data. So the data which we just queried here, constant lesson equals to await admin get lesson. So our data will be equal to our type, admin lesson type, which we just created. And then we want to also get a chapter ID. So we can add a semicolon, and then this will be the chapter ID, which will be of type string. Then we can already create finally our function. So this will be an export function. We will call it lesson form, uppercase. And then we can just open it. Again, in our params, we can get our data, so we can destructure this, and this will be of type iappprops. And then where we destructure it, we can get our chapter ID and data. So this is pretty much finished, and we can also already create a simple return statement. So we can just return a div and then also an h1 inside of the div, and then I will just pass some gibberish inside of here. We can then copy the name lesson form, and we can render it inside of our page.tsx, because the page.tsx currently does not return anything. So we can create a new return statement, and then we won't create any divs, any h1s. No, we will just render our lesson form imported from our components. As you see, we get an error. What's the problem? Well, we are missing two things, or we are missing two properties, the chapter ID and the data. We already get our data and chapter ID, which means we can just pass our data, our properties. So the data will be equal to our lesson, and then our chapter ID will be equal to our course ID. No, it will be also equal to our chapter ID. So we can go back to our lesson form, and then we can first of all create our form, because as you see, we only render some gibberish. And you know what? Before we maybe create the UI itself, the form, we can first of all test it out and see if it works. If we go back and do a hard refresh, do we see anything inside of here? Yes, we see some gibberish. This means everything works, so we can go back, and then inside of here, we can start off fresh. So I will create a new div element first of all, and I'm not sure what's wrong with my autocomplete today, but okay. And then how will our whole UI look like? Well, this is a good question. First of all, I want to create a link, or on the top left corner, we will have a link to go back, and then underneath the link, we will render our cart, and then in the cart, we will create the whole form. So in the div, we can first of all get the link component, argument from next/link, and then inside of here, we want to get the arrow left icon from Lucid React. Of course, we want to add a class name, and this will be size. We did it literally 1,000 times already, size 4, width 4 and height 4. And then after our arrow left icon, we can get a span element and we will say go back because we want to literally go back. Then as you see, the link currently complains, and that's because it's missing one key property, and that's the href, and this will be a dynamic route, a dynamic path. So we can use upticks, and then inside of here we will say /admin/courses and then / the course ID itself. And of course I forgot to get the course ID. Wow, silly mistake. So course ID will be of type string, and then I can also destructure the course ID, and then in our page.tsx we can pass the course ID as a prop. So the course ID will be equal to the course ID. Then we can go back to our lesson form and we can update our href. So /admin/courses /dynamic value, which will be the course ID, and then /edit. So if we go back again and we can just click on any lesson, it does not really matter, then you will see this link. I guess this should be a button, but as you see, it does not look like a button. So we want to update this. We want to style it like a Shadcn UI button. So we can give the link a class name, and then this will be equal to button variants. Button variants is imported from the components. We can destructure it, and then we can add a variant, which will be outline, and we can also add a class name, and then the class name will be margin bottom 6. So if we can go back, then we will see a beautiful button. So this is finished, the button itself, and as the next step, we can create the card. So if we go back, we can go underneath the link, but we want to stay in the div, and we can first of all get the card component. In the card, we want to get the card header, and in the card header, we will get the card title. So for the card title, I will say lesson configuration, and then underneath the card title, I want to get the card description. And for the description, this will be configure the video and description for this lesson. And then in the card content, I want to render the form. So we want to set up React hook form. So I can just open our create route, so /admin/courses/create, because inside of here, we already set up the use form hook. So we can just copy this constant form and then paste it above the return statement. Of course, the types are not correct. We don't want to update or create a course. We don't want to use the course schema. No, of course not. So as a first step, we can first of all import use form from React hook form. Then for the type, this won't be the course schema type, but instead the lesson schema type. This is imported from the Zod schemas file. We want to also import the Zod resolver. So I will just copy paste the import statement. Where was it? Zod resolver. This is imported from hook form resolvers Zod. We can paste it on the top. And then we want to also update the argument. So we don't want to use the course schema, but instead we want to get the lesson schema. Then we have to also update the default values. We can just delete everything in the object, and then we can start off fresh. So first of all, we will get a name, and the name will be equal to our data. So as you all know, we get our data, and the data has a title. So name will be equal to our data.title. Then we will also have the chapter ID. This will be equal to our chapter ID. Then we can also get the course ID, and this will be equal to our course ID. And then there are only 3 more properties, and this is the video key, thumbnail key, and description. So we can first of all get a description, and this will be equal to our data.description. But as you see, we get an error. What's the problem? Well, if we hover over the description itself, it says type string or null is not assignable to type string or undefined. So this description could be not defined because it's optional. If we open our schema and go to our description and also thumbnail key and video key, you see all of these 3 properties are optional. We added question marks. This means they can be null. So if this is null, we can use nullish coalescence, and instead we will pass undefined. So if there's no description, we will pass undefined, which means we won't pass anything. Then we can also get our video key. Again, this will will be equal to the data.video key. This could be null, so we can use nullish coalescent and pass undefined if it's not defined. And of course, we want to also get our thumbnail key, and this will be equal to our data.thumbnail key. And if it's not defined, we can use nullish coalescent and pass undefined. So our form is finished, or in other words, the use form hook is finished. And as a next step, we can create the UI for our form. As you all know, we want to first of all get the form component from the components. This form component needs to, or in the form component, we want to spread our form itself, because we want to connect our UI to our use form hook, to our form instance. And then inside of here, we can create a simple or a standard form element. As you all know, we currently don't have an action, so we will just delete it. And then inside of here, we can get the form field component from the components. This form field component needs 3 key properties. First of all, the control, and this will be equal to form.control. Then we want to also get the name, and this will be the name itself. So this form field will be there to input the lesson name. So lesson 1, lesson 5, whatever. And then we want to also get the render prop function. And as you all know, this will just be an inline callback function. And then inside of here, we will create our UI. We will render our UI. So we can first of all get the form item component from the components. And then inside of here, we can get the form label. This will be the label itself. And this will be lesson name. You can also say lesson title. It does not really matter. Then we can also get the form control component, and in the form control we can get an input, and this is self-closing. As you all know, we want to always provide a placeholder, and for the placeholder this will be lesson name. And then we want to also connect our input to our state itself, to React hook form. So we can just spread our field field inside of our input. And I think we don't get our field. As you see, we get an error, and that's because we want to destructure our params, and then we can get our field. So our first field is finished, or it's kind of finished, it's almost finished, because we are missing one more component, and this is the form message. So underneath the form control, we can get the form message component, which is self-closing. This will return, or it will render an error message if we have one. So if we again go back, we have already right here our first input, and as you see, it's already populated. It has a title, a name, and that's because when we created our lesson, we gave it a name. It's not optional. The name has to always be defined right away when we create a lesson. So we can then continue, and the next step is to create the description. So we can just copy paste this form field down below one more time. Then for the name, this will be description. For the form label, this will be description. And then for the input, do we want to render an input? No, we want to instead render our rich text editor. So we can get the rich text editor from our components, and this is self-closing. But as you see, we get an error, and that's because we have to pass our field, and the field will be equal to our field. So did I misspell description? I think so. And if we save this and again go back, then we will get this beautiful rich text editor. But as you see, we have one problem. There's no gap between our input and our description. This is not nice. So we can go back, and then what wraps our or these two form fields? Well, our form wraps all of our children, so we can give it a class name, which will be space y6. And if we save this and again go back, then you will see that we finally have some gap. And as a next step, we want to render 2 more drop zones, not inputs. I mean, they are kind of inputs, but we want to render 2 drop zones. One which will allow the user to upload a thumbnail image itself, and then one drop zone which will allow the user to upload the video itself. So we can again go back, and we can copy paste the form field again down below. We can paste it one more time for now. I will then again copy paste it. So for the name, this will be our thumbnail key. So we can say thumbnail key. Then for the render prop function, this is fine. For the form label, this should be thumbnail image. And then instead of rendering the rich text editor, we want to get our uploader component imported from the components. This is self-closing, and then this uploader component will need a few properties. First of all, the onChange handler, which will be equal to our field.onChange. And then we can also get the value, and this will be equal to our field.value. We want to control our uploader. And then if we save this and again go back, we will see this right here. But wait a minute, uploaded file? We did not upload any file. Why do we have this uploaded state? How about we investigate everything? So if we go to Prisma Studio, you will see right here, these are all of my lessons. I only have one. I deleted the rest just to make everything a bit simpler. So we have the title, the description is null, the thumbnail key and video key. Both of these values are also null. So we don't have any file. So why do we showcase the uploaded state? I honestly don't know. So we can go back to our uploader. Here we have our interface. We get our value, our onChange handler. Okay, we destructured. We get our file URL. We set the value as an argument for our useConstructURL function. Then we set our state here, our false file ID. This is fine. The key is equal to value. Okay, this could be undefined. The object URL is equal to file URL, and it's always of type string. Wait a second, if we go back to the lesson form, we pass our value. Oh my god, I made such a stupid mistake. So here's the thing, in our lesson form we have our uploader, right? And we pass our value. Our value is literally just our file key. So right here in the useForm hook, we pass our default values, and if we have a video key, then we pass the video key, which is a string. If we don't have a video key, we pass undefined. So the video key could either be a string or it could be undefined. We then pass this value into our uploader component. Our uploader component gets this key. And we know that the value, that this key, could either be defined or it could be undefined. But here we then pass the value into our useConstructURL function. And we say, hey, if it's not defined, then let's just pass an empty string. But this shouldn't happen. This means we want to update our state, because here we pass our object URL and this is equal to the file URL. But what we will do instead is check if we get our value. If it's defined, then we can create a ternary and pass our file URL. If it's not defined, then we will just pass undefined, as you see. So again, if we get a value, then we will get the file URL from our useConstructURL function. If there's no file URL, then we will pass undefined. Which means, in theory, if we save this and again go back, we get our empty state. So this was a huge bug. I'm not sure why I made this silly mistake. It's a very simple mistake, as you see. I forgot it. I just forgot a simple ternary. And as you see, this simple ternary created such a big bug. And if we go back, we can also upload a file. So I will just upload this one. We have our pending state in theory. So 0, 100, file uploaded successfully. So everything still works. I just created this bug with the ternary. Again, what's the problem? I will explain it one more time. So here's the thing. We pass our value. Our value could be defined, but it could also be undefined. We then pass the value into our useConstructURL function. The useConstructURL function as an argument needs a string, as you see. That's why we have this OR symbol. If there's no value, then we pass an empty string. So this file URL always returns a string, even if there's no value. And the object URL could be undefined. As you see, our value could be not defined. And we always pass the string, and that's why our function, so if we scroll a bit to the bottom, we had the render state function or render content function. We checked here, do we have an object URL? And since we always had a string, it thought, yes, Jan, we have a file. Let's render the render uploaded state. This was, of course, incorrect. We did not have any file. We just had an empty string. So this was the bug which I created. Sorry, guys. I think I will also write it in the comments so that you don't have this bug. But yeah. So this is finished, and then we can also we can render our video uploader. So we can go back to our lesson form. We can just copy paste this again one more time. Then for the name, this will be the video key. And then for the form label, this will just be video file. Yeah, video file is quite good. And if we save this and again go back, we have a little bug. We showcase or we render the thumbnail here. This of course shouldn't happen. Don't worry, we will fix it in a second because we will have to update the uploader itself a bit to also handle video uploads. But for now, we can just skip it. And then we can also render the button, the submit button. So we can go underneath this form field, but we want to stay in the form. And then we can get the button component from the components. This will be of type submit. And of course, we can also inside of here say save lesson. If we save this and again go back, then we will see the button on the bottom left corner. But before we create our mutation or before we create the server action, we will first of all have to fix our uploader component. Because currently, even though we want to here upload our file, it showcases the thumbnail URL. But again, we don't want to render a thumbnail URL here. We want to upload a video and then also render the video inside of here. So we can first of all again go back to our uploader component. So uploader, and I want to start with this interface I app props. So here's the thing, currently we hard code the file type as image, but as you all know, we want to also allow the user to upload videos. So we can first of all go into the interface and get the file type accepted. And then this will be of type image, or we can use the vertical line. This could be a video. We can then also the structured in our params. We can get the file type accepted. And then if we go back to our lesson form, you will see that we get an error. And that's because we are missing one property again. What's the property? It's the file type accepted. So the second uploader will be there to upload videos. Right here, this video key form field, this will be there to upload videos. So this means we can get the video tag, or this file type accepted will be equal to video. And then this form field with the thumbnail key, we can also update the file type accepted, and this will be equal to image, because inside of here, the user will be able to upload images. Then we can again close the lesson form. This is already finished, and then we want to continue with our uploader. So as mentioned here in the state, we currently hard code image. This is incorrect. We can delete this image and instead it will be equal to our file type accepted, because again, this could either be an image or a video. Then we want to continue further. So this upload file function, this is fine. We set our previous items. We set the uploading boolean to true, the progress to 0. We don't have to update anything inside of there. Then we have this image or isImage boolean, which we hard code to true, which is of course incorrect because this could be a video also. So we can get the file type accepted and we want to check if it's equal to image. If it's equal to image, we can use a ternary and set this to true. If it's false, we can set it to false. So this is our little ternary. I also misspelled false, my god. So again, if this is an image, then this isImage boolean will be true. If it's not an image, if it's a video, this isImage boolean will be false. This is later on needed for our route handler to then also validate the file size. We will do that a bit later on. So then we have our pre-signed URL. We check if we get it. We then update our state. We don't have to update anything inside of here. Then we have our new promise. We create or we set up XHR. We listen for the on progress event. We update our progress percentage. Then we have our on load event. We update our file state. We pass all of our previous items. We update the progress, uploading state, and then also the key. We don't have to update anything inside of here. We have the on change handler. Yep, that's all fine. Then the on error event. Yep, that's also all fine. So I think this whole uploading function is correct. There's nothing that we have to update inside of here. Then we have our on drop function. Do we have to update anything inside of here? So we check if we have accepted files, then we get our file, we revoke an object URL if we have one, and then we set our file state here. So we set our file, the uploading boolean, the progress, then we have this object URL, yeah, this is okay, and then we have our file type. Again, we currently hard-coded, so we can delete the hard-coded image, and instead we can pass our file type accepted. Also, as you see, we get get a warning for our dependency array, and here it says React hook use callback has missing dependencies, file type accepted, and upload file. Either include them or remove the dependency array. So in the dependency array, we can first of all add our upload file function and then also the file type accepted. So this is also finished. We can then continue with our handle remove files function. So inside of here, we update our state. This is fine. We then call our route handler. This is fine. Here we don't have to update anything. Then we revoke the object URL, we set or update the onChange handler, and then here we again hardcode the file type. So we can delete the image, and instead we want to again get or pass our file type accepted. So then we can continue. We then also have our rejected files. Do we hardcode images here? I don't think so. This is also completely fine. And then we can continue further. For now, we can skip the render content function. And then we have the use effect hook to also revoke an object URL. We can also skip it, we don't need it. And then we have our use drop zone hook where we initialize our drop zone. So we pass our onDrop function, accept, and here you see we currently hardcoded to only accept images. This is incorrect. We can also, or if the file type is set to video, then we want to only accept videos. So we can just delete this object and instead we will create a ternary. So if file type accepted is equal to video, and if this is true, then we can create a ternary and we want to create a new object, and inside of here we want to allow the user to only upload videos. So we can get the video and this will be /star and this will be equal to an empty array. This means the user will be able to upload videos. Then if this is not true, we can use the colon and we want to again get an object with an image /star and then this will be equal to an empty array. So this accept property has been updated. As you see, it's now dynamic. Then we have our max file property or max files property, which is 1. This is correct. Multiple is false. Then we have our max size. As you see, the comment is 5 megabytes, but I only multiplied by 1. So we want to multiply by 5 to get 5 megabytes. So yes, we updated the use drop zone hook, but as you see, I get one warning. This file is yellow. What's the problem? So if we scroll a bit to the top, I get a lot of yellow squiggly lines. So if I hover over this onDrop or upload file function, it says the upload file function makes the dependencies of use callback hook at line XYZ change on every render. Move it inside the use callback. Or alternatively, wrap the definition of upload file in its own use callback hook. And that's what we will do. We will wrap our function in its own use callback hook. So we can click on quick fix. As you see, sadly, it does not allow us to just quick fix it. So we will write manual code. So we want to just literally wrap this function in its own use callback hook. So we will say, you know what, I will just comment out this async function upload file, and instead I will create a new constant. This will be called upload file, and this will be equal to use callback. Then we can invoke it, and inside of here we want to create our async function. So we will say async, then we can also just create a standard arrow function, and then in the param we can get the file, which will be of type file. Then we can again open or expand what I just commented out, and I want to copy everything inside of this async function upload file. So I will just scroll completely to the bottom, copy everything, and then we can paste it into our new upload file use callback function. We can paste it inside of here, and I can delete what I just commented out. And as you see, the code is still the same. We literally just wrapped everything in this use callback hook. That's it, nothing else. And as you see, we still get an error, and it says React hook use callback does nothing when called with only one argument. Did you forget to pass an array of dependencies? Yes, we forgot that. So we can scroll to the bottom. As you see, here we close it, and we can again add a dependency array. And then if we hover over this dependency array, you will see that we are missing the file type accepted and then also the onChange handler. So we can first of all pass file type accepted itself and then also the onChange handler. So on and then uppercase change. And then this warning should go away. And as you see, I don't get any warnings anymore. We can test it out. So if we go back and do a hard refresh, I can upload again a new thumbnail image. I will just select this one. As you see, it's uploading, and then our video file itself does not update. This is already quite nice. I can also then select this. How about we upload this file, 2 megabytes, why not? Uploading, uploaded. Where's our file? Good question. So if we go back to our render state component, we have a few states, the render error state, then we have our render uploaded state, the uploading state, and we want to specifically update the render uploaded state. Because as you see here, we get our preview URL. But this preview URL is passed into an image. But wait, we just uploaded a video. This isn't an image, correct? This means we have to update this. So we want to get the file type itself through the params. So underneath this handle remove file function, we can also get the file type. And the file type will be of type string. So inside of here, file type will be of type string. Or you know what, we could say this is either of type video or image. So I will just copy this file type and paste it inside of here. So file type will either be an image or it will be a video. And then we can update our return statement. We can copy the image. Please don't delete it. Keep it in your clipboard, so don't forget it. And then inside of here, we can create a ternary. So if the file type is equal to video, then we can render or create a ternary. We can use the question mark, and we want to render the standard video tag. The video tag is self-closing, and it also needs a few properties. First of all, the source property, which will be equal to our preview URL. Then we want to also pass controls. This is like this bottom bar, which allows the user to mute a video, to pause a video, to update the playback speed and stuff like that. Then we can also add a class name, and this will be rounded MD to have some rounding, width full, and then also height full. And then after the video, we can use a colon, because this then probably means that we have an image, and then we can again paste what we just copied. This means our image component itself. So as you see, this looks fine. We don't get any errors here, but our uploader component currently complains. And that's because we are missing one property. What's the property? Well, we are missing our file type. So here in our render content function, we can update our render uploaded state because we want to pass one property, and this property is the file type, and this will be equal to the file state.file type. So we can save this, and if we again go back, we get a video, and I can also play the video. Wow, this is so fancy, but it looks so ugly. What the hell is wrong with this video? You have boundaries, my friend. So we can go back to our render state component, and here we have a div. And as you see, we give our video a class name, which is width full and height full. So it just takes the whole width and height. And that's the reason why it overflows the container. So we can give the div a class name, which will be relative, group, then width full, height full, flex, items, center, and justify center to center everything. So if we again go back, it now finally respects its boundaries. Yes. So we get our image, as you see, our image, our video. It also plays. This is this control menu bar, which I talked about. So we can play a video. We can also update the playback speed. We can make it bigger. We can change the volume, mute the video, stuff like that. So our thumbnail or our file uploads work. Finally, we can upload thumbnails. We can upload videos. But as you all know, we use this uploader component in a few places, like for example in the creation route. And now our creation route complains because it's missing a key property, the file type. And in our creation route, we only allow the user to upload an image. So we can set the file type accepted equal to an image. Also, where else do we use the uploader component? Well, we can just go to this search bar thingy, so this button in the sidebar, and then we can search for our uploader. So we use it in our lesson form, that's fine, we already updated our lesson form, and we also use this uploader in the edit course form component. So if we scroll a bit to the bottom, then we will have the uploader, and also inside of here, we allow the user to only upload an image. So we can set this equal to an image. Where else do we use the uploader? We also use it in the creation route. We already updated this route, and that's already it. So this is finished. We can go back to our page.here, or we can go back to the lesson form, and I think we can create our server action. So we can open our Explorer first of all, and then here in this lesson ID folder route segment, we can create a new file, and this will be the actions.ts file. So first of all, since we will create a server action in this file, we will have to mark the file with the use server directive. Then we can create an export async function, which will be called update lesson, and then we can just open it. Inside of here, as you all know, we want to first of all make sure that the user is an admin. So we can use the require admin function, and then we can just call it. Underneath this await require admin code, underneath this function, we can create a try catch statement. And as you all know, we want to return objects. So we can add a return type parameter. Here we can just say promise, and then for the generic, or we will create a generic, and inside of here we want to pass our API response, which is imported from our types. So then in the catch statement we can already return an object, and for the status this will be error, and for the message this will be failed to upload, failed to update course. Then we can also continue with our try statement, and inside of here I want to first of all do server-side validation, because if we go back to our lesson form, we have a few inputs for the name, for the description, for the thumbnail key. I guess this is an input, and then for the video key. And we want to make sure that all of these values correspond to our sort schema, so that they in general have the correct schema. So we can create a constant, which will be called result, and this will be equal to lesson schema, which is imported from our sort schemas file. We can use the save parse method, and then as an argument we want to provide our values, but we don't get any values. Well, in our params we can just get values, and this will be of type lesson schema type. And then as an argument, we can pass our values. So as you all know, our validation could either be successful or it could fail. So we can create an if statement, and if the result is not successful, then we want to return an object. So for the status itself, this will be error. And then for the message itself, this will be invalid data. So now we make sure that our data is sanitized and that it's clean and that we can use it, which means we can create our mutation with Prisma. So we can say await prisma.lesson. We want to also import Prisma from the lib folder, then .lesson.update. Since we want to update a specific lesson, we have to then pass the where prop, and we want to update a lesson where the ID matches the lesson ID. But here's the thing, we don't get the ID currently. So we can again go back to our params, and then we can also get a lesson ID, which will be of type string. And then we can pass the lesson ID for our ID. Then we want to update data, so we have to use the data prop, and I want to update the title, description, video key, and thumbnail key. So the title will be equal to result.data.name. Then we can also get a description, which will be equal to result.data.description. Then also we can get the thumbnail key, which will be equal to the result.data.thumbnail key, and of course also the video key, which will be equal to the result.data.video key. So I think that's it. Title, description, thumbnail key, video key. Yes, we updated all of our core properties, all of our core fields. And then as the last step, we want to also return a success object or success message. So we can create a return statement. We want to return an object. For the status, this will be success. And then for the message, this will be course updated successfully. So we can save this, then we can of course copy the name, update lesson, and then in our lesson form file itself, we can create a new function, and this will be the onSubmit function. So underneath this use form or underneath the constant form, we can create an async function. This will be called onSubmit, and then we can just open this function. In the params, we can get our values, and this will be of type lesson schema type. And inside of here, we want to again, first of all, start a transition. So here's the thing, we can just open the creation route again, so admin courses create, and then we can literally just copy the onSubmit function, and we will paste it inside of here, because here we already created the core code. So onSubmit, we get our values. This should be of type lesson schema type, and then we want to start a transition, which means we have to first of all initialize the use transition hook. So above the form, we can get a constant. We want to create a getter and setter. This will be is pending, or you know what, I always used pending, so we will also use pending here, and then also start transition, and this will be equal to use transition, which is imported from React. Then we can again scroll to the bottom. We want to import try catch from the try catch file, and instead of using the create course server action, we want to use the server action which we just created. So we want to call the update lesson server action, and as you see, we get one error, and that's because this function expects two arguments. First of all, the values itself, and then also the lesson ID. So we can add a comma and then pass our data.id. Then, as a next step, as you see, we do a bit of error handling. So if we have an error, then we will return a toast, which will say an unexpected error occurred. Please try again. And then right here, we have another if statement. And here we already check the status of the result. So if the status is success, then we will return a toast.success, and then we can delete this form.reset and the router.push, because we won't reset the form and we also won't redirect the user. And then if we have a status which is equal to error, then we will return a toast.error. So we can copy the name onSubmit, and then we can update our form. So we can use the onSubmit handler, and this will be equal to form.handleSubmit, and as an argument we can provide onSubmit. So we still get an error. As you see, I have a red squiggly line, and that's because we are missing the pending boolean. So it's declared, but its value is never used. So where do we want to use this boolean? Well, we want to use it in our button. So here, where's our button? Here we have our button, and then we can first of all set the disabled state, and this will be disabled if pending is true. And also, instead of hard coding save lesson, we can make it dynamic. So if pending is true, then we will just return saving ... And if it's not true, if we are not pending, then we will again just return save lesson. Should we test it out? I think so. So if we again go back and do a hard refresh, we still see our lesson name, the description, no thumbnail image, no video file, but that's fine. We will propagate everything right now. So for the lesson name, this will be lesson 1. Then for the description, this will be, hey, how are you? And then for the thumbnail image, I will select just this one. Then I can also upload a video. What's the size? 5 megabytes. Yep, that's fine. As you see, we had this beautiful percentage indicator. And then this is also uploaded. I will click the magic button, save lesson. We have a pending state, course updated successfully. Oh my god, I'm so proud of you guys. So if we go back again and again click on lesson 1, we should see all of our data. Lesson 1, we have our description, we have our thumbnail image, and then we also see the video file here. Then we can again go back, we can create another lesson. So in chapter number 3, I will create a lesson which will be called lesson 1. I will save the change. Then we can click on this lesson. So as you see, we have a name, lesson 1. We can again update the description with some gibberish. We can upload a thumbnail image, so this one, and we can also upload a video. How about this one, 6 megabytes? Yep, that's fine. file size exceeds the limit. Yeah, stupid mistake, because again, if we go back to our uploader component, then you will see that we hard-coded 5 megabytes. But here's the thing, our video should be a bit bigger, right? 5 megabytes is a bit too small, so we can create a ternary. I will just copy this code for now, and then we want to get our file type accepted. And if this is equal to image, then we can create a ternary. We will just return 5 times 1024 times 1024. This equals to 5 megabytes. And if this is not true, then we can again copy paste this, and how about we say 500 or 5000, 5 gigabytes, is this enough? Yeah, let's say 5 gigabytes. So 5000 times 1024 times 1024. So if we save this and again go back, I can upload a video which is a bit bigger, so 11 megabytes. If I click on open, it will upload everything. We have this percentage indicator, and then as you see, file uploaded successfully. We can then also save the lesson. We have our pending state, course updated successfully. If we again go back and go into lesson number 1, it should showcase its data, yes. And if we go into the other lesson, so this one, it should also render or showcase its own data. As you see, this also worked. Congrats everyone, we have finished with the course structure. I'm super proud of you guys. And I think we should also make a commit. This means we can open our terminal, we can stop Prisma Studio, we can stop our dev server, and inside of here we can first of all say git add everything with a dot, then git commit -m, and for the message this will be, what is it already, v4? Yeah, v4, and this will be lesson edit route finished. Then we can click on enter and of course push our changes with git push. And if we go back to GitHub, then you will see inside of here v4 lesson edit route finished. We are almost finished. I already see the light at the end of the tunnel. There are only a few more things that we have to implement, like we have to finalize the landing page, implement Stripe, create the customer dashboard, and then also, of course, finally deploy our application. But before we continue with the landing page, I want to first of all, again, test everything out. Here we have our courses route, and if I click on this menu bar, I have the delete course button. But if I click on the button, I will get redirected. That's what we want, right? We want to get redirected. But this is a 4.4 not found, or it results in a 4.4 not found page. And that's because we haven't implemented this route yet. We will do it right now. So we can go back, we can close the terminal, as you see, 4.4 not found. And then in our Explorer, we can go into our app folder, admin folder, courses folder, course ID folder. And inside of here, we want to create a new folder, which will be the delete folder, the delete route. Because if you go back and analyze the URL, then you will see that this is /admin/courses/ the course ID /delete. And here we now created the delete route. As you all know, we have to create a page.tsx file inside of here, and then we can create the UI. So the UI will be super simple. We will just create a card, and then in the card we will have 2 buttons, and that's already it. Super simple. So since this is a route, we have to create an export default function. This will be called delete course route, and then we can just open this function. Inside of here we can create a return statement, and then I want to first of all get a div. We can give the div a class name. This will be maximum width XL, MX auto, and then also width full. Inside of here we can get the card component from the components, and in the card we can get the card header. What do we want to render in the card header? Well, we want to render the card title and the card description. So we can first of all get the card title, and inside of here we will say, are you sure you want to delete this course? And then we can also get the card description component from the components, and here we will say this action cannot be undone, so cannot be undone dot. Then we want to also create the cart content, and as mentioned in the cart content, we will render just 2 buttons. So inside of here, we can get the link component from next/link, and this link will be there to just go back. This means to cancel this action. So we can say cancel, and of course our link needs one key property, which is the href. And we want to redirect the user back to the courses route. So this will be /admin/courses. And if we go back and do a hard refresh, we don't see anything. What's the problem? Admin courses. What? So if I go back to the courses route, so I misspelled my href or I passed the wrong href, then we have our admin course card. I want to open the component. This means the admin course card. And yes, as you see here, we have the href, but we are missing the slash at the start. So /admin/courses. So if we again click on delete course, it should redirect us to the correct route. And as you see, here we have the cancel button. We can go back to the deletion route and we want to update this link because currently it's not styled. So we can give it a class name, and this will be equal to the button variance function. We can invoke it, and I want to also destructure it and give it a variant which will be outline. This is the first button, and the second button will be there to submit the form. This means to delete this course. So underneath the link, we can get the button component from the components. We can also already give it a variant, and this will be destructive because this is a destructive action. And then we want to add an onClick handler. But here's the thing, currently there's nothing to call. This means we want to create a new function. Above the return statement, we can create an onSubmit function. And to make our lives a bit easier, we can head over back to the create route, so /admin/courses/create, and then we can copy the onSubmit function. I will copy it and paste it right here into the deletion route. First of all, I don't need any value, so I can just delete everything from the params. Then we have to initialize this useTransition hook. So above the function onSubmit, we can create a simple constant. Then inside of here, we want to get a getter and setter. So this will be pending and then also start transition. And this will be equal to useTransition imported from React. And then we want to import try catch. And of course, we don't want to call the create course server action, but instead the delete course server action. We can open our Explorer, and then in the delete folder, we can create an actions.ts file. Since we want to create a server action, we have to mark the file with the use server directive. Then inside of here, we can create an export async function. This will be delete course, and then we can just open it. Again, we want to make sure that the user is an admin. So we can say await require admin. We can invoke it, and then as a next step, we want to create a try and catch statement. In the catch statement, or in general, we want to return an object. What does this mean for us? Well, we can add a return type parameter. We can add a colon, then the promise, and then we can create a generic, and inside of here, we want to get our API response, or we want to pass our API response. Again, this should be a promise, and then in our catch statement, we can return an object. For the status, this will be error, and then for the message, this will be failed to delete course. The catch statement is finished, and then we can continue with our try statement. In our params, we can get the course ID, and this will be of type string. And then in the try statement, we can say await prisma.course, and I have to also import Prisma from the lib folder .course.delete, since I want to delete a course. Then I want to also, of course, add a where statement, because I don't want to delete any course. I want to delete a specific course. And I want to delete a course where the ID matches the course ID. And then we want to also revalidate the path. This means we want to purge the cache from the courses route. So we can use the revalidate path function imported from next/cache, and the path will be /admin/courses. Of course, we want to return a success object, so we can return an object. For the status, this will be success, and for the message, this will be course deleted successfully. This is finished. We can copy the name, delete course, and then in our deletion route, we can first of all update the server action. So we don't want to call the create course server action, but instead the delete course server action. We can import it from the actions file, and then instead of passing values, we want to pass the course ID itself. Or from where can we get our course ID? Well, we can, for example, just mark this component with the use client directive. But since I just marked this component with the use client directive, since this here creates interactivity, we have to get the param on the client side. So we can go underneath the transition, and then we can create a constant, we can destructure it, and this will be equal to use params. Use params is imported from Next.js/navigation, and this hook allows us to get params on the client side. And as you see, use params is a client component hook that lets you read a route's dynamic params filled in by the current URL. And then we can invoke it, and also in front of these parentheses we can create a generic, and we want to get a course ID. So we can open an object, and again we want to get the course ID, which will be of type string. Please make sure that this here has the same spelling as your folder name, and then where we destructured, we can get the course ID, and then as an argument we want to pass the course ID. Then we have an if statement. If there's an error, we want to return a toast. If the result is successful, we want to return a successful toast. We can delete the form that we set, there's no form to reset, and we also want to redirect the user. So this means we want to also initialize, the use router hook. So underneath the use params hook, we can create a constant router, and this will be equal to use router. Please make sure that you import it from Next.js/navigation, and then we can say router.push, and as an argument, we want to pass the path itself, and this will be /admin/courses. And if there's an error, then we will just return a toast with the error message. So this is finished. We created the onSubmit handler, and as a next step, we have to also, of course, call the function. So this button has an onClick handler, and this will be equal to onSubmit. Then we can also add a disabled state, and this button will be disabled if our submission is pending. In the button itself, we can then create a ternary, and if pending is true, then we can return empty tags, and inside of here, I want to get the loader to icon from Lucid React. This is self-closing, and then we want to add a class name, which will be size 4, and then animate spin, so it should spin nicely. And then underneath the loader to icon, we can say deleting ... If this is not true, we can use a colon, and then we can return the trash to icon. So we can again get empty tags inside of here. We will get the trash to icon from Lucid React. We can give it a class name, and this will be size 4, so width 4, height 4, and then the text itself will say delete. We added the onSubmit function, we have our server action, we have the onSubmit function. So in theory, this should work. We can also again go back. As you see, I don't see anything. This was some bug, so cancel, delete, but there's one problem. You see, this is kinda aligned weirdly. What wraps our two buttons? Well, we have the cart content. We can give the cart content a class name, and this will be flex items center, and then justify between to align the children to the most outer corner. Then we can also add a margin to the top for this card. So here we have the card, we can give it a class name, and then we can say margin top 32. If we go back, this is already a bit better. So what do you think? Should we test it out? I think so. If I click on delete, I get a pending state, and it says failed to delete course. What's the problem? If we go back to the actions file, we can, for example, get the error itself, and then we can console log the error in the catch statement. So console.log error. Then if we again go back and click on delete, it will again throw this error. And then if we open our terminal, it says foreign key constraint violated on the constraint chapter course ID foreign key. What's exactly the problem? Well, if you go back to our schema, then you will see that we have a relation between the course and chapter, a one-to-many relationship. And currently it says pretty much, hey Jan, you have a course and you want to delete it, but this course has children. It has related chapters. Before you delete the course, first of all delete the chapters. There are two ways to fix this problem. The first solution would be to go into our server action and then first of all delete our chapters and then delete our course. This is solution number one. But there's a better solution, and that's to use the onDelete property. So here, for example, we can go into our chapter model. Then we can add a comma after our relation. So here we have the relation to our course, and we can get the onDelete property. And this will be equal to cascade, so uppercase cascade. This means if we delete a course, all of the children, all of the chapters which are related to this course will also be automatically deleted. We can also do the same thing for our lesson. So here we have the relationship to our chapter. We can add a comma, then get the onDelete property, and this will be equal to cascade. So again, delete the child records when the parent record is deleted. So if we delete a course, then also all of the children, the chapters and also the lessons will be deleted. This in theory should already be it. So we can sync our schema again with our remote database. So inside of here we can say pnpm dlx prisma db push. As you see, it says here your database is now in sync with your Prisma schema. We can again restart our dev server, and then I think we can again test it out. So if I go back and do a hard refresh, I should see my data again. And if I click on delete, course deleted successfully. And as you see, I got redirected back to the courses route, and we don't have any courses anymore. But here's the thing. Does this look appealing? No. If there are no courses to be displayed, then I want to showcase or I want to render an empty state. That's how I call it. It's like a empty state. It will say, hey, user, you don't have any courses. First of all, create one to see it here. So we can go back to VS Code. Then we can open our components folder. And then inside of here, I want to create a new folder. This will be the general folder. And then I want to create a new file, which will be called emptystate.tsx. So first of all, this is a function, which means we can say export function. This will be called empty state. And then we can just open it. Inside of here, we can create a return statement, and then I want to return a div. I want to also give it a class name, and this will be flex column, flex1, height, which will be full, and then items center and justify center. This is just there to literally put everything into the middle. Then we can also say rounded MD to give the border a rounding, border, which will be dashed to have these little dots, then also border itself to create a border, padding 8 to have some spacing, not 7 but 8, text, which will be center, and then also animate in, and fade in 50. And then inside of here, I want to first of all render an icon. So we can get a div, and then in the div, I want to get the ban icon imported from Lucid React. Then we can give the ban icon a class name, which will be size 10, and then also text primary. If we save this and again go back, you won't see anything. And that's because this component is not rendered anywhere. So we can go back, open the app folder, go into the admin folder, into the courses folder, and then open the page.tsx. And inside of here, I want to create a ternary. So if we have data, then we will display all of our admin course cards, our courses. If we don't get any data, then I want to render the empty state component. I will copy this div with this grid columns, blah, blah, all of that. We can copy it, and then we can create a ternary. If the data.length is equal to 0, then we can use a question mark and return the empty state component. This is imported from the components, and this is self-closing. If this is not true, we can again return our div where we map over our data. If we again go back, then you will see this icon, but this of course is still not finished. We can go back to the empty state component, and inside of here I want to update this wrapper div, because this wrapper div will give this whole thing, this whole icon, a background color. We can give it a class name, and then this will be flex size 20, items center and justify center to center everything, then rounded full and BG primary. But if I save this, then you will see nothing. And that's because this BG primary gives the background color the full opacity. But it should only have an opacity of about 10%. So we can say /10. And if we again go back, then this will look absolutely beautiful. The next step is to render a title. We can go underneath the div and we can get an h2, and inside of here I want to render the title. For now, this will just be some gibberish. Of course, we can also add a class name, and this will be margin top 6, text which will be 6XL, and font semi-bold. So if we again go back, then you will see this title here. Now here's the thing, I want to render the title, the description, and then also later on the button text dynamically. We can create an interface above the function. This will be called iappprops, and inside of here I want to get a title which will be of type string, a description which will be of type string, and also a button text which will be of type string. Then we can destructure our params. This will be of type iappprops, and then where we destructured, we can get a button text, the description, and also the title. So for the h2 we can just pass the title itself, and then we can continue. Underneath the h2 I want to render a p tag, and this will be for the description. So inside of here we can pass first of all the description to render it, and then we can also style the p tag. This will have a class name of margin bottom 8, margin top 2, then also text center. We want to also say text SM to give it a smaller size, then leading, which will be tight, this is the line height, and of course also text muted foreground to give it a grayish color. If we save this and again go back, you won't see anything. What's the problem? Well, in our page.tsx we get an error, and that's because we are missing a few properties. We have to pass a title, we have to pass a description, and also a button text. For the title I want to say no courses found. Then we can also get a description. For the description I will say create a new course to get started. Then we can also add the button text, and inside of here I will say create course. So if I save this and again go back, then you will see this description right here. And you know what? I think this title is a bit too big, to be honest with you. So if we again go back, we have our empty state. Here we have the h2. And as you see right here, I said text 6XL, but this should be text XL. And as you see, the proportions are now correct. And then the next step is to also render the button itself. Underneath the p tag we can get the button component, or you know what, we want to get the link component from next/link. Then we can pass an href for now, which will be an empty slash, so the index page. And then inside of here I want to get the plus circle icon. This is imported from Lucid React. This will also have a class name, which will be size 4 and margin right 2. And then after the icon, I want to render the button text. So if I save this and again go back, then you will see this right here. But this is not a button. This is an ugly text. So we can style our link. We can give it a class name, and this will be equal to button variants. We can invoke it, and if we again go back, this is now a real button. But here's the thing, if I click on this button, I will get redirected to the index page. But I don't want to get redirected to the index page. No, I want to get redirected to the creation route. This means we can also make the href dynamic. So in the interface, we can get an href, and this will be of type string. Then where we destructured, we can get an href, and then our href will be equal to the href. And then in our page.tsx, we get an error, and that's because we are missing one property, which is the href. And this will be equal to /admin/courses/create. So if we again go back, you will now see this button right here. And if I click on it, I will get redirected back to the creation route. This means we can now delete courses. We showcase this empty state. And you know what? How about we create a new course? I can click on this button. For the title, this will be subscribe now.
Then I can generate the slug. For the small description, I will just pass some gibberish. For the big description, I will also pass some gibberish. Then we can also upload a thumbnail. So I will select this one. Then for the category, this will be marketing or design. For the level, this will be intermediate. The duration will be 50 hours. The price will be $500. And then the status will be published. If I create this course, we have a pending state, or if I click on the button, we get a pending state. And as you see, I got redirected and I see the course right here. But you know what? In the demo, I showed you guys that we will display, or we will create this beautiful confetti animation, or however you want to call it. So we can open, or we can go back to VS Code. Then I want to go back into my hooks folder. And then inside of here, I want to create a new file, which will be called use-confetti.ts. Now again, this is not a real hook, but this is just the perfect location for this file, for this function. And that's why I will create it in the hooks folder. And then inside of here, we can first of all import the library which we will use to create this confetti. So we can go back to Google, and inside of here, you can search for Canvas confetti. Then you should find this link. So this is the first link. This is a GitHub repo. Again, this is called Canvas confetti. And if we open this link, then we can just test it out. So this is the basic canon. And as you see, this is a very basic implementation of the confetti itself. But I want to use this realistic look because it's very realistic. And yeah, that's what I want to use. So we have to first of all install the package Canvas confetti. For that, we can go back to the repo, and here it will show you how to install the package. So I can just copy the name Canvas confetti, and then in my terminal, I will run pnpmi Canvas confetti. Then I want to again restart my dev server, and then I want to copy this code, so this realistic look code, and then we can go back. As a first step, we have to import confetti. So import confetti from Canvas confetti, and then we want to create our function. And as you see, I also get an error, and it says could not find a declaration file for module Canvas confetti. What's the problem? Well, this package does not include types. So here it says try npmi save dev types Canvas confetti. So I will just copy the name, we will install the types, and then in our terminal, we can say pnpmi uppercase D, so dash uppercase D at types Canvas confetti. So this will install the TypeScript types, and this should also remove the error. And then we can create our function export constant use confetti. This will be equal to a standard arrow function, and then inside of here we can create another arrow function. This will be constant trigger confetti, and this will be equal to a standard arrow function. And inside of here we can paste the code which I just copied. So this code, I will copy it and paste it inside of here. As you see, I get a few errors. What's the problem? Well, if I hover over this var statement, it says unexpected var. Use let or constant. Yeah, var is quite outdated. We want to instead use constant. So this will be the constant count, and then also constant defaults. As you see, I also get an error for the params. So this means for the particle ratio and for the options. So particle ratio, this will be of type number, and then options, this will be a record. So we can get a record type, we can add a generic, and then this will be string, comma, unknown. And then we are almost finished, because then we want to also return the function trigger confetti. We can go underneath this function trigger confetti, and then we can return an object. Inside of here we want to just return trigger confetti, the function. And since this here creates interactivity, we want to also mark this component with the use client directive. And then we can again open our Explorer. We want to go into our creation route. So we want to go into the app folder, admin folder, courses folder, create folder, page.tsx, and then inside of here we can first of all import this confetti hook. So, or we can initialize it. So underneath this router, we can create a constant, we can destructure it, and this will be equal to use confetti. Use confetti is imported from the hooks folder. We want to invoke it, and then where we destructure it, we can get the trigger confetti function.
Then if we scroll a bit to the bottom, you will find the onSubmit function, and inside of here we listen for the success event. If the status is successful, we return a toast. We reset our form and we redirect the user. And after we send this toast, so toast.success, we can also trigger confetti, the function. We can invoke it and then this should work, I guess. So you know what? Let's test it out. So if we go back and do a hard refresh, everything will still work. So we will still see our course here and then we can create a new one. For the title, this will be "This Should Work." Then we can generate the slug, we can add a small description. I will then create some fake gibberish for the big description. Then we want to upload a thumbnail. For the category, this will be marketing. For the level, intermediate. For the duration, 50 hours. For the price, $800. And for the status, this will be published. If I click on create course, I should get confetti in a second. 1, 2, 3, let's go! Yeah, so cool, man. So this is confetti. As you see, we got our toast, we see our course, and that's what we wanted.
We are almost finished with this courses route in our dashboard. There's only one more thing, one more problem that we have to fix. If I do a hard refresh, I instantly get my data and we don't really have a big blocking event. But this is because our data set is quite small. We only have 2 courses. This query literally takes maybe a millisecond. But what would happen if we would have thousands of courses and if we wouldn't implement pagination? Well, then this data would probably take 10 seconds to load. Here's the thing, we can go to our admin get courses function where we query our data and I will create a fake delay. 10 seconds. So if I go back and do a hard refresh, I will have to wait for 10 seconds until I get my data. Right here, you already see the data, so if you just copy the URL and open it in a new incognito tab, you will see we have a blocking event for 10 whole seconds. Only after 10 seconds, my whole data will load and I will see my admin dashboard and everything like that. But here's the thing, the sidebar does not need 10 seconds to load. This header, this your course's title, I don't need to wait 10 seconds for it to load. Only this data has a delay. What does this mean? Well, we want to somehow suspend the data loading. Streaming? Did you ever hear something like that? Well, let's head over to the Next.js documentation and here we can search for streaming. Streaming allows the server to send parts of a dynamic route to the client as soon as they are ready rather than waiting for the entire route to be rendered. This means users see something sooner even if parts of the page are still loading. In simple terms, this just means that we can already instantly load this data. This means the sidebar, then this H1, because here we don't really fetch any data and then we will just suspend this data loading. And once we get our data, we will render the data. And as a fallback, as a loading state, we will create a skeleton. So streaming is super powerful. It's great that it's natively offered in Next.js. Streaming is super powerful. I remember the initial remix days when streaming was still in the works. It was quite annoying. Everybody wanted to use streaming, but streaming wasn't available. But in Next.js, it's available as a default and it's encouraged that you use it because again, it's a great benefit. You can suspend data loading and instantly give a user feedback because we don't want to block the user. We want to show the user. We want to give feedback. We can go back to our code base. We can close the admin get courses file for now and we want to go into our page.tsx where we fetch our data. There are 2 ways to implement streaming in Next.js. First of all, you can use the loading file. So here they should have somewhere an example. So to use streaming, create a loading.tsx file in your route folder. So a streaming or a loading file will suspend your whole page. It will pretty much create a suspense boundary at the top and bottom. But here's the thing, we don't want to suspend this create course
H1, right? Or this your courses H1 and the link. We don't need to suspend it. We don't fetch any data right here, so we can instantly load it. We want to only suspend our data loading itself, this admin courses card. This is the only thing which we want to suspend. This means in this case, we want to use manual suspense boundaries. This gives a more granular, or it allows you to create more granular suspense boundaries. And in most cases, I would not really recommend you to use the loading file. It's not very, I don't like it, to be honest with you. I always prefer suspense boundaries, manual suspense boundaries, because it's way more granular and I just enjoy it a bit more. To implement streaming the manual way, as mentioned, we want to create a separate function. We want to stay in this export, or we want to stay in the page.tsx, but we want to go underneath the export default function. And here we can create an async function. This will be called render courses. We can then just open this function, and this function will be there to interact with our data. This means inside of here, I want to await my data. So we can copy this constant data equals to await admin get courses, and then we can paste it inside of here. Then we want to create a return statement, and inside of here, we want to check if we first of all get data. So we can just copy this ternary. So if we have, or if we don't have any data, we will render an empty state. And if we have data, we will map over our data and then display the admin course card. We can just copy this code and literally paste it inside of here. So we can create empty tags and paste it inside of here. Then we can copy the name, render courses. This is the component name, the function name. And then instead of using this ternary, we can just delete it. And instead we will render the render courses function, the component. Then also we want to update our export default function. We can delete this constant data equals to await admin get courses. We don't need to fetch any data inside of here anymore. And also we can delete the async modifier. So this is a standard export default function. And then we render the render courses component. And in the component itself, in the function, we then fetch the data. In theory, nothing will change. So if we again go back and do a hard refresh, we will still have a blocking event. We will still have to wait for 10 seconds until we get our data. So this means the time has finally come to suspend the data loading. We can wrap this component in suspense boundaries. Suspense is imported from React, and then inside of here we can paste our component. We can also give the suspense component a property which is called fallback, and this is what will be rendered as a fallback. So a fallback React tree to show when a suspense child suspends. So when this data is loading, then this fallback will be pretty much true, and then we will render whatever we pass here. So this will be equal to, for now, just a p tag. So we can get a p tag, and I will say loading ... This means if I save this and again go back and do a hard refresh, you will see loading ... So we are currently suspending our data loading. We are displaying a fallback, and once our data is finished loading, it will just swap out the fallback for the real content, for the real courses, as you see here. So as you see, streaming is super powerful and super easy to implement. But do we want to render this boring p tag? I mean, I guess we could just leave it as this, but I want to create a real fancy skeleton. If we head over to the Shadcn website, we can search for the skeleton component. And as you see, the skeleton component is just a nice looking placeholder. So used to show a placeholder while content is loading. And this is exactly what we want to do. We can go back to VS Code, and where should we create the function for our UI? So I want to create a new function to create the skeleton. In theory, we could do it in the page.tsx, but I guess we can also do it in the admin course card, because the admin course card is a server component. Here's the thing, it's super important that whenever you create the fallback UI, that you create it in a server component. You can't create the fallback in a client component. So if the admin course card would be marked with the use client directive, then we would have to create a separate component, which is a React server component. So I can go underneath this export function, admin course card, and then here I can create a new function. This means export function. I will name it admin course card skeleton. and then we can just open it. Inside of here, we can first of all get the card component. Then for the card, we can give it a class name. This will be group, relative, padding y0, and then gap 0. Inside of here, we can get a div element, and we can give it also a class name, and this will be absolute, top 2, right 2, and then also z10, flex, items center, and also gap 2. I'm right now literally just rewriting this card component, this whole code, but instead of then rendering p tags and stuff like that, I will just render skeletons. So inside of here, I can then get the skeleton component imported from the components. This is self-closing. We can give it a class name, and this will be height 6, width 16, and then also rounded, which will be full. Then underneath the skeleton, we can render another skeleton, and this is self-closing. We can give it a class name, and this will be size 8, and then also rounded MD. Then we can go underneath the div. We want to render another div element. We can give it a class name, and this will be width full, relative, and then also height fit, so h fit. And inside of here, we can get a skeleton. This is self-closing, and we can give it a class name, which will be width full, rounded top LG, aspect video. This will create the 16:9 aspect ratio. Of course, we have to also provide a height. This will be a custom value, 250 pixels, and then also object cover. We can of course also already test it out, and also I made a small mistake. I forgot the return statement, so I want to add a return statement and paste the code. Then we can copy the name of the function admin course card skeleton, and we can go back into our page.tsx. Here's the thing, again, we have our fallback, and I want to add the UI here for our fallback, but I don't want to display a singular skeleton, a singular card as a fallback, but instead an array with, let's say, 4 items. So we can go underneath our async function render courses, and we can create another function which will be called admin course card skeleton layout. And then we want to open this, and inside of here we can create a return statement. I want to return a div, and this div will just create the layout again. So we already created it here in our function render courses. This div already has all of the class names: grid, grid columns 1, grid columns 2, and stuff like that. So I can just copy this class name and then paste it for this div here. And in this div, I want to map over an array. We can get the array itself, then dot from, we want to invoke it, then we can destructure it and pass a length. This will be 4, so we will have a length of 4, and then we want to map over it, so dot map. As a param, we can get an underscore and then also the index, and then we want to just return this. So inside of here, we can get our admin course card skeleton component. This is self-closing, and then we want to, or we have to provide one key property, and this is the key. And the key will be equal to the index, because the index is the unique value. Then we can copy the name of the function admin course card skeleton layout, and I want to provide it here as a fallback. So instead of rendering the p tag, we will instead render this admin course card skeleton layout component, which is self-closing. So if we save this and again go back and do a hard refresh, then you will see this fallback. Yeah, it looks good, it looks nice, but we are missing the bottom section. So we can go back to our admin course card, and then we can continue and style it. So underneath the div, but still in the card, we can get the card content component. We can also give it a class name, which will be padding 4. And then inside of here, we want to again get a skeleton component. This is self-closing. We can give it a class name, and this will be height 6, then also width 3/4, so 6, or not 65, but 75%, then margin bottom 2, and also rounded. So this will just be our title. Then underneath the skeleton, we can get another skeleton. This will be self-closing. We can give it a class name, height 4, width full, and then also margin bottom 4, and then rounded. Then underneath the skeleton, we can create a div. We can give the div a class name, and this will be margin top 4, then flex items center, center and gap x5. Then inside of here, we want to create another div element, and then we can give this div also a class name, and this will be flex items center and then also gap x2. Inside of here, we can get a skeleton component, and we can also give it a class name, which will be size 6 and then also rounded MD. Underneath the skeleton, we can get another one. This will have a class name, which will be height 4 and then width 10, and of course also rounded. Then I want to go underneath the skeleton, underneath the div, but I want to stay in the main div, and I want to create another div. And you know what? I want to literally create the same div which we just created. So I can copy paste it, and then we want to create the final skeleton like the submit button. We can go underneath the main div, but we want to stay in the card content, and here we can again get the skeleton component, and we can add a class name which will be margin top 4, height 10, width full and rounded. If we again go back and do a hard refresh, we should see a beautiful skeleton. Oh my god, it looks beautiful, it looks fancy, it literally looks one-to-one. So once we get our data, it will again swap it out for our real data as you see here, and this is finished. We can also update our delay, the fake delay. 10 seconds is a bit too much. I will just create a 2-second delay to always see the skeleton. But of course, in production, you want to never have a fake delay. So once you deploy this, please comment it out. I might forget it. So yeah, please do it yourself. And then we can again go back. And I think we're finished with the dashboard route, with the courses route. We can create courses, we can edit courses, we can delete courses. Again, I can click on edit, so as you see, we will get redirected. And also later on, I will add a few more skeletons. So here we will also add a skeleton UI, but for now we can just skip it. This is just the final optimization, which we will do a bit later on. But as you see, we get all of our data, we can update everything, we can create chapters, lessons, and I think it's time to continue with our public-facing landing page. Before we continue with the public-facing courses route, I want to first of all commit all of my changes and then of course push them into the repo. We can open our terminal, then we can stop our dev server, and inside of here we can first of all add everything with git add dot, then git commit -m, and for the message this will be, I don't even know what version we are on right now, so this should be version 5, I think, yes, version 5. So for the commit message this will be v5 course creation finished. Then I can click on enter and push all of the changes with git push. So if I head over back to the repo, you will see v5 course creation finished. We can continue with the public facing courses route. So if I go back to the index page, again, the dev server is not running, so we can restart it with pnpm run dev. If I go back and again do a hard refresh, I will see my landing page here. So this is our index page, and I want to continue with the courses route, the public facing courses route. So we can go back to VS Code, and then if we open our Explorer, then we want to go into the app folder and we want to go into our public facing section. So here we have a route group which is called public, and inside of here we can create a courses route. So I want to create a new folder, the name will be courses, and inside of here we can create a new page.tsx. Since this is a route, we want to do an export default function. This will be called not admin but public courses route, and then we can just open it. Inside of here we can create a return statement, and let's start off with a div. We can then inside of this div render another div element, and inside of here I want to render an h1, and this will be the title. So we will create a title and then a small description. For the title this will be explore courses, and then as mentioned I want to also create a description. So underneath the h1 we can get a p tag, and inside of here we can say discover our wide range of courses designed to help you advance your learning goals. If we save this and again go back, then we should see something. So if I do a hard refresh, you will see right here the title and the description.
but let's be honest with each other, it looks relatively ugly. So we can of course style everything. Let's start off with the div, which wraps the h1 and p tag. We can give it a class name, and this will be flex column, because this is a column layout, space y2, and then also margin bottom 10. Then we can also style the h1. We can give it a class name. This will be text 3xl, MD or bigger, text 4xl. So once we hit the breakpoint, we will have text 4xl. Then also font bold to have a bigger font weight, and tracking tight to have a smaller letter spacing. Then we can also style the p tag, and this will have a class name which will be text muted foreground. This will give the text a grayish color, and as you see right here, this is our title and this is our description. The only problem is, you know what? It's too close to the nav bus, so we have to create some margin. So we can go to the top div and give it a class name with margin top 5 to have some spacing to the top. We could also give this p tag a maximum width. Yeah, let's test it out. So we can say, for example, inside of here, max width, and we could say for now SM to test it out. Yeah, maybe a bit bigger will be better, so MD maybe. Yeah, I think MD works quite well. Maybe I will, or if I zoom out, you know what, if I delete again this maximum width, will this be better? You know what, I will leave it like that for now, but I might create a maximum width later on, I'm not sure. And then we can also create, or we can get our data. We want to create a new file in our data access layer. So we want to go into the data folder, and here's the thing. This won't be grouped into the admin folder because this is not admin specific anymore. This is public facing. Anybody can get courses. So we can create a new folder in the data folder, and this will be the course folder. And as you see, I always use singular words. You could say courses in theory, but since I want to get multiple courses but also singular courses, and that's the reason why I always use the singular form. And then inside of here, we can create a new file which will be called get-all-courses.ts. Inside of here, we want to get all of our data. We can create an export async function. This will be called get-all-courses, and then we can just open this function. Inside of here, we want to create our query with Prisma. So this will be a constant data, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the lib folder .course.findMany. Then we want to open it, and we don't want to find all courses. What do I mean by that? Well, if we open our schema, then you will see that our courses model has a status, right? It could be a draft, it could be published, or it could also be archived. So in this case, I want to only find courses where the status is published. So we can get the where clause, and we want to find courses where the status is published. Then we can also create a select statement, and we want to get the title. Then we want to also get the price. We want to get the small description, then also the slug. We want to get the file key, then also the ID. We want to get the level, and then also the duration, and of course also the category. Then we can also order our result, because currently this query or the result will be very random. We could get a course which was created a week ago, and then as a next item we could get a course which was created 5 years ago. So we want to order our result based on the created at timestamp. So we can get the order by statement or the order by prop, and then inside of here we can get the created at timestamp, and then we can say descending. So we will get the newest results first, and then as the last step we can also return our data. Of course, we want to also get the type of this query, so we can create an export type, and this will be called public course type. And then we can just go back into our page.tsx, and here's the thing, I want to again suspend the data loading. So this means instead of awaiting our data in the export default function, we will create a new async function underneath the export default function. Here we can create an async function, and this will be called render courses.
and then we can just open it. Inside of here, we want to await our data. This will be a constant courses, and then this will be equal to await get all courses. We can invoke it, and then we want to map over our data. We can first of all create a return statement. We want to return a div, and this will be the wrapper div with the grid layout. So we can give it a class name, and this will be grid columns of 1 on a mobile screen. Then on MD or bigger, this will be grid columns 2, and on LG or bigger, this will be grid columns 3, and then we want to also give it some gap. This means gap 6, and inside of here we want to map over our data. So we can get our courses dot map. We want to get the course as a param, and then we can return it. Inside of here, for now, we will return a p tag, and we can render the course dot title. Of course, we have to also give the p tag a key iterator or the key property, and this will be equal to our course.id because the ID is unique. If we again go back, we in theory should already see something, but we don't see anything, and that's because this component, this function, is not rendered anywhere. So underneath our p tag, underneath this div, but still in the main div, we can get our render courses component, the function. Again, I will interchange the word component function. It's kind of the same thing. And if we again go back, then we will see 2 titles. This should work, and subscribe now. Do we want to render titles? No, I want to render a real card. So we can again go back, and I want to create a new component. We can open the Explorer, we can go into the components folder, so underscore components, and inside of here we can create a new file, and this will be called public course card.tsx. Since this is a component, we can create an export function. This will be called public course card, and then we can just open it. We can get started with a return statement, and inside of here I want to return a card component. This is imported from the components. We can also give the card a class name, and then this will be group relative padding y 0 and gap 0. Inside of here we can then get the badge component from the components, and then I want to render the course level inside of here. So is it a beginner course, an intermediate course, or an advanced course? So for that we have to get our data through the params. If we go back to our get all courses query, we can of course also get the type. Underneath our function, we can create an export type, and this will be called public course type. And then this will be equal to awaited because we want to get the type of the awaited query. We want to add a generic, and inside of here we can get the return type. Again, we want to add a generic, and then inside of here we can add type of get all courses. Here's the thing, this type will now be an array as you see, but we want to only get the object. So we can at the end add array symbols and pass a 0, so we will get the first item in the array. So as you see, this is an object. We can then copy the name, go back to our public course card component, and then we can get our data through the params. So we can create an interface. This will be called iappprops, and then we want to get data, and this will be of type public course type. We can get our data, or we can get this type from our data access layer, and then we want to destructure our params, and this will be of type iappprops. Then where we destructured, we can get our data, and voila, this is finished. And then for our badge, we can pass our data.level. Also, I want to style the badge because I want to position it on the top right corner. So we can give it a class name, and this will be absolute, and then top 2 and right 2 to position it on the top right corner. Also, we want to give it a Z index of 10 to overlap it over our base content. So the badge is finished, and then underneath the badge we can render the image. So we can get the image component from next/image, and we have to provide or pass 2 key properties. First of all, the source, and then also an alt. For the alt, we will just say thumbnail image of course, and then for the source we want to pass our thumbnail URL. Now as you all know, our data only gives us the file key, so as you see, file key, but it does not give us the URL itself. So above the return statement, we can use our handy function called useConstructURL. So we can create a constant thumbnail URL, and this will be equal to useConstructURL. And then as an argument, we can pass our data.file key. We can then copy the name thumbnail URL and pass it for our source. Then we can copy the name public course card, because currently if we save this and go back, we won't see the card itself. And this is because this component is not rendered anywhere. So we can go back to our page.tsx, and instead of rendering this p tag, we can get our public course card component. This is imported from the components, and this is self-closing. We have to first of all provide a key, and this will be equal to the course.id, and then also the data itself, so we can get our data, and this will be equal to the course. So if we go back to our public course, in theory everything should work. So if I go back, I get an error. What's the problem? Well, we are missing the required width property. So we can give the image a width property. The width in this case will be 600, and then the height will be 400. We can also add a class name, and this will be width full rounded top XL aspect video, and then height full and object cover. So if we save this and again go back, we see our two beautiful thumbnail images. Then as a next step, we can continue with the card content. So underneath the image, we can get the card content component, and we can also give it a class name, and this will be padding 4. Inside of here, we can first of all render the card or the course title. So we can get the link component from next/link, and inside of here, I want to pass my data.title. As you see, the link currently complains, and that's because it's missing an href. And in this case, the href will be a dynamic value, so we will redirect the user to /courses/the course slug itself, so data.slug. And then if we again go back, then you will see the title here, but it does not look very nice. So we can style our link, we can give it a class name, and this will be font medium, text LG, line clamp 2. So if the title is bigger than 2 lines, it will just clip it at 2 lines. The maximum is 2 lines. Then we can also say on hover, we want to have an underline effect. Then on group hover, we can also say text primary, and then also transition colors. If we again go back and hover over our text, we get an underline, and our text color also changes. Then we can continue with the small description. Underneath the link, we can get a standard p tag and render our data.small description. Of course, we want to style the p tag, and we can give it a line clamp 2. Again, this will limit the text at 2 lines. Then also text SM, text muted foreground to get a grayish color, leading tight for the line height. And then of course margin top 2 to have some spacing to the top. Then as a next step, we can then also render the duration and the course category underneath the p tag, but still in the card we can create a wrapper div, and this will have a flex layout because we will have like 2 children. So we can give it a class name, and this will be margin top 4, flex, items center, and gap x5. Inside of here, we can create another div element, and this div element will house the icon, like for example the timer icon, and then the duration, so 5 hours for example. So we can first of all get a timer icon from Lucid React. This is self-closing. We can give it a class name. This will be size 6, padding 1, then also rounded MD. We can also give it a text color. This will be text primary, and then also a background color, which will be primary, and 10% opacity. As you see, we have 2 icons here, and they look beautiful. Then we want to also render the duration underneath the timer icon, but still in the div. We can get a p tag, and we want to get our data.duration, and we can append this H symbol so that it says hours. Then we can also add a class name, and this will be text SM and text muted foreground. And as you see, for example, it says 50 hours and here also 50 hours. The only problem is this is aligned as a column, but it should be aligned horizontally. So we can style this wrapper div, we can give it a class name, and this will be flex items center and then gap x2. We can then copy paste this div down below, and this will be for the category. So instead of using the timer icon, we can get this school icon, and then instead of passing the data.duration, we want to pass the data.category, and I will also delete the H at the end. As you see, 50 hours and then marketing, and here also 50 hours and then design. The next step is to then render one more button, and this button will say something like learn more. We can go underneath the div, but we want to stay in the cart content, and we want to first of all again get the link component. Inside of here, we can just say learn more. And as you see, the link complains. That's because it's missing an href. And again, we want to use upticks because we want to use the slug. So this will be /courses and then /data, so dynamic value, data.slug. Of course, we want to style the link exactly the same as a Shadcn UI button, so we can give it a class name, and this will be equal to button variants. We can then invoke it, and if we save this and again go back, then we will have two buttons. But here's the thing, we don't have any margin to the top, and also it should take the whole width. We can destructure our button variants, we can add a class name, and this will be width full, and then also margin top 4. As you see, it looks beautiful, but there's one problem. I don't have any margin to the bottom, and this is not so optimal. I want you again go back, and we will go into the layout, so into the public, or in the public folder we have a layout, and here we have a main element, and currently we only create padding on the horizontal side, but we can create margin to the bottom. In this case, this will be margin bottom 32, and as you see, we finally have some margin right here on the bottom. But there's currently one problem. As you see, I'm zoomed out, so this is 100%, and in theory I should see 3 cards, but I only see 2. There's probably some sort of mistake. So if I can go back, grid columns 1, MD, grid columns 2, LG, grid cold 3? No, grid columns 3. And yes, this finally has the correct layout, 3 cards horizontally. Then of course I want to also create a skeleton again, so because we want to then suspend the data loading. Underneath this export function public course card, we can create another function. So again, export function, this will be called public course card skeleton. And then we can just open it. We can then create a return statement, and I want to first of all again return a card. We can give it a class name. This will be group relative. Then also padding y0 and gap 0. Inside of here we can render a div element, and this will be there for our badge. So here on the top we have a badge, and it's positioned absolutely to the top on the top right corner. So we can give this div also a class name, and this will be absolute top 2 right 2, then z10, and also flex items center. Then inside of here we can get the skeleton component, and we want to give it a class name, and this will be height 6, width 20, and then rounded full. Then underneath the div, but still in the card, we can create a div element. We want to also give it a class name, and this will be width full, relative, and height fit. And inside of here, we can get the skeleton component again, and this will be there for the image. So this is like the image fallback. We can give it a class name, and this will be width full, then rounded top, which will be XL, and aspect video. Then underneath the div, but still in the card, we want to get the card content component. Of course, we can give it a class name. This will be padding 4, and then inside of here, we want to create a div element. Let's give the div a class name, and this will be space y2, and inside of here, we can render 2 skeletons. So one will be for the title, and the other one will be there for the description. So for the first one, or for the first skeleton, we can give it a class name. This will be height 6 and then width full. And then we can copy paste the skeleton, again height 6, and then this will be width 3/4. Then we want to go underneath the div. We can create another div. We can give it a class name. This will be space y2. Inside of here, we can get the skeleton component, and we want to give it a class name, and this will be height 4 and then width full. We can then copy paste the skeleton and again height 4, and this will be width 2/3, so 66%. Then underneath this div, but still in the card content, we can create one more div, and again we can give it a class name. This will be margin top 4, flex, items center, gap x5, and then inside of here we want to again create our two children. This will be first of all the duration, and then also this category. So we can create another div element inside of here. We can give it a class name. This will be flex, items center, and gap x2, and inside of here we can get the skeleton component, and we can give it a class name which will be size 6 and then also rounded MD. Then we can copy paste the skeleton, and then for the height this will be 4 and for the width this will be 8. Then we can copy paste this div one more time with the two skeletons, and that's it. So this one again will be there for the duration, and this one will be there for the category. And then there's one more skeleton missing, and this is for our button, the learn more button. So underneath the div but still in the card content, we can get the skeleton component which is self-closing. We can add a class name, and this will be margin top 4, width full, height 10, and then rounded MD. So our skeleton is finished, which means we can update our page.tsx. So if we go back to our page.tsx, we want to create the loading skeleton layout. Underneath the async function, we can create another function. This will be called loading skeleton layout. Then we want to open it. Inside of here, we can return a div element. This div will be the wrapper div with the grid layout. So we can just copy this grid layout because this is exactly what we want to render. We can give this div a class name, which will be equal to what I just copied. And then in the div, we want to again create our array. So we can get the array, then we want to say dot from, we want to invoke it, the structured. For the length, this will be 9. And then we want to map over the items. As a param, we can get an underscore and then the index, and then we can just return it. Inside of here, I want to get the public course card skeleton. This is self-closing, and as you see, we get an error, and that's because we are missing the key prop, and the key will be equal to our index. Then we can copy the name, loading skeleton layout, and then we want to wrap the render courses component in suspense boundaries. I can get the suspense component boundary from React, and then inside of here I will just render or paste my render courses component. Then we can give the suspense boundary a fallback, and then this will be equal to our loading skeleton layout component. We can then also of course again create a fake delay for our query, so for the get all courses function. I will just create again a fake delay which will be 2 seconds, and yeah, let's test it out. So if we again go back and do a hard refresh, we see our beautiful skeleton. But wait, I think this margin is broken. Yeah, it's definitely broken. Here's the thing, I don't think that we need this skeleton here. We can just delete this one with the space y2 and width 2/3. We can just delete it, and I think this will be enough. So if we again go back and do a hard refresh, this is already way cleaner. Alright then, as a next step, we can continue with the individual page for each course. If I currently click on learn more, you will see I will get redirected, but right here it gives me a 4 for not found, and that's because this route currently does not exist, but we will change that right now. So we can head over back to VS Code, we can open the Explorer, and we want to create a new route. In the app folder, we want to go into the public folder, into the courses folder, and here we want to create a dynamic route segment for the slug. because if we again look at our route structure, then you'll see this is /courses and then /this should work. This is the slug. This means we can again go back and then in the courses folder, we want to create a dynamic route segment. This means we will use these array brackets and then inside of here, we can just name it slug. Then in this folder, we can create a page.tsx file and this will be our route. How do we always start with routes? Well, we want to create an export default function. Right here we can say export default function. This will be the slug page and then we can just open it. Inside of here, we can get started with a return statement. And how will the layout look like, or how will this whole page look like? So if we can head over to my favorite tool, Eraser, I created a little diagram. So this is our screen, and as you see, we will have two columns. This right here will pretty much take 70% of the screen, and this will take about 30% of the screen. The left side is the main content. We will render the thumbnail image, the title, the description, all of our chapters, lessons, and stuff like that. And then on the right side, we will render the buy now card. So if you open my website, marshallcode.com, and if you click on any course, so we can just open this one, then you will see on the right side, we have the course on, not the course card, but the buy card. So to buy access, and it will also showcase like the base info. This means we can again go back and then we can first of all create the wrapper div, which will create this layout. So this will be a grid layout. And then we can give this div a class name, and this will be grid columns 1, then gap 8 to have some spacing in between. On LG or bigger, this will be grid columns 3, and then also margin top 5. Why did I create 3 columns? Well, on a large screen, on a desktop screen, this left side will take 2 columns and the right side will take 1 column. If we again go back, we can then also go into the div itself and we want to create a new div element. This will be the wrapper div for the left side. We can also give it a class name. This will be order 1, so this will be the first element. Then also on LG or bigger, this will be call span 2. On a small screen, on a mobile screen, it should take the whole width, but on a large screen, it should only take 75%, so 2 columns. Then in this div, we can create another div, and this will be the wrapper div for our image. We can give this div a class name. This will be relative. And then in the div, we can get the image component from next/image. As you all know, this image component needs 2 properties. First of all, the source, and then also an alt. For the alt, we will pass the course title, and here already comes our first problem. We don't get any data, but I need the image source, I need the course title, the course description, and stuff like that. So we want to fetch data, and to fetch data, we have to create a new file in our data access layer. So we can open our Explorer, we can go into the data folder, into the course folder, and we want to create a new file. And this will be get-course.ts because we want to get a singular course. Then inside of here, we can create an export async function. This will be called getIndividualCourse. And then we can just open this function. Inside of here, we can first of all query our data. So I will create a constant course, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the lib folder, .course.findUnique, because we want to find a unique course. Since we want to find a unique course, we have to also add a where statement. And what's a unique value? Well, one unique value would be the ID. But here's the thing, our URL only exposes the slug. That's the reason why we will use the slug. And the nice thing is, if we open our schema, then you will see that our slug, so where is our course? Here's our slug, it's unique. And that's why we can use it for the where statement. If it wouldn't be unique, then this wouldn't work because we need a unique identifier. And here we have to now also get our slugs. In the params, we can get a slug, and this will be of type string, and then slug will be equal to slug. We want to then also select some data. We want to get the ID, then also the title. We want to pretty much get everything. Then we want to also get the description. We can get the file key, then maybe also also the price? How about we also get the duration? Then we want to also get the level. Is it for beginners, intermediates, or advanced users? So we can set this to true. Then we want to also get the category, and then we want to also get the small description. Then we want to also get our chapter data, so the title, and then also the lesson data. And for the lesson, we want to also get the title. This means I can create another select statement, or not a select statement, but I can get the chapter. Then we can open it and we can create a select statement inside of here. And we want to get the ID, and then we want to also get the title. The ID is what we will use for the key, because later on we will map over our chapters. And as you all know, we need unique identifiers. The ID is unique. We could use the index, but it's always better to use the ID. Then I want to also order this result. I want to order the chapters. I can get order by, and then I want to order based on the position. So we can get the position, and this will be ascending. So we want to get the first position at first, if this makes sense. So again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because this should be chronologically ordered. Descending would also work, but I think you all know this does not make a lot of sense. Then we want to also get our lessons. So in the chapter selection, we can also get the lessons. And here we want to also select two things, the ID and then also the title. And of course, we want to also order the result of our lessons. So underneath the select, we can get the order by statement, and we want to order by the position, and this will be also ascending. So we get our data, this itself is finished, and then we can create an if statement. Because as you all know, if this slug is incorrect, so if a user updates the URL and passes some weird data, then we of course won't find a course. And then the data, this constant, will be null. So we can create an if statement underneath the constant, and we will say if there's no course with the exclamation mark, then we will just return not found, a for not found page. And if we have data, then we can just return our data. And as you see, I get an error, and that's because this shouldn't be data, but instead course, because the constant is called course. Then we can close this because this is finished, and we can await our data inside of our function. What's the first step? Well, the first step is to first of all get the params, because the params will then give us access to the route segment, the slug. So above the export function, we can create a type. This will be params, and this will be equal to a promise, because again, with Next.js 15, your params are a promise which you have to await. Then we can create a generic, open an object, and we want to get the slug, which will be of type string. Again, if you called this course ID or something like that, then please also get the course ID here. But since this is since the folder has the name of slug, I want to also get the slug. Then as a next step, we can continue by destructuring our params. So first of all, params will be of type params, and then where we destructured, we can get the params. Again, this is a promise which we have to await. So we can create a constant, we can destructured, and this will be equal to await params. Then where we destructured, we can get our slug, but we get one error. What's the problem? Well, await expressions are only allowed within async functions. So if we mark this function with the async modifier, then this error will go away. And again, this is a server component, so this is safe to do so. Then we want to fetch our data since we get access to our slug. So underneath the constant, we can create another constant, course, and this will be equal to await get individual course. Then as an argument, we want to pass our slug, and then we get our course. So here for the image, I can update my source. The source will be equal to my file key. Wait, my file key? No, this is of course incorrect, because the file key is only a key, but we need the real URL. So underneath the constant, we can use our handy function useConstruct URL. So here I will create a constant thumbnail URL, and this will be equal to useConstruct URL. And then as an argument, I want to pass my course.file key. And as you see, I also get an error. React hook useConstruct URL cannot be called in an async function. This is of course a problem. There are two ways to fix this problem. We could either create a separate component and render the image inside of there, and then of course also use the useConstruct_URL function, or we could just open the useConstruct_URL function and copy the URL. I will be honest with you, it would be smarter to just go and create a new component, but it's just easier to copy the URL and paste it inside of here. And that's what I will do. So I will again delete this constant thumbnail URL. Then I want to import my env variable from the lib folder. And then instead of passing a key, I want to pass my course.file key. Again, it would probably make more sense to create a separate component, but it's just easier to copy the URL and paste it inside of here. This is not very beautiful, but it's just easier to manage because it's kind of stupid to create a separate component just for an image, if this makes sense. Then we can also update our image. As you all know, we have to provide a width and height property. But since this image is rendered in a div, so it's a child of this div, which has a class name of relative, then we don't have to use the width and height, and instead we can use the fill property. So this will then just take the image, and the width and height will just be the maximum of the container. This is a nice trick. Again, you can use the width and height, but since we have this relative position, we can just use the fill property without defining a width and height. It will just fill the container. Then we can also give the image a class name, and this will be object cover. If we save this and again go back and do a hard refresh, we won't see anything. What could the problem be? Well, if we again go back, we have this div, but this div does not really have any height or width. It needs something, because this literally currently just has a height of 0, and that's also why we don't see an image. This means we can update this, we can give it an aspect, which will be video, so a 16:9 aspect ratio, then width full, overflow hidden, to not overflow the container, and then rounded XL, and of course also shadow LG to have some shadow. If we again go back, we finally see an image. Then if we open the inspector and do a hard refresh, so I will do a hard refresh, then you will see here we have all of our network requests. So this is our document, then we fetch our font, then our CSS sheet, so our style sheet, then a few JavaScript scripts, and then at the bottom I only get my image. So as you see, we fetch it relatively late in our network request itself. So it would make a lot of sense to fetch it with a priority, because this is our hero image. We want to load it instantly. So we can go back and we can give our image a priority property, and this will load the image with a priority. So if I again go back and do a hard refresh, then we should also see the image being loaded with a priority. So as you see right here, we have all of our document, our font, our style sheet, and then we instantly load our image, and only after the image we get all of our JavaScript code. So this is a great benefit of using the priority tag, because as you see, you load the image with a priority. You shouldn't load every image as a priority. You should only use this property if you want to really use this image, or if this image really needs a priority. So hero images should always be loaded with a priority, but if these are just some weird images somewhere down below in your page, then please don't use the priority tag. For example, for my website Marshall Code, this image is also loaded with a priority. Then we can again close this, we can go back, and then as a next step, you know what, I want to have like a little, how would you say, like gradient. So it should start here with like a black grayish color and then get transparent. So we can again go back, and underneath the image, but still in this div with the relative position, we can create another div element and we can give it a class name. This will be absolute, then inset 0, and we want to then create a gradient. This will be bg gradient, and then we have to say, is it to the bottom, to the left, to the right, and this will be to the top. So from the bottom to the top. So here we can say bg gradient to top, and then we have to also provide the color. this will be from black, and then we want to give it an opacity of 20%, and this will be to transparent. If we again go back, then you will see this little gradient. You could also, for example, say from green 500, then you will see this little gradient which is green. I don't like it, so again this will be black, opacity 20%. Then we can continue. The next step is to render the course details. This is the title, description, course level, category, and stuff like that. We can go underneath this div with the absolute position, and then underneath the wrapper div of our image, and then inside of here we can create another div element. We can give it a class name. This will be margin top 8 and then space y6. Inside of here we can create another div, and this will be the wrapper for our title and description. Inside of here we can get an h1, and we want to get our course.title. Of course, underneath the h1 I want to also get the description, so we can use the p tag and then render our course.small description. If we can go back, then you will see this title and the small description. The only problem is it's too small. So we can again go back, and we can first of all style the h1. We can give it a class name, and this will be text for XL, then font bold to have a bigger font weight, and shrinking tight to have a smaller letter spacing. Then we can also style our p tag, and this will be text LG, text muted foreground to have this grayish color, leading, relaxed, and then of course also line clamp 2. So again, the maximum length of our small description will be 2 lines. Then if we again go back, then we will see the title and the description right here. Yeah, the description could be better, but hey, it does not matter. The only problem is maybe this description is a bit too close to our title, so there's not enough padding. To fix that, we can go to our div, because this is the wrapper div, and we can give it a class name, which will be space y4. We can then continue, and as mentioned, as a next step, I want to render the course level, category, and duration. So we can go underneath this wrapper div with the space y4, but we want to stay in the main div with the space y6. Inside of here we can create another div element, and this will be the wrapper div. This will be a flex layout which will align the children horizontally. This means we can give it a class name, and this will be flex wrap if there's not enough space, and gap 3. Then inside of here we can get the badge component from the components. And then inside of here, we can first of all get the icon. This will be the icon, how is it called? Icon chart bar. This is imported from Tabla. This is self-closing. And then we can also give it a class name, and this will be size 4. Then underneath the icon, but still in the badge, we want to then also render the level. So we can get the span element, and then we can get the course level. If we save this and again go back, then we will see this little badge at the bottom. We can also style the badge itself, the component. We can give it a class name, and this will be flex items center gap 1 padding x3 and then also padding y1 to have some spacing, or it will just create a bigger badge. Then we can continue with the next badge. We can just copy paste it. This will be for the category. So here we can get the course.category. Then for the icon, this will be the icon category imported from Tabla, and this should already be it. Then we can copy paste the badge one more time, and this will be for the duration. So this here will be the course.duration. Then we can also append hours, and then for the icon, this will be the icon clock. Icon clock is imported from Lucid, or not from Lucid React, but from Tabla. And then if we again go back, then you will see 3 badges at the bottom. But here's the thing, I'm missing some space, so there's no gap in between our description and the badges. So if we again go back, we have our div, then this div, and in theory we have this space y6, but it does not create any space. I misspelled it, my god. So this should be space y6, and as you see, we have some space in between our 2 children. Then I want to create a separator underneath these badges. So underneath this div with the flex wrap, I will just get the separator component. Separator is imported from the components. This is self-closing. closing, and we can give it a class name, and this will be my8. And as you see, this is the separator. Then as the next step, I want to render the description. So we can go back, we want to go underneath the separator, and we will create another div. This will be the wrapper div. We can give it also a class name, and this will be space y6. This will then create the padding or the space between our label and then also the description itself. So we can get an h2, and inside of here we can just say course description, and we can also style it. We can give it a class name. This will be text3xl, font semi-bold, and then tracking tight to have a smaller letter spacing. Then I want to render the course description. We can just render a div, and then inside of here, how about we get a p tag and then pass our data dot, or not data, but course dot description. Yeah, why not? If we again go back, then we will see this. Wait a second. Where's our description? I just see some JSON content. Object, array, object, attributes, text align. Where is my description? Well, again, as you all know, we currently store a JSON object as a string, and we have to then convert the string into real content. But here's the thing, there's currently no way for us to do that. We have to somehow again use TipTap, and then TipTap will convert all of the content for us into real HTML. So we want to again go back and we will create a separate component. Then in the so we want to go into the components folder, into the rich text editor folder, and inside of here we can create a new file, a new component. And this will be the render description.tsx file. This will be first of all a client component. We can mark the file with the use client directive, and inside of here we want to create a function. In this case, this will be an export function, render description, and then I want to just open it. Inside of here we have to first of all set up TipTap, or in other words, we have to use the generate HTML function provided by TipTap. So I will say constant output, and this will be equal to use memo. This is a hook provided by React. We want to invoke it, and inside of here we want to create an arrow function. Then in the arrow function we can say return generate HTML, and generate HTML is imported from TipTap React. And as you see, it sadly does not import for me automatically, so I will have to do it manually. On top I can create an import. I want to then destructured. I want to get generate HTML, and this will be from @tiptap/react. Then this generate HTML function expects one argument, one key argument, and this is our JSON content, the document. We can get our document, our JSON, through the params. We can destructure them, and I want to get JSON. But here's the thing, JSON currently does not have any type. So we can give it a type, and JSON will be of type JSON content. And JSON content is imported from, in theory, TipTap. It again sadly does not import for me automatically, so I will do it manually. On top I can create an import. I want to destructure it, and then this will be from @tiptap/react. And then where I destructured, I want to get JSON content, and this will be a type, so I can also say type JSON content, and then JSON will be of type JSON content. Then for our generate HTML function, we can pass an argument. This will be our JSON, and then we want to also open an argument. And here we have to provide or define all of our extensions which we use in our editor. So we can again open our editor or our editor component, and if we go to our editor instance, then you will see that we currently use two extensions, the starter kit and then the text align extension. We can just copy this or the children of this extensions array, and then we will paste it inside of here. We have to also import both of these extensions. So we can go to the editor and just copy both of these extension imports. So this will be for the text align, and then I want to also copy the starter kit and also paste it down below or above. Then this is finished, but as you see, we still get an error for the use memo hook, and it says React hook use memo does nothing when called with only one argument. Did you forget to pass an array of dependencies? Yes, I forgot to do that. So here we can add a comma, open in dependency array, and as you see, if we hover over it, it already gives us a little quick fix. We want to add the missing dependency JSON. Here I will just say JSON, and then we won't get any error anymore, at least in theory, because as you see, I still get an error. And it says React hook use memo is called in a function render description. This is neither a React function component nor a custom React hook function. What's exactly the problem? Well, this should be uppercased. Render description. A silly mistake on my end. Then we want to also create a return statement, and inside of here we want to pretty much just pass our content. So we can render a div element, and inside of here we want to pass our output. But here's the thing, this will generate HTML. As you all know, HTML is quite unsafe. So in theory, you could, for example, use the dangerously set inner HTML prop and then pass the HTML inside of there. But as you see, this is dangerous. You don't want to use this prop. You don't want to render HTML this way. Instead, we want to use a function or a package which will just pass the content for us and will then also make it safe to use. We can go to Google, and then inside of here, we can search for HTML-React-parser. Please make sure that you open this package, HTML React parser, and not the React HTML parser package, because they are two different packages and they also work differently. We want to use this one. We can then also install it, and then in my terminal I can stop my dev server and run pnpmi HTML React parser. And as you see, it says right here, the parser converts an HTML string to one or more React elements. So we can again close this, we can again go back and then also use it. So I will restart my dev server, and then I can also import this component or this package. So underneath the starter kit, we can create an import statement. This will be parse, and this will be from HTML React parser, and then we can use the parse function. So in the div we can use the parse function, we want to invoke it, and we have to provide one argument, and we have to provide our stringified HTML. In this case, this will be our output. And also output should be lowercase, so output, and then I will also paste it right here. We can then also style our div, and we want to use the prose classes, so the typography plugin. So I can say prose, then also when we have dark mode, prose-invert, and then prose li, this will be colon marker colon text primary. So if we use the bullet list, then these little dots, which you always see on the left side, will have the color, this primary color, and the primary color is an orange color. Then we can again close the render description component, and we can use it in our page.tsx. Instead of rendering this p tag, we will instead get a render description component. This is imported from our components, and as you all know, we have to provide one property, and then this is our JSON, and JSON will be equal to JSON.parse, and then we want to pass our course.description. If we save this and again go back, then we should already see our description in a second parsed as real HTML. And yes, as you see, ASDF, ASDF, ASDF. Then we can continue with the course content. In other words, I want to showcase all of the chapters and lessons. So if we go back to VS Code, we can go underneath the render description. So here underneath this div. And you know what, we don't even need this div, so I will just delete it. Then we can go underneath the render description, underneath this div, only two divs are below us. And then here we can create another div element. So again, this will be for the course content. We can give it a class name, this will be margin top 12, and then also space y6. Then inside of here, we can get another div element, and this will be the wrapper div. we can give it a class name, and this will be flex items center and also justify between. Inside of here, we can get an h2, and I want to say course content. Then we can also give it a class name, and this will be text 3XL, font which will be semi-bold, and then also tracking tight to have a smaller letter spacing. Underneath the h2, but still in the div, we can render another div element, and inside of here I want to showcase the total chapter length. I can get my course.chapter.length, and then after that I want to say chapters. And then I want to also render the length of our lessons for the individual chapter. So we can just use a vertical line and then get our course. So again right here, course.chapter.reduce. We will use the reduce method. We can invoke it. Inside of here, we will get two params, total and then also chapter. And then we can return this. We want to create an inline callback function. And then we will say total plus chapter.lessons.length. And then this reduce method also needs a comma at the end, and we want to pass 0. This is the initial value, and it could be that this is not defined, so we can use two vertical lines for our or symbol and then just pass 0. At the end, we can then also say lessons, and if we save this and again go back, then in theory, we should already see something. So here it says 0 chapters, 0 lessons. And as you also see, we get an error, and it says generate HTML JSON window is not defined. What's the problem? Well, if I again go back to my render description component, then you will see that I right here import generate HTML from TipTap React. And this sadly only works on the client side. Instead, we want to use the HTML utility. Yeah, we already use it, but we want to import it from TipTap HTML because TipTap HTML works on the server side, but generate HTML, which we imported from TipTap React, only works on the client side, on the browser, as you see, on the browser level. We want to import TipTap HTML. We can just open our terminal and say pnpmi TipTap HTML. Then we can restart our dev server, and we want to update our import statement, so this won't be TipTap React, but instead TipTap HTML or /HTML. If we again go back and do a hard refresh, we shouldn't get any error anymore regarding our generate HTML function, and as you see, it looks already better because we don't get any errors anymore. Then as you see, we are also finished with our chapters and lessons display thingy, because we right here say 0 chapters, 0 lessons. That's because I deleted all of them. I will create what... Should we create a few right now? Yeah, so we can just go back into our admin dashboard, and then I want to edit this course here. We can go to our course structure. We can create a new chapter. This will be chapter number 1. And you know what? I will just create 6 chapters to see something. So you can also do it again, just chapter number 2, and then 3, 4, 5, 6. As you see, I created 6 chapters, chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4, chapter 5, chapter 6. Then we can create a few lessons. So for each chapter, I will just create 3 lessons, and then the name will be lesson 1, lesson 2, and then lesson 3. As you see, I created all of these lessons, so lesson 1, 2, and 3 for each chapter. And if we again go back to our landing page and go to the courses, we will get our beautiful skeleton. And then if I go into my course, so if I click on learn more, I will see 6, or right here, it will say 6 chapters and then 18 lessons. Also, you might ask me, hey Jan, what does this code do? What is this reduce method? What is this 0? Good question. To get our lessons, we have to use the chapter model, and then we use the reduce method because we want to get all of the lessons in each chapter. And this will then allow us to calculate the total. And then as you see, as a param, we get the total and also the chapter itself. So the total is the number. As you see, we initialize it with a 0. This is the initial value. We want to start with 0. And then the chapter is the iterator, each individual chapter. in general. And then as you see right here, we say total plus chapter lessons length. So for example, if this is 0, then we will just say 0 plus 5. If one chapter has 5 lessons, then 0 plus 5 will say, or will just result in 5. But then maybe we have another chapter number 2. Then this number won't be 0 anymore, but it will be 5. And then this chapter might have 3 lessons. So 5 plus 3. This will be 6, 7, 8. Quick maths. Then we are finished with this nice code, and then we can go underneath this wrapper div, flex items center, and we want to continue by displaying our chapters and lessons itself. Here we can get a div element, we can give it a class name. This will be space y4, and then inside of here we want to map over our chapters. So we can get our course, not course, that what the hell, we want to get our course.chapter.map as a param. We can get the chapter and also the index, and then we can just return it. Then here I want to use the collapsible component. So collapsible is imported from the components, and this collapsible component needs 2 properties. First of all, the key, and the key will be equal to chapter.id. And then also we have to pass the default open property. And this will tell the collapsible component if this collapsible item, or if the collapsible content should be expanded or not. And here's the thing, I don't want to expand every chapter. I only want to expand the first chapter as a default. So this will be equal to index. So here I can just get my index. And if this will be equal to 0, then this will be the first item in the array, which also means only the first item should be expanded. Then in the collapsible, we can get the card component from the components. We can give it a class name. This will be padding 0, overflow hidden. Then we can also say border 2 to have a bigger border, transition all, and then also duration 200 and hover, which will be shadow ND. Then in the card, we can get the collapsible trigger, again imported from the components. And then in the collapsible trigger, we can render a div element. Then in this div, we want to get the card content component imported from the components. And here we can give the card content a class name. This will be padding 6, hover, which will be BG muted, and then 60% or 50% opacity, and then transition colors. Inside of here, we can render another div element. This will be the wrapper div. Then inside of here, we can render another div element, and then we can render a p tag, or for now we can render a p tag. Inside of here, I want to showcase the index. So if it's the first chapter, then it should show or say 1. If it's the second chapter, then 2. If it's the third chapter, then 3. So for that, we can use the index. But here's the thing, JavaScript is 0 indexed. So instead of rendering 1, we would now render 0. Instead of rendering 2, we would render 1. So we can say +1. So a 0 would become 1, a 1 would become 2, etc., etc. And here's also the thing, this should function, or it should look like a badge. So I want to give the p tag a class name, and this will be flex size 10, then also items center, then justify center to center everything inside of here, then also rounded full, BG primary, but not the full opacity, but instead 10%, text primary, and then also font semi-bold. If we again go back, then you will see these beautiful badges right here. And they are not really badges, but I will call them badges. Then underneath this p tag, I want to render the chapter title and then also the length of the lessons. So we can again go back, we can go underneath the p tag, and then we can create a div element, and inside of here we want to get an h3, and here we will pass the chapter.title. We can also style it, and this will be text XL, font semi-bold, and then also text left. And then underneath the h3, I want to render a p tag, and then inside of here we will just say how many lessons one chapter has. So for example, all of our chapters right now have 3 lessons. So we want to say 3 lessons. So we can just get our chapter.lessons.length. This will equal to 3. And then we can say lessons. So we will have 3 lessons in this one chapter. And here's also one problem. If I hard code this to lessons, then it will say 3 lessons. But what is if we only have 1 lesson? Well, then it would say 1 lessons. This does not make any sense. So instead of saying lessons, we will say lesson, and then in the p tag, we can create a ternary. So underneath this, I will say if the chapter.lessons.length is not equal to 1, then we can create a ternary and pass an s, and if this is not true, this will be an empty string. If our length is bigger than 1, then it will say lessons. If it will be a length of 1, if we only have 1 lesson in a chapter, then it will say lesson. If we again go back, as you see, it works beautifully. But here's the thing, this layout is kinda broken. So we can again go back. What wraps our p tag and then this div element? Well, this div wraps everything. We can give this div a class name, and then this will be flex items center and gap 4. And then the div above this div, we can also style it, and we can give it a class name, which will be flex items center and then justify between. If we again go back, then you will see here chapter number 1 and then 3 lessons. My only problem is this p tag is not styled. So we can give the p tag a class name, and this will be text sm, text muted foreground, and then also margin top 1. Also, maybe we should update our p tag and also say here text left to align the text to the left side. I think this is a bit cleaner. And then on the right side, I want to again render a badge with the chapter lessons length. So we can again go back. We want to then go underneath all of these divs. So here we have the card content and then this div. We want to go above this div, and then we can render a div element. We can give the div a class name, and this will be flex items center and gap 3. And then inside of here, we can get the badge component from the components. And inside of here, we will again render the chapter lessons length. So we can just copy the code which we already created here. Chapter lessons length, if it's bigger than 1, then we will also append the s. We will just paste it inside of here. And we can give the badge also a variant. This will be outline. And then also we can give it a class name. And this will be text xs. And as you see on the right side, it now also renders the lesson length. In theory, we can also render like an icon chevron, so this chevron down icon. So in the div, but underneath the badge, we can get the icon chevron down. This will be imported from Tabler. This is self-closing, and we can give it a class name. This will be size 5. Text muted foreground to have a grayish color. And as you see, here we have a little chevron icon. But if we click on it, nothing happens. And that's because we are missing the collapsible content. So underneath the collapsible trigger, we can get the collapsible content component. Inside of here, we can render a div element. We can also style it. This will be border top, and then also BG muted, and this shouldn't have the full opacity but instead 20%. And then inside of the div, we can render another div element, and we can give it a class name, and this will be padding 6 and then also padding top 4 and space Y3. Then in this div, we can map over our lessons. So we can get the chapter.lessons.map as a param. We can get the lesson and lesson index, and then we can just return it. Then inside of here, we can return a div element. And of course, we have to pass a key, and this will be equal to the lesson.id, since the ID is a unique value. For now, just to see something, we can also return a p tag and pass our lesson.title. If we again go back, then we should also see the content here. Lesson 1, lesson 2, lesson 3. But you know what? We have one problem. So here we have this white thing. I don't even know what it is. We can, for example, open the inspector. What is this border? This is the border. So I probably made some mistake. If we go back to the collapsible content, div, padding 6, padding top 4,
Yeah, border 5. My god, this shouldn't be border 5, but instead border top. And then also, if I hover over this collapsible trigger, you see this is here. Here we have our hover effect, but then we have this white thing. I don't know what it is. We can again open our inspector and inspect everything. We have this violet thing. What is it? BG card text foreground flags column gap 6. If we go to the card again, so where's our card? Nope, it's already here. Here, padding 0, overflow hidden, no. It's the default gap. The card component as a default gives you gap. In this case, we don't need any gap, so we will say gap 0. And with that, this gap should go away. So we now display lesson number 1, or we just in general display our lessons. But here's the thing, I think it could look a bit nicer. We can again go back, we can go to our collapsible content. Here we map over our lessons. And you know what, let's delete everything, or let's delete the p tag, and then inside of here we can render another div element. Inside of here I want to get the icon player. How is it called? Play. This is imported from Tabler, this is self-closing, and then we can give it a class name. This will be size 4. Text muted foreground, we will give the icon a grayish color, then also group hover, and this will be text primary, and then also transition colors. Then we can also style the wrapper div. We can give it a class name, and then this will be flex size 8. So we want to create like the background color. Then also items center and justify center to center the icon in this wrapper div. Then we can also say rounded full, BG background, and then also border 2, not loader 2, and then also border muted. So the border will have a grayish color. And as you see, this is this player icon. In theory, we could also say border primary. Let's test it out. So this will be border primary. If we can go back, maybe this is already too much. How about an opacity of 20%? Yeah, this is nice. I will leave it like that. And then we can continue. We can go underneath this wrapper div and we will create another div. We can give it a class name. This will be flex1. And then inside of here, we can get a p tag. We want to render the title. So in this case, this will be the lesson.title. We can also give it a class name, and this will be font medium and text SM. Underneath the p tag, I want to render again the lesson number. So is this lesson number 1, lesson number 2, lesson number 3, whatever. So we can get a p tag, and then inside of here we can say lesson, and then we want to get our lesson index. Now you should already all know that JavaScript is 0 indexed. This means it starts with 0. So we want to say +1. And then if we again go back, then you will see lesson 1. Lesson 1. That's because they both have the same name, who would have thought. But if this would have the name, for example, setup as 3, then this would make a bit more sense. We can also style the p tag. We can give it a class name, and this will be text XS and text muted foreground to have a grayish color and margin top 1. And in theory, this should already be it. So again, if we go back, we see our lesson. But you know what? It's kinda aligned weirdly. I think maybe we should align it horizontally, so as a flex element. We can go to this div, to the wrapper div, where we pass our key, and we can give it a class name. And this will be flex items center. Then gap 4, we can also say rounded LG, then padding 3, hover, which will be BG accent, transition, colors, and then also group. And then if we again go back, then this already looks way better. And as you see, we also get this hover state, and you know what, it looks beautiful. If we do a hard refresh, you will see the first collapsible is expanded as a default. The rest are all collapsed. But we can of course expand them individually, and then we will get all of the lesson info, the title, and then the lesson index. Then we can continue with our cards. So on the right side, there will be a card which will showcase the price and stuff like that. And we want to go right here underneath this div, and we want to stay in the main div. We can also create a comment, and we can say enrollment
cart. And then inside of here, we can render a div, we can give it a class name, and this will be order2, and then also LG or bigger call span1. Then inside of here, we can render another div, and we can give it a class name, and this will be sticky and top 20. So whenever we scroll our content, the card will always be right here on the right side. It will stick to the top. Then in the div, we can get the card component, and then we want to also style the card. We can give it a class name, and this will be padding y0. And then in the card, we can get the card content. Let's also give it a class name. This will be padding 6. And then inside of here, we can render a div, and this will be there to showcase the price. So this will be the price section. Inside of here, we can render a span element, and we can say price. And then underneath the span, let's get another span, and here we want to format our price. So for example, if we currently get our course.price, and if we again go back, then you will see price 797. So this is the price which I chose. This is fine itself. But you know, for example, in the US, you want to have these comma or these cents 00, or not even only in the US. You want to always have the main price, $800 for example, and then cents like 0 cents. This means we want to again go back to our code base, and how can you format a number in or with JavaScript? Good question. We could, for example, use a formatting library, but honestly, wouldn't it be stupid to install a package just to format a number? Yes, it would be quite stupid, because JavaScript has a API or a native API which allows you to format your numbers, and to be specific, also to format a currency. So we can just delete this course.price, and we want to use this new international.number format. Then we want to invoke it. Inside of here, we have to first of all provide the locale. This will be en-uppercase US. Then we can add a comma, open an object, and here we have to provide two key properties. First of all, the style. We want to provide, or we want to format a currency, so we can say currency right here. And then we have to also pass the currency itself. And in this case, this will be USD, US dollars. If you are in Europe, you could say euros. If you are in I don't know where, then you can just pass your currency, but we will say USD. And then we want to also format the price itself, the number. So at the end, we can use the format method, and as an argument, we can provide our data dot, or not data, but course.price. And if we again go back, and then you will see right here, $797.00. Of course, we want to also style it because it does not look very nice. We can give the span element a class name, and then this will be text to XL, font bold, and text primary. We can also style the span with the price, so we can give it a class name, and this will be text LG and font medium. If we again go back, then you will see right here price, and then the real price. Of course, this is aligned a bit weirdly, so this means we can go to our wrapper div, and we want to create a flex layout, and we want to align the children to the most outer corner. So we can give it a class name, and this will be flex items center, justify between to align the children to the most outer corner, and margin bottom 6. As you see, the price is on the left side, and then the price itself is on the right side. We can also pass a colon for the price. I think this will be a bit better. And then we can continue with the course stats, statistics. For that, we can go underneath the span and underneath the div, but we want to stay in the card content. Then we can create a div, and in the div, I will render an H4. Here we can say what you will get. Colon or exclamation mark, yeah, I think colon will be a bit better. We can also style the H4, we can give it a class name, and this will be font medium. Then underneath the H4, we can get a div, and we can give the div a class name, and this will be grid or flex flex column and then gap 3. Inside of here, we can get another div and then we can give it a class name, or we can skip it for now. And in the div, I want to render another div, and this will be the wrapper div for the icon. So inside of here, we can get the icon clock icon. This is self-closing, and then we can give it a class name, and this will be size 4. If we again go back, then you will see right here what you will get, and then we get the icon. But of course, we want to style the icon, so let's give the div a class name, and this will be flex size 8. As you all know, we want to center the child, the icon, so we can say items center and justify center, and then rounded full, and then also BG primary, but we don't want to use the full opacity, so we can say /10 and then also text primary. If we again go back, then you will see this icon here. Then of course we want to also render the duration, because this icon will be there to showcase the duration. 10 hours, 20 hours, 30 hours, 5 hours, who knows. So we can again go back, and then underneath the div, we can create another div element. Inside of here, let's get a p tag, and we can say course duration. Underneath the p tag, I want to get another p tag, and here I will get the course.duration, and then I want to say hours. Also, of course, we can style the p tag. I will give it a class name, and this will be text SM and font medium. Then I will also style the second p tag. I will give it a class name, and this will be text SM and text muted foreground to give it a grayish color. But here's one problem. This content, this is what we just created, and the icon is rendered here, and this course content should also be rendered next to the icon. We want to create a flex layout. If we again go back, then we have this wrapper div. We can give it a class name, and this will be flex items center and gap 3. And as you see, if I delete my markings, this already looks way better. Nevertheless, we have one problem. This, would you call it content? Let's call it section content. It currently touches this label. So if we again go back, we have this h4 and then this div. And these two items are wrapped by this div. So we can give the div a class name, and this will be margin bottom 6, then also space y3. Then we can also say rounded LG, BG muted, and padding 4. If we can go back, then this already looks absolutely beautiful. So the next step is to also render the course level. For that, we can again go back, and we can literally copy this div, this div with the class name flex item center and gap 3. I will copy it and just paste it down below. Instead of using the icon clock icon, we want to get the icon chart bar. Then instead of right here using the duration, we want to get the course.level, and we can delete the hours. Then we can again copy paste this div, and this will be for the category. Instead of using this icon chart bar, we will use the icon category. Instead of passing the level, we want to pass the course.category. Then we can again copy paste this div down below. I will copy it and paste it. And here we want to render the total lessons. We can use the icon book icon. This is imported from Tabla. Then we want to delete this course.category, and instead we want to again use the reduce method. As you all know, we already used it. If we scroll a bit to the top, then right here somewhere, where is it? Course.chapter.reduce. We can literally just copy this and again go back. Then here I will paste it into the p tag. Again, we get all of our lessons, and then we use the reduce method to find the total amount of lessons in this course. Then is there anything else we have to update? Instead of saying course duration, this should say total lessons. I think I also forgot to update the other p tags. Yes, so this shouldn't be course duration, but instead category. Then here, instead of saying course duration, this should be difficulty level. And here course duration is correct because we render the duration. We can again scroll to the bottom and I think this is finished. So if we again go back, we get 4 items: the course duration, the difficulty level, the category and the total lessons. And then as next step, we can render like a features list. For that, we can go right here to the cart content. So we want to stay in the cart content, but we want to go underneath all of these divs and we can create another div element. Then we can give it a class name. This will be margin bottom 6 and also space y3. Then inside of here, we can get an h4 and we will just say this course includes colon, and then inside of here or underneath the h4 we want to then say, for example, full lifetime access, access on mobile and desktop, certificate of completion and stuff like that. We can just get the UL tag, the unordered list tag, we can give it a class name and this will be space y2. Then inside of here we can get the li tag and in the li tag we want to get a div. This will be the wrapper div for the icon. We want to get the check icon from Lucid React and we can give it a class name and this will be size 3. Then we can also style the wrapper div and this will be rounded full BG green 500 and we don't want to use the full opacity, so we can say /10 and then also text green 500. As you see, this is this icon, but it takes the whole width, so there's something broken. So if we again go back, we can style the li, we can give it a class name and this will be flex items center and then gap 2 and text sm. Then underneath this wrapper div, we can get a span element and I will just say full lifetime access. If we again go back, then you will see right here the icon and then the text. But am I the only one who thinks that the icon is a bit too small? So we can give this div also padding, so this div which wraps the icon, and this will be padding 1. And if we again go back, then you will see that this is a bit bigger. Then we can literally just copy paste this li down below. And then here for the span, we can say access on mobile and desktop. And we don't need to update the icon. Then we can again copy paste this li down below and for the span this will be certificate of completion. Then the last step is to render an enrollment button. That's how I call it. If we again go back, we can go underneath this div, but we want to stay in the cart content and then we can get the button component from the components and inside of here we can say enroll now exclamation mark. Then underneath the button we can also render a p tag and here I will just say 30-day money-back guarantee. You know, to sound a bit more professional. Then we can also add a class name and this will be margin top 3, then also text center. We can also say text XS and text muted foreground. If we again go back, then you will see this beautiful card. I'm right now very zoomed in, that's why it clips this card. But if I zoom out a bit to the normal screen size 100%, then you will see this is our card. And if I scroll to the bottom, then this card is also sticky. It does not move its position. We always see it. It does not matter where we are currently on the page. But as you see, this button does not take the whole width. This is not that nice. So if we again go back, we can give the button a class name and then this will be width full. And as you see, this is already way better. Is there anything that I'm missing here? Honestly, I don't think so. This should also be mobile responsive in theory, and yes it is. So here we get our thumbnail, the title, the small description, our badges, and then our course description, our course content, and then at the bottom we get our card because it has the order too. If we switch the order, then we can also render the card at the top. It does not matter. If you want to do that, but I think this just looks a bit more professional. And yeah, I think we're finished with the course ID route. And you know what, maybe before we continue with Stripe and implement everything and also implement again Arcjet to protect our app, how about we first of all push our changes to GitHub. If we again go back, we can open our terminal. As you see, I get an error here. That's probably because of unused imports. And yes, I don't need the use construct URL function, and I don't need this custard. I'm not sure why I imported this, but yeah. Then we can open the terminal. I will stop the dev server. I will say git add everything with a dot to add everything. Then git commit -m for the message. Again, what version are we on? I honestly don't know. So this is version 5. So in this case, this is version 6 now. And we will just say finished landing page. We can then click on enter, and then I want to push my changes. In this case, this will be git push. And as you see, all of my changes have been pushed to the remote repository. And if I head over back to GitHub, then you will see right here, v6 finished landing page. Wow. And now it's finally time to continue with Arcjet. We want to implement Arcjet, and also it's time to implement Stripe. Alright, before we go on and implement Stripe, I want to first of all again protect my application with Arcjet. Because here's the thing, if I go back into my dashboard, go to my courses, first of all, wow, this is a great skeleton, looks beautiful. And then as you all know, I have the ability to delete a course. But here's the thing, I forgot to implement Arcjet for this specific route. Because if I go into my deletion action, then there's no Arcjet code inside of here, and Arcjet does not secure this server action. So if we go into our creation server action, then you all know that we already implemented Arcjet. We can just copy this constant AJ, and then we want to paste it above our export async function delete course. We can import Arcjet from the lib folder. We want to then also get the detect bot rule, and then also the fixed window algorithm. Now here's one thing which I want to quickly mention, and that's that this fixed window currently works for our scale. What I mean by that is our application currently is quite small, and that's why a maximum of 5 works quite well for a specific user. Nevertheless, in production, later on, you might want to adjust it. Maybe a user should only be able to create 2 requests in a minute or 10 requests. You will see that once you go into production. But for us in development, and since our application is quite small, 5 is a nice number which I will just use throughout the application. But for example, our route handler for the file upload also has the same rate limit. Maybe you would want to give this route handler a bigger rate limit because maybe you want to allow users to upload more files. Again, test it out and then adjust it dynamically, but I will just use 5 throughout the video. And then we can of course also use Arcjet in our try statement. We can go back to our creation route and we can literally just copy this code. So first of all, this constant request, decision, and then the if statement. I will just copy everything and then paste it into the try statement. So as you see, we get an error, or we get 2 errors. First of all, because we have to import the request from Arcjet Next, because again, here's the thing, a server action does not expose the request object. And that's why we have this helper function to get the request, because Arcjet needs all of the info to create a good and valid decision. Then we want to create our decision, and as you all know, we want to pass a custom fingerprint. Currently, we want to pass our session.userid, but we get an error, and that's because we don't get the session. So here we can say constant session will be equal to await require admin. And then we also have an if check, and if the decision is denied and if the reason is rate limit, then we will return this error message, and if it's some other error, then we will return this error message. This is great, so our deletion route is protected, but also I get this error. If I do a hard refresh, this will go away. And here's one problem. You see, this detect bot rule, so just our bot detection rule in general, should pretty much run everywhere. Because if I go back to my landing page, so we can just say localhost 3000, then you will see my courses here. We have our landing page and we get our courses. And again, wow, what a beautiful skeleton. And then we can also learn more about the course. Again, we get a lot of info. And here's the thing, I don't want to allow bots to scrape this website, this landing page, all of this info. Creating this description is a lot of work. You have to write a lot of text. You don't want to allow bots to scrape it. So what is if we could, for example, run this whole bot rule, this whole detect bot rule in middleware so that it literally runs on every request and that we check on every request if the user or if the request is made from a bot. Because again, I don't want to allow bots to scrape my website. I don't want to allow bots to interact with my website. Sure, I want to allow, for example, Google, the crawler bot, to scroll or not to scroll, to scrape my website because this is needed for SEO. But I don't want to allow, for example, OpenAI to scrape my website. They can pay for my data if they want to. This means we want to implement middleware, and as you all know, we already implemented middleware, but currently inside of here, we just check, or this is there to authorize the user or check if the user has a valid session. But inside of here, we can also use Arcjet, and to be specific, we can use the detect bot rule, and then this will run on every request. So if we go back to Arcjet, we can go to the documentation, then you can go to bot protection, and we can click on references. So here, reference, not references. And here they have a section, per route versus middleware. Bot protection rules can be configured in two ways, per API route or middleware. If you use middleware, then the rule is defined in the middleware. This allows you to configure rules in a single place or apply them globally to all routes. But it means the rules are not located alongside the code they are protecting. This is fine for me. You wouldn't really want to use middleware in middleware. You wouldn't really want to use, for example, weight limits in middleware. You wouldn't want to use the fixed window algorithm. You can use shield in middleware, but in my opinion, it makes a lot of sense to use the bot detection rule in middleware because, again, I don't want to allow any bots to interact with my website, or I don't want to allow bad bots to interact with my website. So we can go back to the documentation, we can click on Quick Start, and if we scroll a bit to the bottom, they have an example on how to implement bot detection in your middleware file. I will just copy this code example and I will comment out all of this code. Don't delete it, just comment it out, and then we can paste this code inside of here. So this will just implement Arcjet in our middleware. As you see here, the matcher tells Next.js which routes to run the middleware on. This runs the middleware on all routes except for static assets. Then we implement Arcjet itself. As you see, we pass the key. Instead of using this process.env, we can just instead use our env variable, import it from the lib folder, and then we pass for the rules array the detect bot rule. As you see, the mode is set to live, it will block requests, and we only allow one category, and this is the search engine category. So for example, bots like Google, Bing, does Safari have a bot? No, I don't think so, but like search engines will allow you to you will allow search engines to scrape your website. Again, this is very important for example, SEO. We can also, for example, allow this category monitor. This will allow uptime monitoring services to just scrape your website or ping it. This is quite important, so I will also add this inside of here. In the array, we have the comma, and then we can get the category, and this will be monitor. You can also allow this preview. Sure, why not? So for example, if you copied your URL and then shared in Discord, then you want to also allow Discord to, for example, just hit your website. So we can again say category, and this will be preview. So we will allow, for example, Discord to get this image. How is it again called? The preview image, I guess. So category preview. Then we can delete these comments, or we can just leave them here. And as you see, then pass any existing middleware with the optional existing middleware prop. Here we create our middleware. We pass AJ as an argument. This is our configuration. And then we can add a second argument, and the second argument will be our existing middleware. And as you all know, we want to run Arcjet in parallel with our authorization logic. What we can do is literally copy this export async function middleware. Then we want to again go right here to the bottom and we can paste it above this export config. Then I can delete the export modifier. I don't want to export this function. This will be an async function. We can also rename it. This will be auth middleware just to know what it really does. We can then also import the next request type from next/server. We want to still get our session cookie. We can import the get session cookie helper function. This is imported, or it does not import for me automatically. So I will just copy it here, or the import statement. The get session cookie function is imported from Better-Auth cookies. Then we want to also import the next response. And again, if we don't have any session, then we will redirect the user to /login, and then we just return the next response.next. This is finished. Then we have our config. This is also fine. Then we implement Arcjet as you see here. And you know what? I'm a big fan of just always having the Arcjet code at the top. I will just again copy it and then paste it above the auth middleware. As you see, we have our import statements. I can also just delete this commented code. So again, we import everything. Then we have the Arcjet configuration object, so constant AJ. Then we have our auth middleware. Then we have this export config with the matcher. And then we have our export default create middleware. And now we can pass our auth middleware into this create middleware. So we can just add a comma here. Then we want to create an async arrow function. So async, and then we can just open it. Then as a param, we can get a request. And as you all know, this is of type next request. And inside of here, we want to create an if statement. And we want to say if the request.next URL.pathname starts with /admin, so we want to invoke it, and then this will be /admin. Then if this is true, we want to redirect the user, or in other words, then we want to run this whole middleware function. So inside of here, we can just say return auth middleware, and then we want to invoke it, and as an argument, we have to pass the request. And then after this, we want to return our next response again. So we will say return next response.next, and we can invoke it. This is needed for non-admin routes. This means we will just continue and it won't intercept, or it will intercept the request, but it won't make sure that the user is authorized and authenticated. So again, what did we just do? Well, we literally just copy pasted this auth middleware function. We did not change anything inside of there. Again, this will get a session cookie and check if the user has a valid user session. If not, we will redirect the user to /login. Then we also implemented Arcjet again. As you all know, we have this config file. This is needed for Arcjet because Arcjet should not run on the static or in the on the static routes. And then we have our export default create middleware function. And here we pass Arcjet. So Arcjet will run on every request except on the static assets. And then we want to also run middleware on routes which start with the path name, which is /admin. And then we will run the auth middleware function. And again, inside of here, we will check if the user has a valid user session. So the code is relatively simple. And then I think we can test it out. If we again go back and open our terminal, we can open, or I will open Ghosty. This is a nice terminal, which I like to use. And inside of here, I will just curl my website. So curl localhost 3000. And as you see, I get an error. Code 403, message forbidden. If I again go back, and I will for now just again revert all changes so that we just have our standard auth layer. Don't worry, don't do that. I will just do it to show you an example. I will literally just delete again everything. As you see, this is again our old code. And if I again try to do the same thing, this means curl and then localhost 3000, you will see that I literally was able to curl my whole index page. But if we again revert the changes, so what we just had, I will just again copy paste it and again go back. And if I again say curl localhost 3000, then Arcjet intercepts the request. It sees, this looks like a bot. I think we should just deny the user. And as you see, it denied the user, it denied the request. We got our code, our message. We can also open the dashboard. And as you see here, I get a few errors and my request got denied because, or the reason is bot. And here it also says conclusion deny, reason bot, denied curl. Wow, this was so easy to implement. But we have one problem. Here's the thing. We currently have the bot detection rule implemented in middleware, but we also implemented this rule in our deletion route, for example, in the delete server action. We also implemented it in the create server action. This is kinda a problem. And if we again go to reference, we can scroll to per route versus middleware. And here they have a section called avoiding double protection with middleware. Here it says if you use Arcjet in middleware and individual routes, that's what we are currently doing, you need to be careful that Arcjet is not running multiple times per request. This can be avoided by excluding the API route from the middleware matcher. This is one solution, so here we have our matcher, we can just add our route inside of there, but honestly I think it's just easier to delete this rule from our Arcjet instance. So we can just go right here to search, I will copy the name detect bot, and first of all I can delete it here from my create server action, I can delete this with rule, and then I can also delete it here from the import statement. Then again I want to use the search field, I want to search for detect bot, then we don't need it here in our courses edit route. We can just delete the with rule with the detect bot. Then we can delete the import for detect bot. Then we also use it here in this edit route. I can again delete this with rule. And then I want to also delete the import statement for detect bot. Then we also use detect bot in our deletion route for our route handler. So for the file deletion, we can also delete this with rule, and then we want to delete the import statement. Then we can also continue with this upload route handler for our file uploads. We can delete this with rule, and we can delete the import statement for detect bot. And then there's only one more route handler missing, and that's our Better-Auth route handler, so /API/auth/all. And we can just go into our middleware file, and instead of deleting this rule from the route handler itself, we will instead update our matcher, because I want to also show you how it works inside of here. Here we have our fav icon.ico. What we can say is API/auth, and that's already it. Arcjet won't run on this route anymore. API/auth. If we again open our Explorer, you will see right here we have our API folder and then the auth folder. Let's maybe also try to curl a different route. Let's say the courses route, localhost 3000 and then /courses. And if I click on enter, it also says forbidden. So we now protect all of our routes, which is super cool, and we can continue with Stripe. Yoo-hoo! Alright, to continue with Stripe, or before we implement Stripe, we have to first of all again update our schema. If we open our schema.prisma file, there's currently no way to store the enrollment, because if a user buys access to our course, we have to also know that the user bought access to the course, because we can't just go to Stripe every time and double check, this user bought the course, okay, let me manually give the user access. No, this has to run automatically. If a user buys access to the course, we have to get notified with a webhook, but we will come to that a bit later on, and we have to know, was the payment successful, what was the amount, what user bought what course, and stuff like that. We can go underneath this lesson, and we want to create a new model. This will be called Enrollment. You could also say purchase. Yeah, it does not really matter. We can just open it, and what's the first thing that we have to add inside of here? Well, we have to create a primary key. This will be the ID, this will be of type string, at ID, at default UUID. Then inside of here, we can create, or we can first of all store, for example, the amount. This will be of type int. So when a user later on checks out, we will just store it inside of here to then later on display it in our analytics dashboard to see, hey, we made on the 15th, or we made 2 days ago $500, then yesterday $1,000, and so on and so on. It's just easier to query our database than to go to Prisma, or not to Prisma, but to Stripe and get the data from there. Then we can also create a created at and updated at timestamp. Created at will be of type datetime, and then at default now. When we generate a new row, it will create a new created at timestamp. Then we can also get updated at, and this will be of type datetime at updated at. This is already finished. These are the core columns which we want to store, but we have to also create the relationship between the enrollment and course, and also between the enrollment and user. What will the relationship be? Will this be a one-to-one relationship, a many-to-many relationship, a one-to-many relationship? Good question. Let's think through it for a second. A one-to-one relationship would mean that one user could only have one enrollment, and one enrollment could only be related to one user. But this, of course, does not really work because a user could have many enrollments. A user could buy many courses. So in this case, we want to create a one-to-many relationship. One user can have many enrollments. Each enrollment has to be linked to one user. And the same thing is also true for a course. One course can have many enrollments, but each enrollment can be only linked to one course. And also, in theory, this is a many-to-many relationship because this model enrollment is a joint table, or some people call it junction table, and it's used to create an explicit many-to-many relationship between the user and the course. So in theory, we create one-to-many relationships, but it's actually a many-to-many relationship, and this joint table creates the many-to-many relationship. We can first of all start with our course. As mentioned, here we want to create a one-to-many relationship. How do you again create a one-to-many relationship? Well, it's quite simple. We can go underneath the chapter, we can get our enrollment, or this is how the column will be called, and this will be equal to our enrollment model. As mentioned, this is a one-to-many relationship, and this means we want to append array brackets. If we save this, it will auto-generate this relationship. As you see, course ID, and we relate this field to the ID because the ID is the primary key. Currently, there's one problem. This is optional. This shouldn't be optional, so we can delete the question mark. Also, we can use this onDelete cascade property. So after this ID, we can add a comma, get the onDelete property, and this will be equal to cascade. And this again means that this will delete the child records when the parent record is deleted. Then we want to also create a one-to-many relationship with our user, or the user will create a one-to-many relationship. So we can scroll to the top, go to the user, then we want to go underneath the courses. We can again get the enrollment, and this will be equal to the enrollment model, and we can append array brackets. If we save this, it will auto-generate the relationship, and of course this is again optional, so we can delete the question marks at the end. And then we want to also add the onDelete property, and this will be equal to cascade. But I want to also create an enum, because here's the thing, our whole status could either be pending, active, or cancelled. So once a user tries to check out, the whole status will be pending. Once the user successfully checks out, the status will be active, or if you want to, you can also call it successful. And if a user cancels for some weird reason, then the status will be cancelled. You could of course say inside of here just status, and this will be equal to string, but this is not type safe, and as mentioned, we only have 3 options. So underneath the model, we can create an enum, and this will be called enrollment status, and then we can get we will have a pending state, then an active state, you could also call it successful state, I don't really care, and then also cancelled. And then this status will be equal to our enrollment status. And as you all know, we want to also add a default state, and this will be pending, because always the enrollment is always initially pending, and only after that it will become active. And before we now sync our database with our Prisma schema, I want you first of all also update the user model. Because here's the thing, once a user clicks on this button, check out or buy the course or whatever the button is called, I think it's called buy now, yes, enroll now. So once a user clicks on this enroll now button, we will redirect the user to the hosted Stripe checkout page. And here's the thing, before we do that, Stripe has to also kinda identify the user, and we will create a customer in Stripe itself, and then we want to store the Stripe customer ID in our database so that we can relate our local database or our local user with the Stripe user which is stored in Stripe's database. Underneath the enrollment, we can get the Stripe customer, or we will create a Stripe customer ID. This will be of type string and optional, because if a user is just using the application and currently not enrolling or buying anything, then the user won't have any customer ID. But once the user clicks on this button, we will then get a request, and in the server action we will check, does the user or is the user already a customer? If so, then we will use the Stripe customer ID. But if the user is not a customer yet, then we will create a Stripe customer and then link the ID right here. And again, this is very important because we want to always reference the user in the Stripe dashboard. This is super important. In theory, you can allow a user to also enroll in your course or buy a course without creating a Stripe customer ID. But in my opinion, this is not a good idea. You want to always have the relation, and you want to always store the Stripe customer ID in your database. And then we can also say at unique, because the Stripe customer ID is always unique, and we will also use it to then query our model, or in other words, to query our user. We can then sync our database with our local Prisma schema. I will stop my dev server, and then inside of here, we can say pnpm dlx prisma db push. And as you see, we get one error. No, what's the problem? I mean, it's kinda a warning, not really an error. It says there might be data loss when applying the changes. A unique constraint covering the columns Stripe customer ID on the table user will be added. If there are existing duplicate values, this will fail. Well, there won't be any duplicate values because currently there's not even a Stripe customer ID which we can even define. So this field is currently not defined, so we can just say yes because there won't be any existing duplicate values. As you see, our database is now in sync with our Prisma schema, and we can again restart our dev server. What we want to do as the next step is first of all create a new server action. In the public folder, we want to go into our courses folder, into the slug folder, and then inside of here, we can create an actions file. And then inside of here, we can mark the file with the use server directive, and then we can create a function. In this case, we can say export async function, and this will be called enroll in course action. Yeah, I think this is a good name, and then we can just open it. As you all know, we want to always add a return type parameter. So here we can add a colon, we can add a promise, we want to create a generic, and then inside of here we can pass our API response. Then we can create a try catch statement, and as you all know, in the catch statement we want to return an error object. That's why we can say right here return, and then for the status this will be error, and then for the message this will be failed to enroll in course. And also, maybe before we continue with the try statement, we have to first of all also validate or check that the user has a valid session, that the user currently is authenticated. As you all know, we already have the require admin function, but this also checks if the user is an admin. But in this case, we don't need to know if the user is an admin. We want to only verify that the user has a valid session. So we want to go into our Explorer, or we can open it. We want to open our data access layer, and then in the core, or we don't want to use the course folder, we want to create a new folder in the data folder, and this will be the user folder. And inside of here we will create a file to verify the user session. So we can create a new file, and you could either call it verify user, but I will call it require-user.ts. And then inside of here we can create an export async function. This will be called require user, and then we can just open it. Inside of here, we can create a constant. It will be called session, and then this will be equal to await auth. Auth is imported from the lib folder .api.get session. We want to invoke it, the structured, and we have to pass headers. This will be equal to await headers, and headers is imported from next/headers. We want to then invoke it, and now we get our user session. But this user session could either be defined or it could be null. So we want to create an if statement, and if there's no valid user session, then we want to redirect the user. We can say return redirect. Redirect is imported from next/navigation, and we want to redirect the user to /login. And if we have a valid user session, then we can just return the session.user. Then we can copy the name require user, and then above the try statement, we can say await require user. We can invoke it, and then we are finished with this file. With this file, we now make sure that the user has a valid user session. Then in the try statement, I want to find the course. I want to get more info. I want to get the ID, the title, the price, and stuff like that. And as you all know, to get a specific course, we want to use some sort of unique value. In this case, we will use the course ID. So in the params, we can get a course ID, and this will be of type string. And then here in the try statement, we can say constant course, and then this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the lib folder .course and then .find unique. We want to then invoke it, the structured, and inside of here, as mentioned, we want to use the where statement since we want to find a specific course. We want to use the ID, and this will be equal to the course ID. Then we can also select some data, and we will get the ID. Then we want to also get the title, not this, but the title. Then we can also get the price, and how about we also get the slug. As you all know, this course could either be defined or it could be null. So underneath the constant, we can create an if statement, and if there's no course, if there's no result, then we can return an error object. For the status, this will be error, and then for the message, this will be course not found. Then as a next step, we want to verify if the user already has a Stripe customer ID. So if there's already a customer record in the Stripe database, Stripe dashboard. We can first of all again query our user, because here we queried our course, and as a next step we want to query our user. We can create a constant. This will be called user with Stripe customer ID. And this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is already imported, .user.find unique. Then we can open it, and as you all know, we have to add a where statement. And we want to find a user where the ID matches the user ID. We can update our await require user function. In other words, we can get a result. This will be constant user equals to await require user. And then we can pass our user here, and we want to get the ID. We now get our user, but we don't want to get the whole user object, but instead we want to select only the Stripe customer ID. As you all know, the Stripe customer ID could either be defined, so if we hover over it, it says right here, Stripe customer ID could either be a string or it could be null. And if there is no Stripe customer ID yet, then we want to create a new customer in Stripe, and then Stripe will give us the Stripe customer ID, and we will store it, or we will update our user with the Stripe customer ID. For that, we can create an if statement, and we want to check if we get the user with Stripe customer ID. So if we get the user with Stripe customer ID, .Stripe customer ID, then we don't really want to do anything. So above this constant user with Stripe customer ID, we can create a let, and this will be called Stripe customer ID, and this will just be of type string. And as you see, this is currently just null, or in theory it's string, but right now it's just nothing. Nothing is passed right here. And then in the if statement, we can just set our Stripe customer ID equal to our user with Stripe customer ID .Stripe customer ID. That's it. As you see, we still get an error, and it says Stripe customer ID is assigned a value but never used. That's fine, we will fix it in a second. And then we want to also create an else statement, and inside of here we will then create a new Stripe customer. But here's the thing, we did not implement Stripe yet. We have to install the Stripe package, the SDK, which will allow us to talk to Stripe directly to the API. So we can just go to Google and search for Stripe SDK. Then we can click right here on this first link. And here they list all of the server-side SDKs. What language do we use? Do we use Ruby? Do we use Java? No, we use Node. So we can click on Stripe Node library, and here they will already have an installation command, npm install Stripe. So we can go back, we can open our terminal, and inside of here we can say pnpm I Stripe, and this will install the Stripe SDK. As you see, the Stripe Node library provides convenient access to the Stripe API from applications written in server-side JavaScript. We can then again close this, we want to go back, and we can also restart our dev server again. Then we have to first of all initialize Stripe. We can open our Explorer, we want to go into the lib folder, and here we can create a new file called stripe.ts. Then inside of here we want to create an export constant. This will be called lowercase stripe, and this will be equal to new stripe. Stripe does not import for me automatically, so I will do it manually. On top we can just say import uppercase stripe, and this will be from Stripe. Then we can invoke it, and as an argument we have to provide the Stripe secret key. Currently we don't have one, so I will just pass some gibberish. Then we want to add a comma and open an object. Inside of here we have to provide two key properties. First of all, the API version, and this is quite dynamic. What I mean by that is my API version will differ to your one, because if you watch this video in 1 month or so, then there will already be a new API version. But if you click on Control Spacebar, then it will just give you the latest one. I will click on this, and then I want to also set TypeScript to true, because we use TypeScript and we want to get TypeScript types. Before we now continue by creating a Stripe customer and stuff like that, how about we first of all head over to Stripe and also get the Stripe secret key. We can go to stripe.com, this is the website. And what again is Stripe? Well, Stripe is literally the biggest payment processor, or at least it's the most common one that most people like me and you use. For example, my website marshallcode.com also uses Stripe. So if I click on Get Premium Access, I will get redirected to Stripe, and this is the Stripe hosted payment page. So it will interact with the user, it will take all of the card details and then also charge the user. We won't do it manually because this is a huge security risk, and that's why we use Stripe. Stripe talks with the card provider, with the bank, it will then charge the customer, and we will then get all of the info, which is super nice. So again, this is the most common, probably in my opinion, the best payment processor. And also you might ask me, hey Jan, you know, there are a lot of alternatives. For example, Polar.sh. This is like this new cool kid on the blog. I also got a comment on YouTube. Hey Jan, why will we use Stripe in the video? Why don't we use Polar? It's so cool, blah, blah, blah. So here's the thing. Polar is a MRR. Is this correct? No, MOR. A merchant of record. This means it handles taxes for you. This in theory sounds great, so as they say here, global merchant of record, focus on your passion while we handle all the tax compliance. So yes, Polar is a cool idea, it works nicely. I personally did not use it, but I heard a lot of people said that it's absolutely fantastic. And I'm happy for these people that they have a solution which they can use. Here's the thing, I personally don't need global tax compliance. I set up my company structure in a way that it does not matter for me. Again, talk with your accountant, talk with some tax professional. Don't take advice from me. I have no clue what I'm talking about. But here they, as you see, they have they give you the pricing, 4% plus 40 cents per transaction. Polar is built on top of Stripe. It is more expensive than Stripe because again, it builds on top of Stripe, but it's a nice service. If you need global tax compliance, then use Polar. It's very easy to implement, but I don't need it, and I Yeah, and that's the reason why I won't implement it in this video. And also Stripe recently acquired Lemon Squeezy. This is also a MOR, so merchant of record. And Stripe also now natively handles taxes globally. And honestly, I think this is enough talking from my side and we can finally implement Stripe. I will first of all sign in. As you see, I'm signed in and this is now a little onboarding guide. So the business name will be Marshall LMS. Then for the business website, this is optional. I will skip it. And then how do we want to start? Well, we want to set up non-reoccurring payments. So this will be one-off payments, not subscriptions. And then we can continue and we can go to the dashboard. As you see here, they also have a little quick start or setup guide. We can just close this. We don't really care about all of this. My God, what is this? No, I don't need it. Please go away. And as you see, I'm now in the dashboard. This is a sandbox. And maybe you might ask me, hey Jan, what is a sandbox? Well, sandboxes are isolated environments for you to build and test Stripe integrations. It's safe for testing, multiple isolated environments, and also robust access control. Inside of here, we want to get the secret key. We can just copy it. The secret key is right here shown on the right side, recommendations. We can copy it and then we want to go back. We can open our env file and then inside of here, we can create a new environment variable and this will be called stripe_secret_key and this will be equal to what we just copied. Then we want to open also our env.ts file. Please also copy the name Stripe secret key and then we want to update it or update our server configuration here and also update and also add the Stripe secret key. This will be z.string and then .minimum1. Then we can go back to our Stripe configuration file. I will delete the gibberish and instead we can get the env variable and then we want to use the Stripe secret key. This is finished. We can again close the Stripe configuration file and then we can continue with our actions file. In the else statement, we want to create a new customer in Stripe. So here we can say constant customer and this will be equal to await stripe.customer or customers.create. And inside of here we have to provide a few properties. First of all, the email, and this will be equal to the user.email. Then we can also provide a name, and this will be equal to the user.name. And then we can also provide metadata, and here we want to pass or store the user ID. So we can open an object, and here we will store the user ID, which will be equal to user.id. Then we can just go underneath the customer, and we want to update our database. First of all, we can set our Stripe customer ID equal to our customer.id and then we want to, and this shouldn't be a question mark but an equal sign, and then here we can update our database. Await prisma.user.update. We want to update a specific user where the ID matches the user ID, and then we want to update data, and specifically we want to update the Stripe customer ID, and this will be equal to Stripe customer ID. So again, if there's no Stripe customer, then we will create a customer with Stripe, and then we will update our database with this new Stripe customer ID. And you know what? In theory, we can also test it out. Right here underneath all of this code, we can create a return object again. For the status, this will be success. And then we can also return a message, and this will be, for now, Stripe customer created. Then we can open again our page.tsx. So right here, courses, slug, and then page.tsx. And then if we again scroll a bit to the bottom, then we should find our checkout or enroll button. So if I scroll to the bottom, here I have my button, enroll now. I will wrap this button in a form element, and then I can delete the action. I want to again paste the button, and then we can give the form an action, and this will be equal to our server action. This is called enroll in course action. We can paste it inside of here and import the server action from our actions file. As you see, we get an error. Okay, then I can just do a little trick. We can create an async arrow function inside of here. We can mark it with the use server directive, and then we can use the enroll in course server action. As you see, we get one error. That's because we have to pass one argument, and this is the course ID. So we can just say course.id. This is just a little trick to call the server action. You wouldn't really want to do this in production, but we will just do it right now to test everything out. I will delete the code in a second. We want to just create a Stripe customer. And if we click on enroll now, nothing happens. This is fine, don't worry. We can go back into our Stripe dashboard, and if we click on customers, then right here you should see one customer. As you see, we are able to create customers in our Stripe dashboard. Then we can also open Prisma Studio and check if the Stripe customer ID has been linked to the specific user. I will stop my dev server and then run pnpm dlx Prisma Studio. And as you see right here, I'm in the user model, and if I scroll to the right side, then we have the Stripe customer ID, customer blah blah. Wow, this worked nicely. We can then again go back, and then we want to finish off our server action to allow the user to check out. Here's the thing, we will have to do two things. We will first of all have to check if the user already has an active enrollment or an existing enrollment. If so, we will then have to check if the enrollment status is active, because if it's active, then we will just return, hey user, you are already enrolled in the course. What are you doing? Do you want to pay me 2 times? Or something like that. If the user does not have an existing enrollment, then we want to create a new one. And then after that, we want to use Stripe and we want to create a new checkout session. And then this checkout session will give us a redirect redirect URL. All of these, you could say transactions, if this makes sense, are related or are dependent on each other. For example, if Stripe fails to create a checkout session, then all of these queries should also fail. What does this mean? Well, this means we want to use again a Prisma transaction. Underneath this await prisma.user.update, and then also underneath this whole if-else statement, we can create a new constant. This will be result, or it will be called result, and this will be equal to await prisma $transaction. We want to invoke it, and inside of here we will create an async arrow function. Then as a param we can get a tx. This is like a transaction or just a singular instance of Prisma, and then we want to first of all check if the user is already enrolled. We want to get the enrollment. So here we can create a constant. This will be called existing enrollment. Yes, I misspelled it, don't worry. And then this will be equal to await tx.enrollment.find unique. We want to then open it, we want to use the where statement, and we want to find an enrollment where the user ID matches and where also the course ID matches. But here's the thing, this won't work. It wants us to use the ID to find the enrollment, but I don't have an ID. I only have the course ID and of course the user ID. What we want to do is go back to our schema and we have to update our enrollment model, because here's the thing. The user ID is unique, and also of course the course ID, it's also unique. Here underneath this user ID, but still in the enrollment model, we can get this at unique property. This is an array inside of here, and then in the array we want to pass the user ID and also the course ID. Here we tell the model, or we tell Prisma, we tell our database that the user ID and course ID, both of these properties columns, are unique. So we can again open our terminal and we want to then sync our database again. So pnpm dlx prisma db push. And as you see, we get a warning here, a unique constraint covering the columns user ID and course ID on the table enrollment will be added. If there are existing duplicate values, this will fail. We don't have any existing duplicate values, so we can just say yes, and then it will sync our database with our Prisma schema. We can then again restart our dev server, and if we again go back, we can then use something else. So instead of passing the ID here, we can instead get the user ID underscore course ID. We can then open it, and inside of here we have to pass the user ID. This will be equal to the user.id, and then we want to also pass the course ID, and this will be equal to the course ID. Here we will get this unique enrollment. Then we want to go underneath the where statement, and we can also select something, and we want to get the status. We can set this to true, and then underneath this constant existing enrollment, but still in the transaction, please make sure that you are still in the transaction, then we can create an if statement, and we want to check if the status is equal to active. If the existing enrollment dot status is equal to active, then we can open this and we want to return an object. For the status, this will be success. And then we want to also provide a message, and yes, we don't get any TypeScript types, don't worry, that's fine. And for the message, we will just say, you are already enrolled in this course. Then after this if statement, we can continue by checking if we have an existing enrollment in general. So if the status is pending, then we want to just, for example, update the updated at timestamp. If we don't have any existing enrollment, then we will create a new one. Here we can create a let, this will be enrollment, and then we can just close it. Then we can create an if statement and we can check if we have an existing enrollment. If so, then we can open it, and inside of here our enrollment, this let, will be equal to await tx.enrollment.update, since we already have one. And here we can first of all use the where statement. We want to update an enrollment where the ID matches our existing enrollment.id. And then we want to, of course, also update data, and we want to update the amount. This will be equal to our course.price. We want to update the status. This will be pending. And then we want to also update the updated at timestamp, and this will be equal to new date. And as you see, we also get an error here. Property ID does not exist on type status, enrollment status. Here's the thing, we currently only select the status, but we want to also select the ID. So this will be set to true, lowercase true, not uppercase true. And then if we can go back, this error should go away. Then we want to continue. This shouldn't be a question mark, but instead this equal sign. And then we can continue by creating an else statement, because if we don't have an enrollment, then we want to create a new one. And here the enrollment will be not this, but the enrollment. I will just copy it and paste it here. And this will be equal to await tx.enrollment.create. We can just open it and we want to pass data. Here we have to first of all pass the user ID, because we want to create a relationship between the enrollment and user, and then also between the enrollment and course. So the user ID will be equal to the user.id, and then the course ID will be equal to the course.id. Then we want to also update or add the amount, and this will be equal to the course.price. And we have to, of course, also add the status. And as you all know, as a default, it's already pending. Nevertheless, we can still here explicitly say that this is pending. This is just nice for a developer to see, hey, the status is here pending, even though the status is already initially pending because it's the default. As you see, we still get an error for enrollment. Don't worry, that's because we currently don't use it. So as you see, enrollment is assigned a value but never used. That's fine. We will use it in a second once we create our checkout session. Then we want to go underneath this if-else statement, but you want to still stay in this main transaction. Please don't go out of it. You want to stay inside of it. And then inside of here, we want to finally create a checkout session with Stripe. And this checkout session, inside of there, we will define our items. So the item which we want to check out. And then this checkout session will give us a redirect URL. We can create a constant. This will be called checkout session. And this will be equal to await Stripe. Stripe is already imported. .checkout.sessions.create. We can invoke it, open an object, and inside of here we have to first of all link this checkout session to our Stripe customer. This means we can get the customer property, and this will be equal to our Stripe customer ID, which we got or created. As you all know, if we already have a Stripe customer ID, then we just set our let or our variable equal to the Stripe customer ID. If we don't have one, then we create a new one. So here our Stripe customer ID is equal to our Stripe customer ID. We link our checkout session to the customer, or in other words to the user, and then we have to also add line items. This is an array, and inside of here we want to open an object. So here's the thing, the line items property defines all of the items which we want to check out. So here it says a list of items the customer is purchasing. Use this parameter to pass one-time or reoccurring prices. Here's the thing, again, we will have a one-time checkout. We won't bill the user monthly, and here we have to pass the price itself, and this is the price ID. We can just pass a random string right now, and then also the quantity, and this will always be 1, so we will hard code it as 1. As you see, if you hover over the price, it says the ID of the price or plan object. One of price or price data is required. This whole checkout session has to be linked to a product. Later on we will update our server action, the creation server action, and we will create a new Stripe product when we also create a new course in our database. For now, we won't do it, so we will just go to the Stripe dashboard and we will create a new product inside of there. Again, later on, we will automate everything and we will create a Stripe product in our server action. But for now, just to test everything out, we can go into the Stripe dashboard, so stripe.com. Then I want to go into the dashboard. Once it loads, we want to go into the product catalog. So here in the sidebar, you have the product catalog, but in theory, you can also go into the search field and say product catalog. Then you will also find it. Then inside of here, we want to add a new product. We can use the shortcut N, and then right here for the name, this will be Ultimate Next.js. Also, don't forget to sign up right here. Here's my waitlist, Ultimate Next.js. Again, sign up. And then for the description, super cool course, please buy it now, exclamation mark. Then we can upload an image. I will just use this one right here. And then this will be in one-off payment. So one time, and that's it. For the amount, I will first of all select US dollars, and then this will be $800. Then is there anything else that we have to add right here? Nope, I don't think so. We can just add the product. As you see, it's pending, and now we have one active product. If we would, for example, archive the product, then it would be here underneath or in the archived tab. But you want to still leave it active, and then we can open the product and we want to get the price ID. Here you have the product ID. We don't need the product ID. Again, we need the price ID. So we want to click right here on this price, and then here you have the price ID. Please copy it. Then we can go back and we want to paste it right here for the price. This is the price ID, and this will reference our product. Then we can continue. We want to go underneath the line items array. Then we want to pass the mode, and we get 3 options: payment, setup, and subscription. We want to choose payment because setup will just set up the checkout session, but it won't charge the user. And subscription will create a subscription, but we don't want to have recurring payments. That's why we will select payment. Then we have to also pass the success URL. For now, this will just be an empty string or with some gibberish. And then also the cancel URL. The cancel URL, as it says right here, if set checkout displays a back button, and customers will be redirected to this URL if they decide to cancel a payment. Inside of the URL or in this page, we will just say, hey user, you canceled your checkout. Don't worry, you won't get charged. And the success URL is the URL. So right here it says the URL to which Stripe should send customers when payment or a setup itself is complete. Yeah, I think this is quite self-explanatory. Then we can also add metadata, and this is what we will then use this metadata later on in our webhook. And we want to pass the user ID. This will be equal to the user.id. Then also the course ID. This will be equal to the course.id. And then also the enrollment ID. And this will be equal to the enrollment.id. Then that's already it. The last step is to also return two things, the enrollment object and the checkout URL, because currently everything is, or we can only access all of this data in the transaction itself, in this result transaction. So again, we want to just go underneath this constant checkout session, and then, but still in the transaction, we want to return an object, and inside of here, we want to pass the enrollment, and this will be equal to the enrollment, and then we want to also return the checkout URL, and this will be equal to the checkout session.url. This is the URL of the hosted checkout page. Then we want to go underneath the transaction, and then here we want to update our global variable checkout URL. Currently we don't have it, so we have to create one. Above the try statement, we can create a let, and this will be checkout URL, and this will be of type string. Then we can again scroll to the bottom here underneath our transaction. And then we can set our checkout URL equal to the result.checkout URL. Then we can continue. We can also update our catch statement, because currently we just return a global error message. But I want to also check if the error is maybe an instance of a Stripe error. So right here we can get params first of all, and I want to get the error, and then inside of here in the catch statement we can create an if statement, and if the error is an instance of Stripe uppercase, this is imported from stripe.errors.stripe error. If this is true, then we can return a new error message, a new object, and then for the status, this will be of course success. No, of course not, it will be error. And then for the message, this will be payment error. So as you see, this is a more specific error message, and this will help you to, or maybe also your users, to debug your whole application. So again, payment system error dot please try again later. In theory, we are already finished, but you know what? We have a small problem. So here we have our checkout URL, and you might also ask me, hey Jan, why did we just create this variable checkout URL? I mean, we could just again scroll to the bottom and then say right here, redirect result.checkout URL. Why don't we do that? Good question. So here's the thing. What we would do, of course, is use the redirect function. And as you all know, the redirect function throws an internal error in the try catch statement. And that's also the reason why we don't use this await require user function in the try statement, because it uses the redirect function, and the redirect function would throw an error which is called something like next internal redirect or something like that. And we don't want to throw an error, because redirecting the user is not an error. This is expected. And that's why I created this let checkout URL above the try statement, because we can then again scroll to the bottom, we can go underneath the try catch statement, and then inside of here we can use the redirect function, invoke it, and then pass our checkout URL. But now we get an error right here. It says unreachable code detected. What's the problem? Well, in our try statement, we have a return statement. We return a status and message. This means we never go outside of the try catch statement, but we want to redirect the URL. So we have to delete the return statement, and the success return will be this redirect. And as you see, we don't get this error anymore, but we still get one problem with the checkout URL. Type string or null or undefined is not assignable to type string. What's exactly the problem? Well, this checkout URL in theory could be undefined, but it's like literally never undefined, so we can just mark this as string. Nevertheless, we still have one problem. Right here we added this return type parameter, so promise API response. This API response, or this return type parameter, always expects a return object. But right now, if everything is successful, we won't return an object, and this is a problem. This could lead to runtime errors and stuff like that. You don't want that. So what we will do right here is update our generic. We want to add a or sign and then say never. So we can add an API response, so an object, but we could also return nothing. In this case, This means we will just return this redirect. And with that, we shouldn't get any runtime errors anymore. What do you think? Should we again go through the code? Should I explain everything? I think so. First of all, we check that the user has a valid session. Then we create a try-catch statement. In the try statement, we get the individual course. We get the ID, title, price, and slug. Then we check if there's no course. If there's no course, then we return an error message. Then as a next step, we query our user and we want to find out if the user already has a Stripe customer ID. So we want to check if the user is already defined in Stripe itself, in its own database. If so, then we will just set our Stripe customer ID equal to this variable which we created. If not, then we create a new customer in Stripe and then update this variable. Then as a next step, we of course also update our own database with the new Stripe customer ID, and then we come to the interesting part. Here we create a transaction because all of these queries and mutations are all dependent on each other. First of all, we check if the user already has an existing enrollment which is active. If so, then we don't want to allow the user to again enroll into the same course. Of course not, because why should the user buy or enroll into the same course 2 times or multiple times? If the user is not enrolled into this course or if the status is not active, then we have another if check. If there's already an existing enrollment, then we update this enrollment and we set the status to pending and we update the updated at timestamp. If there's no existing enrollment, then we want to of course create a new one. We right here create a relationship, we pass the user ID, the course ID, and we set the status to pending. And then as a last step, we create a checkout session with Stripe. We pass our price ID, the customer, the mode, the success URL, the cancel URL, and stuff like that. And as you also see, I made a small mistake. Or I mean, this is not really a mistake. I forgot to update the success URL and the cancel URL. We can delete the string. We want to use upticks. And then inside of here, we can first of all get our env variable from the lib folder. And we want to get the Better-Auth URL. Because if we open the env file, you will see that the Better-Auth URL, it represents the base URL. In development, it's localhost 3000, but once we deploy our application, we will also update this environment variable with the actual production URL. So that's why we can use it right here. And then we want to redirect the user to /payment and then /success. We can do the same thing also for the cancel URL. We can just copy this whole string, paste it right here. And instead of right here redirecting the user to the success route, this will be /cancel. Then, as you know, as the next step, we return our enrollment, the checkout URL, we update our checkout URL variable, and then as the last step, we redirect the user to the hosted checkout page. And now you might say, hey Jan, it's finally time to test out the server action and to see if we also get redirected to the Stripe hosted checkout page. And yes, we will do that in a second, but here's a question from me to you. What's the biggest risk when accepting payments over the internet? Okay, I'm listening. No answer. Well, the biggest risk is fraudulent payments. Stripe already offers a product which is called Radar, and as they say, fight fraud with the strength of the Stripe network. Identify and prevent fraud in real time with AI powered by Stripe's global data. Radar is a product offered by Stripe which allows you to block fraudulent payments. It's great, it works nicely. But the problem is it's not free. For each payment which Radar blocks, you have to pay a base fee. This is fine because, again, it saves you from chargebacks and stuff like that. But wouldn't it be nice if we could limit also the amount of Radar so that Radar does not have to do all of the heavy lifting? Wouldn't it be nice if already Arcjet could kinda help us? And yes, Arcjet offers this as a core feature. They want you to protect your payment form. So block suspicious transactions before they hit your card processor, before they hit Stripe. And how can we do that? Well, we can add rate limits with the fixed window algorithm. We can use bot detection, and then we can also use shield. This will already limit the surface attack. And then Radar will just do the rest and then also again check if the user or if the payment is a real payment. Above this export async function, we can first of all again configure Arcjet. And as you all know, the detect bot rule already runs in our middleware. This means it will run on every request. We don't have to define it right here. And then also in Arcjet itself, in our configuration file, we already implemented Shield. So also we don't have to define it inside of here. We have to only define our fixed window algorithm inside of here. So we can say constant aj, and this will be equal to Arcjet. Arcjet is imported from the lib folder, and then we want to use the with rule method, and inside of here we want to use, or we want to pass the fixed window algorithm. And then we can open it, and inside of here we have to pass 3 properties. First of all, the mode. This will be live. We will block requests. Then also the window. This will be 1 minute. And then of course also the maximum amount of requests. And in this case this will be let's say 4 or 5. Yeah, I think 5 is a good time frame or a good amount of maximum requests. A user will be allowed to try to check out 5 times in a 1 minute window. So now we configured Arcjet, and as you all know, we want to get a decision. So underneath our try statement, or in our try statement, we can create a constant decision, and then this will be equal to await aj.protect. Then we want to pass the request as an argument, but as you all know, a server action does not expose the request. Above the decision, we can create a constant rec, and this will be equal to await request, and request is imported from Arcjet Next. Then we can invoke it and pass it as an argument. So now our Arcjet gets the full request, and of course we have to also pass our fingerprint, in this case the user ID. So we can add an object, or we can open an object, and then we want to get the fingerprint property, and this will be equal to our user.id. This will then allow Arcjet to track the request, or in other words, the user which makes the request. And then of course this decision could either be denied or it could be approved. So here we can create an if statement, and then if the decision.is denied, we can invoke it. Then we want to of course open it, and we want to return an error object. So we can say return object. For the status, this will be error, and then for the message, this will just be you have been blocked. And now we protect our server action because we make sure that the user is also a real user, because if the user or if the request does not seem valid, then the user won't even get redirected to Stripe, and we won't even create a Stripe checkout session. We can again close this actions file, and we want to then continue with our page.tsx. We can first of all delete this form again, because as mentioned, this was only there for testing purposes, and now we can create a real on-submit handler and stuff like that. But before we do that, we want to first of all know if the user already has access to the course. Because if the user has already access to the course, then we don't want to render this Enroll Now button. Then we want to say Watch Now or something like that. This means we want to create a new file in our data access layer. So here we want to go into our app folder, into the data folder, and then we want to go into the user folder, and inside of here we want to create a new file. And we will call it user-is-enrolled.tsx. And then inside of here, as you all know, we want to create an export async function. This will be called check if course bought. And then we can just open it. Inside of here, we want to first of all get the user session, and we don't want to use the require user function, because this would mean that the user needs to be authenticated. But this page, the public course route, is available to everyone. So we want to only get the user session, and if we don't even get a user session, then we will already know that the user did not buy the course, or at least if the user bought the course, then the user will have to authenticate. So here we can say constant session, and this will be equal to await auth. Auth is imported from the lib folder .api.get session. We want to invoke it, the structured, then we can pass headers, and this will be equal to await headers. Headers is imported from Next/headers, and then underneath the session we can create an if statement, and if there's no session.user, then we want to return false. And here's the thing, we can also add a return type parameter, and this will be a promise, and then we can add a generic, and here we will pass boolean. So we have to either return we have to return a boolean, either false or true, because if I now return true here, this error will go away. But we don't want to return true, because now we want to make sure if the user bought or has access to the specific course. So here we can create a constant enrollment, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the lib folder .enrollment.findUnique. And inside of here we have to add a where statement, because we want to find a specific course or a specific enrollment. As you all know, we can use this user ID underscore course ID property, and here we have to pass specifically now the user ID and then also the course ID. For the course ID, or to get the course ID, we can use our params. Here we can get the course ID, and this will be of type string, and then we can pass it right here. And then we want to also get our user ID, and this will be equal to the session.user.id. And then at the end we want to create, or we want to also first of all select our object, or we don't want to get everything from the enrollment, but we want to specifically get the status. So here we can get our status and set this to true, and then we can create a return statement. And if the enrollment status is active, then this will be true. If not, it will be false. Here we can get our enrollment.status, and if this is equal to active, then we can use a ternary and return true, and if this is false, then we will return false. Again, this query is quite simple because it only returns a boolean. If the user does not have a valid user session, then we already know the user does not have access to the course. Then we query our data, or if we then have a user, we query our database and check if the user has access to the specific course. So if the status is active, then it's true, the user has access to the course. If it's false, or if the status is not active, then the user does not have access to the course. We can then copy the function check if course bought, and then we want to go back to our page.tsx, and then here we can create another constant. This will be is enrolled, and then this will be equal to await check if course bought. We want to invoke it, and then as an argument we have to pass the course ID. So here we can say course.id. Then again, this is enrolled is a boolean, and we can use it in a ternary to check if it's true or false. If it's true, we will say watch now. If it's not true, then we will render this button which says enroll now. So here I can just copy this. Please don't delete it, leave it in your clipboard, and then we can get our is enrolled boolean. If this is true, we can use a ternary, and we want to return a link. We can get a link from next/link, and here we will just say watch course. And of course, we have to also provide an href, and then this will just be for now /dashboard. And then if this is not true, we can use a colon, and we will again return this button which says enroll now. I also right here get an error. This is probably because of an unused import, and yes, I don't need this server action. We can just delete it. If we again go back and just open this route, nothing should really, or if we open this course, nothing should really change. As you see, I still see this button here, enroll now, and that's because I don't have access to this course. Then of course we want to then finally call our server action. We want to again create an onSubmit function. This onSubmit function only works in the client component because it creates interactivity. So we want to create a separate component. In the slug folder, we can create another folder, and this will be the _components folder. And inside of here, we can create a new component. How should we call it? Maybe enrollment button? Yeah, enrollment button.tsx. And then inside of here, we can first of all mark the file with the use client directive. And then inside of here, we can create an export function. This will be the enrollment button. We can then just open this. And then inside of here, we can create a return statement. Again, we want to return the button or a button. We can import it from the components. And here we will say enroll now. Then we can also give our button a class name. This will be width full, and then we want to add an onClick handler and a disabled state. But before we can do that, we have to first of all create an onSubmit function. Above the return statement, we can create a function. This will be onSubmit. We can then just open it, and inside of here, we want to first of all again start a transition. And as you all know, if we open the create route, so the create route itself, we already created an onSubmit function, and we can just literally copy paste it because the code is the exact same. We have to first of all again initialize the start or the use transition hook. So above the function, we can say constant, then we want to get the pending state and then also start transition, and this will be equal to use transition, and use transition is imported from React. Then we want to import try catch, and instead of passing right here create course, we want to call enroll in course action. Also as an argument, we don't want to provide the values. We don't have any values. Instead, we want to pass our course ID. First of all, we can delete right here this values from our params. And then here for the enrollment button, we can destructure the params and we want to get the course ID. We can then also give the course ID a type, and this will be of type string. Then here, instead of passing values as an argument, we will pass course ID or the course ID itself. Then right here we have an if statement. If we get an error, we will just return a toast.error with this message, and if the result is successful, then we can return this toast, and we want to delete this router.push form.reset and trigger confetti. And if we have an error, then we will just return a toast.error. This function is finished. We can literally just copy the name and then add an onClick handler for our button. Here I will say onClick, and this will be equal to onSubmit. Also, we can add a disabled state, and this button will be disabled if pending is true. And then we don't want to make this text static. What I mean by that is if pending is true, we want to also render the loader to icon, so it should spin. This means we can delete enroll now, and then we can get our pending boolean, and we want to create a ternary. If pending is true, then we will right here return empty tags, and inside of here we can get the loader to icon from Lucid React. We want to give the loader to icon a class name, and this will be size 4, and then also animate spin. Then underneath the icon, we can also say loading ... and if this is not true, then we can use a colon and we will just return enroll now. In theory, this should already be finished. We can copy the name enrollment button, and then we want to update our slug route, because currently we just render the static button. So my god, there's so much code here. So currently we just render this button enroll now, and instead of rendering the button, we want to get the enrollment button component from the components. This is self-closing, and as you see, we get one error. What's the problem? Well, we are missing one property, which is the course ID, and this will be equal to our course.id. Oh my god, this was so much code. And we still get one error, and that's because of this unused import. We can just delete it, so this button import. And what do you think? Is it time to test everything out? I think so. If we again go back and do a hard refresh, everything should still work. And yes, it works. And if we click on enroll now, we get a pending state and we should get redirected. Oh my god, is this the hosted checkout page? Yes, it is. And here it says Marshall LMS Sandbox. And you know what? We can also test out if Arcjet works. So as you all know, we implemented this rate limit. I will just enroll now a few times. I will click on this button, then I can again go back, then I will again click on this button, then I can again go back, I will again click on the button. And as you see, after clicking now for a few times, it says you have been blocked. And if we go into the Arcjet dashboard, then you will see right here, reason rate limit. And if we open it, again, conclusion deny, reason rate limit. And also it says window in seconds 60 and it will reset in 38 seconds. So I will now wait for 38 seconds and then we will again check out. Alrighty, in theory, I now waited for a few minutes, it should again work. If I click on enroll now, I get my pending state and I will get redirected to Stripe, to the hosted checkout page. As you see right here, it already passes the card information, so this is the test card data 424242 blah 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 0442424. This is the card test data for a successful payment. Then for the card holder name, this will be Jan Marshall. And if I click on pay, we get this pending state and then I will get redirected back to this route. Success, but it's a 4 not found page. Not that nice. We can also head over back to Stripe to the dashboard and here we should see that we have a successful payment. As you see, net volume from sales 600 something euros. Then we can also open Prisma Studio to see if we have a valid enrollment. Right here I will open a new terminal tab and then I will run pnpm dlx Prisma Studio. And as you see, I have one enrollment amount, $797, status pending, created add timestamp, updated add timestamp. We have the relation to the course and also to the user, and this is finished itself. But you know what? The status should be active. I mean, the payment was successful, right? And yes, it was successful. But here's the thing, to also update our database and to verify that the payment was successful, we have to listen, or we have to create a webhook endpoint and then listen for the checkout session completed event, because then we will know that the payment was successful and it did not fail or anything like that. And also, maybe before we do that, how about we create a cancel and success route? Because as you see, this isn't nice. We can just open our terminal again, or not our terminal, we can open our Explorer again. Then we want to create a new payment route. So in the app folder, we can create a new folder and this will be the payment folder. And then we can first of all start with the cancel route. So we can create a child folder, this will be cancel. And inside of here, we can create a page.tsx. This will be a relatively simple route, or the UI will be quite simple. We will just render a card and that's pretty much already it. Inside of here, we can just create an export default function. Since this is a route, this will be called payment cancelled, and then we can just open it. Inside of here, we can return a div, we can give it a class name. This will be width full, minimum height screen to take the whole height, then also flex 1, justify center, and then also items center to center everything in the middle. Then we can get the card component and we can also give the card a class name, and I want to use a custom width and this will be 350 pixels. Then in the card we can get a div element and this will be the wrapper div for the icon. Inside of here we can get the X icon from Lucid React and we can give it a class name, and this will be size 12, then also padding 2, then we want to say BG red 500 with an opacity of 30%, and then text red 500, and then also rounded full. If we save this and again go back, we won't see anything, and that's because we are on this success route. We can update this and we can go to the cancel route, and then you will see this icon here. Of course, this does not look very nice, so we can again go back, and then we want to update this div. We can give the div a class name, and then this will be width full, flex, and justify center. If we again go back, then you will see that this is finally centered. Then we can continue with a title and a small description. Underneath the div, we can just get another div element. We can render an h2, and here we will just say payment cancelled. Then we can also style the h2. We can give it a class name. This will be text XL, and then font semi-bold to have a bigger font weight. Of course, this is not centered. We want to then style the div. We can give it a class name, and this will be margin top 3, then also text center, and then on SM or bigger, margin top 5, and then width full. And there's also one problem currently. This card does not have any padding, and to fix it, we can just wrap everything in the card content component. This is imported from the components. We can again paste our content, and as you see, nothing really changes. Then we can continue. We can go underneath the H2. We want to get the P tag, and here we will say no worries, comma, you won't be charged, dot, please try again. Then we can also style the P tag. We can give it a class name, and this will be text SM, margin top 2, text muted foreground to have a grayish color, tracking tight to have a smaller letter spacing, and then text balance. If we again go back, then nothing will really change. We still have the icon, we have our title, and then this little description. And as you see, this balance just balances the width. Then underneath the description, we want to also render a button which will say go back to homepage. For that, we want to go underneath the P tag, but we want to stay in the div. And then we can get the link component from next/link. And here we will just say go back to homepage. Then we have to also give the link an href, and this will be the index page. And of course, we want to give it a class name, and then this will be button variants. We can import it from the components. We can destructure it and give it also a class name, and this will be width full, and then also margin top 5. If we again go back, then you will see this button here, and you know what, in theory we can also render a small icon in the link, but above the text we can get, for example, the left icon. Is it called like that? Left or move left or align left? No, I think arrow left will work a bit better. So we can get arrow left, this is self-closing, and we can give it a class name, and this will be size 4. And if we again go back, then you will see this icon here. And if we click on the button, we will get redirected to the index page. Let's also do the same thing for our success page. We can first of all again open the Explorer. In the payment folder, we can create a new success folder, the success route in this case, and then we want to create a page.tsx file. We can literally just copy this code right here from the cancel route and paste it inside of here. For the function, instead of saying payment cancelled, this will be payment successful. Then for the icon, instead of using the X icon, we want to get the check icon from Lucid React. Then instead of using BG red 500, we want to use BG green 500, and the text should also be green 500. Then we want to also update the title. This will be payment successful. And then also for the description, we will say congrats, your payment was successful. You should now have access to the course. Then we want to also update the link. Instead of redirecting the user to the index page, we want to redirect the user to /dashboard. And then instead of saying go back to homepage, we will say go to dashboard. Then we can also delete this unused import, the X icon, and if we again go back and update our URL, so /payment/success, then we should see this page right here. And what do you think? Should we maybe also trigger our confetti? Why not? We can again go back. Then above the return statement, we can create a constant, we can destructure it, and this will be equal to use confetti. We can invoke it, and then where we destructure it, we can get trigger confetti. And we want to trigger confetti on page load. We can create a use effect, or we can use the use effect hook. Then we want to invoke it and create a standard arrow function. Inside of here, we can literally just trigger confetti. We want to invoke it, and then we have to also add an empty dependency, so this dependency array, and then this will only run on page load. If we again go back and do a hard refresh, we right here get an error, and that's because we use effect, and use effect needs a JavaScript bundle, and this means that we have to mark this component with the use client directive. If we again go back, then you will see on page load we get confetti. Again, if I do a hard refresh, we get confetti. And also, as you see, we get a warning here for the dependency array, and it says React hook use effect has a missing dependency. trigger confetti, either included or remove the dependency array. Yeah, this is incorrect. We don't want to add trigger confetti into the dependency array because we want to only call this function on page load, and for that we have to add an empty dependency array. To fix this, we can just click on quick fix, and then we can disable this ESLint rule, and then this error, or in other words this warning, will go away. And what's the next step? Well, as a next step, we want to implement a webhook to listen for Stripe events, because here's the thing: when we check out, or when a user checks out, we set the pending state, was it not the pending state? We set the status to pending, and that's because we don't really know if the checkout will be successful or not. From my experience, about 20% of your checkouts will fail because people, for example, use fake credit cards, or these cards don't have enough money, and then they will just be blocked, or they will fail because there's not enough money to buy your product. And that's why we need a webhook to then check for the event. If it's successful, then we want to update our status. If not, then we want to update our status again. For that, we can again go back to our code base, and then we want to create a new route handler. In the app folder, then in the API folder, we want to create a new folder. This will be the webhook folder. And then in the webhook folder, we want to create another Stripe folder. And then in the Stripe folder, we can create a route.ts file. And this route handler will function as the webhook endpoint. This means Stripe will literally just hit this route handler right here, and then it will give us a few events, and then we can explicitly listen for specific events. So here we want to create an export async function, and we will this will be a post request, so uppercase post, and then we can just open it. Inside of here we get also access to the request and the params, and this will be of type request. Then inside of here we want to first of all get the body, constant body equals to await rec.text. We want to then invoke it, and then we can also get our headers. So here this will be a constant headers list, and this will be equal to await headers. Headers is imported from next/headers, and then we can invoke it. And then we want to also get the Stripe signature from the headers. I will explain it in a second. So what we can do right here is create a constant signature, and this will be equal to the headers list. I misspelled it, headers list, and then dot get, and we want to get the Stripe signature. So as an argument, we want to say uppercase Stripe dash uppercase signature, and then we want to say as string. Please make sure that you spell it correctly, because if you don't spell it correctly, then it won't work. Then underneath the signature, we can create a let event, and this will be of type Stripe, uppercase Stripe. This is imported from Stripe event. As a next step, we want to then also try to construct a webhook, because we want to check that the incoming request is also actually from Stripe and not from some third-party user who tries to attack our website. So here we can create a try-catch statement again. I know we all love try-catch statements. In the catch statement, we can return a new response, and then as an argument for the error message itself, or for the body, we can say webhook error, and then we can also return a status, and this will be 400. This means some sort of error. And then in the try statement, we can construct our event. So this will be event, and event will be equal to Stripe. Stripe is imported from our lib folder .webhooks.construct event. Then we want to invoke it, and we have to provide 3 arguments. First of all, the body, then also the signature, and then also the webhook secret. Currently, we don't have one, but we can create a dummy one in our environment variables file, or in our env file. Here we can create a new environment variable. This will be Stripe, uppercase Stripe, underscore webhook, underscore secret, and this will be equal to some gibberish. Then we want to also copy the name and update our env.ts file, and then in the server object we can get the Stripe webhook secret, and this will be equal to z.string and then .minimum1. Then we can again go back. I made a small mistake. We can save this and again go back, and here we can get our env variable, then .stripe webhook secret. These three arguments are needed to construct an event. If this fails, the catch statement will be triggered and we will return an error. As you see, I also get an error here and it says type string is not assignable to type number. And yes, this is correct. This should be 400 and not stringified 400. Then as a next step, we can get the session data from our event object because this is an object. So underneath the try catch statement, we can create a constant session, and this will be equal to event.data.object. And then this will be as uppercase stripe.checkout.session. Then we can go underneath the session and we want to create an if statement because there are a lot of events that we can listen for. We can listen for the Stripe checkout session completed event, for the failed event, for the, I don't know what, blocked event, whatever. There are like literally, I think, 90 something events that you can listen for, but we don't have to listen for every event. We will only listen for one event. Inside of here, we can just say if event.type is equal to checkout.session.completed, then we can update our database inside of here. Inside of here, I want to first of all get two things, the customer ID and the course ID. How can we get these two values, you might ask me? Good question. If we again open our server action, we want to go into the public folder, courses, log actions.ts, then you should probably remember that we added metadata. So this checkout session has metadata and we pass a user ID, course ID and enrollment ID, and we want to get the user ID and course ID. We can just copy for now this course ID name, then we can go back to our route handler and here we can create a constant. This will be the course ID and this will be equal to session.metadata.course ID. As you see, we get an error, and that's because this course ID could be not defined. So we can just add a question mark here, which means, hey, the course ID could be optional. Then we want to also get the Stripe customer ID. So underneath the course ID, we can create a constant customer ID, and this will be equal to the session.customer as string. Since the course ID could be undefined, we want to also create an if statement. If there is no course ID, then we will just throw a new error, and then for the message we can say course ID not found ... Then as a next step, we want to query our user using the Stripe customer ID. Here we can say constant user, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the lib folder .user.find unique, and then we can just open it, and inside of here we want to use the where statement, and we want to find a user where the Stripe customer ID matches the customer ID which we get from Stripe. And why do we query the user using the Stripe customer ID? Why don't we just say here await require user or something like that? Well, that's because the webhook handler right here is asynchronous. What do I mean by that? Why is it asynchronous? Well, the user does not have to be present for this webhook to run, and that's the reason why we can't use this require user function. If the user is currently not present, then we won't get the user ID, and then this whole webhook won't work. And a webhook is not dependent on a user, and that's why we get the user using the Stripe customer ID. If the user currently is not logged in, if the user is currently not actively using our application, we will still get events and we will still be able to update our whole database. Then we can create an if statement underneath the user because the user could be not defined. If there is no user, then we want to again just throw a new error, and then for the message we will say user not found ... Then after the if statement, we can finally update our enrollment. Here we can say await prisma.enrollment.update, and we want to update an enrollment where the ID matches the session.metadata.enrollment ID. We can just go to our server action, copy the name enrollment ID and paste it inside of here. Again, this could in theory be optional, so we want to add a question mark and then mark this as string. Then we want to also update data, and here we want to update the user ID. This will be equal to the user.id. Then we can update the course ID. This will be equal to the course ID. We can also update the amount. This will be equal to the session.amount_total. And then we want to also say as number. And then we want to update the status, and this will be active. Then this is already finished, and the last step is to also go underneath this whole if check, and right here just above the last bracket. Is this a bracket? I'm not sure. I think it's called bracket. And here we want to create a new response. So return new response, and then for the message, for the body, this will be null, and we want to pass a status, and this will be 200. And this is needed for Stripe because later on in the dashboard we will be able to see how many requests have been successful, how many requests successfully hit this webhook, and how many failed. And what I want to also quickly mention is that of course you can listen for more events, and in a real production environment you want to listen for more events. You want to check if the payment was cancelled, if it failed, you want to check if it has been blocked and stuff like that, and then send emails and stuff like that. But for YouTube, this is fine enough for this video, but again, in production, you want to listen for more events, which are not really necessary, but it's good to send users emails if something fails. But this is already quite advanced and something which I will cover in my ultimate Next.js course, because this is something which you don't really need right now. And yeah, in theory, we are already finished. We can just close this route handler. And as you all know, if we can go into our env file, we have the Stripe webhook secret. But this is currently equal to some gibberish. We want to get a real Stripe webhook secret. So what we have to do is again open our terminal. We want to open a second terminal tab. In the first terminal tab, your dev server should run. And then in the second terminal tab, you want to set up Stripe. Inside of here, we can first of all run Stripe login. And to do that, you have to install the Stripe CLI. You can just go to Google and then search for Stripe CLI. If you haven't installed it yet, it's very easy to install. Just use Homebrew or use anything else. So for Windows, you can just use the zip. It does not really matter. Homebrew is what I used. And then as next step, we want to log in. So Stripe login. This will give us a URL. We can just copy it and open it in a new tab. Here it says allow Stripe CLI to access your account information. Yeah, that's fine. I can just click on allow access. And then as next step, we want to create a listener. Here we can say Stripe listen, then -- to localhost 3000/API/webhooks/Stripe. Because again, if we open our Explorer, the webhook lives, or the webhook endpoint lives in the API folder, webhook folder, Stripe folder. And also I made a mistake here. This shouldn't be webhooks, but instead webhook. Thankfully, I catched this. So again, localhost 3000/API/webhook/Stripe. And then if we click on enter, it will then generate a webhook secret. So this is our webhook signing secret. We can copy it, and then this will be equal to this Stripe webhook secret environment variable. And also, please don't stop this. I will call it like your dev server. Please leave it running. And then we want to again test everything out. I will open again another terminal tab. Then I want to open Prisma Studio. So pnpm dlx Prisma Studio. And then I want to go to the enrollment tab, and I want to just delete this one record. I want to again start off fresh. And then if we again go back and do a hard refresh, and we want to go to localhost 3000, of course. Then we want to go to the courses. we want to just go into this course. This should work in theory. And here we want to enroll. I will zoom out a bit, and then I want to enroll in this course. If I click on enroll now, we will get a pending state as you see, and then I will get redirected to this Stripe page. Then the card information is fine. Then for the name, this will be Jan Marshall. And if I click on pay, oh my god, was it successful? Message forbidden. What? What's the problem? What is this error message? This is Arcjet. How about we go into the dashboard? What does it say right here? Denied, denied, denied. What's the problem? Bot v2. But we are not a bot. What do you mean? Right here it says, hey, you are a bot. Probably, yeah, I guess Stripe is a bot, right? So what we can do is just head over back to our middleware, and then inside of here we want to update our allow array. Currently we allow search engines to access our website, we allow monitoring services, we allow preview services to access our website, and then we can also allow Stripe, because thankfully Arcjet is smart and also added the Stripe webhook property. So we will allow Stripe to also access and interact with our website. Then we can again go back and we can again literally test everything out. And then we can again open our Prisma Studio, and I want to again delete this enrollment. You know what, in theory it should work. I'm not sure, but I literally will hope for the best with you guys. Okay, we can click on this should work on this course. I will click on enroll now. We get a beautiful pending state. Here the fake data is already filled out. The name will be Jan Marshall. And if I click on pay, we should get redirected. Let's see. We get a this nice confetti animation, and it says payment successful. If we go into the Arcjet dashboard, everything was allowed, because again, Arcjet is smart. We passed right here this allow array. And since we specifically added the Stripe webhook, it also allowed the Stripe bot to interact with our website. And if we open the Stripe webhook handler thingy in our terminal, you see everything was successful, 200. And then also if we open Prisma Studio and go into our enrollment, it in theory should be active. And why does it say 80,000 for the amount? Well, it's quite simple. Stripe works with cents. So if you want to say 800, you have to say 80,000. If you want to say, for example, 400, then you have to say 40,000, because you have to also add the cents. But this is not really important. The important part is that the status is active. Oh my god, this is so cool. Okay, we are finally finished with Stripe, and as the next step, we can also, of course, go back to our page, because in theory, it should now say that we have access to the course. So if I go back to the index page and go to the courses, it should say right here, watch now. Let's see, and it says watch course, not watch now. Also, this is not a real button, this is just a link. We want to, of course, style it. We can open our Explorer, then we want to go into the public folder, courses folder, slug folder, underscore components, enrollment button, and then we can update not the enrollment button, we want to go into the page.tsx. Then if we scroll to the bottom, we can update the link, we can give it a class name, and this will be equal to button variants. We can destructure it, and then we want to add a class name, and this will be width full. And if we again go back, then we have this beautiful button, and if I click on it, I will get redirected to the dashboard, but we currently don't have a customer dashboard, and that's what we will create as the next step. And then we will actually already be almost finished, because we have to now only create the customer dashboard, then finish off the admin dashboard with the statistics or analytics, then we will have to deploy our application, and I think we will then be finished. Yeah, let's continue. Oh, before we do that, how about we push our changes into the remote repo? We can open our terminal. I will stop Prisma Studio. I don't need it anymore. We can say right here, git add everything with a dot, then also git commit -m. For the message, this will be V7, okay, V7, and then we can just say Stripe finished. Then I can click on enter. And then here we can say git push to chain or to push our changes. And as you see right here, V7 Stripe integration finished. And now we can continue. With what should we continue? I'm not sure. I will think about it.
Alright, I wanted to continue with the dashboard, but then I forgot that we currently create our products in the dashboard, and this is not very ergonomic. We have to always go into the dashboard, we have to go to the product catalog, create a new product, copy the price ID. This does not really work. We want to create a product in our server action and then store the Stripe price ID in our database, in the user model. We can go right here to the top to the user model. Why should we go to the user model? We want to go to the course model, and here we can create a Stripe price ID column or field. Underneath the level, I can get the Stripe price ID. This will be of type string and at unique because this is a unique value. We can then update our database. We can sync our database. In the terminal, I will run npm dlx prisma db push. This will sync my local database schema with my real database. Yeah! And as you see, I get a warning, an error, and it says added the required column Stripe price ID to the course table without a default value. There are 2 rows in this table. It is not possible to execute this step. Yeah, this is a problem because we already created 2 courses, as you all know, and this right here has to be defined. And it says, hey Jan, you already have 2 courses. This field has to be defined, but it is not defined. As a little trick, we can create a @default value, and for now we will just pass a random string. Then we can again run npm dlx prisma db push, then it shouldn't throw any errors anymore. And as you see, we only get this one warning which says this is unique. If there's already a duplicate value, this will fail. We don't have any duplicate, or we have duplicate values. Damn, this also won't work. Okay, then let's do a different trick. We can just make this optional right now. Then we can again run npm dlx prisma db push, and then this should work. So if I click on enter, it will load everything, and then it should also sync our database with this schema. We can get this warning, we can just click yes, and then this should be successful. And yes, it was successful. Then we can open our studio with npm dlx prisma studio. And then for now, I want to go into my course, and as you all know, we want to add the Stripe price ID. This is currently null. I will just copy this one from the server action, the one which we already created, and then I will paste it inside of here. Then if I save this, this should get saved, and then I want to do the same thing for the second course, and again, I can save this. I get this weird warning. What's the problem? I'm not sure why I get this warning, this error, to be honest with you, so I will just delete this course, the second one. Again, I don't know why this happens, so I can just discard the change and then delete this course. Probably this is some sort of Prisma bug, I'm not sure, but hey, this should then again work. Then we can update our schema, and we want to make the Stripe price ID required. We can then again sync our database, so inside of here we can say npm dlx prisma db push, and then this should again update everything. And now I realized why we got this error. This is unique. My god, what's wrong with me today? And that's why I got this weird error. But then again, inside of here, as you see, this is now synced. We can then again go back and go into our actions file, not into this one, but we want to open our creation server action. And then inside of here, we can update our product. And as you also see, we already get an error because we are missing our price ID, the Stripe price ID. And to get the Stripe price ID, we have to first of all create a product. For that, we can scroll a bit to the bottom. Here we get our validation, then we create the course. And before we create the course, we want to first of all
create the Stripe price or the Stripe product. Above the await statement, we can say constant data, and then this will be equal to await Stripe. Stripe is imported from the lib folder .products.create, and then we want to add the name. The name will be equal to our result. Was it called result? Validation, not result. Validation.data.title. Then we want to also pass the description, and this will be equal to our validation.data.small description. And of course, we can also pass the default price data, and inside of here we have to pass the currency. This will be USD. And please make sure that this is lowercase, because if you hover over currency, it says 3-letter ISO currency code in lowercase. And then we want to also add the amount, the price. Here we can get the unit amount property, and this will be equal to our validation.data.price. But here's the thing, Stripe prices are always defined in cents, as already mentioned before. If we hover over the unit amount, it says a positive integer in cents. In this case, we want to multiply this by 100, and then we will have our number plus cents. And as you see, we still get a warning for this, or an error for this creation, and that's because we want to update here the Stripe price ID, and this will be equal to our data and then .default price as string. And then we shouldn't get any errors anymore. As you see, this worked nicely. And if we go, for example, into our edit route, so here we have our course ID, edit, and then actions.ts, we won't get any error right here, and that's because we only update the course. We don't create it. We have to only pass the Stripe price ID when we create a course. And you know what? In theory, this should already work. And should we test it out? Yeah, I think so. We can just close this again. We can restart our dev server. Then I can again also go back. Oh, and by the way, 2,000 euros. Oh my God, I'm rich. I wish I could also withdraw the money, but I can't, sadly. Yeah, but okay, it's fine. Then we can head over back to our application. Then I want to go into my admin dashboard. And you know what? We can just click on create or quick create. And we want to create a course quickly. For the title, this will be super cool informative course. Then I can generate the slug. For the small description, this will be, hey, please don't forget to subscribe ... For the description, hey, how are you doing? Then I can upload a thumbnail image. I will just choose this one. Then for the category, this will be marketing. For the level, intermediate. For the duration, 50 hours. For the price, 800, and for the status, this will be published. And then if we click on create course, we get the pending state, we get our beautiful confetti. Right here we get our skeleton, and in theory, if we go into our Stripe dashboard, or if we go into the product catalog, we will get also a new product. Super cool informative course. Wow, this worked nicely. Then we have finished with the Stripe creation itself, but as you see, this dashboard, it looks beautiful, don't get me wrong, but this is fake data. And sure, I would love to leave it as is, but we have to update it with real data. This means we can again go back, we want to close our schema, and we want to go into the app folder, admin folder, courses folder, and then, or not courses folder, we want to just go into the page.tsx. And as you see here, we have a return statement. We return section cards. If I go back, these are our section cards. Then this right here, if we go back, this is the chart area interactive, this one right here. And then at the bottom, this is our data table. I can also just mark it. We don't need the data table, we can just literally delete it. If we again go back, I can remove it from here, then we can delete this data import, and we can also delete the data table import. Then if we open the Explorer again, then we can also delete this data.json, we don't need it, and we can also go into the components folder, then into the sidebar folder, and we want to delete the, what was it again, we want to delete the data table. I will just click on move to trash, and since we don't use it, we also won't get any errors. Then we can first of all update our section cards. And what exactly should we render in the section cards? This is a good question. What could make sense? If we go back right here, they currently render the total revenue, new customers, active accounts, growth rate. I can also zoom in a bit. Yeah, this is fine, but what should we render? Well, I think it would make a lot of sense to, for example, render the total signups, then maybe also the total customers who are actually paying for products. Then maybe we can also get the total courses which we created, and then also finally the total lessons which we created. For that, we can go back to our section cards component. If we open our Explorer, then we can go into the sidebar, and here we should find the section cards. Then inside of here, we have a div first of all, and I have one problem. So if I zoom out a bit and go into the courses page, you see this padding is different. I can just mark it up and I will change the color, maybe orange. What's orange here? This one here. This is our padding as you see. And if we go into the dashboard, then this will change. Again, dashboard. And as you see, this padding is way bigger, but in the courses route, it's smaller. And that's because this section cards itself creates its own padding. And we don't need it, to be honest with you. Here we can delete, first of all, this padding x4. And then they also have this LG padding x6. And is there any other padding x? No, that's it. So padding x4 and then LG padding x6. And as you see, the margin is the padding is already smaller. Our chart still has this big padding. We can go back to our page.tsx and we can delete this div element which wraps the component. If we again go back, then it also has a smaller padding. Then we can update our section cards. And you know what? Before we fetch our real data, how about we just mark it up with fake data? Right here, instead of saying total revenue, we want to say total signups. Then we have this card title with the amount itself. Here we can just say 2,400, and then we have this card action. We don't need it. We can just delete it. And then we also have this card footer. Here we say trending up this month. We don't need that. We can just delete everything in the card footer. And instead, we will create a new p tag and we can just say registered users on this platform or on the platform. Then we can also style the p tag, we can give it a class name, and this will be text muted foreground. It will have a grayish color. If we again go back, then you will see this is already quite a big change. We can also update the second card. And you know what? I will just copy paste the card. I will delete all of the other cards, all of them, and then we will copy paste this card right here. I will just copy it and paste it down below. This one will be for our total customers. We can first of all update the card description, and here we will say total customers. Then for the value itself, this will be 1,200, and then for the p tag, we will say users who have enrolled in courses. Then we can continue, we can copy paste this card again down below, and then this will be for our total courses. So we can update the card description, this will be total courses, for the value maybe 100, and then for the description this will be available courses on the platform. Then we can again copy paste this card down below one more time, and here we want to render our total lessons. We can update the card description, this will be total lessons, then for the value this will be 1,000, and then for the p tag we can say total learning content available. If we again go back, then you will see that we have right here 4 cards, but again this is fake data.
And you know what? I'm also kinda missing a few icons. I don't know, it's somehow something is missing. We can again go back, then we have our card right here, then we have the card header, the card description, stuff like that. And then underneath the card header, or you could even say in the card header, we can get the icon. This is for the last card. We can get the icon playlist X. This is imported from Tabla, and then this is self-closing. We can give it a class name. This will be size 6, and then text muted foreground. This is kind of broken. I want to align it horizontally on the right side. What we can do is wrap this card title and then this card description in a div element. And then here, yeah, I can just again paste the card description and card title. And then this will still not fix the problem because we want to then also update the card header. And here we will say flex row, then items center, justify center, and of course space Y0, and then padding bottom 2. And this should already fix our problem a bit, but it did not really fix it. What's the problem? This is aligned in the center. Did I make some spelling mistake right here? Flex row, items center. This should be justify between, not center, because the children should be aligned to the most outer corner. This card description and card title should be aligned to the left side, and then the icon should be aligned to the right side. If we again go back, yeah, that's what I wanted. Then we can again go back. We can just copy the class name of our card header. We can paste it for this card header. We can wrap the card title and card description in a div element. And then we want to give, or underneath, or in the card header, but underneath the div, we want to get an icon, and this will be the icon book. And icon book is imported from Tabla. This is self-closing. We can again give it a class name. This will be size 6, and then text muted foreground. We can then do again the same thing for the other card. Again, I will just copy the class name for the or of the card header. Then we can paste it right here for this card header. We want to wrap the card title and card description. We can get a div element, paste again the content inside of there, and then underneath the div, but still in the card header, we can get the icon, which will be called icon shopping cart. Shopping cart. This is imported from Tabla, and this is self-closing. We can give it a class name. This will be size 6, and then text muted foreground. Then we can also do the same thing for the first card. Again, we will copy the class name of this card header. We will paste it in this card header. Then we want to wrap the card title and card description in this div. Then we can also go underneath the div, but still in the card header. And here we will get the icon, which is called icon users. This is again imported from Tabla. This is self-closing. We can give it a class name, and this is size 6, and then text muted foreground. If we again go back, then we now in total have 4 icons. And then we can also finally get live data, because again, this is currently hard-coded. This is great for a demo, but of course we want to showcase our real data. Before we do that, we can delete all of these unused imports. I don't need these icons, I don't need the badge, and I don't need the card action. And then to get our data, we can of course again create a new file in our data access layer. For that, we can open our Explorer. We want to go into the app folder, into the data folder. Then we want to go into the admin folder. Here we can create a new file, and this will be called admin-get-dashboard-stats. Then we can say .ts, this is the file. And also, if I remember correctly, I made a mistake right here in the user folder. This shouldn't be a tsx file, but instead a ts file. Then inside of here, we can create first of all an export async function. This will be called admin get dashboard stats, and then we can just open it. Inside of here, we want to make sure that the user is an admin. We can call the require admin function for that, await require admin, and then inside of here, we can get our data. Now here's the thing, we want to get 4 data entries, if this makes sense. We want to get the total signups, we want to get our total customers, we want to get our total courses, and we want to get our total lessons. This means these are 4 queries. In theory, we could just run them successively. The first query has to run, then the second one, then the third one, then the fourth one.
but this is not fast, this is not optimized. We want to run all 4 queries in parallel. Here we can just say constant, we want to get array brackets, and then this will be equal to await promise.all as mentioned. This is the method, and as you see, this creates a promise that is resolved with an array of results when all of the provided promises resolve. Then inside of here, we can just invoke it and open an array. Then we can run all of our queries. The first one will be there to get our total sign-ups. We can just say Prisma. Prisma is imported from the lib folder .user, and then you can use this count method, and this will give you just the whole count, the amount, if this makes sense. If we have 50 users, then it will return 50. We can also create a comment, why not? Here we can just say total sign-ups. Then underneath this query, we want to get total customers. And for that, we can say prisma.user.count. And then we can also open it. And as you all know, we don't want to find all users. We already right here used this method for that. We want to only get customers. And that's why we have to use the where prop. And we want to find users where an enrollment is, you could say, active, if this makes sense. So we can just open it, and here we can say sum, and this will be then an empty object. With that, we will get our customers. Then we want to also get the total courses, and then we can say prisma.course.count. Again, we want to then also invoke it, and then we want to get our total lessons, and here we can again just say prisma.lesson.count. And also you might ask me, hey Jan, why do we use this enrollment sum? So again, as mentioned, we want to only get enrolled users, customers. And this is a Prisma relation filter that finds users who have at least one enrollment record. That's why we use this sum. Then this should already be finished. Of course, we want to also get our results. For that, we can go into our array brackets, if this makes sense. These are all of our return values, and we want to get total sign-ups. Then we want to get total customers. We want to also get total courses, and then also total lessons. So each query each result corresponds to the query, and as you see, they are also chronologically ordered. Total sign-ups, this is the first query. Total customers, this is the second query. Total courses, this is the third query, and this is the fourth query. That's it. And then we want to, of course, also return our data. For that, we can go underneath this constant total signups equals to await promise.all. But we want to, of course, stay in the main function. And here we can return an object. And again, we want to return all of our results. This means total sign-ups. Then we want to also return total customers, then also total courses, and then total lessons. We can just close this file again, and then we can get our data in the section cards component, because this is a server component. As you see, it's not marked with the use client directive. Underneath the export function, but still in our or above the return statement, we can get a constant, or we can create a constant. We can destructure it, and this will be equal to await admin get dashboard stats. We can invoke it, and then where we destructured, we can get total courses, total customers, total lessons, and then total signups. As you see, we get an error. That's because we have to also add the async modifier, and then we can use all of our properties. Instead of saying right here 2400, we want to render our total signups. Then here, instead of rendering, 1200, we want to get our total customers. Instead of here rendering 100, we want to get our total courses, and instead of here rendering 1000, we want to get our total lessons. If we again go back, then you will see right here 2, 1, 2, and 18. We have 2 signups, 1 customer, 2 courses, and 18 lessons. As you see, all of these numbers are quite small, so if you want them to look bigger, then just use our hard-coded data, but this gives us real data, and then this is also a real representation of our, you could say, performance. Then we can continue with our chart area interactive. We can just open it, chart area interactive, and then inside of here we want to get data, because currently, again, all of this is hard coded, and I don't want to render total visitors. Here's also the thing. I don't really want to use this chart area. Instead, I want to use bars. We can head over to the documentation to Shadcn UI. And if you click on charts, then you will see that there are a few options. You can use area charts, bar charts, line charts, pie charts, radar charts, radial charts, and also tooltips. But in our example, in our application, in my opinion, the bar chart makes the most sense, and that's why we will also use it. You could of course just copy the code and then work with it and update it, but you know what, we will just do it manually. We can again go back, we can open the chart area interactive component. I also won't rename it, it's fine, chart area, even though this is not really an area, but we will just leave the name as is. We don't want to overcomplicate things. And then we can update the return statement. I can just delete everything in the return statement, or you know what, we will just delete everything in the card. We will leave the card as is, also with the class name, and then in the card we can get the card header component. Then in the card header we can get the card title component. Here we can say total enrollments because we want to render the total enrollments. Then we can also get the card description component, and here we want to say something like total enrollments for the last 30 days, and then we will render the real data, of course, maybe 100 or 1000, who knows. For now, we can just get a span element. Here we will say total, uppercase total enrollments for the last 30 days, colon, and we will say 1200. And then we want to also style the span. We can give it a class name, and then this will be hidden. And we can then use this at custom value. Then we want to say 450 pixels / card block. I know this kinda looks a bit confusing. At 540 pixels / card block. What does this really mean? Well, if the container card has a width which is bigger than 540 pixels, then we will display the span. So pretty much once we have a bigger screen real estate. And if we are on a mobile screen, then we can create another span element. And here we will say last 30 days because we won't have a lot of screen real estate, colon, again 1200. We can also give it a class name, and then inside of here we want to again use the at symbol, custom value 450 pixels / card hidden. So if it's bigger than 540 pixels, this won't be displayed, and instead we will display this span element. If we again go back to our application, nothing really changes. We have a card header or card title, and then this card description. Then we can continue. We want to go underneath the card description, underneath the card header, and we want to get card content. Then in the card content, we can also first of all style it. We can give it a class name. This will be padding x2, padding top 4, SM or bigger, padding x6, and SM or bigger, padding top 6. Then in the card content, we can get the chart container. This is like the container itself for the chart. And here we have to provide two things. First of all, a class name to style it, but also a config property. And the config property defines the label. If we again go back to the example right here, as you see, if I hover over one bar, I get a label, for example, page views, and also we have a color. In this case, this is the blue color. And that's what we will do with this chart config. We will just configure our chart. For that, we can go to the top, we can go above this, or as you see, we also already have a chart config here, but we want to delete it, and then we will create our own one. As you see, I'm above the export function, and then here we can create a constant chart config, and then this will be equal to an object. If you click on Control Spacebar, as you see, we don't get any TypeScript types, that's fine, and we can also say satisfies chart config. And then inside of here, we can get our enrollments, and then we want to open an object. And inside of here, you now see we get TypeScript types, and we want to have a label. Here we will say enrollments. This is what will showcase when you hover, or this is what will be rendered when you hover over a bar. Here, for example, the label is page views. And then we can also add a color, and then this color will be equal to var. Then we want to invoke it, or we want to add these parentheses, and inside of here we can say dash dash chart-1. This is our chart color, and this is also configured or defined in our globals.css file. This is a CSS variable. Then this is already finished, our chart config. Did I misspell enrollments? Nope, I don't think so. We can then copy the name chart config. We want to scroll to the bottom, and then we want to update our chart container. We can add the property config, and this will be equal to chart config. Then we can also add a class name, and this will be aspect auto and height custom value 250 pixels. Also, we can say width full, and then inside of here we can get a bar chart component, and the bar chart component is imported from recharts because Shadcn UI built these components on recharts, and recharts is pretty much the biggest, or in other words, the best chart component library on the market, but it's not styled. And Shadcn UI took these components and just styled them. This is pretty much like Radix UI. They took components from Radix UI and they styled them. And for the charts, they used recharts. I can just open it also, recharts. And then as you see, this is a chart library, but it's styled with Shadcn UI. Then on the top, we can just go right here into recharts, and we can update the import statement, and we want to get the bar chart. Then again, we can scroll to the bottom. As you see, we still get the error, and that's because we can now say bar chart, and then we can just open it. Then for the bar chart, we have to provide two properties. First of all, margin, and margin will be equal, or here we will have to pass two properties. First of all, left, this will be 12, and then also right, and right will be also 12. This is just margin. I don't really think I have to explain what margin is, but then we have to also provide data, our chart data. And the chart data literally is just this. This is your chart data. For example, on May 10th, you had 200 page views. Then June 7th, you had 300 page views and stuff like that. This is just your data itself. And you know what, for now, we will just create a dummy array. For that, we can go under, or we can go above our export function. Here we already have this dummy array. We want to delete it, and then we will create a new one. This will be constant dummy enrollments data. And this will be equal to an array, and inside of here we can open an object. Then we want to pass two properties, the date, and the date for now will be equal to 2024-05-15. And then we can also add the enrollments property. We can just copy it from the chart config. Please make sure that you spell it the same way. So here we say enrollments, and then in our array we want to also say enrollments, and then this will be equal to 12. Then we can just copy paste this object a few more times. For this date, this will be 2024-05-16. Then this will be the 17th, this will be the 18th, then this will be the 19th, and we can also update the enrollments. This will be 12, this will be 8, then this will be, for example, 15, then this will be 23, then this will be, I don't know, 18, something like that. And you know what? I want to create a few more objects. Right here, this starts with May 15th, and I want to end with June 15th. I will create a few more objects, you will also do it, and then in total we will have about 30 objects with 30 data entries. Just update the enrollments always and update the number. The next object will be 2024-05, 20, then 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, blah blah, and then 06, 01, 02, 03, and then up to 15. I will do that quickly and you will also do it, and once I'm finished I will come back. As you see, I created an array, and again, it starts with May 15th and it ends with June 15th. I added enrollments, so as you see 12, 18, 31, 50, 40, it's always smaller than 60. I think 60 is the max, 62. Then we can just copy the name dummy enrollment data. We can again scroll to the bottom and then we can update our bar chart. The data will be equal to our dummy enrollment data, and then in the bar chart component inside of here, we can get the Cartesian grid. Cartesian or Cartesian? Damn. I hope I pronounce it correctly. Please don't flame me in the comments. This is important from read charts, and then this is self-closing. We can add a property, this is vertical, and then this will be equal to false. Then underneath the Cartesian grid, we can get the x-axis, and the x-axis is imported from read charts. This is self-closing, and inside of here we have to provide a few properties. First of all, what exactly is the x-axis? Well, as you all know, basic maths, this is the bottom line, and here we want to display all of our dates. We want to start with May 15th and it will end with June 15th. Then we can again go back inside of here. First of all, we have to provide a data key. The data key will be equal to date. Then we want to also add the tick line, and this will be equal to false. Then we want to also add right here the property axis line. This will also be false. We don't want to render it. Then we can also get the tick margin. This will be equal to 8. Then we want to also get the interval, and this will be equal to preserve start end. I will explain everything in a second. And then we can get a tick formatter, and inside of here we want to create an arrow function. As a param we can get the value, and then inside of here we want to create a constant date in the function constant date, and this will be equal to new date, and as an argument we want to provide our value, and then underneath the constant date we want to return our new formatted date. Return date dot to local string or to local date string. We can invoke it. Then as an argument we want to provide a locale. This will be en-uppercase US. Then we can open an object, and inside of here for the month this will be short, and then for the day this will be numeric. Then underneath the x-axis but still in the bar chart, we want to also get the chart tooltip. This is what will showcase or what will be rendered when you hover over the bar individually. For that we can go back, and again we want to get the chart tooltip component. This is self-closing. Here we want to pass the content property. We can open it, and inside of here we want to get the chart tooltip content component. This is also self-closing, and then inside of this component we can get, or we can pass a class name. This will be a custom value, or we want to add a width with a custom value 150 pixels. This will just be the width of this rounded card, if this makes sense, of this overlay. Then we can again go back. We want to then also add a label formatter, and again inside of here we want to create an arrow function, and we want to literally do the same thing. We want to again format the date. As a param we can again get the value, and inside of here, you know what, we can just copy this function content constant date equals to new date, and then we will format the date. We can just copy it and paste it inside of here. Then this should already be finished. We can go underneath the chart tooltip, but still in the bar chart. And then we can finally get the bar component from read charts. This is self-closing. We can add a data key, and this will be for our enrollments. We can again just copy paste the name right here. Enrollments, lowercase, then we can paste it here. Please make sure that this has the same spelling, and then we can also add the fill property, and this will be the fill color of your bar. You could say, for example, blue, orange, it does not really matter, but I want to use my orange color again, and for that we can use the CSS variable which we defined here in our chart config. Here we can just say again var, then we want to invoke it, then dash dash color dash enrollments. I will copy the name and paste it here. And you know what? In theory, it should work. If we again go back and do a hard refresh, And this is because right here filtered data or chart data is not defined. These are all of the constants which have already been created at the start. We can just delete them. We don't need this filtered data. We don't need this use effect hook. Also, we don't need the time range, and we don't need is mobile. And then we can also delete these unused imports. I don't need the use mobile or use is mobile hook. I don't need the select component, and also I don't need the toggle group. And if we again go back, then you will see right here this beautiful bar chart. And it shows all of the enrollments. Wow, this is beautiful. And maybe you also might ask me, hey Jan, what exactly does this code do? Or can you just again explain it? Sure, I can do that. First of all, we again use the recharts library to showcase our chart. And this is then also customized with Shadcn UI to create a responsive and beautiful chart. Then here we first of all have the chart container, and this is a wrapper component that provides context for the actual chart. Then we also pass right here the config. Again, this is our chart config. And then we also have our class name. I don't have to explain the class name. Then we have the bar chart component. And this is the main component that renders the bar chart itself. Then we pass data. This, as you all know, is just our constant with the date and then also the value itself. And then we also add margin, and this adds padding to the left and right side of the chart to prevent labels or bars from being cut off. Then we also have the Cartesian grid, and this renders the background grid of our chart. And as you also see, we set this vertical prop to false, and this ensures that only horizontal grid lines are drawn. Again, if we go back, as you see, we have these little horizontal lines. I'm not sure if you really see them. You have to zoom in quite a bit, but yeah, we have like these horizontal lines. Do you maybe see them better in line mode, in light mode? Yeah, I think you should see them. So right here, these horizontal lines. We could also set vertical to true, and then in theory we should see also vertical lines, but this does not look nice, and that's the reason why we set it to false. Then we can continue. We also have the x-axis component, and this configures the horizontal x-axis, our date. We set our data key, we set the tick line to false and also the axis line to false, and this just hides like these tick marks and also the main axis line. Then we also have the tick margin, and this adds 8 pixels of space between the axis label. Then we also have the tick formatter, and this is a function that formats the label for each tick, for each value. It then just gets our date and it converts it, we format it to a nicer looking date, because this date object returns a very ugly date, or it returns an object, but if you would use the toLocalDateString method without right here configuring it, then you would just get an ugly string. Then we also have the chart tooltip, and then this just manages the tooltip that appears when you hover over a bar. If we again hover over it, this is like the main component which manages it, and then this content prop defines what is shown itself. This is this card, if you want to call it like that. And then we also have the bar component. This then just creates the actual bar which is displayed in our chart. Again, we add our data key, and then the fill property adds the color. That's it. This is our component and it's finished. But as you all know, we want to also showcase, or we want to render real data. This is fake data. And for that, we have to again open our data access layer, and we have to create a new file, or in other words, a new query. For that, we want to go into the data folder, admin folder, and then in the admin folder, we can create a new file, and this will be admin-get-enrollments or enrollment stats.ts. Then inside of here, we can create an export async function. This will be called admin get enrollment stats. Inside of here, we want to again make sure that the user is an admin. We can say await require admin. We want to invoke it, and then we can get our data. And here's the thing, we want to only get the data for the last 30 days. For that, we can create a constant 30 days ago. And this will be equal to new date. And this currently just gives our current date. So for example, right now, the 25th June, and we want to get the last 30 days or the starting point. For that, we can go underneath the 30 days and we want to say 30 days ago dot set date. We want to then invoke it and we want to again get our 30 days ago dot get date. And we want to invoke it and then minus 30. This will get today's date minus 30 days. Then as a next step, we can get the enrollments for the last 30 days grouped by the date. We can create a constant enrollments and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the lib folder dot enrollment dot find many. We can then open it. We want to add a where statement and we want to find data where the created at timestamp is bigger than or greater than or equal to this 30 days ago. For that, you can use this GTE. Again, this means greater than or equal to 30 days ago, to the constant which we just created. Then we can also add a select statement and we want to get the created at timestamp. And then we can also add an order by statement and we want to order our result based on the created at timestamp and we want to get the oldest results first, because again, we start from the left side. This starts with the oldest date, and then here we have our newest date, so the current date. And to achieve something like this, we can just say ascending. Then this is already finished, and as a next step, we can create an array of dates for the last 30 days. For that, we can go underneath our constant. We can create a constant last 30 days. And this will be equal to an empty array. Then we can also add a type just to know what we will pass in this array. Here we can add a column, then open an object, and we want to have a date, which will be of type string. And also we want to get enrollments, and enrollments will be of type number. So for example, for the 15th June, you had 50 enrollments or something like that. And this is an array, so we can append array brackets at the end. Then we can create a for loop. I know you all love for loops. I also love them. Inside of here, we can create a let I. Then the initial value is not 0, but instead 29. And I should be greater than or equal to 0. And then instead of saying I++, we want to say I minus. And then in the for loop, we can say constant date. And this will be equal to new date. Then we want to set our date, so date.setDate, we can invoke it, and then we can say date.getDate, we can invoke it, and this will be minus I, minus our iterator. Then we can also say last 30 days, this is our array, .push, we want to invoke it, then open an object, and here we can pass our date, and this will be equal to date.toISO string, we can invoke it, .split. We want to split this uppercase T, and then we want to get the first value, or as you all know, it then splits this whole thing into two parts, a left part and a right part, and we want to get the left part, so we can add array brackets and we want to get the first value. In this case, this means 0. And then for the enrollments, so this shouldn't be enrollment, but instead enrollments, this will be 0. We will update the enrollments in a second. For now, we want to just update the date. And also you might ask me, hey Jan, what exactly did we just do right here, or what does this for loop do? Well, this loop iterates 30 times with this variable I, and it goes from 29 down to 0, because a JavaScript is 0 indexed. And the purpose of counting down is to build the array of dates chronologically, because as you all know, in most cases you start from 0 and then you go up to, for example, 21, but we want to start chronologically from the bottom, from the last date, and that's why we just go from 29 to 0. Then we get our new date, this is the current date, and then we have this date.setDate, date.getDate minus I. This is the key part of the data calculation. It just modifies the date object by subtracting I dates, this is our iterator, from it. So for example, if the iterator is 29, then it calculates the date 29 days ago. If the I this iterator is 0, then it represents the current day today. Then we have this last 30 days.push, and here we push an object into our last 30 days array. And as you see, we update or we add our date right here. Also, we right here use this to_iso string split first item. What does this mean? Well, this formats the calculated date, and the end result of this will be, I can just say it right here, or I can add it right here, year, then minus m or dash, and then dash day. So year, month, day. And then enrollments is just set to 0, and that's because we will update the enrollments as the next step. For that, we want to go underneath our for loop. Please make sure that you're not in the for loop, and then we can get our enrollments.for each. Then we want to create a standard arrow function inside of here. As a param, we can get the individual enrollment, and inside of here, we can create first of all the enrollment date. This will be a constant enrollment date, and this will be equal to our enrollment.createdAt.toIso string. We want to invoke it .split, again uppercase T, and then we want to get the first value inside of there, or the first part of the split, array brackets 0. And then we can get the day index, constant day index, and this will be equal to last 30 days dot find index. Then we want to get the day as a param, and we want to find the index where the day dot date is equal to our enrollment date. And as you all know, this day index will be equal to -1 if we don't find the correct index. We can create an if statement, and if the day index is not equal to -1, then we can just open this, and then inside of here we want to say last 30 days, array brackets. Here we want to pass our index, the day index, and then dot enrollments plus plus. Now I already know what you want to say. Hey Jan, what did we just do right here? What is this code? I will explain it, don't worry. Here we create first of all a loop with this for each method. This loop then iterates over every single enrollment object in the enrollments array. Then we have our enrollment date. Again, here we just get the timestamp, and we also format it to this style, year, month, date. Then we have the day index, and this is very core, or we have to get the day index because it now searches through this last 30 days array to find the specific day that matches the enrollment date. Then the findIndex method returns the index, in other words the position of the first element in the array that satisfies the provided function. If no element is found, then it will just return -1, and that's why we create this if statement, because if it's not equal to -1, then this means that everything was successful. And then inside of here we just use the index, the day index, to access the correct days object within the last 30 days array, and then we just increment our enrollments property by 1 with this plus plus. And then of course we want to also return our data. For that we can go underneath this enrollments.for each, and then we want to just say return last 30 days. Return last 30 days. This is our array. And then we can again close this query, this file. We want to go into our chart area interactive. And here's the thing, we can't fetch our data inside of here. And that's because this is a client component. And as you all know, you can't fetch data in client components. We can go into our page.tsx, and then above the return statement, we can say constant enrollment data, and this will be equal to await admin get enrollment stats. Then we can invoke it. As you all know, we want to also modify the function. This should be an export default async function, and then we can also update the chart area interactive component because we want to now get data through our params. For that, we can just go right here underneath our dummy enrollment data and underneath this chart config, and then we can create an interface. This will be called chart area interactive props. and then we can open it, and inside of here we want to get data. This will be an object, and we want to get a date, which will be of type string, and we want to also get enrollments, and this will be of type number. You can also just open your query again, so we can go into the data folder again. Where is our data folder? Components, nope, right here, data. Then we want to open this enrollment stats file. Here we can just copy the name, enrollments, paste it inside of here, and then also the date. You want to make sure that this is spelled correctly. And then, of course, this is an array, which means we want to append array brackets. Then we want to also update our params. We can destruct it, and this will be of type chart area interactive props, and then we can get our data. If we go back into our page.tsx, we get an error, and that's because we have to provide data, and data will be equal to enrollment data. Then we can again go back into our chart area interactive, and then we can literally just update our data. Right here for our bar chart, we pass dummy enrollment data. But instead of passing this data, we can just pass our data. Should we test it out? I think so. And as you see, we only have one enrollment, and that's why this chart is relatively empty. If you would create more enrollments, then this chart would be quite full, but since I only enrolled one time, I also only have one bar right here. And then also currently we hardcode this 1200. This is suboptimal. We want to get the real value. For that, we can just go back, we can go above the return statement, and then here we can create a constant total, and this will be equal to use memo. This is imported from React. Then we can invoke it. Inside of here, we want to just create a standard inline callback function. Then we want to get our data. We can use the reduce method, and then we can get an accumulator and also the current value, so cur. And then we can just right here return it, and we want to say accumulator plus current dot enrollments, and then we have to pass an initial value, and this will be 0. We want to start with 0. As you see, we get a warning, and that's because we have to also right here pass a second argument. What's the problem? Well, right here, after these parentheses, we can add a comma, open an array, and then we want to pass our chart or our data itself. What exactly does this code do? Well, as mentioned, we want to get the total enrollments, and also maybe instead of calling this total, we can say total enrollments number, and then this use memo hook is just there for optimization, and then we use the reduce method, and this reduce method allows us to calculate the total amount of enrollments. As you see, inside of here we get two params. First of all, the accumulator. This is the value returned from the previous iteration, and we start with 0, and then current, this is the current object being processed in our chart data or in our data array. And then as you see, we just get the current accumulator and we say plus current enrollments. As an example, for the first object in our array, this could be, for example, 5, and then 5 plus 0 would equal to 5. Then the next object could have 6 enrollments. 6 plus 5, because this would update, would be 11, and then so on and so on. And then instead of here saying 1200, we can pass our total enrollments number, and the same thing is also true for this span. We want to pass our total enrollments number. As you see, we still get an error, and that's because this dummy enrollment data is declared, but its value is never used. That's fine. We can just right here kinda disable this ESLint rule. We can click on quick fix and then disable this ESLint rule. Alrighty then, our chart area interactive component is finished, and you know what, if we also do a hard refresh, we will get this beautiful animation. As you see right here, it just goes from the bottom and then it animates beautifully. And then as a last step, I want to also display the current courses down below. For that, we can again go back. We want to open the page.tsx. Underneath the chart area interactive component, we can create a div. We can give the div a class name. This will be space y4, and then inside of here we can get another div element. We can give it a class name. This will be flex items center, then justify between, and of course inside of here we want to render an h2. In the h2 we will say resend courses, and we want to also give the h2 a class name. This will be text XL and then also font semi-bold. Then underneath the h2 we can get the link component. This is imported from next/link, and here we will say view all courses. Of course we want to also pass an href, and we want to redirect the user to /admin/courses. If we again go back, then you will see right here recent courses, and then we have this link. But this does not look very nice. What we can do is just update the link. We can give it a class name, and then this will be button, or it will be equal to button variants, and then we can also destructure it and pass a variant, and this will be outline. And then as you see, this button or this link looks already way nicer. Then we can also go back again. We can then go underneath this div with our flex element, but we want to stay in this main div, and then we want to render all of our courses. Here's the thing, I want to suspend the data loading, and that's why I will create another function underneath the export default function. We will again use suspense boundaries. Here we can say async function. This will be called render recent courses. Then we can just open it, and then inside of here we want to first of all get our data, and for that we can just again open our data access layer. We want to go into the admin folder, and here we can create another file, a new query, and this will be called admin-get-recent-courses.ts. Then inside of here we can create an export async function. This will be called admin-get-recent-courses. Then we can just open it, and inside of here we want to again make sure that the user is an admin. We can just say await require admin, then we can invoke it, and inside of here we can get our data. This will be a constant data. This will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the lib folder .course.find many. Then we can open it, and we want to first of all order our result. We want to get the newest result first. For that we can first of all get the order by prop, and we want to order the result based on the created add timestamp, and this should be descending. Then we can also add a select statement, because we don't want to get the whole course object. We only need a few things. We need, for example, the ID, then we need the title. We can also get the small description. Then we can get the duration. We can also get the level. Then we can get the status. How about we also get the price? Then also the file key, and of course also the slug. And then at the end we want to also return our data, and we are still not finished. There's one more problem. Currently this will just get all of our courses. If we have 1000 courses, then we will also get an array with 1000 courses. But I want to only get 2 courses. And to achieve something like that, we can use the take property, and this will be equal to 2. We will only take 2 courses from our array, the 2 most recent courses. We can then again close this file, and then in our async function render recent courses, we can just say constant data, and this will be equal to await admin get recent courses. We can then invoke it, and we can create an if statement. Here's the thing, this data will be defined, that's fine, but this data could have an array of 0. This means we could have no courses. That's why we will create this if statement, and if the data.length is equal to 0, then we want to just open this, and we want to return an empty state. We can just use this, or we can return an empty state component. The empty state component is imported from our components. This is self-closing, and then we can add a few properties. For the button text, this will be create new course. Then we can also add right here the description. Here we can say, hey you, or not hey, we will say you don't have any courses, create one or create some to see them here. Then we can also add a title. For the title, this will be you don't have any courses yet. And then we can also add an href, and this will be /admin/courses/create. And if our data or if our array is populated, then we can just map over our data. For that, we can go underneath the if statement and we can just create a return statement. Inside of here, we can render a div, we can give it a class name, and this will create the grid layout. We can just say grid, then grid columns 1 on a mobile screen on empty or bigger. This will be grid columns 2, and then we want to also add a gap, which will be 6. And then inside of here, we want to map over our data. This means data.map, then as a param, we can get the course and we can just return this. Inside of here, we can get the admin course card component, and this is self-closing. As you all know, we have to provide two properties. First of all, the key, because we map over data, and this will be equal to our course.id, and then also data, and this will be equal to our course. Then we can also render this component. We can just copy the name. We can scroll again to the top, and then underneath this div, but still in this main div, we can first of all get the suspense component or the suspense boundary from React. And inside of here, we can then just paste our component function, which is render recent courses. This is self-closing, and for the suspense boundary, we can add a fallback, which will for now just say, or we can add a p tag, which will say loading ... If we again go back and do a hard refresh, then you will see these cards down below, and they look beautiful. And you know what, maybe we should also render a real skeleton. For that, we can just go underneath the async function, and we can just create another function. This will be called render recent courses skeleton layout, and then we can just open it. Inside of here, we want to again return a div element. We can just copy this layout or the class name from this render recent courses function. I will just copy the class name and paste it right here. Again, this will create the grid layout, and then inside of here we can map over an array with a length of 2, and then we will showcase or we will render the skeleton. We can then inside of here just say array uppercase .from, then we can also destructure this. We want to get, or we want to pass a length, which will be 2, and then we can use the map method as a param. We can get the underscore and then also the index, and then we can just return this. Inside of here, we can render the admin course card skeleton imported from the components. This is self-closing, and we have to pass one property, which is the key, and this will be equal to the index. Then we can copy the name render recent courses skeleton layout, and we can update our fallback. Instead of rendering the p tag, we will render this component, which is self-closing. If we again go back and do a hard refresh, we won't see the skeleton. This is because our data is quite fast. But if we open the query again, this was admin get recent courses, then we can add a fake delay. Here I added a fake delay of 2 seconds, and if we again go back, then we will see this beautiful skeleton as you see here. And voila, we are finished with our admin dashboard. We can finally track our performance, and we can see how successful we are, or in other words, how not successful we are. Then before we continue with the customer dashboard, I want you also first of all again optimize a few things and then also push the code into, or I want to commit all of the changes. Here's the thing, if we again open our lib folder, you all know that we can use this import server only directive to make sure that the code itself is only used in server environments, in other words, in server components. For example, right here we have our lib folder. Then we have the .schemas file. This can stay as is because it can, in theory, be used on the server side and client side. Then we have the Stripe configuration file. Stripe should only run on the server side. This means we can import server only. Then we can just copy this import. Then we can continue. So this S3 client is already marked with import server only. Recent, as you all know, this is used in our auth configuration file. That's why we can't mark this file with this import server only directive. Then we have our DB file, our env file. We don't have to add it right here. Then we have the auth file, the auth client, and Arcjet. We don't have to do anything inside of here. Then we can continue. We also have our data folder, our data access layer, and here we want to also import server only. For admin get courses, we already added it. Then for admin get course, we already added it. For admin get courses, we can also add it on top. Then we can continue with the admin get dashboard stats file. We can also add import server only. Then we have the admin get enrollment stats file. We can also add it here. Then we have the admin get lesson file. We can also add it here. Then we have the admin get recent courses file. Let's also add it here. Then we have the require admin file. We already added it. Then in the course folder, we have the get all courses file. We can also add it right here on top. Then we have the get course file. We can also add it right here on the top. Then we have the user folder, and then in our require user file, we forgot to add it. We can also add it here. And then in the user is enrolled file, we cannot add it. No, I'm joking, of course. Let's also add import server only. This is finished. We can then close all of these files. This is a pretty much optimization one done. But there's another optimization which I want to make. If we open the app folder and if we go into the admin folder and then into the page.tsx, then you should know that we pretty much render 3 sections. First of all, the section cards. Oh my god, what was that? Then the chart area interactive, and then also, of course, this render recent courses. What's common or what's the same with all of these 3 components? Well, we get data. We get data and we created a file, or we created files in our data access layer. For example, admin get recent courses, get enrollment stats, get dashboard stats. These are 3 queries, these are 3 queries which we use to get our data. And what's common with all of these queries or with these functions? Well, we call the require admin function. And this means if I go back and do a hard refresh, I will in theory right here call this function 3 times. When I get this data, the stats, we check if the user is an admin. When we fetch the data for the total enrollments, we also check if the user is an admin. And then when we get our recent courses, we again check if the user is an admin. In total, we do pretty much the same operation 3 times. We get the same value. But let's be honest with each other. 1 time is already enough. If we fetch the user in 1 render pass, so if we do a hard refresh, this is 1 render pass. And in this 1 render pass, we will already know if the user is an admin or not. We don't have to fetch the user session 3 times. We can do it 1 time. And for that, we can use this nice helper function, which is called React Cache, or the cache API, however you want to call it. And it allows you to memorize the return value of the function during a React render pass. I know this kinda maybe sounds a bit confusing. So here's the thing again. When we do a hard refresh, then this 1 page load is a render pass. That's how you call it. If I go into the courses route, this navigation, this 1 load, if you want to call it like that, is a render pass. And we want to cache the result of our require admin function and require user function for this 1 render pass. For that, we can use this cache API, this cache function. We can go to the documentation. Here they have again an example. This is in this data access layer section, and we can use this cache function to memorize the request. We can just go back, we can open the require admin function, and then here on top, we can import cache, and cache is imported from React. And then we want to update our function a bit. I will just comment it out, and I want to create a standard O function. We can say export constant. This will be require admin. Then, as mentioned, this will be a standard O function. And then we can just copy the code from this commented function. I will paste it inside of here. Nothing changed. The name is still the same. Everything is the same. The code is the same. We can also just right here say require admin. And of course, this should be asynchronous. But now we want to use the cache function. And to use it, we can just wrap this async arrow function in the cache. In front of the async, we can just say cache, and then we can invoke it, this function, and we want to wrap this async function inside of there. We can just add the parentheses, also right here, the last parenthesis at the end, and then we will cache the result of this function for one render pass. Again, only one render pass. It will cache the result here right now. So if I do a hard refresh, it will get the user session once, and then it will cache the result for the remaining 2 queries. If I navigate to the courses route, it will again normally go to Better-Auth and get the user session. So it does not cache your result for some time frame, 30 minutes or something like that. No, it's only a render pass. And then we can do the same thing for our require user function. We want to go into the user folder, require user. We can import, or we can copy the import statement, import cache. I will paste it on the top. And then I want to also rewrite this function. This should be a standard arrow function. We can just say export constant require user equals to a standard arrow function. And then of course we want to also say that this should be an async arrow function, and then we can again use the cache function and wrap the whole function in the cache function. Function in a function in a function. My God. But yeah, as you see, this will then also pair or cache the result of this require user function for one render pass. Then we can also, of course, commit all of our changes. And inside of here, I will say git add everything with a dot, git commit -m. For the message, this will be, what version are we on? Damn, my God, what's wrong with me? V7. This means this will be V8 right here. And we will say dashboard analytics finished. We can then click on enter, and of course we can say git push. This will then push all of the changes into our remote repo. We can also open GitHub, and right here it says dashboard analytics finished. Oh my God, there's only one more thing missing, and that's our customer dashboard. Let's go, let's implement it. To get started, as you all know, for the customer dashboard, we want to use the same dashboard layout. We want to create the same one, but of course we won't render quick create or courses or stuff like that. We will only have one link. And to again implement this dashboard, we can just literally head over back to Shadcn UI. Then we can head over to the blocks, and we want to just again copy this installation command to install this dashboard with a sidebar. We can then again go back. I can stop my dev server, and then I want to paste this command inside of here. I can then also proceed. This will just install the latest version of Shadcn UI. This is fine, and as you see, if I again open the Explorer, I should also see a new dashboard directory. And as you see in the app folder, we now have a dashboard folder with this page.tsx. We can of course again restart our dev server, and then we can again go back and open localhost 3000. And of course we don't want to open the index page, but instead we can say /dashboard. And then inside of here, we again see the same dashboard. Then we can first of all update our folder structure itself, because in the components folder we again have the app sidebar, the chat or the chart area interactive, the nav user, stuff like that. We don't need these components. We literally already have a sidebar component with or folder with the same components. We can just delete all of these files, all of these components which have been created. I will just click on delete and then move to trash. As you see, everything has been deleted, and I think I will also get an error right here in this dashboard page.tsx. And that's because these import statements, paths, whatever, don't exist anymore. Currently, we also have a page.tsx here, but of course, we want to instead create a layout. We can just go into this dashboard folder, we can create a layout.tsx file, and then we can copy this return statement. But before we do that, how about we first of all create an export default function. Here we can say export default function. This will be dashboard layout. We can just then open this, and also in the params we can destructure the params, and we want to get children. Children will have a type of React node, and React node is imported from React. Then inside of here we can create a return statement, and we can just copy the UI or the code from here, or we can open our admin dashboard right here, admin layout, and then I will also just copy this return statement or everything in the return statement, and then we can paste it inside of here. We want to then import the sidebar provider from the components. We want to get the app sidebar from the components, of course, also the sidebar inset from the components. Then we can also get the site header from the components, and then we pass our children, and this is finished. Then we can update the page.tsx for this dashboard. We can just delete everything right here, and we will create a new export default function. This will be called dashboard page, and then we can just open it. We can also create a return statement with an h1, and here we will say hello world. If we again go back, then you will see right here hello world. Nevertheless, we have one slight problem. So you see, this is our app sidebar, and here it says quick create dashboard courses. I don't want to render all of these, you could say items. I want to only render the dashboard link. And for that, we want to create a new app sidebar component. We can open our Explorer, then right here in the dashboard folder, we can create an underscore components folder, and then inside of here, we can create an app sidebar.tsx file. And maybe it would be also smarter to make it a bit more specific, so we can also rename it, and instead of saying app sidebar, I think dashboard app sidebar will work a bit better. It's a bit more specific. Then inside of this dashboard app sidebar, we want to again create a sidebar. We can just literally open our existing app sidebar component. Then we can just copy this code and paste it into the dashboard app sidebar. We can then also rename the function. Oh no, let's leave it right here as app sidebar. This is fine. And then we want to update the array, because currently we have a lot of links, but we literally only need one link, and this will be for the dashboard. We can scroll to the top, and then right here, dashboard, we already have it right here. And for the URL, this will be /dashboard. Then we can delete the other objects. So for example here, courses, then analytics and stuff like that. We can just delete these objects. And then we can also for now save this and also use it in our layout. Instead of using this app sidebar, we want to update the import statement. We can just delete this import and then import the app sidebar from this dashboard components folder. If we then import it and again go back, then we will see right here two buttons. First of all, this dashboard link, and then also this quick create button. But of course, do we really want to render right here quick create? No, we don't want to do that. What we can do is first of all, again, open the dashboard app sidebar. We get a few errors here, and that's because of unused imports. I want to just delete all of these unused imports for the icons. We don't use these icons, so we also don't have to import them. And then we want to open the nav main component, because inside of here, is it inside of here? Yes, inside of here, we render the quick create button. And we want to literally get the path name and then check if the path name starts with /admin, then we want to render quick create. If the path name starts with, or if it does not start with /admin, then we won't render this quick create button. For that, again, we want to just go back into our nav main component. Then above the return statement, we can create a constant path name, and this will be equal to use path name. Use path name is imported from next/navigation. We can invoke it, and then here we have our sidebar menu item. We can just copy the sidebar menu item, and then we can create a I guess, a ternary. If the path name dot starts with, and we want to say /admin, then we can use this double and sign, and we will again return the sidebar menu item with the button itself. If we again go back, then we won't see the button right here anymore. And also, I think we should wrap the sidebar menu right here in this path name dot starts with. And then if I save this again and go back, yeah, everything still works. And you know what? Also, this item currently in theory is active, right? We are currently on this dashboard route, which means this is active. And I want to also showcase an active state. For that, we can again go to our nav main component. Here we have our sidebar menu. Then we map over our items, and then we pass the link component to redirect the user. And we can add a class name here for the link component, and then we can create a ternary. So we want to use the cn helper function, and then inside of here we will say if the path name, this is again what we get from our URL, if this is equal to the item.url, the href, then we can use the double and sign, and we can say bg accent for the background color and text accent foreground. Then we can also update the icon. We can also here give the icon a class name. Then we want to use the cn helper function, and if the path name is equal to the item.url, then we can just render right here text primary. The icon will have an orange color, and as you see, this worked nicely. If we open the admin route, this should also work for the admin route because this component is shared. And as you see right here, the dashboard is active, and if we click on courses, then the courses link will be active. We can then again head over back to the dashboard. For that, we can just update our URL, and we want to head over to our dashboard. Then as a next step, we can continue with this index page. And in this page, we want to render two things. First of all, the enrolled courses, and then also all courses where the user is not enrolled in. For that, we can again go back, and first of all, we can close all of these files, and then we want to first of all create a new file in our data access layer. We can open the data folder in the app folder. My god, this folder structure is so big. And then we want to open the user folder, and inside of here we can create a new file, and this will be get enrolled courses. .ts. In theory, this file could also live in the course folder, but since this is kinda user specific, I think it makes a bit more sense to also store the file in the user folder. Then inside of here, we can first of all import server only to make sure that this only runs on the server side, and then we can create an export async function. This will be get enrolled courses. We can then just open it, and inside of here we want to first of all make sure that the user is authenticated. We can just say constant user equals to await require user. If the user is not authenticated, we will just redirect the user. Then we can query our data. We can create a constant data, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the lib folder. .enrollment.find many, since we want to find many enrollments. Then inside of here, we can first of all add a where statement because we want to find specific enrollments. We want to only get enrollments where first of all the user ID matches the user.id and also where the status is active. And then underneath the where statement, we can also select data, and we want to get data from our course. Then here we can create another select statement, and we want to get the ID. Then we want to get the small description. We can also get, for example, the title. Let's also get the file key, then of course the level. How about we also get the slug and then also the duration. Then we can also get chapter data. We want to get the chapter, we can open it, and then in the chapter we can create a select statement. Then from the chapter we want to get the ID, then we want to also get the lessons array, and we want to only select the ID from the lessons array. Right now, this probably does not make a lot of sense. Don't worry, once we come to progress tracking, you will understand why we select all of this data right here. And then as a last step, we want to also return our data. So underneath this constant, we can say return data. Then we want to copy the name, get enrolled courses, and we want to again open our page.tsx, dashboard page.tsx. And also we can delete this data.json because we don't use this chart area interactive component. Then in this page.tsx, we can first of all fetch our data. And as mentioned, we want to showcase two things. We want to render all courses and then also the enrolled courses. Above the return statement, we can create a constant. And since we want to run two queries, we want to then also, of course, do it in parallel, not successively. We can just create these array brackets, and then this will be equal to await promise.all, and then we can invoke it, open an array, and inside of here, we can say get all courses. This is imported from our data access layer. We can invoke it, and then we want to also get our enrolled courses. We can also invoke it, and as you see, we currently get an error, and that's because await expressions are only allowed within async functions. We can modify this function, and this will be an export default async function. And then in our return array, would you call it return array? I think so. We want to get first of all our courses and then also the enrolled courses. Again, this has to be chronological. As a first query, we get all courses, and that's why we right here say courses. And the second query is get enrolled courses, and that's why the second argument right here is also enrolled courses. Then we can update our return statement and we can create a new one. First of all, we can return empty tags, and then inside of here, we can return a div. In the div, we can render an h1, and this will be for the enrolled courses. So here we can just say enrolled courses. Does this make sense? Yeah, I think so. Then we can also give it a class name, and this will be text 3XL and then font bold. If we again go back, then we should also see the h1 the h1 right here. Then we can also create a p tag, and inside of here we will say here you can see all the courses you have access to. Then we can also style the p tag, and we want to give it this grayish color, in other words, text muted foreground. Then if we again go back, then you will see right here this title and then the description. But there's only one problem, I'm missing some padding. We can style this div, we can give it a class name, and this will be flex column and gap 2 to have some spacing in between the children. Then we can again go back, and then underneath this div, we want to create first of all a ternary, and we want to check if the user has even enrolled into courses. If not, we will render an empty state, and if the user enrolled in courses, then we will also display them. In other words, we want to say if enrolled courses.length is equal to 0, then we can create a ternary, and we want to render the empty state component. This is imported from the components, this is self-closing. Then we have to pass 4 properties. For the title, we will just say, my god, not this, but the title. Here we will just say no courses purchased. Then we can also add the description, and here we will say you have not purchased any courses yet. And then we can also add the button text. Here we will say browse courses, and then we can add an href, and this will be /courses. If a user clicks on this button, we will just redirect the user to our public-facing courses route so that the user can browse all of the courses. And if this is not true, then we can of course use a colon and then return something else. For now, we will just return a p tag, and here we will say your enrolled courses, or the courses you are enrolled in. This is the first ternary, we are finished with it, and then we can create another section, and this will be for the available courses in which the user is not enrolled in right now. We can just go underneath this ternary, but we want to stay in the empty tags, of course, and then we can render a section element. We can give the section a class name, and this will be margin top 10. Then inside of here, we want to again render a title and description. To just save some time, we can literally copy paste this div because this is the exact same code. For the H1, we want to say available courses, and for the description, we can say here you can see all the courses you can purchase. Then underneath the div, but still in the section, we want to then filter our array, because again, here we will get all of the available courses. This courses will give us all courses, but it could be that a user has already enrolled in a few courses. This means we don't want to showcase the whole array, but we want to filter it, and we want to filter out all courses in which the user is already enrolled in. This means right here we can say courses.filter. We want to use the filter method. We can invoke it. Then as a param, I want to remove these comments, my god. As a param, we can get the individual course. Then we can return it. Then right now, let's write the code. I will then explain it. We want to get an exclamation mark. Then our enrolled courses dot sum, we can invoke it, then again open this. Inside of here we can get a param, we can destructure it. This will be uppercased course, and we can rename it to enrolled, and then we want to just again return this, and here enrolled.id has to be equal to the course.id. And then at the end, right here, we can say .length, and if this is equal to 0, then we want to render an empty state, and we can just use a ternary, and we will get the empty state component imported, or it's already imported, and then this is self-closing. We can add a title, and then for the title, this will just be no courses available. Then we can also add a description. Here we will say you have already purchased all available courses. And then we can add a button text. Don't worry about the spelling mistakes. For the button text, this will be browse courses. And for the href, this will be again /courses. And if this is not true, we can use a colon, and we will just return a p tag. And in the p tag, we will say yo or some gibberish, who cares? But what does this code do? Because it looks kinda confusing, and yes, I will agree with you, it looks very confusing. So first of all, we use the filter method, and we filter our method, or with this filter method, we create a new temporary array, and the goal is to create a list of courses that the user has not yet enrolled in. Then as you see, as a param, we get the course. So this is the function that runs for each course in this array, in this list. And this course will be kept in the filtered list only if the function returns true. If this function returns true. And then right here we say if enrolled courses is not there, .sum. What does this mean? Here this method checks if at least one item in the enrolled courses array meets a specific condition. And the condition checks if the ID of any course the user is enrolled in matches the ID of the current course being checked by the filter method. And the exclamation mark, which you see at the start here, this exclamation mark, will be true only if the current course is not found in the same enrolled courses array. And then we have this length 0 check, and this runs after the filter method has already created a new array containing only the courses the user is not enrolled in. And here we check if the length of the array is 0. If the array is not populated, then this probably means that the user already bought all courses, or that the admin hasn't created any courses yet. But we will just assume that the user hasn't purchased any courses yet. And then also we have the p tag right here, and here we want to then of course render all existing courses, or all courses where the user is not enrolled in. We can just delete this p tag, and then we want to use a div right here. We can give the div a class name. This will be grid columns 1, then on empty or bigger grid columns 2 and also gap 6 to have some spacing. Inside of here, we want to again get our filtered array, and you know what, we will just copy this filter method. We can just copy all of this, and then inside of here, we can again paste it, and then we want to use the map method at the end because we want to map over this newly created array, and then we can, as a param, we can get the course, and then we want to return this. And you know what, we already have a component to render our course, and this is the public course card. We can import it from the components. This is self-closing, and we can also give it a key. This will be equal to our course.id, and then we want to also pass the course itself or the data, and this will be equal to our course. Then this is finished. If we again go back, then you will see right here, enrolled courses, no courses purchased yet. And here it says available courses, 2 courses are available. Also, as you see, we have one problem. There's no margin right here. Yeah, this isn't that nice. We can again go back, and then right here we have our div, we have this flex column gap 2, and we can also give it a margin bottom 5. And if we again go back, this should already look way better. Nevertheless, did we really not purchase any courses yet? I'm not sure. I thought I bought one, or did I delete the enrollment? Or am I'm logged in with the wrong account. Let me quickly again re-log in with the account with which I bought courses. Alrighty, so I again logged in with the correct account with which I bought a course, and if I again head over back to the dashboard, then we should also see enrolled courses. And here it says the courses you are enrolled in, but of course we don't display the courses itself. You know what, just to see something, we can use the public course card component. Why not? We can just copy this, the component, we can go to the top, and then instead of rendering the p tag, we want to again render a div element. We want to give the div the same class name with this grid layout. We can just copy the class name, paste it inside of here. Then we want to map over our enrolled courses. Inside of here, we can just say enrolled courses.map. As a param, we can get the course, and then we can return it. And as mentioned again, inside of here, we can just render the public course card, and we can again copy it and paste it inside of here. If we again go back, I get an error. What's the problem? Well, right here it says property ID does not exist on type course. What's the problem exactly? Well, right here we want to say course.course.id, and then here course.course. As you see right here, we get a warning, or we get an error. That's because we are missing the category. But don't worry, we just want to see something. We will later on create a different component for this enrolled courses section because we want to show the progress. But for now, this is fine enough just to see something. And as you see right here, we have our course, we get all of our info, and our filter method works as expected. And then as a next step, we want to already render this, how would you even call it, like this video player page. So where on the left side we have a sidebar, and then on the right side we will display the main content with the video, a title, and then the big description. To implement that, we want to open our Explorer. Then in the dashboard folder, we want to create a new route, a new folder, and this will be a dynamic route segment. And inside of here, we want to get the slug. So dynamic brackets or array brackets, and then we can say slug. And inside of here, we can create a page.tsx. Since this is a route, we can say export default function. Then for the name, we can say course slug route, and then we can just open it. Inside of here, we can create a return statement, and we can return a div with an h1, and we will say hello world. Then we can update our dashboard. We can again delete this public course card, and we want to redirect the user to this slug route. We can just get a link component from next/link. Then we want to say, or we can render the course.title, why not? Then we can also, or not course.title, but course.course.title. Then we can update our link. We want to give it a key. This will be equal to the course.course.id. And then we can also add an href, and we want to redirect the user to a dynamic route. As you all know, for that we can use upticks, and this will be /dashboard and then /dynamic value course.course.slug. And if we again go back, then we should see a link component. As you see right here, this is the link component. And if we click on it, then we should get redirected to this slug route. And right here, it says hello world. Before we do anything with this index page, we can first of all create a layout in the slug itself. This means we can say layout.tsx, and then inside of here, we can again first of all create an export default function. This will be an export default function which will be called course layout, and then we can just open it. Then inside of here we can create a return statement and we can return a div. As you all know, since this is a layout, we want to also render children in the layout. For that we can destructure our params. We want to get children, and children will be of type React Node. React Node is imported from React, and then inside of here we can just pass, or for now we can just skip it. We will pass our children in a second. For now we can style our div or our whole return statement. We can create the UI. Here's the thing, this layout will be there to render our course sidebar. Again, how will our layout look like? Well, I can again draw or create a nice looking diagram. For example, this is our screen, as you all know, and we will create a sidebar again on the left side, and here we will render the chapters, and then the chapters will have, of course, individual lessons. And then on the right side, we will have the main content with the video, then a small title, and then a bit or a big description. This is our layout, and in the layout, this is our layout, and in this layout itself we will first of all render the sidebar, and then we will pass the children, and then for the children we will render our main content. We can first of all style our div. We can give it a class name, and this will be flex and flex1. Then inside of here we want to render our sidebar. We can create a comment also, and here we will say sidebar dash 30%, or it will take about 30% plus minus. And then here we can just get a div element and we can give it a class name. This will be width 80. This is about, as you see right here, if we hover over it, this is about 20 rem or 320 pixels. Then we can also say border right, to have a border to the right side, not for, but right. Then also border to have a color. This is this border color. And then we can also say shrink 0. Then in the div, we want to render the sidebar itself. For now, we can just get an h1 and we can say sidebar. And then underneath this div, but still in the main div, we want to render our main content. We can again create a comment. Here we will say main content dash about 70%. Again, plus minus, and then we can render a div element, and in the div we want to render our children, and we can give the div a class name, and this will be flex1 to take the whole space, and then also overflow hidden. If we again go back, then nothing should really change. Right here it just says sidebar, and then here it says hello world. For now, we want to first of all create our course sidebar. For that, we can open the Explorer. We want to go into the underscore components folder, and here we can create a new file, and this will be called course sidebar.tsx. Since this is a component, we can create a standard export function, and this will be called course sidebar, and then we can just open it. Then to get started, we can create a return statement, and well, not this, but a standard return statement, and then we can return a div. We can give this div a class name, and this will be flex column, and then height full. In this div, we want to create another div element. We can give it a class name. This will be padding bottom 4, padding right 4, then also border bottom, and then also border. So here's the thing, this div will be used for the top section, because here, as you all know, I can again mark it up, this is our sidebar pretty much. Then we will have a top section. Here we will render the title, a small, or the category and stuff like that, and that's why we created this border bottom and then padding right 4. This is this layout itself. Again, inside of here we will render an icon, then the title and the category. That's it, and that's why we right now created this div. Inside of here we want to render another div. We can give it a class name, and this will be flex items center gap 3 and margin bottom 3. Inside of here, we want to render another div, and this will be the wrapper for the icon. We want to use the play icon. This is imported from Lucid React, and this is self-closing. We can style the icon, and we can give it a class name, which will be size 5 and text primary. The color of the icon will be orange. Then we can style the wrapper div. We can give it a class name, and this will be size 10 rounded LG. BG primary, and we don't want to use the full opacity, but instead only 10%. We can say /10, then we want to also say flex, items, center, and justify center to center the icon in the div, and then also shrink 0. If we again go back, then we should also see the icon right here, but we don't see anything. Why is that? Well, that's because this component is not rendered in the layout. Instead of rendering the H1, we can get our course sidebar component. This is self-closing, and if we again go back, then you will see right here, this is this border, and then we have our icon. We can again go back to our course sidebar component. We want to go underneath the wrapper div, and we want to again pass a div. Then we can style it, and here we want to say flex 1 and minimum width 0. Flex 1 means that we take the available space. Then we can pass an H1, and this will be for the course title. But here's the thing, we don't get any data. We want to create an interface at the top. This will be called iAppProps, and here we want to get our course itself. Or here's the thing, we currently don't even fetch data, so I can't really even define what data we want to get. To change this, we want to create a new file in our data access layer. We want to open the data folder, then the course folder, and then inside of here we can create a new file, and this will be get-course-sidebar-data.ts. Again, we can first of all import server only, because this should only run on the server side, and then inside of here we can create an export async function. This will be called get-course sidebar data. We can then just open it, and inside of here we want to make sure that the user is also authenticated. We can say constant session equals to await require user. Then underneath this constant session, we can fetch our data. We can create a constant course, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the lib folder .course.find unique, because we want to find a unique course. And we want to find a course with the slug. We can add a where statement, and we want to find a course where the slug matches the slug which we provide, but we currently don't provide one. We can update our params. We want to get a slug, and this will be of type string, and then we can pass our slug right here. Again, the slug is a unique value, and that's why we can use it in the where statement. Then we can also add or create a select statement, and we want to get the ID, then of course also the title, the file key, we want to get it. We want to also get the duration, of course also the level. Then we can get the category, also the slug itself, and then we want to get also the chapter data and the lesson data. For that, we can first of all select the chapter. We want to open it, and we want to also select only a few things from the chapter model. We want to get the ID, then we want to get the title, and we want to also get the position. And here's the thing, we want to of course order the result of the chapter. Currently the chapter array will be will have a random arrangement. We could first of all have lesson 1, then lesson 5, then lesson 2. This of course does not make sense. We want to order the chapter array based on the position. Above the select, we can use the order by statement, then we can get our position, and the position should be ascending. We will get the lowest number, the lowest position first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then in the select statement, we want to also get lessons, and here we can again first of all use the order by statement, and we want to order the result. We want to order the array based on the position, and this should be ascending. Then we can also select data from the lessons array, and we want to get the ID, then of course also the title, the position, then also the description, And then this should be it for now. We will update the query later on for progress tracking, but for now this is fine enough. As you all know, since we want to find a unique course, this could also be null, because if the slug does not exist, then this of course won't find a unique course. This is why we want to create an if statement, and if there's no course, then we will return not found. This is this 404 not found page. And then after this if statement, before we return the data, we want to create a little security layer, because we want to make sure that the user is also enrolled into this course. Underneath this if statement, we can create a constant enrollment, and this will be equal to await prisma.enrollment.findUnique. And then inside of here, we want to use the where statement, and we want to find an enrollment where the user ID underscore course ID matches the user ID and course ID. We can get the user ID. This should be equal to the session.id, and then we want to get the course ID, and this should be equal to the course.id. If this is true, or in other words, if this is not true, if we don't have an enrollment, then we want to create an if statement and again return not found. We can just say right here if, or we can create an if statement. If there's no enrollment, we can do that with the exclamation mark, or we want to use two vertical lines. If the enrollment.status is not equal to active. If this is true, then we want to return not found. And if this if statement is not triggered, then this means that we get our course data and also that the user enrolled into this specific course. Underneath the if statement, we can create a return object, and we want to return the course. As you all know, right here we have our query, and we can also infer the query type in general. For that, we can just create an export type. This will be called course sidebar data type. This will be equal to awaited. We want to create a generic. Then here we want to get the return type. We want to again create a generic, and then here we want to say type of, and then type of the function name, which is get course sidebar data. We can then again close this file. We have finished with our query, and we can continue first of all with our layout, because in the layout we can first of all fetch our data. But now you might say, hey Jan, fetching data in a layout, is this smart? Yes, it's fine. Here's the thing. You, of course, want to limit the amount of data fetching in the layout, but since this is specifically needed for the sidebar, it's also fine to fetch data, or it's encouraged, you have to do it. You have to fetch the data in the layout. In most cases, you don't want to do it, but since this layout specifically needs this data in the sidebar, we have to also fetch it in the layout. Above the return statement, we want to first of all get our slug. As you all know, our params are a promise, which means we have to first of all create an interface. Then in the interface, or we want to call the interface iappprops, and then inside of here we want to get params, and params will be a promise. We can add a generic, open an object, and we want to get a slug, which will be of type string. Again, this name has to correspond to your folder name, which right here is slug. Then also in this iappprops, we want to get children, and children will be of type React Node. And then we can update our params. We can delete all of this code. We can just destructure this, and this will be of type iappprops. And then right here, where we destructure our params, we can get children and also our params. As mentioned, params are a promise, which means we have to await them. We can create a constant, we can destructure it, and this will be equal to await params. And then where we destructured, we can get the slug itself. As you see, we get an error, and that's because we have to also modify the function, and this should be an async function. And then we can use the slug to get our data. Here we can say constant course, and this will be equal to await get course sidebar data. Then as an argument we can pass our slug, and as you see, this error will go away. Here we can also create a comment, and we can say server-side security check and lightweight data fetching. Since we get our data here, we can also pass it to this course sidebar component. For that, we want to update first of all, again, the interface, and we want to explicitly say what data we want to get. And we want to get a course, and this course will have a type of course sidebar type. And here we can then also add an array, and we want to get the course. And then we can destructure our params. This will be of type IAppProps, and we want to get our course. If we again go back to our layout, we will get an error, and that's because the course sidebar is missing a property, which is the course, and the course will be equal to the course. But as you see, we get an error. What's the problem? Well, right here we explicitly said we want to get the course object, and to get the course object, we want to say right here course.course. And if we again go back, then this error will go away, and then we can use the course inside of here. As mentioned, we want to render the course title, so for the h1 we can say course.title, and then underneath the h1 we can get a p tag, and we want to render the course.category. If we again go back, then you should see the title and description in a second, and as you see right here, it says this should work, and then marketing. We can also style these elements. We can start with the h1, we can give it a class name, and this will be font semi-bold to have a bigger font weight, text base, leading tight, and then also truncate. So if the text overflows the container, it will then just create 3 dots. And then we can also style the p tag, and again this will be, or we can give it a class name, and this will be text xs, and then text muted foreground, margin top 1 to have some spacing, and again we want to use this, my god, truncate, I think. As you see right here, the title is now a bit bigger, and then we get our category. Also, I am not sure if I already mentioned it at the start, but if you click on Command B, it will automatically close the sidebar. This is a nice shortcut. Then we can continue with our main content. We want to go underneath this div, then we want to also go underneath this div. We want to stay in the div with this padding bottom 4, padding right 4, border bottom, border. And then here we can create another div element, and we want to render the progress, which we currently don't have, and then also the completed lessons, which we also currently don't have. First of all, we can create a div, as I already created. We can give it a class name. This will be space y2, and inside of here we can render another div element. We can give it a class name. This will be flex justify between to align the children to the most outer corner, and text xs. Inside of here we can render a span element, and we will say progress, and then after the span we can render another span, and here we want to just say the user completed 4 out of 10 lessons or something like that. We can just say 4/10 lessons, and then we want to style the first span element. We can say text muted foreground, and then for the second span element we can also give it a class name, and this will be font medium. If we again go back, then you will see right here progress 4 out of 10 lessons. And then underneath the span, underneath the div, but still in this main div with space y2, we can get a progress component from Shadcn UI from our components. This is self-closing. We want to give it a value, and this ranges from 0 to 100, because 100%, as you all know. We can just hard code this as 55, and then we can give it a class name, and this will be height 1.5. As you see right here, this is the progress, and this is about 55%. Then underneath this progress bar, we can also render a p tag, and here we will just manually again mention the percentage. So in this case 55. We can just say 55% and then complete. We can also style the p tag, we can give it a class name, and this will be text xs, and then also text muted foreground. If we again go back, then you will see right here 55% completed. Then as a next step, we want to render all of the chapters and then also all of the lessons. For that, we can again go back, and then we want to go underneath this div with the class name space y2, and we want to also go underneath this div. We want to just stay in the main div. Inside of here, we can again create a div. We can give it a class name, and this will be padding y4, padding right 4, and then space y3. Inside of here, we want to map over our chapters. We can get our course.chapter.map as a param. We can get the chapter itself, and then we want to just return it. Inside of here, I want to use again the collapsible component. We can get collapsible from the components, and then we can just open it. This collapsible component, first of all, needs a key. This will be equal to chapter.id. And then in the collapsible component, we want to get a collapsible trigger. Inside of here, we can use the button component from the components, and since this is a component in a component, we want to also give the collapsible trigger an asChild property. Then we want to update our button. First of all, we can give the button a variant. This will be outline, and then we can also give the button a class name, and this will be width full, padding 3, height auto, h-auto, then flex items center to center the items itself, and then also, of course, gap 2. And inside of here, we can render a div element. And in this div, this will be like the wrapper div for our chevron icon. For now, we can just get the chevron down icon from Lucid React, and we can give it a class name, and this will be size 4, and then also text primary. Then we can also style the wrapper div. We can give it a class name, and this will be shrink 0. If we again go back, then you will see right here a lot of chevron icons. But if I click on one, then nothing happens. But don't worry, we will fix everything step by step. Then we can first of all again go back. We want to go underneath this div, but we want to stay in the button. And here we can render another div. We can give this div a class name. This will be flex 1, text left, and then also minimum width 0. Inside of here, we can create a div element, and inside of here, we want to render the chapter title. So for now, we can just say chapter.position chapter title. So for example, position 1, and then introduction or something like that. Again, right here, we can say chapter.title. We can also style the div, and you know what, maybe a p tag will make a bit more sense. And then we can style the p tag, and we can say font semi-bold, text SM, truncate, and then also text foreground. If we again go back, then you will see right here, number 1, chapter number 1, number 2, chapter number 2, and so on and so on. And then underneath this p tag, we want to render another one, and then we want to display the total lesson length for this individual chapter. Underneath the p tag, we can just create another p tag, and then we want to get the chapter.lessons.length, and then we can style the p tag. And here's the thing, I want to have a very small text, and if we use text XS, then the size will be 12 pixels, but it should be 10 pixels, and sadly there's no lower value than text XS. This means we have to use a custom value, and here we can say 10 pixels. Then we want to also say text muted foreground. It should have a grayish color, and then also font medium, and of course truncate. Then if we again go back, you will see right here 3, 3, 3, 3. Okay, each chapter has 3 lessons. Of course, we want to then also say right here lessons. And if we can go back, and then you will see that this looks absolutely stunning. Then we want to also create the collapsible content. For that, we can go underneath the collapsible trigger, and we want to get the collapsible content component. We can first of all style this component. We can give it a class name. This will be margin top 3, padding left 6, border left 2, and space y3. And then inside of here, we want to map over our lessons. We can get the chapter.lessons.map as a param. We can get the individual lesson, and then we can just return it. Here, we want to then return the lesson item component. Currently, we don't have one. So instead, we will render a p tag, and here we will just say, or we will pass the lesson.title. And then we want to also give the p tag a key, and this will be the lesson.id. If we again go back, then you will see right here all of our chapters, and if we click on one, then we will also see the individual lessons right here. And you know what, in my opinion, every lesson, or no, not every lesson, every chapter, or should we say every chapter, or at least the first chapter should be open as a default. Because currently, if we do a hard refresh, all chapters, all collapsible items will be closed, but we want to have the first one expanded. And here we can get the default open property, and this should be open as a default if the index is equal to 0. Here in the params we can just get the index, and then we want to update this default open, and if index is equal to 0, then this will be true, which means it will also be open. If we again go back and do a hard refresh, you will see that the first chapter is now always expanded, but we can still open the rest of the chapters as you see right here. Then as a next step, we want to create a lesson item, because currently we just render this p tag, and as you all know, we want to render a real lesson item, lesson button, call it however you want to. We can first of all again open our Explorer, then we can go into the underscore components folder, and here we can create a lesson item.tsx file. Then, since this is a component, we can create an export function. This will be called lesson item, and then we can just open it. Inside of here, we can create a return statement, and we can start off with a link component. The link component is imported from Next.js/link, and as you all know, we want to also style this link. We can give it a class name, and we want to style it like a Shadcn button, which means we can use the button variance function. We can invoke it, then open it, and inside of here we can also pass a variant, and the variant will be outline. Then, as you all know, we have to also provide an href, and for now this will just be an empty slash. Then in the link we want to of course render the title of the lesson, but we don't get our data. This means above the export function we can create an interface, and this will be iappprops. Inside of here we want to get our lesson data. This means the ID, the title, position and description. Here we can say lesson, and this will be an object, and then we want to get an ID. This will be of type string. We want to get a title. This will be of type string. We want to get a position. This will be of type number, and then we want to also get the description, and this will be of type string or null because it could be undefined. Then underneath the lesson object we want to also get a slug, and this will be of type string. Then we can go to our params. We want to destructure them, and this will be of type iappprops, and then where we destructured we want to get the lesson object and the slug. Then here for our link we can pass our lesson.title. If we save this and again go back, we won't see anything, or in other words, this lesson is not updated, and that's because we currently don't render the component. We want to go back to the course sidebar component, we can delete the p tag, and instead we can get the lesson item component from the components. We have to provide 2 or 3 key properties. First of all, the key itself, and this will be the lesson.id, then also the lesson data, the lesson object, and this will be our lesson, and then we want to also provide the slug, and this will be our course.slug. If we save this and again go back and do a hard refresh, not much changes. Now it says lesson 1, lesson 2, lesson 3, and this is styled like a Shadcn UI button. But still, I don't know, the alignment is kinda weird. I guess we have to update our lesson item. So if we go back to the component, we can then also further style this button itself. We can just add a class name here, and then we want to use the cn helper function. We can get the cn helper function from the utils. We can then invoke it, and as a first argument, we can pass the default styles. Here we can say width full, then padding 2.5. Also height auto, justify start, and then we can also say transition all. If we again go back, then you will already see right here, these are all of our lessons. This already looks a bit better, but I'm missing more info because currently we only render the title. We can first of all again go back, we can delete the lesson.title, and we can render first of all a div inside of here. Let's also give it a class name. This will be flex items center and then gap 2.5, and we can say width full and minimum width 0. Inside of here we want to render another div, and this will be for the icon. Now here's the thing, we will have two, not statements, but we will have two states. Either the lesson is completed or it's not completed. For now we will just say that it's not completed, but later on we will also create a state for a completed lesson. Inside of here we can first of all give this div a class name, and this will be shrink 0. Then in this div we want to create another div, and this will be the wrapper div for the icon. And then as an icon we want to use the play icon imported from Lucid React, not from the fonts, but again Lucid React. This is self-closing, and then we want to give it a class name, and we want to use the cn helper function. As in first argument, again we can pass default styles, and this will be size 2.5 and then fill current. Then we can also update the wrapper div. We can give it a class name. We want to again use the cn helper function, and then for the default styles we can say size 5, rounded full, border 2, then also bg background. This will be like a grayish color, flex, and then also justify center and items center to center the child, the icon. If we again go back, then you will see this very small icon right here, this play icon. Then we can continue. We want to go underneath this div with this shrink 0, but we want to stay in this main div with item center gap 2.5, and inside of here we can create another div element. Inside of here we want to render the lesson position and then also the title. We can get a p tag, and then we want to just get the lesson dot position, and then we can also use a dot and then say right here lesson dot title. As you see right here now, 1.lesson1, 2.lesson2. Then we can also style the p tag. We can give it a class name. We want to use the cn helper function, and then for the default styles this will be text XS, font medium, and then also truncate. So this is our default style, and it's pretty much finished now, but we want to also create an completed state. So if a lesson is completed, it should have a green background color and stuff like that. We can again go back for that, and we can create a fake dummy boolean. Here we can create a constant completed, and this will just be true. And then we can use this boolean to style our UI dynamically. So we can start with the link itself. We can add a comma right here after these default styles, and then we can check if completed is true. If it's true, if the boolean is true, we can use the double and sign, and then we want to return bg green 100. This will be for light mode. On dark mode, we want to render bg green 900 and not the full opacity, but 30%. Then we can also say border green 300. This is for light mode. On dark mode, this will be not BG, but border green 700. Then we can also say on hover, this will be BG green 200. And on dark mode hover, this will be BG green 900 and then 50% opacity. Then we can also say text green 800 in light mode, and then if we are in dark mode, this will be text green 200. As you see, a lot of green colors, but if we again go back, then you will already see that the text updated. Nevertheless, the variant of this button looks a bit weird. We can update the variant dynamically. We can delete this outline, and we want to check if completed is true. We can use a ternary. If this is true, then we will render secondary, and if it's not true, then we will again pass outline. If we again go back, so again outline, if we again go back, then you will see that this already changed quite a bit. Then we can again go back and we can continue. Right here we render this play icon, right? But we want to only render this play icon if the lesson is not completed. But if it's completed, then of course we don't want to render this icon. What we can do is just comment out this div right now, and then in this div with the class name shrink0, we can create a ternary. If completed is true, we can use this ternary and we want to return a div. And then in the div, we want to use that, or we want to get the check icon from Lucid React. And if this is not true, then we want to render the content which I just commented out. I can paste it inside of here and then I will delete this comment. If we again go back, then we should now see this check mark right here, but it could look way nicer. We can first of all style the wrapper div. We can give it a class name. This will be size 5, rounded full, BG green 600. In dark mode, this will be BG green 500. And then we can also say flex items center and justify center to center everything. Then we can also style the check icon and we can give it a class name. This will be size 3 and then text white. If we again go back, then you will see right here, this is our check icon and this is also finished. Then we can continue further. Again, here we have this icon, this is fine. Then we render the position and the title. This also right here, we can update the color, why not? We can just add a comma again right here. Then we want to use our boolean completed. And then we can again use this double and sign and we want to return text green 800. This is for light mode. And then in dark mode, we will render text green 200. If we again go back, then you will see right here, nothing has really changed. If the lesson is completed, I want to also render a completed text underneath this title. For that, we want to go underneath the p tag, but we want to stay in the div, and we can just again use our completed boolean. And if this is true, we can use the double and sign, and we want to render a p tag, and here we will say completed. We can also style it, we can give it a class name, and this will be text custom value 10 pixels. This is like even smaller than text XS, and then also text green 700, and in dark mode we will say text green 300. We can also say font medium, and if we again go back, then we should see this completed text right here. And then we can also go back and style this div, and here I want to just specifically mention that the text should be aligned to the left side. Here we can say flex 1 to take the whole space, and then text left and minimum width 0. Nothing will change, everything is still the same, but this is like a safety precaution. But currently, if I click on this link, I will get redirected to the index page, and this is not wanted. We can again go back, we want to go to the link component, and here we can update the href. And here we want to use first of all upticks, and we will redirect the user to /dashboard / the slug. We can just use this dynamic value, which will be the slug, and then / the lesson ID. This means lesson.id. If we save this and again go back and then click on the lesson, we will get redirected, but this time we get an error, and that's because this route currently does not exist. Don't worry, we will create one right now. We can again go back, we want to open our Explorer, and then in the slug folder, we want to create another child folder, another child route, and in this case this will be for the lesson ID. We can again use array brackets, and here we will say lesson ID. Then we can create a page.tsx, and this will be the route, and again inside of here we will render the main content, the thumbnail image, then the title, the description, and stuff like that. As you all know, since this is a route, we have to do an export default function, and this will be called lesson content page, and then we can just open it. And then inside of here, we can create a return statement, and we will return a div with an h1 which says hello world from the lesson page. If we again go back, then we should already see something right here. And as you see, it says hello from the lesson page Wow, this is nice. So as mentioned again, if we open our Explorer, right here we have the slug layout. And the slug layout renders children, and these children are our child routes. So this lesson route, this is a child. And that's why we render right here, hello world from the lesson page. But of course, we want to render the real content. And to render the real content, we have to first of all get data. This means we want to again open our Explorer, we want to open the data folder, then the course folder, and here we want to create a new file. And this will be get-lesson-content.ts. Inside of here, we can first of all import server only. We can say export async function get lesson content. We can then just open it, and inside of here we want to first of all make sure that the user is authenticated. We can use our handy function for that, require user. This means constant session will be equal to await require user. We can then invoke it, and underneath the session we can finally fetch our data. We can create a constant lesson, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the lib folder .lesson.find unique. And as you all know, when you want to find a unique item, you have to use the where statement. And we want to find a lesson where the ID matches the lesson ID which we provide. Currently, we don't get any lesson ID. To fix that, we can update our params, and we want to get a lesson ID which will be of type string, and then the ID will be equal to the lesson ID. We can also right here create a select statement, and we want to get the ID, then we want to also get the title. We want to get the description, then also the thumbnail key and the video key. Then we can also get the position. And for now, this query is finished, but later on we will have to update it for the lesson progress tracking. As you all know, this could be null, because if this lesson ID does not exist, then this query will return nothing, in other words, null. We can just create an if statement, and if there's no lesson, then we want to return not found. But here's the thing, we want to also make sure that the user is enrolled into the course. If the user is not enrolled, then the user should never get this data. The user should never access this data. To fix that, we can create a constant enrollment, and we want to check if the user is enrolled into this specific course. This will be equal to await prisma.enrollment.find unique, and then we want to find an enrollment where the user ID underscore course ID matches the user ID and course ID. The user ID will be equal to the session.id, and then the course ID, this is interesting because we don't get the course ID. And to get it, we have to first of all again update our query. We can just again go to the select statement. We want to select the chapter, not the chapter ID, but the individual chapter. Then we can create another select statement, and we want to get the course ID. We can set this to true, and if we again go back, we can say right here, data or not data, but lesson.chapter.course ID. And then we can also update this query. We want to create a select statement, and we want to only get the position. So right here, or not position, I'm sorry, but the status, because again, the status or our whole enrollment could be active, or it could also be pending. And we want to make sure that the enrollment is active. Underneath this constant enrollment, we can create an if statement, and if there's no enrollment, then we already know that the user is not enrolled into this course. Or if the enrollment.status is not equal to active, then we also know that at least the whole buying process isn't completed yet, or the purchase process. If this is true, we can just return not found. As a last step, we want to return the lesson, because this means that probably everything was successful. We can then copy the name of the function get lesson content. We want to open our page.tsx. Inside of here, we can finally fetch our data. Above the return statement, we can create a constant data, and this will be equal to await get lesson content. We can then invoke it, and inside of here we get two errors. First of all, because we want to modify our function, this should be an async function, and then also we need to pass the lesson ID, but we currently don't get our lesson ID. To get our lesson ID, we have to again create a type. This will be params, and params will be equal to a promise. We can create a generic. Here we can open an object, and we want to get a lesson ID, which will be of type string. We can also destructure our params. We want to get params, and params will have a type of params. Then here we can get our params, and since params is a promise, we want to also await the promise. Above the constant data, we can create a constant, we can destructure it, and this will be equal to await params. Where we destructured, we can get a lesson ID, and then we can pass it as an argument. Right here, lesson ID. We will already get our data. Instead of rendering this h1 with this gibberish, we can create a new one, and instead we will render the data.title. If we again go back, then you will see right here lesson 1. If we click on this lesson, then it should say lesson 2. If we click on this one, then it will say lesson 3. Alrighty, as the next step, we can finally implement the real content page, because we don't really want to render this title. We want to render, as mentioned already at the start, the video, the thumbnail, the title, and stuff like that. We can first of all again go back. We want to then open the Explorer, and we will have to create a separate component because we will create interactivity. Here in this lesson ID folder, we can create an underscore components folder, and we want to inside of here create a new file, and this will be it will be called course content.tsx. Here we can create an export function. This will be called course content, and then we can just invoke it and open it. Inside of here, before we even render anything, we want to first of all get data. Above this export function, we can create an interface. This will be iapp_props, and we want to get data. But here's the thing, what type will our data have? Well, if we hover over our data here, then we will get the data. Of course, we could copy it and then paste it inside of here, but as you all know, this is not very ergonomic. We want to again open our query, get lesson content, and we can infer the type from the query. Underneath the function, we can create an export type. This will be lesson content type. This will be then equal to awaited. We can create a generic. We want to use the return type. We want to again create a generic, and then this will be type of get lesson content. We can copy the name lesson content type, and data will be equal to lesson content type. We can import it from our data access layer, and we want to then as a next step update first of all our params. We can destructure them, and this will be of type iapp_props. If we then also go back to our lesson item, or not to our lesson item, but we want to open again our page.tsx, and inside of here, instead of rendering this title, we want to instead render our real component, sure, what should it be, a fake component? No, of course not. We can just delete this h1, we can also delete the div, we don't need it, and instead we will get the course content component. This is self-closing, and this of course gets data, and data will be equal to data. Wow, of course we still get an error. What's the problem exactly? I'm not sure, to be honest with you. If I hover over it, course content cannot be used? What? Did I forget a return statement? Of course, we have to return something. If we return a div, then this error should go again away. Return div. My god, auto completion, hello, please wake up. And if we again go back, as you see, the error goes away. We can then again close this, and we want to continue with our course content component. Inside of here, we can first of all maybe render like the video player, or you know what, forget the video player. For now, we can just render a wrapper div. I will just create a new return statement, then I want to get a div, and inside of here we can give it a class name. This will be flex column height full BG background, and then also padding left 6. And inside of here, we want to then render the video. For now, we will just create like a dummy h1, which will say video player. Underneath the h1, we can then create another div, and this will be for our action buttons. What do I mean by action buttons? Or we will only have one action button, and this will be the completion button. Either we will say mark as complete, or the button will say completed if the lesson is already completed. We can give this div a class name. This will be padding y4 and then border bottom. In this div itself, we want to then create a ternary later on. For now, we can just get the button component from the components, and inside of here, we can say, or we can first of all get the check circle icon. This is self-closing. We can give it a class name. This will be size 4. Also margin right 2, and then text green 500. Underneath the check circle, we can just say mark as complete. Let's also update the button. We can give it a variant. This will be outline. And for now, this should be enough. If we again go back, then we should see right here, first of all, our beautiful video player, which does not exist right now. And of course, this mark as complete button. But didn't I just say text green 500? Not 50, 500. And as you see, this icon is green. We can continue. We want to go underneath this div with this padding y4, and we will create another div. And this one will be there to render our title and our description. We can get an h1 inside of here, and inside of here, we will render our data.title. Or is it called data? Well, we don't even destructure our params, or we don't get our data. We want to get our data, and then here we can say data.title. We can also render our description. Why not? Underneath the h1, we want to first of all check if we even get our description, because our description could be not defined. As you see, it's type string or null. If it is defined, we can use these double and signs, and we will render, or we will return our render description component. This is self-closing, and it needs JSON. And to pass our JSON, we have to first of all pass our description. In other words, we want to say JSON.pass, and then as an argument, this will be our data.description. If we again go back, then I think we will already see something, but we don't get any description. If we open the second lesson, also nothing. The first lesson, also nothing. Okay, that's because I just created empty lessons without any content, without any info. What we can do is just again open our admin dashboard. For that, I will have to log out and again log in. I want to head over to /admin. We want to open our courses route. We want to open, what course was this again? This should work. Yeah, we can open this one. Why not? And inside of here, we can update our course structure. So I want to open lesson 1, and then right here it says lesson 1. For the description, this will be, hey, this, or you know what? I will go to marshallcode.com. This is my website, and I will copy the description right here. I will literally just copy everything and then paste it inside of here. I want to also upload a thumbnail image. This will be this one right here. And then for the video file, I will just choose a random one right here. That's a bit too small, 5 megabytes. Yeah, this sounds good. As you see, everything is uploading, or it's uploaded, and then I can save my lesson. Saving course updated successfully. If we again go back, then it won't work in theory because I'm not enrolled. Let's see. And as you see, I get a 4 for not found page, and that's because, of course, I don't have access to this course. I want to again log in, or I want to first of all log out and then again log in with the account with which I bought the course. As you see, if I again open the dashboard, I get my item. This should work. And if I open it and go to lesson number 1, then it also right here renders the title and then this big description. We want to, of course, then also render the image because currently, or not the image, the video player, because currently it only renders in H1, but we want to see the video. Correct. We can again go back and we will create a separate component for this whole video player thingy. Above this export function, we can just create a function. This will be called, or not outside of it, we want to create a function in this export function. Here we will create a function. This will be called maybe video player or video place, yeah, video player, and then we can just open it. And inside of here, we want to get the thumbnail URL and the video URL. We can update, first of all, our params. Here we can get the thumbnail URL and then also the video key. And again, this shouldn't be the thumbnail URL, but instead the thumbnail key. We can then, of course, give these properties types. The thumbnail key will be of type string and the video key will be of type number. No, of course not. It will also be of type string. I get an error, that's because I use parentheses, but these should be normal object brackets. Then if we again save this, we can open the function itself, and we want to first of all construct the URL for the video and thumbnail. Here we can just create a constant video URL. This will be equal to use construct URL. We can then just invoke it, and as an argument we can pass the video key. And then we can also create the thumbnail URL, constant thumbnail URL, and this will be equal to use construct URL. And inside of here we want to pass our thumbnail key. Again, we can invoke it, and as an argument we will pass the thumbnail key. As you see, we now get our video URL in theory and also our thumbnail URL again in theory. And as a next step, we can also create an if statement, because it could be that the video key is not defined. Right now, of course, yeah, I say it's of type string, but in theory, the video key could also be not defined. And in this if statement, we want to check if there's no video key, if it's not defined, if it does not exist, if the user did not upload any video, then we will just return something like this lesson does not have a video yet or something like that. We can just for now return this wrapper div. We can give it a class name. This will be aspect video, bg muted to have a grayish color, rounded lg, then flex items center and justify center to center everything. Inside of here, we want to then get the book icon from Lucid React. We can give it a class name, and this will be size 16, width 16, height 16, then also text muted foreground, and of course MX auto and margin bottom 4. In the, or not in the icon, but underneath, or before we do anything, we want to first of all test it out. And I also currently realized that I made a small mistake. I forgot to create a return statement. In this if statement, we want to have a return statement, and then we want to return our div. And we can finally use this function in our main return statement. Instead of returning this stupid h1, we can get our video player component. This is self-closing, and we have to pass two properties. First of all, the thumbnail key. This will be equal to our data, again right here, data.thumbnail key. And as you see, we currently get an error, and it says thumbnail key could be defined, but it could be also null. But I right here said, hey user, the thumbnail key and video key have to both be defined. This is not true, they can be null. What we can right here just do is again create this dummy, or we can use nullish core_listen and then just pass an empty string. And we can also pass this video key, and this will be equal to our data.thumbnail key. Again, we want to use nullish core_listen. If it's null, then we will just again pass an empty string. As you see, we don't get any errors right here anymore. And then if we also go back and do a hard refresh, what do we see right here? We don't see anything. And that's because the thumbnail and also the video, both of these values are defined. But if we go to the lesson 2, this here should render a book icon. And that's because I did not upload any video for lesson 2. We can also style this even further. Currently, we just have our book icon, but we can also give it like a small description. Underneath the book icon, we can create a p tag. And here we will say this lesson does not have a video yet. We can also style the p tag, we can give it a class name, and then this will be text muted foreground, a grayish color. If we again go back, yeah, this kinda looks weird. It's aligned horizontally, but it should be aligned as a column. The reason for that is quite simple. If we again look at our div, we gave it this flex element, and flex means that everything is as or horizontally. We can also say right here flex column, and this should fix our problem, and it fixed it nicely. Also, maybe we can give our icon this orange color. Yeah, why not? Right here for the icon, we can just say, instead of saying text muted foreground, we can say text primary. And as you see, this is now orange. I think this works a bit better, and I think we will leave it as is. As a next step, or we want to now create the secondary return statement, or in other words, the main return statement, because currently we check if we don't have any video key. If there's no video key, we return this empty state. But if we have a video key, then this also means that we have a video which we can render. Underneath this if statement, we can create a new return statement, and we want to return again a div, and in the div, we want to return a video. This is just self-closing, the video tag, and for the video, we want to pass a source, and this will be equal to our video URL. I also misspelled return, and then we want to style this main wrapper div. We can give it a class name. This will be aspect video. This will create the 16:9 aspect ratio, then BG black, rounded LG, relative, and also overflow hidden. Then we can also style our video. We can give it a class name, which will be width full, height full, and an object cover to cover this container div. Of course, we want to also give this video more properties. First of all, controls. This will create this menu bar. That's how I call it, not content, but again, controls. This will create this prop or this bar at the bottom, which allows the user to then mute the video, adjust the playback speed, and stuff like that. We can also add a poster, and the poster is literally just the thumbnail URL, and this will be equal to our thumbnail key, not key, but URL, because the key is just the key and we need the URL. And in theory, this should be it. If we again go back and go to lesson number 1, we should get a video. And what is this? Is this a video? But it does not play. What do you mean? Why does it not play? Good question. We can fix this. What we have to do is pass the source. We want to again just open this video normally. We don't want to self-close it. And then in the video, or first of all, we can delete the source from the video. And instead we will go into the video itself. And then we want to get the source tag. This is self-closing. Here we can pass the source. This will be the video URL. And here we can also add a type. And the type will be video-mp4, not MPF, but MP4. Then we can just copy paste this a few times. Here again, we will leave the source as, or it will be equal to the video key, and the type will be video/webm. And for this source, again, video key, and for the type, this will be video/ogg. And we can delete the last source. In total, we will have 3 video sources. And as the last step, we can also say right here, your browser does not support the video tag dot. If we save this and again go back and do a hard refresh, in theory, the video should also load and we should be able to actually view the video. If I click on it, nothing happens. If I do a hard refresh, it kinda does preload, but still it does not work. What's the problem? Very good question. I don't know. What could be the problem? I probably made some stupid mistake. So again, if we go through this, thumbnail key, video key, string, we don't use the video URL? What the hell is wrong with me? We can copy the video URL and we want to paste it here. Video URL, video URL. Okay, this should already fix the problem because we don't want to pass the video key. Are we stupid? No, of course not. If we again go back, will this fix the problem? If we do a hard refresh, it does not fix the problem. Then let's maybe also analyze the problem even further. If we open the inspector, open the console, and if I do a hard refresh, does it throw any errors here? No. If we go to the network and do a hard refresh, does it throw any errors here? It looks successful to me. If I again go back, source, video player, thumbnail key, video key, thumbnail key? No, my God, this should be the video key. If we again go back and do a hard refresh, I already see 1 minute and 2 seconds. And if I click on the video, oh my God, it plays. It works. This is so cool. We have finished with our video player. We can then finally continue, because currently I think we have like a small problem with our title here. It's a bit too small. We can style it. Right here, we can first of all style this div. We can give it a class name. This will be space y3 and padding top 3. Or not 4, but 3. And we want to style the h1, and this will be text 3XL, then font bold, tracking tight, and of course also text foreground. If we again go back, then this should already look way better. I can also collapse the sidebar. And wow, it looks beautiful. We have our video, we have this beautiful button, the title, and then this description. We can also go to lesson number 2, and then here we will only see the title because I haven't created any description for this lesson yet. Also, there's currently one problem. As you see, all of these lessons are marked as completed. They are not completed, but we will fix that in a second. The real problem is that, for example, if I click on lesson number 1, I don't see that that it's active. I want to show an active state. I want to tell the user, hey user, you're watching lesson number 1, or you are watching lesson number 3, or whatever. I'm missing this active state. And to fix it, we want to open our course sidebar component, components, course sidebar, and here we want to get like an active state, or no, we don't even want to get an active state, but we want to open our lesson item, and here we want to get an active state. To do that, we can first of all update our interface. Currently, we get our lesson, we get our slug, and we can also get an isActive boolean. This will be optional and of type boolean. We can then destructure our params and pass the is or get the isActive boolean right here. Nevertheless, we have to still update our course sidebar, because if we open the course sidebar, then in theory we should also get an error. We don't get an error, that's because it's optional. As you all know, here we will then say, hey Jan, this lesson is active or it's not active. Right now, should we hard code it? I don't think so, to be honest with you. I think we should already implement it for real. What we want to do is get the exact lesson from our URL, and then we will pass it, or here we will then create a ternary and check if the ID matches this current lesson ID, which we get from our path name, or in other words, from our URL. Above the return statement, we can just create a constant. This will be called current lesson ID, and then we want to somehow use a function or a hook, whatever, which gets the path name for us, which just allows us to access the URL. And as you all know, for that we can use the use path name hook. Above this constant, we can create a constant. This will be path name, and this will be equal to use path name. This is imported from next/navigation, and then here we can say path name dot split. And we want to split with this slash, and we want to then also call the pop method. What exactly does this do? Well, right here we will split our URL in a few parts, because we have a few slashes. /dashboard, /slug, /ID. We will get a few parts, and this pop method will get us the last part of this URL. As you see, removes the last element from an array and returns it. In this case, this means we will get this ID, and that's what we want to get. We can then copy the name current lesson ID. Did I misspell it? I don't think so. We can just copy it, and then right here for this isActive boolean, we want to pretty much create not a ternary, but here we want to say isActive will be true if the current lesson ID is equal to the lesson.id, so equal to this iterator ID. Then we can go back to the lesson item, and here we can update it, or we can use this isActive boolean. First of all, we can update the link component itself. Currently we only dynamically style it using the completed boolean, but we can also add a comma here, and then we can use the isActive boolean. Is active, and we want to use again these double and signs, and we want to also make sure that completed is not true. So if active or is active is true and is completed is not true, then we can again use double and signs, and we want to return BG primary, but not the full opacity, but instead 10% opacity. In dark mode, this should be BG primary with an opacity of 20%. For the border, we can say primary with an opacity of 50%. On hover, this will be BG primary with an opacity of 20%. In dark mode, the hover should be BG primary with an opacity of 30%. And of course, also text primary foreground. If we again go back then and do a hard refresh, we get an error. What's the problem? Well, it says right here, you are importing a component that needs use path name. This React hook only works in a client component. To fix this problem, we want to again open our course sidebar and we want to mark the file with the use client directive. Here I will say use client, and then this should fix the problem. If we again do a hard refresh, a lesson should be completed. But as you see, nothing is completed, and that's because the lesson is marked as completed. If we just set this boolean to false and go back, then you will see lesson 1 is active. If I go to lesson 2, then lesson 2 is active. If I go to lesson 3, then lesson 3 is active. And in light mode, it also works. But it looks kinda weird. What's the problem? Well, maybe instead of using this text primary foreground, maybe we should rather use text primary. That's it. If we again go back, then this will look already way better. Again, if we go into dark mode, it looks nice. And if we go into light mode, it also looks nice. Then we can continue with what do we want to continue? Right here, we have the check icon. This is fine. We don't have to change anything here, but we can update this div. If it's not completed, we want to then update the play icon if our lesson is active. Here we can just add a comma, and if is active is true, we can then use a ternary, and we want to return text primary, and if it's not true, then we will return text muted foreground. This is for the icon. And then we can also update this wrapper div. Again, we can use the isActive boolean, and if isActive is true, we can just return border primary, then also BG primary with an opacity of 10%. In dark mode, this will be BG primary with an opacity of 20%. If this is not true, we can use a colon, and we want to return border muted foreground, and then also an opacity of 60%. If we again go back, nothing really changes drastically, only the icon changes and the wrapper of the icon. If we go into light mode, everything will still work, and honestly, I feel like light mode looks even better, but I know you don't see anything, you want to see dark mode, and that's why we will continue with dark mode. As a next step, we can update this p tag with the position and title. Instead of using these double and signs, we will create a ternary, we will use this question mark. If this is not true, we can use the colon, and we will create another ternary. If isActive is true, then we want to again create a question mark, and we will return text primary and also font semi-bold. And if this is not true, then we will return text foreground. As you see, it still looks kinda the same. If we go into light mode, it still looks absolutely stunning, but the hover effect is not broken anymore, because a second ago this hover effect was broken. Now it's not broken anymore. The lesson hovers nicely. We can also update right here, or we can create another p tag. Currently we just render this completed text if the lesson is completed, but we can also render, for example, currently watching if we are currently or if the lesson is active. For that, we want to go underneath this completed. We want to get is active. If this is true, and if is completed is not true, then we can just again return a p tag. Inside of here, we will say currently watching, and we want to also style the p tag. We can give it a class name. This will be text custom value 10 pixels, so a quite small text primary, and of course also font medium. As you see right here, it says currently watching. If we go to lesson 3, it will also say currently watching.
And you know what? I kind of feel like we are finished because we can see all of our info, we can play the video, we can read through the description, we see our title, we can expand our chapters. Everything works except this progress tracking. If I click on mark as complete, literally nothing happens. And that's the next and pretty much almost the last step of this video, because after we implement progress tracking, we will finally be able to deploy this beautiful application. First of all, we want to update our schema. We can just open our schema.prisma file and we want to create a new model. Underneath this enrollment status, we can create a model. This will be called lesson progress, and then we can just open this. This will again be a joint table, and we will create a relationship between this model and then the user, and also between this model and the lesson itself. And we will then use this model to track the progress. First of all, we want to get an ID. This will be of type string at ID at default UUID. We want to also get the completed boolean, and this will be as a default false, because when a user starts watching the video, then of course the lesson is not completed. We want to also get the created at and updated at timestamps. Created at will be equal or will be of type datetime at default now. And then of course we want to get updated at. This will be of type datetime at updated at. And as mentioned, we want to also create a relationship again. Let's start with the user relationship. We can scroll to the user model, and then here we want to create a one-to-many relationship. I want to go underneath this enrollment, and here we can just say lesson progress, and this will be equal to the lesson progress model, and we want to append array brackets to create a one-to-many relationship. We can also go to the lesson model itself. This is this one at the end, and here we want to again create a one-to-many relationship. We can just go underneath our chapter ID, and here we will say lesson or lowercase lesson progress, and this will be equal to the lesson progress model, and we can append array symbols. If we again scroll to the bottom, then you will see right here that we created the relationship. We can also use this onDelete property. This will be equal to cascade, and we can do the same thing for the lesson, again onDelete cascade. Of course, currently this is marked as optional, but this should be always defined. We can just delete these question marks at the end as a next step, or before we do anything. As you all know, the lesson ID and also the user ID both are unique. Underneath all of our properties, we can use the at unique property, and then the user ID will be unique and the lesson ID will be unique. We can again open our terminal, and inside of here we will just run pnpm dlx prisma db push to sync our database schema with our Prisma schema. As you see right here, it says your database is now in sync with your Prisma schema. We can again restart our dev server. And what should we do next? Well, we can first of all close the schema because we are finished with the schema. And you know what, maybe we should create the server action. So right here again, we have this button. Where is it actually? I'm not sure. It's not in the lesson item, it's in the course content. And here we have our button with this check circle. And we want to create a server action to store this progress in our database. We can first of all open our Explorer, and we want to create a new actions file. In the lesson ID folder, we can create an actions.ts file. First of all, we can mark this file with the use server directive, because this will be a server action, or the function which we will export from here will be a server action. And then we can already get started. We can say export async function, and this will be called mark lesson as completed or mark lesson complete. And then we can just open it. Inside of here, we want to make sure that the user is authorized, or in other words, authenticated. We can just say constant session equals to await require user.
As a next step, we can also then already fetch our data, and as you all know, I love try-catch statements. We can create a try and then also a catch, and also, as you all know, we want to return objects with a status and message. To do that, we can add right here a return type parameter. This will be a promise, we can create a generic, and we want to pass the API response type. In the catch statement, we can already return an object, and also right here we don't want to use parentheses but normal brackets, and then for the status this will be error, and for the message this will be failed to mark lesson as complete. We can then continue with our try statement, and yeah, let's write the code. We can say await Prisma. We can import Prisma from the lib folder .lesson progress, and we want to use the upsert method. What does upsert mean? Well, right here it says create or update one lesson progress. If, for example, this lesson progress does not exist, then we will create one. If a record already exists, then we will just update it. We can here then just open it, and we want to use the where statement. We want to update, or in other words, create a new field where the user ID lesson ID is equal to the user ID and lesson ID. The user ID will be equal to our session.id, but we don't get our lesson ID. We want to update our params, and we want to get a lesson ID, which will be of type string. And here we can then say lesson ID will be equal to lesson ID. We can then also create an update statement, not updated at, but again update. And here's the thing, here we want to set completed to true. And of course, we want to then also create something if we can't update anything. And here we want to create a new record, and we have to pass a lesson ID for the relationship. This will be equal to our lesson ID, then also the user ID. This will be equal to the session.id, and then for the completed boolean, this will be true. So again, we will try to update a record. That's the reason why we add the where statement. If we don't find any record, then we won't update anything, but instead we will create a new record. And then as a last step, we want to also revalidate our path. And to do that, we have to get our slug. Underneath this lesson ID, we can get a slug, which will be of type string. And then underneath this await Prisma lesson progress, we can use the revalidate path function, and we want to revalidate this slug route. In other words, /dashboard/slug. We can then just invoke it. We want to use upticks. This will be /dashboard and then /dynamic value slug. We can go underneath the revalidate path function, and we want to return also an object. For the status, this will be success, and for the message, this will be progress updated. We can then copy the name mark lesson complete, and we want to go back to our course content component. And here we want to then update our button. We want to add an on-click handler, and as you all know, an on-click handler has to be equal to a function above our return statement, and we can do it right here. I guess underneath the video player, we can create a new onSubmit function. We can just open our create route, and then we will copy the onSubmit function from there. We can just paste it inside of here. This will be called onSubmit. We don't need any params. We can delete this values thingy. Then we want to also start a transition above this function video player, but still in the export function. We can just create a constant. We want to then use these array brackets. We will get a getter and setter. This will be pending, and then start transition, and this will be equal to use transition. This is imported from React. We can then continue. We want to use the try, or we want to import try catch, and as an argument we want to pass the function which we just created. And how was it again called? It was called mark lesson complete, and we have to provide two arguments. First of all, the data.id, this is our lesson ID, and then also the slug, and this will be our data.chapter.course course.slug, but we don't get the course. To fix that, we want to again update our query. We can open our data access layer and we want to open the get lesson content file. Here we currently get our chapter, but we want to also get our course, and then from the course we want to get the slug. We can just right here say course, we can open it, and we want to again create a select statement and we want to select the slug. If we save this and again go back, we can finally again say data.chapter.course.slug, and in theory this should work. We then have an if statement. If we have an error, we will return a toast error or an error toast, and if we have a result which is successful, then we want to return a toast.success, and we want to also trigger confetti. We can delete this router.push, we can delete the form.reset, and if we have an error, then we will return this toast.error. As you see, we still get an error, and that's because we have to also implement trigger confetti. We have to import it. Underneath this use transition, we can say constant, we can destructured, and this will be equal to use confetti. We can then invoke it, and where we destructured, we want to get trigger confetti. And in theory, this error should go away, and as you see, we don't get any error anymore. We can then copy the name on submit, and if we again scroll to the bottom, we can add it to our on-click handler. Also, we can set our button to disabled if our form is currently submitting. In other words, we can say disabled will be true if is, or not is pending, but if pending is true. And you know what? I think we should test it out. We can first of all again open Prisma Studio, pnpm dlx Prisma Studio. As you see right here, the lesson progress model is empty. And if we go back and again do a hard refresh, nothing should really change. But as you see, we get an error. I jinxed myself, I guess. If we open the course content component, then you will see that we use the use transition hook, and this use transition hook creates interactivity. In other words, we want to mark this component with the use client directive. If we again go back, then this error should finally go away. And voila, we still see everything right here, nothing changed. And should I finally click on this magic button? I think so. Let's do it together. 1, 2, 3. Bam! Progress updated. And if we open Prisma Studio, did it also update here? I'm not sure. I hope so. And yes, it says right here, completed, true, created ad, updated ad. We also have the relationship, and then we have our lesson ID. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. We can close this again, and we want to continue because currently we just say right here mark as complete, but we just completed the lesson. We don't want to allow the user to again complete the lesson. Sure, we have our safety net with this upsert method. We won't break anything, but this button should be disabled if it's already completed. For that, we can first of all update again our query. We want to open our get lesson content query, and here we want to get our lesson progress. For that, we want to go underneath the position, above the chapter, and here we can get a lesson progress model. We can open it, and we don't want to find any lesson progress. We can also for that use the where statement, and we want to find lesson progress where the user ID matches the session.id. We can also create a select statement, and we want to only get two things. We want to first of all get the completed boolean, and we want to also get the lesson ID. In theory, this should be it. We can again go back and we can update our course content. Inside of here, we can create a ternary. For now, I will just comment out this button, and in the div, we can say if data.lessonProgress.length is bigger than 0. If so, we can use a ternary, and we want to return a button which will say completed. We can just get the standard button component. Inside of here, we can get the check circle icon. This is self-closing. We will give it a class name. This will be size 4 and then margin right 2 and text green 500. And underneath the check circle icon, but still in the button, we will say completed. We can also then use or create a colon. So if this is not true, we will use the colon, and we want to again return this button. We can just copy it and paste it here. I will delete this commented button, and before we test it out, we want to also update this button, this button if we already completed the lesson. We can give it a variant, this will be outline, and we want to give it a class name. This will be BG Green 500 with an opacity of 10% and text green 500. If we again go back, then you will see right here completed. And if we go into light mode, it also says right here completed. Maybe we should also update the text color, because if we hover on it, it changes to this white color. I don't like it. We can just say right here hover, and this will also be text green, maybe 600. If we again go back, nothing changes. As you see, it still looks beautiful, and in light mode it also looks beautiful. Okay, this is finished, this completion, but as you see, the sidebar, well, we don't have any updates here. It still shows that we are watching the video and not that we already completed this lesson. This is not good. For that, we want to again close this course content. I think we are finished with it, and we want to open our course sidebar. And as you all know, here we get our data, the course, and then at the bottom we have our lesson item. And in the lesson, or we can first of all update the lesson item itself. And in the lesson item, we want to get a new property. And this will be completed, because currently completed is hard coded, but this should now be dynamic. Right here in our interface, we can get completed, and this will be a boolean. We can then just right here not copy paste it. We can then get completed from the params, and we can delete this fake dummy completed. If we again go back, nothing changes, and that's because we currently don't pass anything. Because if we go into the course sidebar, you will see that we get an error here. We can just get a property completed, and completed should be equal to a not ternary, but we want to kind of check if the user completed the lesson. But there's currently no way to check it, because our data does not give us access to the lesson progress model. If we hover over it, we get a level, category, chapter, and stuff like that, but we don't get the lesson progress model. For that, we want to again update our query. We want to open the get course sidebar data file, and here we want to again access our lesson progress. To get our lesson progress, we want to go right here into the select statement where we select our lessons, and we want to get the lesson progress. We can open it. Of course, we have to add a where statement, and we want to find lesson progress where the user ID matches the session.id. We can then, of course, also add a select statement, and we want to right here get the completed boolean. We want to also get the lesson ID, and we want to get the ID itself. We can close this again, and then in the course sidebar, we can use this data, the lesson progress, we can use it to update our completed boolean. This completed boolean will be equal to lesson.lesson.progress.find. We want to use the find method. We can invoke it as an argument. We want to get the progress, and we want to then return it, and we want to make sure that the progress.lesson.id or .lesson.id is equal to the lesson.id, which we iterate over. As you see, we still get an error. That's because we want to right here say .completed. And then if this is not true, as you see, we still get an error. And that's because it could be undefined in theory. Then we want to just use these double vertical lines, and we will say false. If this here does not get anything because the array is empty, then it will just be false, because this means the user did not complete any lesson yet. And what exactly again do we do right here? Well, we use the find method, and with the find method we search through the lesson progress array for an entry where the lesson ID matches the lesson's itself ID. And if we find something, or in other words, this lesson progress could now return either true, an object, this will then just be true, or it could return undefined. Undefined means that there's no match which has been found. If there's no match, then we want to just say false. That's why we created these two vertical lines. If there's nothing, if it's undefined, it will just be false. If we again go back, you will see right here completed. If I go to lesson 2 and then also mark this as complete, this should update, and right here it says completed, progress updated. If we go to lesson 3 and also mark this as complete, we have a pending state, progress updated, complete. So as the next step, I want to implement this progress tracking. I mean, we already implemented progress tracking, but as you see right here, it's hard-coded. 55%, 4 out of 10 lessons. This is not true. We have to make it dynamic. And you know what? First of all, where do we render this? We render this content in the course sidebar. And now we have to somehow get our total lessons, our completed lessons, and with that we will then have to somehow calculate the percentage. We could do it inside of here, but it's just easier to break this logic into a separate function and then reuse it, because we will use it inside of here and then also in the course card to then showcase again the progress. We can again open our Explorer, and in the hooks folder, if I find it, dashboard, my god, this is so much code. We wrote so much. So right here, the hooks folder is outside of the app folder. And again, this is not really a hook, but it makes the most sense to store it inside of here. And then we can create a new file. This will be use-course-progress.ts. And inside of here, we can first of all create an export function. This will be called use course progress, and then we can just open it. And we can get started right away by actually writing some code. I will be honest with you, this section will be a bit dry. We will write a lot of code, but once we are finished with writing all of the code, I will most definitely explain everything step by step. We can get started first of all by returning the use memo hook. This is imported from React. We can invoke it, and we want to open a standard arrow function inside of here. Inside of here, we can then say let total lessons. This will be equal to 0 as an initial value. And we can also create a let for the completed lessons, and the initial value will also be 0. We will update these two variables as we calculate everything. As a next step, we want to iterate through all of our chapters and lessons to count the progress. But as you all know, we currently don't get any data. Above this export function, we can create an interface. This will be called iappprops, and inside of here we want to get course data. And what type will the course data have? Good question. We can just head over to the course sidebar and it will have this type, course sidebar data type course. We can literally just copy this and paste it right here. We want to then of course also import it from our data access layer, and then we can destructure our params, and this will be of type iappprops. Where we destructured, we can get our course data, and as a next step we can finally iterate through all of our chapters and lessons. We can say course data.chapter.for each. As a param we can get a chapter, and then we can open an arrow function. Inside of here we will say chapter.lessons.for each. Again, as a param we can get a lesson, and then we want to open an arrow function. Inside of here we can say total lessons plus plus, and after this total lessons we want to check if the lesson is completed. We can create a comment and we will say check if this lesson is completed, and here we will just say constant is completed. This will be equal to lesson.lessonProgress.sum. We can invoke it as a param. We want to get the progress itself, the iterator, and this will be true if progress.lesson_id, if this is equal to our lesson.id, and if this is true we can use two and signs, progress.completed. Underneath this constant is completed, we can also create an if statement, and here we will check if is completed is true. If so, then we will say completed lessons plus plus. So we just iterated over a few things. We did some checking, we did some plus plus. What did we just do? Well, first of all, we create this hook to calculate and, in other words, also track the user's progress through a specific course. Inside of here, we then first of all use the use memo hook, and the use memo hook is just there to optimize performance because it won't then recalculate everything. I think you all know what the use memo hook is. Inside of here, we then get started right away with our course calculation or progress calculation. We create two variables, total lessons and then also completed lessons. Total lessons counts every lesson
lesson in every chapter, and completed lessons counts lessons where the lesson progress has been completed, so where the completed boolean is set to true. We then start our calculation right here. This is our outer loop, that's how you call it, and this iterates over each chapter in the course. And in this outer loop, we then also have the inner loop, and here for each chapter we iterate over its lessons. As you see, we get started right away with this total lessons ++, and this increments the total lessons count for each lesson found. And here we then have this constant is completed check. Well, right here we check if any progress record exists. And here we then say progress.lesson.id equal to lesson ID. So this ensures that we are looking at the correct lesson. And then we have this progress completed, and this checks if the progress record is marked as completed. And this sum method then returns true if any progress record meets these conditions. As you then see, we have this if check, and if is completed is true. If the lesson is marked as completed, then we iterate this variable ++. And that's already it. We now populate our variables, and as a next step, we can calculate the progress percentage. We want to go underneath this outer loop, and then we can create a constant progress percentage, and this will be equal to total lessons. And if this is bigger than 0, we can create a ternary, and we want to use the math interface .round. And here how do you again calculate a progress percentage? Well, you need the total lessons or the total number and the completed number. Let's say we have 20 lessons in total, and we already completed 5. If we say 5 divided by 20, if we have 20 lessons, then it will equate to 0.25. This isn't a percentage, but if we multiply this by 100, then we will get 25%. 25% is complete, and that's exactly what we want to do inside of here. We want to just again use parentheses, then we can say completed lessons divided by total lessons, and then we can multiply this calculation, these parentheses, by 100. And if this is not true, we can use the colon and just return 0. This means there's nothing to calculate, the progress is 0. And as a last step, we want to also return our data. And you know what? We can create a return type parameter. Above the export function, we can create an interface. This will be called course progress result. And we can open it. We want to return total lessons. This will be of type number. We will want to return completed lessons. This will be of type number. And we want to also return the progress percentage, and this will be of type number. We can then add this return type parameter for our function. Here we can give it a colon, and this will be course progress result. If we again go back, we will get an error, and that's because we have to return our object. We want to go underneath this constant progress percentage. We can then return an object, and we want to return total lessons, then also completed lessons, and of course the progress percentage itself. As you see, we still get an error, and that's for the use memo hook, and that's because we are missing a dependency array. Underneath or right here, we can add a comma. We want to get a dependency array, and we have to pass our course data. This error should then go away, and since we use the use memo hook, we have to also mark this file with the use client directive. We can close this file again, and we can use it in our course sidebar. Underneath this path name, underneath the split method, we can calculate, or we can get our total lessons, completed lessons, and progress percentage. We can just say constant, we can destructure it, and this will be equal to use course progress. We can invoke it. We want to then destructure this, and here we want to get our course data, and this will be equal to our course. Where we then destructure this, we want to get 3 things. First of all, completed lessons, then also total lessons, and progress, the progress percentage in general. And we can use this
to showcase everything. If we scroll a bit to the bottom, here we have our progress. Instead of passing 55, we can pass our progress percentage. Instead of saying 55% complete, we can render our progress percentage. Instead of saying right here 4 out of 10 lessons, we can say, first of all, here completed lessons / total lessons. And if we again go back, then you will see right here 17% complete, 3 out of 18 lessons complete. Wow. And if we go right here and if we click on complete, this should also update. Let's see. Mark as complete, 22%, 4 out of 18 lessons. Oh my God, this is finished. We are finished with this dashboard route video player thingy. There's only one more thing missing. And that's right here in our dashboard. Because currently we don't render any link or we don't render any card. Instead, we render this ugly link. We want to render a beautiful card with a progress indicator. To do that, we can literally again open our components or our Explorer. We want to open the app folder. We want to also open the dashboard folder. We want to open the components folder. And inside of here, we want to create a new file. And this will be course progress card. We can literally just again open our public course card component. We can just copy everything and paste it inside of here. As you see, we don't get any errors. This is beautiful. We don't want to get any errors. The only thing is we have to update the type. We don't want to get the public course type, but instead we want to get the data from our enrollment data, if this makes sense. If we again open our Explorer and open our data folder, in other words, the data access layer, then we have the user folder, and here we have the file get enrolled courses. And we can just again we can infer the type from this query. Here we can just say export type enrolled course type, and this will be equal to awaited. We can create a generic. Here we can add the return type. We can again create a generic, and this will be type of the function, which is called get enrolled courses. This returns an array. We want to only get an object. This means we can add array brackets, and here we can say 0. And if we hover over the enrolled course type, it will give us all of the types. We can copy the name, go back, and we want to get data which has the type of enrolled course type. We want to import it, and then we can use it. First of all, we want to update our thumbnail URL. As an argument, we want to pass our data.course.file key. As a next step, we can continue with our return statement. We want to still return this badge, the card, we want to return the image. In the card content, we want to redirect the user. This means we want to update the href. This will be /dashboard, then /the slug. We can just say data.course.slug. We can continue. Instead of saying data.title, we will say data.course.title. Instead of saying data.smallDescription, we will say data.course.smallDescription. Right here you see we then have this category thingy. What I mean by that is we render the duration and category. We don't want to do that. We want to literally just delete this div, and we will create a new one. We can give it a class name. This will be space y4. We can also inside of here create another div element, and this will be for the label, or yeah, we want to say progress colon, and we will then render the progress percentage. We can just get a span element or a p tag. We will say progress colon, and after the p tag we can get another p tag, and here we want to render the progress percentage. But to get our progress percentage, we have to again use this hook, use course progress. We can say right here constant, we can destructure, and this will be equal to use course progress. As an argument, we want to pass our data.course. Here where we destructured, we can get the total lessons. We want to get the completed lessons and the progress percentage. I know I get currently an error. Don't worry about it. We will fix it a bit later on. We want to also update this data level. this will be data.course.level. We can then continue, and for this div for this p tag, we want to pass our progress percentage. We can then also style this progress percentage p tag. We can give it a class name, and this will be font medium. You know what, should we also test it out? I think so. Before we do that, we can just update this link. We want to update the href. This will be /dashboard and /our data.course.slug. Before we test it out, we have to also rename the function. Instead of public course card, this will be course progress card. We can delete these unused imports, we don't need them, and we can copy the name. We can open our page.tsx. Instead of rendering this link, we can just delete it, and instead we want to render the course progress card. This is self-closing. We have to provide two properties. First of all, the key. This will be equal to the course.course.id, and we want to also pass our data, and this will be equal to our course. If we save this and again go back, we will see right here, nothing. What's the problem? Well, it says attempted to call useCourseProgress from the server, but useCourseProgress is on the client. How can we fix this problem? Well, we want to mark our component, this course progress card component, with the use client directive, or we want to mark the file with the use client directive. If we again go back, then this error should go away. We still get an error. What's the problem? Well, the problem is that instead of passing this as an argument, we want to destructure the use course progress hook function, and we want to get our course data, and this will be equal to our data.course. If we save this and again go back, it should maybe in theory work, but it does not work. What's the problem this time? Well, it's quite simple. We don't get the lesson progress. If we open our file, get enrolled courses, we get all of the course info, we get the chapter info, we get the lessons array info, we get the ID, but we don't get our lesson progress. Right here in the select statement in the lessons, we can get the lesson progress, we can open it. We want to also add a where statement, and we want to find progress where the user ID matches the user.id. And we can also select two things. We want to get, or three things. We want to get the ID, we want to also get completed, the boolean, and we want to get the lesson ID. If we save this and again go back, this will finally work. As you see right here, progress 22. We can also style it, we can go back. We still get this error, that's because the type does not correspond 100%, and to fix it, I will just say as any, because as you see, the type is correct, it works, but it throws an error because the type is not one-to-one, even though we get all of the core info. We can then disable this error. This is an ESLint error. We can just say disable, and then we won't get any error anymore for as any. We want to then update these two p tags because they are aligned as a column, but they should be aligned horizontally. Here, this div tag, we can update it, and this will be flex justify between to align the children to the most outer corner, margin bottom 1, and text SM. Underneath this div, we want to also render the progress bar. For that, we can get a progress component. This is self-closing. We have to pass a value. This will be equal to the progress percentage, and we can add a class name, and this will be height 1.5. We can also add another p tag, and here we want to say completed lessons of total lessons, lessons completed. This currently does not make sense, but if you type it out, again, we want to get the completed lessons. Here we will say off. We can get the total lessons, lessons completed. If you again go back, you will see right here 4 out of 18 lessons completed. We can of course also style the p tag. We can give it a class name. This will be text XS and text muted foreground. Of course, we want to also say margin top 1. And if we again go back, this looks so cool. There's only one problem. We don't have any margin to the top. We have this description and then this label. It's too close to each other. we can go back, we can go to this div with space y4, and here we can say margin top 5. And as you see, we finally have some space. If we click on the, or also right here, I forgot the percentage symbol, silly me. Right here, I will just say percentage. And as you see, I would say we are finished with everything. If we click on learn more, we should get redirected in theory, as you all know. Okay, we have one problem. As you see, we got redirected, but we got redirected to the slug route. And here it says, hello world, but we want to redirect the user. To fix this, we can go back. We want to open our page.tsx. We want to open this page.tsx in the slug folder. And here, as you see, we render hello world. And what we want to do is get our first chapter, or in other words, our first lesson. Above the return statement, we can create a constant, and we want to first of all get the slug. We can literally just open the layout, because here we already created an interface. We can copy this and paste it right here above. We don't need the children, we can just delete it, and here we can then destructure it. This will be of type props, and we want to get our params. As you all know, params is a promise. We want to say constant, we can destructure it, and this will be equal to await params. And where we destructure it, we can get our slug. We still get an error. That's because this should be an export default async function, and we can use the slug to again fetch our course data. We can say constant course, and this will be equal to await get course sidebar data. We can invoke it, and as an argument, we can pass our slug. We can then use this course, and we want to find the first chapter and lesson, and that's where we will redirect the user to. We can say right here, constant first chapter. This will be equal to the course.course.chapter, and we want to get the first item in the array. And we can also create a constant first lesson, and this will be equal to first chapter dot lessons, and we want to get the first item in the array. Underneath this first lesson, we can create an if statement, and we will say if we get a first lesson, not first chapter, but first lesson, then we want to redirect the user. We can use the redirect function, and we want to use upticks, and we will redirect the user to /dashboard / the slug / the first lesson ID. And if we again go back and do a hard refresh, you will see that the user will get redirected instantly. If we again go to the dashboard and then click on learn more, we will get redirected, as you see right here. But currently we don't render anything in the return statement, or we just render hello world. We can just delete this h1. We can also style the div. We can give it a class name, and this will be flex items center, justify center to center everything in the middle, and of course hide full and text center. Inside of here, we can render an h2, and we will say no lessons available. And we can also style it, and this will be text to XL, font bold, and also margin bottom 2. Underneath the h2, we can render a p tag, and here we will say this course does not have any lessons yet! Exclamation mark. We can also style the p tag, and we can say text muted foreground. If we again go back and just again click on learn more, nothing should really change. As you see right here, we will get redirected, and then we get our data. But if this would be, or not if this would be nothing, but if this would just be empty, if we wouldn't get any data, no chapters, no lessons, then we would render this return, or we would render this div with the h2 and the p tag. And also, you know what, when navigating, if we click on lesson 2, you see we have this little delay. This is fine. This delay also happens because we are on localhost. The Next.js dev server isn't that fast, but also in general we still will have a small delay. We don't want that. We want to give the user some sort of feedback. Hey user, you clicked on the button, you will get redirected in a second. We want to render a skeleton. We can open our Explorer, then we want to go into the lesson ID folder and into the page.tsx. Here we fetch our data and then we instantly just return the course content component. Instead of doing that, we can create an async function at the bottom. We will call it lesson content loader and we can just open it. Inside of here we want to get our data. We can just copy this constant data equals to await get lesson content and we will paste it inside of here and we will also delete it from the export default function. As you see, we get an error for the lesson ID. Don't worry about it, we will fix it in a second. And inside of here we can first of all create a return statement and we want to return the course content component. I will just paste it inside of here. We pass our data and that's it. We can then copy the name lesson content loader and we want to return it in our export default function. As you see, as mentioned, we get an error and the error is that we are missing the lesson ID. As mentioned, since params are asynchronous, you want to fetch these params in the export default function and then you want to pass them as params or as properties right here to the course content. We can just go inside of our lesson content loader into the params, we can destructure them and we want to get the lesson ID. The lesson ID will be of type string. As you see, this lesson content loader now throws an error and that's because we are missing the lesson ID, which will be equal to the lesson ID. Also, as mentioned, I want to implement streaming. I want to implement suspense boundaries, which means we can just wrap this component in suspense boundaries. This is imported from React. We can again paste everything and we want to also add a fallback. For the fallback, we can right now just again return a standard p tag, which says something like loading ... If we again go back and click, for example, on lesson 2, will we see something right here? Probably not. If we do a hard refresh, do we then see something? Yeah, loading ... If we click on lesson 2, loading ... But as you all know, rendering loading ... is not that nice. We want to render a beautiful skeleton. We can open our Explorer and then in the components folder, we can just create a lesson skeleton.tsx file. As you all know, we will use the skeleton component to create a beautiful skeleton. Here we can just say export function. This will be called lesson skeleton, uppercase lesson skeleton. We can then just open it and we can create a return statement. We can return a div element first of all. And here we can style the div. We can give it a class name. This will be flex column, height full and padding left 6. Inside of the div, we want to render like a video player skeleton. We can render another div. Inside of here, we can get the skeleton component. This is self-closing. We can give it a class name. This will be width full and height full. And we can also style the wrapper div. We want to again give it this aspect ratio. We can just say relative, then also aspect video. Of course, BG muted, then also rounded LG and also overflow hidden. This should be it. We can then go underneath this div and we want to then render the content area skeleton. We can just create another div element. We can give it a class name. This will be flex1 and space y6. Inside of here, we can get another div. This will be for the title. This is the title section. And we want to render two skeletons. Skeleton. This is self-closing. We can give it a class name. This will be height 8 and then width 3/4. We can also copy paste the skeleton and this will be height 4 and then width 1/2. We can also style the wrapper div. We can give it a class name and this will be space y2. We can use the lesson skeleton component and we can paste it for our fallback. Instead of rendering the p tag, we will use the lesson skeleton, which is imported from the components. If we again go back and do a hard refresh, then you will see right here this big skeleton and then we have the smaller skeleton down below. We can also continue updating this skeleton. We want to then also add the description. We can just create another div. We can give it a class name. This will be space y3 and inside of here we want to get the skeleton component. This is self-closing. We can give it a class name, height 4, and then width full. We can copy paste it 2 more times. This will be height 4, width 5, 6, and this will be height 4, width 4, 6. We want to then copy paste this div 1 more time, and this will be like for just more content, you could say. We can just give it also a class name, and this will be flex, and we can also say gap 3, and inside of here we can then render 2 skeletons. The first one will be height 10 and then width 32, and here we can say height 10 and this will be width 24. If we save this and again go back and do a hard refresh, we get this nice little skeleton as you see right here, and I think we are finished with our whole application. We can track progress, we can watch lessons, we can watch videos, we can do everything. And the last step has finally come, and that's to push our code into our GitHub repo and of course to then deploy our code, our application to Vercel. We can first of all open our terminal, we can stop our dev server, I will also stop Prisma Studio, and inside of here we can say git add everything with a dot, git commit -m. For the message, this will be, what version are we on? Version 8. This will be, in this case, version 9. And we can say for the message, whole application finished. No, maybe not. This is not very descriptive. We will say something like course or customer dashboard finished. We can then click on enter. Wow, these are a lot of files which we updated. And then we can say git push, and this will push our changes. We can also open GitHub. And as you see, it says right here, v9 customer dashboard finished. And the next step is to deploy everything to Vercel. And you know what? Before we even deploy our application to Vercel, we can first of all open our terminal and we can run ESLint, our linter. Inside of here, we will say pnpm run lint, and this will run ESLint. As you see, it takes a bit. That's because our project is gigantic. And as you see, we get an error. These are a lot of errors, but I did not see anything in my code base and accepted or expected an assignment or function call and instead saw an expression on type. So, what the hell is this? Good question, and there's a very easy answer. So as you all know, we use Prisma, and with Prisma, I don't even know, what are we on, packet or Prisma version 6, right? Prisma, yes. So with Prisma version 6, as mentioned already at the start, we now get the whole Prisma folder, the whole build process or all of the types. If we go into the Prisma folder or if we go into the lib folder, then we have a generated folder, and this generates the whole Prisma client. It gives you all of the types and everything. So Prisma then literally just gives you everything, and this in theory also allows you to edit these files, but I don't think that anybody literally does that. Nevertheless, these files internally have ESLint errors. As you see again, if I open my terminal, we get a lot of errors. These are not our errors, these are Prisma errors. And we can just say, hey ESLint, please don't look at this folder, let's just forget it. We want to only focus on our own errors. What we can do is open the ESLint file. We can just collapse everything, and here we have a eslint.config file. And here in this eslint config, we can create an ignores object. We can just go right here after this comma, we can open an object. We want to get the ignores property, and this will be equal to an array. And inside of here, we have to pass the path of this folder. If I open my Explorer, then you will see that this folder lives in the lib folder, and then I have this generated folder. For you, it could be, for example, the app folder, or in the app folder, maybe the lib folder. I'm not sure. Please just go through your project structure, and then you should find the folder. But again, in my case, this is the lib folder, and then I have this generated folder. And then in this ignores array, I will say ./lib/generated and then /*. If I save this and again open my terminal and then again run pnpm run lint, it in theory should ignore this whole folder, this whole generated folder. And as you see, it says right here, no ESLint warnings or errors. Great, this was successful. Then we can also run pnpm run build. This will just create like the local build of our application, and it will tell us if we have any errors, any build time errors or anything like that. And again, this will just create a optimized production build, but locally. This is also what Vercel will do once you deploy your application. But currently we will pretty much just serve this application on our own server, and later on, once we deploy it on Vercel, we will use Vercel's infrastructure. Nevertheless, as you see, we already get an error. And what's the problem right here? Route does not match the required types of a Next.js route. File upload schema is not a valid route export field. What's the problem? We can open this route handler. We want to open the Explorer. Then we have right here our app folder. Then we have the API folder S3 upload route.ts. Right here, we export this file upload schema. Where do we use this file upload schema? We only use it right here. So why do we even export it? We can just delete the export. If we again run npm run build, do we get any errors? This will again take a few seconds. And as you see, we got another error. What's the problem this time? Use search params should be wrapped in a suspense boundary. And where do we use search params? We use it in the verify request route. We can just open verify request the page.tsx, and here we use somewhere use search params. So again, with the introduction of Next.js 15, you have to now suspend this use search, or you have to suspend code wherever you use search params. This is a new update which was introduced with Next.js 15. It's kinda annoying, yes, but there's nothing we can do, right? To fix this problem, or fixing this problem, is quite simple. Instead of saying right here export default function, we will just say export function, and underneath this whole or above this export function, we can create an export default function. This will be called verify request route. We can just open it, we can create a return statement, and inside of here we can use suspense boundaries. Suspense is imported from React, we can open it, and inside of here we want to use our component. As you see, I get an error. That's because this should be an export default function, and then we can return suspense boundaries, and inside of here we want to render this verify request function component. This is self-closing, and we can give this suspense boundary in theory also a fallback, but I won't do that. It will just be this empty suspense boundary. This should fix the problem. If we again open the terminal, and again this is also required, you can open or you can go to Next.js. There you will also find a section in the documentation. Again, this is a new change. You have to do that. We can then again run npm run build, and let's see what errors we will get. We got another error. Does not match the required types of a Next.js page. Verify request is not a valid page export field. What do you mean it's not a valid export field? Okay, again, we can open the verify request page, export default function, verify request route, export. I see the error. This shouldn't be an export function, but just a function verify request. And as you see, I'm debugging everything with you live. I could, of course, just do it myself and then tell you all the problems. But hey, I want to go with you, through this flow. We can then again open our terminal, and we will run npm run build. Let's see what the result will be. Okay, it seems like it was successful. Very, very nice. Very, very cool. My God. So here we have a little, I don't know, should we call it a diagram? It's not really a diagram, but I will just call it a diagram right now. And here we have all of our routes. First of all, oh my God, we have so many routes. And you see an interesting thing. Here we have a F, and then we have this 0, this circle. What does this mean? This F means server rendered on demand. The 0, the circle, means pre-rendered as static content. For example, the not admin route does not fetch any data, which means it's just static. The payment route, we don't fetch any data inside of there. it's static. The verify request route, we don't fetch any data inside of there, it's static. The dashboard route is dynamic because we fetch data inside of there. The route handler is dynamic because we fetch, or route handlers are always dynamic. It would be quite stupid to have a static route handler. For example, the admin route, it's also dynamic. We fetch data inside of there. Caching in Next.js is quite complicated, but Next.js has become quite smart. If it sees that you don't fetch any data in your component, in your file, then it will just assume that this also means that this is a static route. Because again, if you don't fetch any data, then you can make it static. But if you fetch data, then it will just think, okay, the user wants data, let's make it dynamic. And if the user wants to then update it later on, he can then add a few directives to make it static, or we can then use ISR and stuff like that. This is quite complicated. Caching is a very complicated topic, but again, if you want to summarize it quickly, we have two ways to render pages, either on demand or statically. Static routes are pre-rendered on the server, and then server or dynamic routes are server rendered on demand. When a request hits your server, it will generate the HTML and then send it to the user, to the browser. A static page, the content is then just pre-rendered and served with a CDN. It's super cool, it's very fancy. For example, if we open my website, marshallcode.com, then this route, this is static. The free tutorials route is static, that's why the navigation is so fast. But this ID route is not static, and that's because I fetched the user session. The ultimate Next.js course page is again static, because inside of here I don't fetch any data. And that's the same thing with our website. We have static routes, and we also have dynamic routes. Before we now again deploy our application, we want to change, or we want to push our latest changes, and we can just say git add everything with a dot, git commit -m. For the message, this will be v10 final step, I guess. We can click on enter, and then also git push. This will push all of our changes. And if I go back to GitHub and do a hard refresh, you will see right here, v10 final step. And now the final step is to head over to Vercel and deploy our application. We can just go to vercel.com/new, and here we already have our project, Marshall LMS. I can click on import, and then we can just copy all of the environment variables right here. I will copy all of them, and before we click on deploy, we want to edit these environment variables, and we want to paste what we just copied. And this should be it. I think we can just click on deploy, and yeah, this should be it. Let's see what the output will be. I hope for the best, but we will see a result in 1 or 2 minutes. And as you see, we got an error. And what's the problem? Module not found, cannot resolve or can't resolve generated Prisma? What? I mean, it just worked locally. Why do we get an error here? Well, it's quite simple. When you deploy your application, or here we have a section, if you go to Prisma and say Next.js, Vercel, Prisma, then you will find this link, and here it says, Vercel will automatically cache dependencies on deployment. For most applications, this will not cause any issues. However, for Prisma ORM, it may result in an outdated version of Prisma client on a change in your Prisma schema. To avoid this issue, add Prisma generate to the post-installed script of your application. This will regenerate Prisma client at build time so that your deployment always has an up-to-date client. And that's exactly what we will do. We can just copy this post-install command or script. We want to then open again our package.json, and we want to go underneath this linter, and we can just paste it right here. We can again open our terminal. We will just again say git add everything, git commit -m. We will right here for the message just say post install added. And we can again push our changes with git push. Vercel is quite smart. It will now see the change, and it will automatically redeploy our application. As you see right here, I'm back in the Vercel dashboard and it says right here, building, production building. This will take about a minute or two, and once finished, I will come back. And as you see right here, our application got successfully deployed. We can also open the URL. This is the live version, but we still have to fix a few things because, for example, when we now try to log in with GitHub, it won't work and we got redirected to localhost 3000. And fixing all of these problems is actually quite simple because all we have to do is actually just update all of our environment variables, or not all environment variables, but a few environment variables. We can go back into the Vercel dashboard. We can go to the, how would you call it, like the nav bar. We want to click on settings and then we want to go to the environment variables section. Here we have all of our environment variables and we can start from the top. First of all, we have the Better-Auth secret. We don't have to update it. Then we have the Better-Auth URL. We want to update it because this right now is equal to localhost 3000. But of course, we are now on, or we have a deployed version with a real URL. We can just copy the URL. For me, this is Marshall LMS Vercel.app, but you will most definitely have a different URL. You want to just copy it and then paste it right here. We can delete this localhost 3000 and then we can paste what we just copied. Please make sure that you also delete the slash at the end and then we can save this. Right here, you will get a pop-up that you have to redeploy your application for all of the changes to take effect. Yes, we know that. We can just dismiss this. Then we can continue. We are finished with the Better-Auth URL. The database URL is fine. And we want to update the auth GitHub client ID and client secret. For that, we can go to github.com again, open our settings. We can go to the developer settings. We can go to the OAuth apps. And then inside of here, you will see all of these OAuth apps. I have quite a few, and somewhere we should also have our Marshall LMS OAuth app. Here's the problem with GitHub. You have to create a new OAuth app for your production URL because as you see right here, we can only add one homepage URL and one authorization callback URL. If I would update these two inputs to my correct URL, then this wouldn't work anymore in our local environment, in localhost 3000. That's why we need to create two OAuth apps, one for our development environment, which we already created, and one also for our production environment. We can right here click on new OAuth app. For the application name, this will be Marshall LMS, and I will just say prod to not forget it or to not lose it. Then for the homepage URL, I want to again just copy it and paste it right here. Then we can also delete the slash at the end, or we can also leave it. It does not really matter. And for the authorization callback URL, we can head over back to the Better-Auth documentation. We want to go to the docs, then we can search for GitHub. And if we open GitHub, then it will already give us here the authorization callback URL. This will be your base URL /API/auth/callback/GitHub. We can copy this and then we want to update our authorization callback URL. Again, this will be your domain xyz.com/API/auth/callback/GitHub. We can then register the application and this will give us a client ID and client secret. We can copy the client ID. We want to then again go back to our dashboard and we want to update the GitHub or the auth GitHub client ID. We can click on edit and just update it right here. We want to also save this. Then we can update the auth GitHub secret, and to get our auth GitHub secret, the client secret, we have to generate one. We can then just copy it. Again, please make sure that you copy it because you can only see it once. And then we can just update our secret and paste the new value right here. Of course, please don't forget to save it. Again, right here, we are finished with this env variable. We are finished with this. Yes, we are finished here. We are finished here. The database URL is fine. The recent API key is fine. The Arcjet key is fine. The AWS access key ID is fine. All of this is fine. But of course, again, if we go back back into the Tigris dashboard, and if we open our bucket, we can click on settings again, and here we have our course settings. As you all know, we configured them right here, and as the origin we added localhost 3000, but we want to add a new rule with our production URL. We can click on add new rule. We can again copy our URL. We want to paste it right here for the origin. Please delete the slash at the end. This should only be your URL without any slash at the end. For the methods, this will be put, post, delete, and also of course get. For the allowed headers, this will be the star or asterisk, I think that's how you call it. And we can leave the exposed headers empty, and then we can add this rule. Of course, please don't forget to also save this. This is very important. And then we can again go back to our dashboard. We don't have to update anything right here. The bucket name is fine. The Stripe secret key is fine, and the Stripe webhook secret, this is a value which we have to also update. For that, we can again go into the Stripe dashboard, and here we can click on developers. So at the bottom, you will find this developers footer section, and you want to click on developers. This will open this little tab right here, and we want to click on webhooks. And in this webhooks, or it did not do anything. Again, we can click on developers, we want to click on webhooks, and then it will open something right here. And we want to add a destination, because you can test with a local listener. That's what we did in development, but in production, you want to add your production destination. We can click on add destination. We want to say events from our account. Connected accounts, this is for the Stripe Connect feature. We don't use it. We want to use our account. For the API version, please select your one. In my case, this is this one right here. And then we can select all of our events. Again, if we open our webhooks endpoint, then or our Stripe webhook endpoint, and as you see, we only listen for one event. And this is the checkout.session.completed event. We can copy the event name, and then we can paste it right here. We want to select it, and we want to continue. As the next step, we want to add, or we have to select the destination type, choose where you want to send events to, and we want to select webhook endpoint, send webhook events to a hosted endpoint. We can then click on continue, and here we can add a destination name. Here they already added a random one. You can also regenerate something, dynamic oasis, why not? Then we want to add the endpoint URL. For that, we want to again copy our production URL. We can paste it right here, and then please make sure that you spell this correctly. This will be /API/ I don't know, to be honest with you. If I again open my terminal, I will also find it right here. This will be /API/webhook/Stripe. I can just copy this and paste it right here. Again, this will be your production URL /API/webhook/Stripe. Please make sure that you spell this correctly, because if this is not spelled correctly, then this webhook endpoint will never be hit, because this is needed to send the events. You can also add right here a description. This is optional. You can just say, I don't know, Marshall, LMS, Vercel prod or something like that, just for you to know what this webhook event does, or in other words, what application it sends the events to. We can then just click on create destination. We want to get the secret. So here we have the destination ID. We don't need it. Endpoint URL. We don't need it. Here we want to get the signing secret. And as they say right here, use the secret to verify that events come from Stripe. You can always view or roll the secret from the destination details page. We can then just copy this. So we can click on reveal secret, and we want to copy it. We can go back into our Vercel dashboard, and we want to update the Stripe webhook secret. We can just paste the value which we just copied, and then we can click on save. As you all know, we have to redeploy our whole application for these changes to take effect. But before we do that, I want to mention something. So if we go into into our deployment section, and if we open the latest deployment, then we have our build logs. And as you all know, here we have our little diagram which shows us all of the routes which are dynamic and also the ones which are static. And as you see, the courses route is static, and this is kind of a problem, since when we create a new course, we want to, or the course should then also be displayed in the courses route. Of course, we could use the reValidate_path function to update it dynamically and then still leave this page statically rendered. But you know what? I want to just make it dynamically rendered. It should just be server rendered on demand. And to implement something like that, we can just go to our public courses route, and here we can say export constant dynamic equals to force dynamic. This will opt this route out of static rendering, and it will instead make this route dynamically rendered. But here's the thing, we still render, or we still use right here these suspense boundaries, which means everything will still feel quite fast. Since I made a change right here, we have to then of course also push everything into our GitHub repo. We want to make a new commit, and this will then also automatically redeploy our application, which means that all of our environment variables will get updated. We can just open our terminal, and inside of here we can say git add everything with a dot git commit -m, and for the message this will be force dynamic. Why not? We can click on enter, and then we can say git push. This will push everything, and if we head over back to Vercel, it in theory should also automatically rebuild the application. And right here, as you see, it's currently building. And as you see right here, our deployment was successful, and if we open the build logs, then we should also see that the courses route is now dynamically rendered. We can then finally open our application, and in theory, everything should work. What do you think? Should we test it out? I think so. We can click on login, and you know what? I want to sign in with GitHub. If I click on sign in with GitHub, we get a pending state, and as you see, I got redirected. Then I want to click on authorize myself. I want to authorize myself, and as you see right here, we get this beautiful user dropdown. I got an email on my phone, which means everything was successful. We can then open the admin dashboard, and as you see right here, total signups, total customers, total courses, total lessons. This looks beautiful. We get all of our recent courses. We can open the courses page itself. We have this beautiful skeleton, and as you also see, I have this fake delay currently implemented. Please delete it from your production codebase. You want to never delay a query. It should just load instantly. Trust me, don't create fake delays. And then we can click on edit course, why not? We see all of our info, it loads super fast. We can click on, or we can open the course structure. We can create a new chapter. We get our pending state, we get our chapter. We can create a new lesson. Hello, how are you? We can save the change. Yes, I misspelled it. Don't worry, as you see right here, we get our lesson. Then how about we create a new course? Why not? We can add a title, and you see right here this is statically rendered, and that's why the navigation is like instant. For the title we can say hello from production. We can generate the slug. We can add a small description. How about we create some gibberish for the big description? I want you also upload a nice looking thumbnail image. We get this beautiful pending state, which means file uploads work. We can also select a category. For the level, this will be intermediate. For the duration, 50. For the price, 500. And for the status, this will be published. If I click on create course, we get a pending state, and I got an error? What? What's the problem? How can we debug this? Well, we can head over back to Vercel, we can go to our project, we can go to the logs, and here we get the error. And if we open it, it says here, my god, can I make this a bit bigger? Yeah, I think so. Prisma client could not locate the query engine something 3.0.x. Huh? What's the problem? Okay, we can copy this URL. Will this help us at all? Let's do a bit of debugging, I guess. It says we can create this global Prisma variable. We already did that. Then does it give us any other steps?
I don't think so. Using npm scripts? I don't think so, no. This probably won't fix the problem. This page does not help me. Well, you know what? I literally spent probably 3 days fixing this annoying error. And I'm still not sure why we get this error, because we are not in a mono repo. But if you just copy this error message, here you can just copy this, and if you go to Google and paste it, then you will find this GitHub problem or this GitHub issue page, or this is the discussion, but in reality this is kinda a big issue. If you scroll a bit to the bottom, then you will find the solution, and the solution is to use this package, and this is called Prisma Next.js Monorepo Workaround Plugin. I will be honest with you, I don't understand why we need this package. Again, in theory, we did not implement a monorepo. We don't have a monorepo. We have a standard project. Nevertheless, this plugin kind of fixes our problem, and that's why we will use it. I'm not sure why we need it, maybe because of PNPM, maybe with NPM you don't need it, but with a PNPM it throws this weird error, but if you implement this plugin, then everything again works nicely. Don't ask me why, I have no clue, but we can just, I guess, implement it. We want to first of all install this package. This is called Prisma Next.js Monorepo Workaround. We can copy it, open our terminal, and then paste it inside of here. I will just run pnpm I, then this package name. As you see, this has been installed. We can copy then this code example. This is the next.config file, and you want to literally just copy this webpack code. Then we can go back, and underneath this images object, you can just paste what we just copied. As you see, we get an import error. That's because we are missing the Prisma plugin. We can just copy the import statement and paste it on top, or paste it above the next config. As you see, we still get an error. Why do they use require? I have no clue. Literally nobody uses require anymore. You can just go to the GitHub issue. They right here use the correct import statement. We can paste it right here. Import Prisma plugin from Prisma Next.js Monorepo Workaround plugin. As you see, we get an error, and that's because it's missing types. Yeah, that's fine. You could try to install these types, but this does not exist. You can just go above this import statement, and we want to create this comment, and here we can say ts-ignore. This will create another error, an ESLint error. We can just say quick fix disable. And you know what? In theory, this should work. We can again open our terminal. Inside of here, we will say, or we want to again say git add everything to add all files. Then git commit -m. For the message, this will be fixed Prisma, hopefully. And as a last step, we can say git push. This will push our changes, and Vercel in theory will also automatically rebuild our application. If I head over back to Vercel, then you will see right here building. And once this finishes in about 1 or 2 minutes, I will again come back, and then we will again test everything out. As you see, the application has been successfully built. We can again open our application, and again we can test everything out. We want to open our admin route, and we want to again create a new course. We can just click on create course. This will be production test. We can also generate the slug. We can add a small description. We want to add a big description. Why not? I will just add some gibberish right here. We want to upload a thumbnail image. I will choose this one. This one looks beautiful. This still works. For the category, this will be music. For the level, this will be intermediate. For the duration, 50. And for the price, 500. We can also select its status. This will be published. And if we click on create course, it in theory should work. And it worked. Again, please don't ask me why it works now, why we use this plugin, and also why we, for example, can get our courses, why we can fetch data, but why we can't create courses. Because again, before we implemented the plugin, we could still create chapters and lessons, but we could not create courses. Honestly, I'm not sure what the problem is. This is a weird bug, but we fixed it. It works now, which is super cool. We can also, for example, open the dashboard. And if I go to the dashboard, then we should see all of our courses. Here's my enrolled course. I can click on learn more. Then I will get redirected. I can open this lesson right here. We can click on, or I will click on mark as complete. I have my pending state, progress updated, completed. Alright friends, we are finally finished with this video. We are finished with part 1, we are finished with part 2. You should now have a fully functioning and beautiful web application deployed to Vercel, or in other words, to the web. I want to show you something, come on, this is Final Cut Pro. You see this time right here? The duration of part 2, it's 11 hours and 42 minutes right now, without this outro and without an intro. Phew, my god, this means I right here released almost 24 hours of content for completely free for you guys. I want to thank everyone for watching this video. I want to especially thank all of the people who bought access to the code repository. It means a lot to me that you took the, I guess you could say, initiative to support me and my channel. It means a lot to me. It means more than you probably think. Thank you a lot, guys. You can always ask me something, write me an email. If you are a customer, I will gladly respond. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. This will help me a bit to justify 24 hours of content. And yeah, I think that's it. Please enjoy your day. I hope I can see you in the next video. I have a lot of cool content planned for this year and also for the next year. Yeah, that's it. Enjoy your day and see you in the next one. Over and out. Bye.